It's a Thursday. I've had all these crazy days off. I like Thursdays. I kind of missed working Thursdays because they're baby Fridays and we always feel good. And we have the 49ers in our lives. We know this because one of our morning colleagues from a neighboring show, and I'm in the habit now of not naming these shows because people don't give you love. I'm not going to give the love back. And, for example, this morning in The Athletic, there's an intensely long, exploratory, psychological dive into Buster Posey with the Giants. And she mentions that he came on local radio and was asked about his bullpen and said he didn't regret it. I'm like, oh, you can't spell KNBR, huh?
Yeah.
You can't spell
That sounds like our conversation, Murph.
Sounds hard. Yeah.
Sounds like our interview. Interesting.
Anyway, a neighboring station here, who we like, but again, we're no free publicity since nobody's giving it out. He's wearing the vintage 49er gold starter jacket. That's how I know it's football season. And they're back, I guess. Mitchell and Ness made them. It's a slightly different gold. And maybe the difference between me buying one and not buying one is the slightly different. Like the older ones were a little more shiny gold. This is a little more muted gold. You know, the ones that say 49ers on the back, FORTYNINERS, and then the SF patch on the left breast. That said, it was good to see the jacket. 49er football back in our lives.
Murph, good morning. Happy Baby Friday. Happy day one of real NFL preseason football. Even though the Hall of Fame game this year was pretty damn good and pretty damn entertaining, tonight's the night where we're going to have multiple kickoffs, including the 49ers. Real quick digression on the gold jacket we saw. Is it still vintage if it's been repurposed, slapped with an 80-year anniversary logo on the side?
It's not vintage.
It's not vintage, right?
Does that mean
like it's a remake of something that is vintage?
So now do we start telling him like his jacket is Fugazi?
Yeah, yeah. Now he's an imposter.
He was so excited to buy it too. He said he got $20 off. Spent $120 at Mitchell and Ness.
What a steal! And that's
free
actually,
publicity for Mitchell and Ness, by the way.
I know. Here we are.
I should say
free plugs.
A local fabric maker.
There's a company that makes these jackets. But yeah, I was having a conversation with him about looking for the actual vintage jacket, and he says they go for hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Like it's like a thrift store find if you can find it, and still you're paying a couple $100 for the actual vintage jacket.
It's incredible how, you know, when you live through things and you don't realize they're vintage, and then you live long enough, they become vintage. Because to me, that was just the jacket guys wore to Candlestick, you know, and it's kind of the hallmark of, you know, back when San Francisco. When I lived in the city, and you ride the Muni, there'd be some old guy. You get some old guy get on the bus from Chinatown wearing one of those things. Have a chicken in his bag, you know. And by the way, live chicken's in the bag.
Live chicken,
yeah.
Not even a dead chicken.
No, live chicken's in the
bag. I was
bag.
gonna say I go home with like the chicken I get from Costco, the $5 deal, best deal at Costco.
No, live chicken in the bag.
A live chicken, wow.
And the Niner jacket. The gold Niner jacket. That's when you knew you were in San Francisco.
Yeah, that's a hell of a look.
Is there a live chicken in the bag, and is he wearing the gold satin jacket?
Can I ask you a question? How do you feel about the younger generation wearing those gold jackets? Because for me personally, when I see those gold jackets, I think of championships. And of course, I was not alive for the championships. Well, technically I was, but I don't remember. I was too damn young. So how do you feel when you see somebody my age or younger kind of repping those championship 49ers?
Technically, you were only alive for one.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you were only alive for one. And technically, those jackets were around before the championships. So they're not strictly championship era. Those were around in the 70s, if my fact-checking is correct. In my mind, at least in my brain, they were around in the 70s. And sometimes the brain plays tricks on you. My mind playing tricks on me. Shout out Ghetto Boys. I'm okay with it. I'm going to be generous. I appreciate that they appreciate the history. Like the kid we're talking about at the local radio station. He didn't live through any of the championships either. Is he your age or was he?
Yeah, I think he might be a few years younger than I am.
We've done a birth certificate check
into my 30s.
Edwin, we just name checked him.
Yeah, so there's no chance in hell he was alive for any of the Super Bowl titles.
So anyway, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and embrace them.
Give the thumbs up.
Yeah. What am I going to be?
Now,
just don't do the wave during the middle of a game.
Yeah.
That's all.
Now, let me ask about your household. Does Rory have your former jacket?
No. I never owned one of those jackets.
Wow.
How about that?
That shocks me.
Yeah, how about that?
I thought you did for sure.
Well, to me, honestly, they were kind of the province of the old man. And I know I am now that old man, but back in the day, it was what the old guys in the Sunset wore or Chinatown wore. Which is cool. I was down with it. I was like, that's their look. It's a great look. And one day I'll reach that age and then I'll wear that jacket. And then sometime in the 2000s, maybe they kind of became nostalgic for people like me to say, "Oh, remember those old guys who used to wear those gold satin jackets? Man, those guys were cool." So, it wasn't necessarily something a young kid wore. It was seen as kind of an old man's garb. So, So I never had one, is the bottom line.
Sounds like we need to get you a jacket.
Then what happened was I had kids, and then, one day you're shopping online or you're at a store, at T&B or whatever, and you see that they're back. This was been 10, 15 years ago, and they had them in like kid sizes. So we got one for Declan for Christmas, but he was one of those kids, he was too shy to, it was too shiny. He thought it would bring too much attention to him.
A little too flashy.
Yeah, he was like a little, he likes to wear the navy blues now, or the summer whites, whatever, that are just, more. So anyway, we put it in the closet. He never really wore it. And then along came Rory, and he said, give me the damn jacket.
Yeah.
And he looked great in it. You've seen pictures of him in that.
Oh, yeah, that's why I asked. I thought maybe it was yours.
It was a kid's jacket. So
okay.
So anyway, the 49ers are back.
All that being said, they'll be playing football tonight.
Don't wear those jackets in that Levi's sun, bro.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't need a jacket when you're watching a game down at Levi's.
Sweating your balls off, man. Anyway.
Turn it into a little sauna suit.
It'll be fun. Listen, no starter's going to play, right? I mean, I don't know. Of the 22, 11 defensive and 11 offensive starters, I don't know how many are going to be guys you're going to see week one in L.A. I don't know, maybe an O-lineman or two. I mean, we haven't even talked about the O-line really much this summer.
Oh, you want to break down a little left guard battle?
Left guard.
Let's talk left guard.
Left guard. That's the one that's haunting the team.
Yep, that's the spot.
And it's not that it's important because, there's no big, strong defensive tackles who can kill Brock Purdy.
No,
so you're good.
There's nobody coming out of retirement potentially for week one that plays right in the middle of the defensive line.
I mean, the 49ers and the O-line. What do you what causes more rage, more profound rage in the angry Bay Area sports fan? Is it is it Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy showing their face in public? Or is it the ongoing ignoring of the O-line by the 49ers for about a decade plus now?
I was going to say, we've been bitching and complaining about this 49ers offensive line for quite some time, but I think Dunleavy and Lacob might have stolen the spotlight this summer.
Which, by the way, last night I went down my algorithm last night. I said it yesterday on the show. I'll say it again. I'll probably jock blog about it this week. You guys are nuts, man. All y'all freaking... everybody's Red Auerbach. Everybody's Nelly. Everybody's freaking Jerry West. They know everything. Oh, by the way, 4 championships, trade for Jimmy Butler, build an arena, and, try to draft James Wiseman. And am I saying they're perfect? No. But this criticism is gigantically disproportionate to what is deserved. By the way, as you're killing Joe Lacob, he's built the Valks into an WNBA title contender, dude. He owns the Valks.
Yeah, and shout out the Valks for getting a win last night and their mascot celebrating their 1-year birthday last night.
You say their 1-year birthday. Is it because is the mascot non-binary?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Right.
I mean, I don't have the answer to those questions.
Is the mascot they, them?
All I know is I saw the mascot flying yesterday for the first time. The Valkyries mascot took flight. I was not there. I just saw the clips going around on social media.
You didn't go to that ball game yesterday, did you?
I did go down to the ball game.
Way to monkey F that one.
Yeah,
huh?
well, I really didn't go down there for the ball game. I went down there for the beautiful weather. It was a beautiful
gorgeous
day in San Francisco yesterday. I mean, as bad as this baseball team is, I'm not going to skip a day game all season long. So, yeah, I was out there. I was out there watching the Giants figure out new ways to lose a ball game.
They said it's like Art Howe once said. He described a player playing the outfield like a monkey trying to have intercourse with a football.
Yeah.
And that was the Giants yesterday.
Yes, except it was a baseball.
If Willie Adames can't make a play, he shouldn't be on the field. He owes that to the team. If you're hurting your teammates, you shouldn't be on the field.
Well, that's the question I've had now.
You guys, Skip, I can't make this play to help us win this game, so you got to tap out.
And this is not like a brand new injury that just popped up yesterday in the 7th inning. He's been dealing with this back injury throughout the entire season, really.
True, but we've never seen it affect him to that degree.
No. Where he come up with that little soft toss at second place and he's not able to get a double play.
Cost them a double play.
Yeah, exactly.
Which then led to the next monkey F, Vic Baracotto and a sunball in the left field.
Your guy, Vic Baracotto.
He's the first 2 games back, although he did have an RBI knock yesterday.
Yeah, he did, but man, that was a tough look.
And he had his glove up, and then he took his glove down.
Catch the blanket
ball. Just keep the glove. What we teach back in the old days was extend with the glove hand, right? Extend with the glove hand, block out the sun as long as you can. And he did that to start the play, but then he took the glove down and then tried to make it without. So he dropped a can. That fly ball defined can of corn. Like it literally said "can of corn" on the ball as it went out to left
I was
field,
at the
dude.
ballpark. I saw the pop fly. I was like, oh, Barracuda's camped underneath it. I reached down. I grabbed my beer to take another sip. And I look up and I'm like, wait, what
Ball's
the
on the
hell? Just
ground.
the ball's on the ground.
Ball's on the
I was like,
ground.
how the hell did that ball get on the ground?
Pants on the
Barracuda,
ground.
What's
Vic
going on?
Barracuda. I'm a Vic Barracuda guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Pants on the ground, balls on the ground.
I couldn't believe it. I had to double take. I was like, wait, what just happened?
That's how they lost the game yesterday. Willie Adames could not throw a ball without severe back pain from short to second, costing them an out, and then Vic Barracuda dropped a can of corn. It's like, you got to be. I mean, they just like, we're not here to win. We're here to lose.
Nothing
we're here
like
to lose.
it.
So
Nothing
anyway,
like
I
it.
know. Anyway, I was out there too, and it was beautiful. Obviously, you know who I saw? You know who I ran into? Mike Murphy.
Oh,
Frickin' Murph.
the OG Murph.
God bless him. God bless him. He looked great, by the way. I said, geez, Murph, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. He was having a little pregame meal with some friends. One of the friends is a listener. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name right now. But anyway, it was nice to meet them. Murph's the best, man. He's so nonplussed. Murph never gives you like a huge reaction. You see him, it's like you saw him 5 minutes ago. And I'm like, Murph. He goes, hey, buddy, how you doing? I'm like, yeah. He goes, I said, no, we haven't seen each other. He said, yeah. Yeah, I get it, yeah. You don't have to overreact here.
Keeps
You know
it
what I mean?
simple.
It's just like, he said, yeah, we listen. We listen to you guys. So, Murph, if you're listening, God bless.
Yeah, what up, Murph?
You looked good. And
Still feeling good. How's that grip doing these days? How's that handshake?
His grip was good.
I was going to say,
His grip was good.
that's why he's got such longevity.
Mike Murphy, God bless him. Long may he run. He was awesome. I wonder what he thinks of this product he's seeing out there.
Oh, man. He's probably glad he got out, too.
All right, we got some fun stuff tonight. You know what else is going on tonight? Is the Field of Dreams game in Netflix.
Ooh, the Field of Dreams game is back.
The Phillies and their number one enemy, Luis Ariz, are playing in this game.
How's Netflix going to ruin that broadcast tonight?
Well, did you see Barry Bonds posted a picture of him coming out of the cornfield?
Was it actually him or was it AI?
Well, I think
I've
it
seen
was
some
Barry.
AI photos go around.
I think it was Barry because he's part of the Netflix crew.
Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
They're going to cut down all the cornfields today.
Kind of funny that
The cornfield's actually blocking our camera in center field. We're going to cut it down.
It's kind of funny that like the most romantic, sappy baseball movie of all time, and then Barry Bonds. Would those be the two most opposite things of all time, dude?
It doesn't really mesh.
Can you imagine at the end of Field of Dreams with the music swelling? Hey Barry, want to have a catch? Blank you, man.
Yeah, get the hell out of my locker room.
Who are you?
Yeah.
Who are you? Get out of here, man.
Yeah, go get me a new lazy boy.
Yeah, there's not going to be any Field of Dreams catch. Barry. So anyway, that's going on tonight. And, of course, the 49ers tonight. And no Giants baseball. We're all spared that. All right, we got a fun day coming. We got a guest list. It's a Baby Friday. Yeah. Let's go 49ers football tonight, 5 o'clock on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49er football is back tonight at Levi Stadium against the Tennessee Titans, but don't expect to see most of these starters tonight, according to Kyle Shanahan. So 808 KMBR, which young 49er players do you want to see in action tonight? Give us a call, shoot us a text, or check in on the YouTube chat.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app.
All right, happy Thursday, everybody. Baby Friday rules. We love it. We got 49er football tonight, 5 o'clock. Always reading those stories of things to watch, right? Things to watch. I'm going to be totally honest in that usually in the things to watch, they're really like, left guard. Robert Jones is going to play left guard, or, backup corners, Jack Jones or whoever. And people like that. You can add a sixth one for me, which is things to watch. Me tuning out by early second quarter. That's the things to watch.
At least you'll make it through the first.
I can't even guarantee that, brother. I can't guarantee that. Hey, just totally separate from the 49ers, we got this nice note from the Earthquakes, who, they're our buddies because they're playing well. And Daniel, do I pronounce his name right? Is it Muni or Money? I'm sorry.
Muni.
Thank you.
Daniel Muni.
I appreciate that. I was bad preparation by me.
That's my all-star, Murph.
Thanks to you.
Yes. You know the 408 is Earthquakes territory.
It is. And he made his first MLS All-Star game in Charlotte. Marcus is holding up the jersey. And they sent us a jersey as a thank you because they think we've been nice, which is really nice. They're going to be playing Saturday at PayPal versus St. Louis. So here's the deal. They want to give you guys a free game. If you've never been to a Quakes game before, go to sjearthquakes.com and pick from one of 4 games, including Saturday, and get 2 free tickets. So we'll mention that. That's cool, man. Let me see that jersey.
It's a nice-looking jersey.
It is.
Nice
What
looking
size?
kit.
Was that, a small?
Yeah, it's a little small. I was going to throw it on, but I'd be afraid I'd look like Larry Krueger in that Warriors yellow alternative sleeve jersey they had a few years ago.
There's a legendary photo of Larry wearing that shirt.
There was
back
a lot
with
of
Gary.
there was a lot of Larry spilling out
I
all
want
over
to
the
say that
studio.
was back at 55 Hawthorne, too.
Yeah, it might have
back
been,
then.
yeah.
Somebody says 408 texted in and says Pablo Torre, he's the former SI guy now, does these investigative podcasts, causes a lot of problems. Says he did a deep dive into the substation and we should check it out.
I saw the teaser last night. They posted a photo, like the cover art of the podcast, and it was like a generic 49er player getting like electrocuted with a bunch of rays coming from the substation.
Oh my God. Wow. And again, I want to say, I remember when it started, how we all just said, come on, man, what are we doing here? We're trying to watch football. But that thing eventually persisted and has now made its way into the public consciousness. Everybody knows about it. Everybody.
It's part of the fabric of like NFL pop culture right now.
It is, yeah.
Like teams from across, like schedule releases this year. With all these schedule releases, like the Chargers, of course, took a shot at the 49ers. Pretty much any team that played the 49ers this year, they made a meme during the schedule release about the substation.
I mean, it's a deal now. And I mean, John Lynch tried to sort of put water on it in March. Remember, we looked into it and there's nothing there. And then they have this. Now, would it be different if this summer they were having a very light injury status?
That would definitely help the perception.
I'm saying, like, if they just had only like 1 or 2 guys and most every starter, Mike Evans, Christian McCaffrey, we probably wouldn't be talking about
it. But it's the fact that last week they had a practice where they were missing 20% of their total roster at the time because of injuries.
Man. So, I don't know. Do I have the time and patience to go into a Pablo Torre deep dive substation podcast, dude. Do I?
I mean, yeah, how long is that podcast?
I only have so many days left on this earth, you know? So anyway, guys, let's get the guest list going on a Thursday, August 13, 2026. It is sponsored by El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We are family, and Walt back for day 2 after having that cumulus flu Monday, Tuesday. Actually cruised in this morning eating his banana to brag a little bit to me. He goes, "Hey, Murph, you follow fantasy baseball?" He goes, I said, "Yeah, you know I don't."
No, absolutely not.
And he said, "Well, I want to catch you up." He goes, "I was 2-9 at one point in the season." He goes, "I'm now a game out of first." I said, "Well, propers to you, buddy."
I know. Walt's had a pretty strong comeback.
I said, "You're the Red Sox, right? The Red Sox who went 50-2 over a 2-month period." But I said, "So that means," he goes, "I've been doing it with pitching. I've been rotating pitching in." So I said, "So that means you picked up Adrian Hauser?" And he goes, "Is he doing any good?" Dude, that's how tuned out.
Wow,
Walt
Walter.
And I had to look him up. In the last 20 innings, Adrian Hauser's allowed 2 earned runs.
Yeah, he was solid yesterday. First start yesterday since like mid-June, gets back into the rotation and arguably had his best outing of the year
I don't
yesterday.
remember him throwing 97, 98. He hit 97, 98 on the gun.
Yeah, I knew once he started the season, he was up to about 94, 95-ish. But yeah, maybe a little extra kind of motivation or maybe a little chip on his shoulder getting back into the starting rotation, just really emptying the gas tank and putting it all out there.
In that warm weather. And he should have gotten the win, but the Giants decided to monkey F it. Walt, congrats on your surge into contention in fantasy baseball, buddy. Good morning.
Thank you. I could only take credit for myself. Yeah, I'm the reason why I'm winning.
How
Yeah.
about that?
No.
You want to go get Mike Dunleavy's job? Go take Dunleavy's job.
I'll see what I can do.
How about Buster Posey's job? Big piece in The Athletic this morning. From adulation to anger, Buster Posey's Giants legacy is on the line. Of course, I should probably not read from it because the piece says Posey feels burned by some in the media. I'm like, is he talking?
Are they talking about us? Are they talking about us?
By the way, they reference the interview where he was asked about the bullpen and said he, quote, did not regret it, and said they said it on a local radio station. Local radio station. You can't spell KMBR, huh?
Yeah.
Who dis? Yeah.
So you know this person who wrote this story? I'm not going to mention you. I'm not going to mention you.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, who dat? Who dat?
New Athletic. Who dis? Yeah. Speaking of which, that podcast that Joe Lacob's on, I will also not mention. It's called a local podcast.
Sounds like it to me.
Yeah. It's on now, baby. It's on. It's a feisty Thursday.
Yeah, dude, blank everybody.
Dude, blank everybody forever, including
for
the.
life.
You guys want to hear my Usher story from yesterday?
Oh, yeah, give it to me.
Yeah,
Why
please
not?
do.
I mean,
Yeah.
at this point, it's lash out season, right? It's lash out season.
Yeah, let's start lashing out.
So I usually go, and I ran out here, tried to get Tony Vitello, but I had to do this date in Giants history yesterday, which delayed me a little bit. So I was a little late getting to the park, and Tony did it early. I ran up to the dugout, and he was finishing up. And he's like, right as I get there, he's like, "So is that it?" And I was like, "Oh." I made a little noise. He goes, "Oh." He goes, "You got something?" I said, "Well, sure." He goes, "As long as it's friendly." That's what he said. So I asked about the catching situation. I'm like, what's going on? Drew Kavanaugh, what do you guys see in this guy? I'm kind of mildly impressed by Drew Kavanaugh, and Jesus Rodriguez wanted to get a little update. And, I was asking him, are you guys comfortable? So we had a nice conversation about the catch. It was friendly fire. So that all ended. Then I hung out in the dugout, talked to Brad Mangin, talked to John Miller, said hi, talked to Woe a little bit, talked to Wash for a good long time. Nice. Talked about his days in Louisiana facing Ron Guidry, growing up facing Ron Guidry.
Hell yeah.
Talked about Vida Blue being from Louisiana. Had a great visit. Then I realized that the Giants Community Fund was going to do a nice ceremony for the legendary Isabel Lemon, who, of course, we all know and love and built this station, and she passed away. And I was like, I'm going to stick around for the Isabel thing. So then I went up and saw Kruk and Kipe and had a great time with them. In fact, unwittingly got pinned in for Kruk and Kipe around the park, which they do on the pregame, Our pregame show is better than you think, by the way. Between the manager show and the Kruk and Kipe around the park, it's pretty good. The worst part is Diamond Notes, to be honest.
What are you talking about? That's award-winning Diamond Notes.
Yeah. So anyway, I go in to see DC, and I'm sitting kind of where the broadcasters sit. You and I sat there, and in came Mike, and Mike's got the elaborate chair now, and he kind of rolled up and sort of parked it right in the middle of the room to do the around the park. So I was sort of physically trapped there, and I was like, well, this is kind of cool. And then Kipe came in and took the back mic in the room, and they did it around the park in front of me. I listened to the whole thing. These guys are just geniuses, But Kruk just goes 3, 2, 1, boom. And he's like, we're smooth. Let's talk about Vic Barracoda. And they talked about Barracoda coming back from injury. And they did like 5 beautiful minutes.
Oh, yeah, they do this every single day, but not traditionally in front of a live studio audience like yourself.
They didn't care. I was like, I kind of felt bad. I'm like, do they want to? They didn't care. They just knocked it out. And we had a nice chat.
And then I said, I'll see you guys again. Then I was like, well, I'm at the point now where I'm getting hungry because I like to eat lunch around 11:15. Because our schedule. I don't eat a big breakfast. So I was like, I kind of want to hold out and not spend money at the park because it's so damn expensive. But I was like, well, I want to see the Isabel ceremony, so I'll get a sandwich. Trying to eat healthy. I know there's a deli in the Field Club that can make you a turkey sandwich. Better than a greasy hot dog, right? So I get a nice, I think the guy was a listener because he gave me an extra tray of burnt ends, and he goes, enjoy, man.
Oh,
enjoy.
that's respect.
Yeah.
That's one of the best things you can do from running a barbecue spot to give you some extra burnt ends.
So I was going to eat it in the Field Club, lounge there. And I was like, it's such a beautiful day. And it's still an hour before game time. I'm going to go sit in a seat and eat this sandwich. So I go sit in a wide open, empty section. I'm eating my seat. And here comes a woman. Here comes an usher. She goes, excuse me, sir, do you have a ticket? I said, well, no, I'm just having the sandwich here. And she goes, yeah, you can't sit here. And I'm like, well, yeah, but it's like an hour before the game. And there's nobody here.
And nobody's sitting.
She's like, I don't, you can't be here. And I was like, I said, you really, honestly? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, I said, okay. Wow. So I was a little pissed.
Wow.
And I kind of harumphed and picked up my sandwich and walked away. And I said something like, it's not very hospitable. Walked away.
Look at you taking shots.
As you were walking away.
I did take a parting shot.
Yeah.
So I walked 2 sections over to another empty section. And the woman running that section says to me, oh, hi, you having lunch? I said, yeah. She goes, nice. So now I'm enjoying my sandwich in calm. And I'm getting it. I get down to the final 2 bites, and I can see in my peripheral vision a person coming at me. Because I can see because there's nobody in the seats. So the sections, if the seats were filled, I wouldn't be able to see this. But I could see it because there's nobody in the section. I see it, and I'm like, she's not coming over here. She's not. And sure enough, it's usher number 1.
From 2 sections over?
Are you media or front office? Leaning right in my face. And I took like second to last bite of my sandwich. And I chewed, and I didn't say a word. I just had my shades on. I just looked straight ahead. And she said, are you media or front office? And I held up my pass that said Brian Murphy, KNBR. She said, you cannot be here. And I said, well, this isn't your section. She said, yes, it is. And I pointed to the woman. I said, that's her section. She already welcomed me here. She's like, no, it is not. This is all my section, and you can't be here.
All her section?
I don't know. And I
said, the entire stadium?
I stood up. I said, you know what? I'm going to go. I said, but you're not very hospitable. And I said, and I'm going to talk about you on the radio tomorrow. And she said, please do. So I am.
Wow, she wanted that smoke.
And I mean, at this point, the Giants fans should be saying, you know what? Thank God you're here.
Yes, thank you for filling these empty seats.
And spending money on our food, too, by the way.
Yeah.
So.
And the fact that it was an hour before the game, it's not like somebody came down and said, hey, Murph, you're sitting in my seat. No, you're sitting in an open section. And yesterday, even when the game started, there were a lot of empty seats.
One of the first things that happened to me when Oracle Park opened was I noticed a difference in the Candlestick usher and the Oracle usher. But that was 25 years ago because they were really hell-bent then. The park was packed every night. But even then, you could do a little seat surfing, And Candlestick, you seat surfed constantly because the seats were empty. You could go sit wherever the hell you want, and no usher ever hassled you. But the first year, I remember thinking, man, these guys, in fact, I remember saying to an usher, I'm like, you guys are not carrying the Candlestick vibe here. I said, there's nobody in these seats. We're going to hang out. It's the 8th inning of a game. They're losing 7-0 to the freaking Diamondbacks. So let us watch the 8th inning here, So anyway, so it's been a thing, but there's a balance. I get it. Listen, with respect to the young woman, she wasn't young. She was older than me. With respect to the woman, I know she has a job to do. I get it. But she also knows how to read. You got to read the room, right? You got to read the room. You know what I mean? You should be, hey, come on over. Let's have a conversation. Let's chop it up. Let's chop it up about the Giants. Let's chop it up about KNBR.
Yeah.
Let's chop it up about Isabel. Let's chop it up.
And look, I've gone through these situations a bunch where I've grabbed something to eat at the ballpark and I said, oh, let me go find an empty seat. And anytime an usher comes over, I'd be like, hey, I'm just here. I'm media. I'm just eating my lunch or dinner. If somebody comes, I'll get up. No problems asked. And they go, oh, no. Stay as long as you like. So I don't know why she had a different agenda when she saw you sit down.
Well, as 408 texted in, Murph, she wanted all the smoke.
She did.
Some would say
she was looking for it.
Some would say it's on site.
Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't slap that turkey sandwich out of your hand.
Yeah, what color was her shoes, Murph?
Most people said you got to drop it. Don't you know who I am? So,
you should have gone with the other route saying, yeah, I am front office. I'm Buster Posey.
Oh, man, unbelievable. So anyway, It was a funny story, I thought. Just one of those little slices of life that sums up this season. Yeah. Sums up this
That's
season.
bad. I don't know if that's worse than me at the Oakland Coliseum in the last season for the A's, where I was like one of 12 people in the entire stadium there for Mason Miller's debut as a starting pitcher. And I'm sitting in an entire section by myself. Literally, I'm the only person in the entire section. And the usher comes out, "Sir, can I see your ticket?" "Oh, sorry. Am I sitting in somebody's seat? There's 10 damn people in the ballpark, and you're going to ask me about my ticket."
Yes.
Like, read the room.
Read the room.
Read the blanket room.
Read the room. Oh, my God. So anyway, if you are going to Usher today, thank you for your work, and just read the room. Yeah. Let's welcome all comers, especially an hour before the game when we're just enjoying a sandwich, and clearly you're going to leave when the sandwich is over, and not to mention, We're media. We have a pass. We can be most anywhere in the park.
And, dude, it's Brian Murphy.
Yeah, right.
Have some
Yeah,
respect.
there you go.
I mean, my guy's out here giving out free burnt ends. At least let him finish his sandwich.
Two different experiences.
Two
the
completely
burnt
different.
ends guy was very hospitable.
Yeah, see, that's the guy I want to hang out with.
Yeah. All right. He gave me 2 pickles, too.
Oh.
Instead of just one.
Double down on a pickle.
You like a pickle with a good turkey sandwich?
Yeah. I can take or leave the pickle. Not a huge pickle guy.
All right. All right. This is that kind of Thursday, guys.
Yeah.
That kind of Thursday. What's the guest list, Walt? What do we got?
All right, well, unlike your experience, I'm going to welcome our guests to the show. Guest list number 1, we're going to start it off with Todd Husak, 650. That's going to be our first guest of the show.
Hey, Todd. Good stuff. Good stuff. He's part of the pregame today? Is he?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, let's just say he is.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
If he's
I
not,
like it,
we
yeah.
just booked him.
I heard Cope say he'll be at the pregame today.
Yeah, Cope should be doing his usual pregame, halftime, and postgame, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Okay.
All right, perfect. And then we got Matt Mayoko, so we got a little bit of a schedule change. Matt Mayoko at 750 today.
750 Mayoko. This is because we have a schedule change because
Because we will be having Tony Vitello joining us at 850.
yeah, he asked
later.
for a little in a season in which he's been a little beleaguered, a little battered. He asked for an extra hour's sleep.
Yeah, we'll let him sleep in a little bit this morning.
We let him. Unlike the usher, we're going to make accommodations.
Yeah.
We're going to make accommodations.
Now, how about this? On an off day, on a day where Tony can catch up on some sleep, any chance he gets down to Santa Clara to see his Tennessee Titans take on the Santa Clara 49ers?
Oh, yeah.
Is he a Titans fan?
No, I think he's a Bears fan.
Ah, you're right.
I think his
Those
dad raised him on
Midwest
all.
roots.
His dad raised him on all Chicago
I was
sports.
just tying him to everything Tennessee.
Well, why not?
Yeah, why the hell not?
All right, well, that'll be good then. Tony V at 850 and Todd Husak at 650. And we're going to try to sit here without an usher telling us to move on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app.
A non-49ers, non-Lacob Dunleavy hate is, do you remember 1 year ago at this time what we were doing, Marcus?
We were celebrating the Valkyries' new mascot who celebrated their 1 year anniversary yesterday.
Good pull.
I think that's what we were doing
And you say there because...
because I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get in trouble.
No. Yes, I'm saying yes, that's true. But also, we were at Olympic Club going nuts for Niall Shields Donegan, Niall Mania, right?
That's right, yeah.
Well, guess what's happening this week? The 2026 U.S. Amateur Golf Championship. It's a big tournament. It's a big deal. And Niall made the run to the semifinals, and the Mill Valley Golf Club people went crazy and got famous on Golf Channel. And we had Niall on the show, right? Didn't we have him on Zoom, too? I think we had him on the YouTube. Remember?
I think we had him on,
From
yeah.
Chapel Hill, yeah. Mm-hmm. So we come back to 2026. 300 golfers try to make the field of 64. Guess who birdies his 36th hole to make the field of 64? And guess who dusted his first opponent yesterday and is now in the round of 32 this morning? Our guy is back. He's tied through 3 holes with a guy named Jack Turner. And if you're a golf geek, this is a really good match. They're 2 of the top 20 amateurs in the world going at it. And Niall's just the man. He did it again. In fact, from 2025 to 2026, there's only 2 players in the entire field, both years, that made the round of 32 both years. Him and a guy named Max Herendeen. That's how consistent and good he is. Now, again, made it to the semis last year. If you make it to the final 2, you go to the Masters.
Damn. Let's go,
I
Niall.
know.
Hell yeah.
So I'll be watching this. I'll be distracted today. They're tied through 3 holes. They're at Marion Golf Club, which is a very famous, historic club outside of Philadelphia, where they hate Luis Ariz.
Where LeBron James is probably going to be playing some of his golf.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right? Like we were talking about golf courses and whether or not that would influence his decision. You said there are some pretty nice golf courses. I'm guessing this is one of them in Philadelphia.
Definitely. There's Pine Valley, which is the exalted one, just outside of Philly in Jersey, about 30 minutes away. And then there's Marion, which I've never been to, but I think is only 10 or 15 minutes away. So I don't know. Some of those clubs, sometimes they're like so fancy, they don't want athletes.
They don't want LeBron chunking up the greens.
They don't want them flopping on the green.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
lay flop.
All right, 49er football coming our way today. And, everybody's like, what to watch? Well, it's going to be hard to say. You're not going to watch Brock Purdy. You're not going to watch Mike Evans. You're not going to watch Nick Bosa. You're probably not going to watch Fred Warner or Dre Greenlaw, right? No. So I don't know. Does Stribling get some playing time tonight?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Stribling should get some playing time because all those guys you've named, we know what they are. We know what kind of players they are. We've seen it during the regular season. We have not seen Dejon Stribling, at least live in an actual NFL game or what is expected to be a simulated NFL game tonight against some starters for Tennessee. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest takeaways that Robert Saleh said that they're going to play most of their starters, different strategy than the 49ers. So, yeah, I want to see Dejon Stribling out there, maybe catching some passes from Mac Jones. Like, I'm not ruling Mac Jones out from playing in the game tonight.
The Kyle Shanahan angle. How about this? It's coming up on a month, and he's doing way better than we thought. Remember, when we heard about this, we wondered, is he going to go to Australia? Now, we don't know for sure. Sometimes concussions return and things like that. But I would say it's trending right now that he might be able to make that trip.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where just the other day, he actually told the media that he was kind of tired of giving updates on himself. He said, look, it's kind of embarrassing to talk about this entire situation, everything that went down. He's getting better each and every day and would just rather get back to answering football questions and answering questions about his health, which tells me he's headed in the right direction.
Yeah, so he's going to put up with, they say he's going to put up with the noise tonight. How much noise is there going to be at Levi's tonight? I don't know. But he's going to be on the sideline. The cornerback situation has been mentioned that, we've been talking about if there's a theme of the first 2-3 weeks of camp, it's that Raheem Morris is way more DB friendly than Robert Saleh, who is more of a linebacker pass rush guy. And Demo, Renardo Green, Lenore, Renardo Green, and Upton Stout, according to the report I read in the Chronicle, probably aren't going to play.
Yeah, I would not expect to see Demo out there. Upton Stout really solidified his job as the starting slot corner last year. Renardo Green, there was some talk about maybe there being a competition for his spot, so maybe he's the one guy that plays, maybe just to showcase some of his improvements with Raheem Morris. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Price Sock, the rookie, and Nate Hobbs and Jack Jones out there.
Yeah, those are the names I was going to mention. Jack Jones, Nate Hobbs, and Price Sock. It's a heck of a name. Ephesians Price Sock. He's 6'4". I mean, 6'4" corners, bro.
That's a big corner.
I know. That's some good reason.
Yeah.
You knock a few. You can have a few PBUs with long arms. You know.
Yeah, a lot of wingspan on the defense that you might see tonight. Our conversation yesterday with David Lombardi about Jaden Duggar, the rookie who's going to be playing that fever back position with his 7-foot wingspan. This is a guy that's played safety, linebacker, and edge in college and throughout high school, so a lot of versatility. He's one of those guys that I'm keeping an eye on tonight.
This is definitely not the sexiest topic, but are you going to watch the punts tonight? Because they
should I be watching?
They
the punts?
waived the guy that everybody likes, Jack Bomeister. Is that how you say his name? The Australian guy from Texas. He's like 27. He's a rookie. And apparently, he's a phenomenal punter. But they waived him because they have so many injuries. They had to bring in other bodies, and they're keeping this old vet named Corliss Waitman.
Huh?
So it was supposed to be a renewed emphasis on special teams, right? I need a good punter, dude. You want one? We won a few games with one.
We've got the best.
I mean, dude, Ray Guy used to change games, literally change games, to the point where Bum Phillips accused him of having helium in the ball. That was a real controversy. I can only imagine social media today what that would be. Bum Phillips accuses Al Davis of putting helium in ball when Ray Guy punts.
A little similar to people accusing Tom Brady of deflating footballs.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. So anyway, Corliss Waitman, we'll see how he does. But yeah, I don't know. They could still re-sign this guy, Bomeister. But either way, just something to keep an eye on for tonight.
Yeah, real quick, 808 KMBR. Who's your favorite all-time punter?
My all-time 49er punter? That's a great...
Do you have a favorite all-time punter?
I got to go with the guy when my brother was an outstanding high school football player for Tamalpais High in Mill Valley. He was a running back and a punter. And he was such a good punter that the coach of TAM arranged for him to go down to Redwood City and punt with the 1970s punter Tom Whittam. So I'm going to go Tom Whittam as my punter there because he punted with my brother at Redwood City in '74. But if you want to go more modern, God, who is that? Max Runniger? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Who you got?
If you're asking me, my all-time favorite punter, of course, I'm going silver and black. I'm a Shane Leckler guy. Like, Shane Leckler was a Pro Bowler every single year throughout my entire childhood. Like him, that combination, him and Sebastian Janikowski, and my guy John Kondo, the long snapper. They were the only 3 guys making it to the Pro Bowl when I was growing up as a Raider fan.
What about your guy?
You want Marquette King?
Yeah, he was. Who took
the
place
celebrations?
He took place in the freaking KNBR Supercuts Take a Cut Challenge.
That's right, but I don't put him above Leckler. No chance.
Okay.
Shane was a stud. Former quarterback, too, with those fake punts. He was sick.
Runniger was the punter on the 84 team.
Yeah. Walter, you gotta check in with your favorite all-time punter?
I don't like punters. I like touchdowns.
Yeah. No one's giving any love to Andy Lee?
No, Andy Lee would be my guy.
I was going to say, for our generation, I would say most Niner fans would F around with Andy Lee.
In 81, he announced the freaking Stribling pick at the draft.
That's right.
Remember
Good
that?
pull.
In 81, the Niners punter was an obscure guy, barefooter, named Jim Miller. Jim Miller. He's not remembered a whole lot. Ray Worsing's more remembered than Jim Miller. But anyway, good question, man. Good question. Ray Guy was amazing. We had Ray Guy on as a mystery guest back in the day.
Did you really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. How come, by the way, no one does the coffin corner punting anymore?
Don't get me started, bro.
That's such a great strategy.
That's one of
Why does nobody do it?
That is one of my freaking bones that I will chew on till the day I die.
What, you don't like pinning an offense within their own 5-yard line?
And some guy's going to show me a spreadsheet that tells me why, and I'm going to say, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Frickin' coffin corner it. All right, listen. We'll ask Todd Husak on the other side. Why are there no more coffin corners? Todd Husak is, of course, part of the 49ers pre and post. Let's talk 49er football next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's do it, man. Todd Husak, one of our faves. Todd listens. He sends in comments on Twitter and always enjoy on our DMs and tells stories back and forth. Little League tales. He's had a kid go through it now. Actually, I think his kid's in high school now. Anyway, I digress. Let's get into the football team. 49ers, Titans tonight, and what we're looking for. What can we get out of tonight? 5 o'clock kick. Todd will be there on our pre and post on the leader. So, Todd Husak, welcome back to your boys, Murph and Marcus. Happy football season, dude. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Todd?
Oh, I'm doing awesome. Looking forward to kickoff tonight. I will be there at Levi's. I'm doing pre and post for all home games again this year. And
Nice.
Figured you guys would want to know. I'm out walking my dog this morning, a little after 6 o'clock. My neighbor saw me. He pulls over to stop and talk a little Stanford football. He rolls down the window. He's got you guys on.
Nice.
You got some listeners here in West Menlo Park.
So that listener was not the usher from the ballpark yesterday that I talked with. Yes.
Definitely
No,
not.
he would have been a little nicer. No.
Oh, man, you guys talk a little Stanford ball. All right, I like it. All right, Todd. So let's just say, number one thing you are looking at tonight.
It's tough. We're all excited about football, but we'll see who actually ends up playing. I think Curtis Rourke has a chance to show up. We haven't seen much of him in preseason, really any of him. And so a chance for him to show what he can do and maybe solidify that third spot behind Brock and Mack. I'll be surprised if we see much of Mack. I mean, he was so valuable last year. It's really how the coaches balance risk of injury versus upside. And I think you want to see more of the younger guys get a chance to play. A lot of the bubble guys, whether it's starters or roster guys. And unfortunately, I would have loved to see Kalen Black today, and I think he has a chance to be the best backup. But they've had under Shanahan and behind McCaffrey. We'll have to wait a little bit, but I think there's some Jordan Watkins step up and make some plays? The practice I've seen, he just hasn't. He's got a lot of opportunities in practice. He just hasn't been that guy that can make the plays down the field. We'll see if maybe he can step up on game day. So there's a handful of guys on the offensive side that you want to see something from. Again, how much of the starters going to play? There's still that left guard spot that I think is a big battle this preseason, and who ends up there on week 1 in Melbourne. And then on the defensive side, we saw it last year with so many injuries that young secondary didn't get much of a chance to play together. Do we see a little bit more of that first unit, or that maybe those guys fighting for spots, whether it's starters or backups? And it's a chance for these guys to make plays, right? We've seen they've gone through a few weeks of camp. Lights are on. They're going to watch the tape, and not just for the Niners, but maybe other teams around the league. Who shows up when those lights come on? And so it's always exciting. Every team's undefeated. So a chance for all fans to have some hope. And I think Bay Area fans need a little bit of that right now, because Giants, Warriors, Sharks are on the way up, but the Niners have a chance to do something special, I think, this year.
Yeah, Todd, I'm on the same page as you. Looking forward to seeing some of the younger players tonight. And let's start with the wide receiver room. You mentioned Jacob Cowan, Jordan Watkins, but everybody wants to see Dejon Stribling. How much do you think he's going to play tonight? And even outside of just tonight's performance, what have you seen from him throughout training camp stepping into Kyle Shanahan's offense?
Well, I think he's that guy we talked about Jordan Watkins being that guy who can take the top off the defense, the 4.3 speed, the ability to get down the field, which the 49ers lacked badly last year. And Stribling he looks like that guy. Strong hands, big wingspan. I think what he's been really impressive with is his body control and the ability to make plays in traffic, right? Go up and high point it, out jump the defensive back. Mike Evans has made a career off of that, a Hall of Fame career. So I think it's a great opportunity for Stribling to learn from somebody like that. But he looks like that guy that can win over the middle, those 15-yard routes that Brock Purdy is literally the best in the NFL at completing. He can separate. He's quick, but more so he's big and strong, and I think can use that body to create that separation at the last minute. And you can just some guys you can watch, and you're like, that guy has it. He has that. There's just this quality, whether it's body control or separation, just that quickness and then the ability to high point it and catch it in traffic and not get alligator arms. He seems to have all those little traits that, frankly, we'd love to see from Cowing, and we'd love to see from Watkins. They just, number one, haven't stayed healthy enough to do it consistently. And number two, when they have had chances, haven't really made those plays. So Stribling looks like a guy who's trending to be one of those top three wide receivers for, I think, a new look 49er passing game with some of the additions that they've made in the offseason. Again, I would have loved to have seen Christian Kirk and how he assimilates into this offense, and is there a spot for him? We haven't seen any of him in camp. So that means there's opportunities for other young guys to step up. And Stribling, I think, has made the most of his chance this camp because he's been the talk of the camp with his athletic ability, understanding of the offense, and I think that'll be a weapon that, frankly, Shanahan hasn't had much of in his time calling plays with the 49ers.
Yeah, it's all very true. Todd Husak, the voice you hear as you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, 3 o'clock pregame, more 49er talk, 5 o'clock kickoff. Actual game, 49ers Titans should be fun just to see some reps and some red and gold on the grass. Following up on Stribling, because he definitely has won the summer so far, but there's that nagging thought of Kyle doesn't like rookies. You look it up. Deebo Samuel as a rookie, 57 catches, 802 yards, 3 touchdowns. Also carried the ball for 159 yards and 3 rushing touchdowns. And then Brandon Ayuk, 60 catches, 748 yards, 5 touchdowns in 12 games. So those are 2 examples of rookie receivers who had pretty good seasons. Now, would you say Stribling should kind of shoot for that kind of production, or would we even say the sky's the limit and he can eclipse that?
I think he has the ability to eclipse it, not just because of his ability and the way Shanahan has grown as a play caller. I think rookie wide receivers historically have not done much in the NFL coming out of the gates. I think the last few years we've seen the development of the wide receiver position where they're more NFL ready year one. And that's frankly we see it in the draft. These guys are premium weapons on offense when you can find a guy that can come in and do things early in their careers. I would expect Stribling, if you're looking at it at the end of the year, how does it project? I think you got Mike Evans, you got Deebo, and you have Stribling right now, the healthy guys. How do the 200 completions get distributed amongst those guys? I would expect them to be kind of in that 60 range, and if anything above that would be big time. And I think Mike Evans has that big playability, but Stribling could be that guy that opens up the offense, not just for himself by running by people, the catch and run the ability, the yak opportunity. I think he has that big play kind of strike where they have needed that. They way too many 12, 15 play drives last year that thankfully finished in the end zone. But the 49ers, if they can find that 4-play drive for a touchdown and stretch a defense, that makes Christian McCaffrey's job easier. That makes Tonzis' job easier. Everybody's going to be a little more open. Run game's going to be a little more open, and certainly the other wide receivers. So all of a sudden now, a defensive coordinator, who do they look to stop? I think everything focused on McCaffrey last year, which is why he didn't have those big explosive plays. And a big part of that was they didn't have anybody who could push those safeties back. So they're going to be 7 yards deep. And when the ball snapped, they can come up and stop the run. So everything should kind of work together if it goes well, if guys stay healthy, big if, with the 49ers. But I think for him, but everybody else should benefit from his ability. If he can show up early in the season and be that guy, I think we're going to see a different 49ers offense than we've seen the last few years.
Todd, there hasn't been a lot of open competition for starting spots on the 49ers roster throughout training camp, but one of those spots is left guard. You mentioned it earlier. So going into tonight, do you expect to see Robert Jones, Connor Colby, Carver Willis, all those guys get opportunities at left guard? And do you have a favorite between the three of who potentially could be that week one starter?
Well, I think that the frustrating part is Colby was the guy. He came in with, I think, full confidence, and I don't know if it's a step backwards, but there's been talk that he has kind of reverted back to some of the mistakes he was making last year, which they've got to be better at that spot. We saw it like in the last two games against the Seahawks. They've got to be better on that interior, center, two guard positions. So all of a sudden, that opens up the competition. Again, I'm not sure how much we're going to see tonight of that starting offensive line. I think it's more critical in practice when that unit works together, when you're next to Trent Williams and the rest of the offensive line. How do they sort through their calls? How are they getting off the ball? All of those working together. But you could see all three of those guys compete tonight. And how do they do in one-on-one matchups? Are they firing off the ball in the run game? Can they set their feet and protect? Can they pass off blitzes and stunts? I'd love to see Colby solidify it, but if he keeps taking that step backwards, that's got to be a position that they figure out, because especially in division, with the Rams getting better up front, with the Seahawks coming back off the Super Bowl, and they haven't lost many pieces up front, so they're going to be tough to stop. Can they get solid at that position? I think you're right. That's one of the big question marks, and there's only a few weeks left to figure it out.
Todd Husak, the voice you hear, he's going to be on our pre and post all season long. Looking forward to 49er football, man. He's right. I mean, other than the Sharks' possibilities to have a really good season, the Bay Area needs some love, and hopefully the 49ers will give it to us. I'm looking at Yahoo Sports this morning, and they have a chart from about the NFL preseason and QB1s. As if in our lifetime, Todd, 2000. What year were you in the league? Were you in the league in 2000? Was it
drafted in 2000?
Yeah,
a couple picks behind Tom Brady.
The number of that's awesome. And the number of preseason, the percentage of preseason quarterback snaps by QB1 in 2000 was 32.9, and the number of QB1 snaps in preseason last year was 9.8. Do you like this trend?
Well, I think it's way more important to keep the QBs healthy right now, because you look at the teams that have had success regular season playoffs, it's been teams with a healthy, really top-tier quarterback. And so you lose a guy like that, your chances of winning. I think there used to be not as big of a drop-off between QB1 and QB2, where now that's a huge chasm. And so keeping those guys healthy, it makes sense. It's funny, I go back to when I was a rookie, Norv Turner, it was me, Brad Johnson, and Jeff George. And I loved it because Jeff George said, I don't go in with the backups. So Brad Johnson would take his couple series, and then it was me for three quarters. So I got a lot of work. So I appreciated Jeff's generosity in that one. But I think there is, I talked about it earlier, it's such a balance between, are these guys ready? And I think the veterans, guys who have been in the league for 4 or 5 years, and certainly some of the older guys don't need that preseason work. And it's more critical to get some of those young guys under fire. Can they handle it? So all of those things, and also it wasn't just quarterbacks. All of the starters played, right? I mean, I go back to I think week 3 of the preseason when there were 4 when I was younger guy. That first offense would stay in for 3 quarters, and so that all of that has changed. I think the preseason has lost some of its value in that regard, but also it's tough to fill out the roster. And there's really a hair difference between that guy that gets cut in that last wave and the guy that makes the team. So getting more of a body of work for those young guys. Also, the preseason rosters are bigger, where I think the final cuts used to be like 7 or 8 guys. So you didn't have a big, deep bench for the preseason. You had to play those starters. So all of those things work together. I'd much rather see quarterbacks be healthy for the regular season, because the product is so much better. It gives your team a chance to win and compete, versus watching a guy go down in week 2 of the preseason. It's just not worth it.
Todd, last question for me is about the DC change for the 49ers. 5 different defense coordinators in the last 5 seasons. Raheem Morris will be calling the plays tonight. And I know there's not going to be starters out there, but how much do you think we can maybe learn from Raheem Morris's defense and what he wants to do defensively, even without the starters out there throughout preseason?
Well, I think you mentioned it earlier, and he's much more DB friendly than maybe previous defensive coordinators in getting these guys to develop and play together. I think the 49ers, they were such a bend but don't break unit last year. They didn't get to the quarterback, worse than the league. They didn't create turnovers, certainly interceptions. I think they're second worst behind the Jets, who had 0. So is it a more attacking defense? Does he feel better about that pass rush in front seven? And with Dre Greenlaw back, do you rush a little bit more? Upton Stout coming off the edge. The only way you can do that is if you trust your corners and safeties in coverage. You're going to expose them a little bit in one-on-one matchups. So can he develop Renardo Green to be, I think, has a chance to be a really good player in the NFL? Can he take that step forward after maybe a regression last year? And all of a sudden, if you have that secondary working together, understanding their schemes, understanding body positions, and be more aggressive and create some interceptions, I think that's the philosophy of the defense. Last year, Saleh was okay, not well, he didn't have the personnel necessarily to get to the quarterback, but he'll give up some drives and be stout in the red zone and hold them to 3, where some defensive coordinators like to attack, put guys in 3rd and long, create turnovers, and understand that you might give up a big play here and there. And I think this 49ers team might be better built because of that explosive offense. If you can get them 2 extra possessions with turnovers, can they turn that into 10 or 14 points? Then that's how they're going to win some games. Where last year it was grind it out on both sides and hope that your offense is good enough in the end to make that fourth quarter drive, or hope that your defense, like we saw against the Bears, is able to make that late stop.
Last one for me, Todd, is about a guy who's not going to play tonight, and that's Nick Bosa. I just did a little research here. You played on a 2000 Redskins team that had 37-year-old Bruce Smith. My guy. I love Bruce Smith. 10 sacks that year, by the way, for Bruce Smith at age 37 in 16 games. The leading sacker was a guy named Marco Coleman, 31-year-old, had 12 sacks. But the point is that those guys are both in their 30s, and they're sacking quarterbacks. Nick's 28, and now is plagued by week-to-week tendinitis. I know you didn't play D-line. I know you weren't an edge rusher, but you were around NFL locker rooms and trainers. How serious is this for Nick Bosa in terms of just, I know you don't have the x-rays and the MRIs, but just like what you know of the league, is this sending up a red flag in your brain, or is it something that can be managed and he's going to be elite?
Well, if he's not healthy, that takes away his explosiveness and the ability off the edge. He can still be an edge setter in the run game because he's so strong and plays low and has great hands. But if he lacks that explosiveness, that get off that allows him to get to the quarterback, I'm more concerned about that. I'd rather him be healthy, take some time and be healthy and 100%. Maybe it's fewer plays, but they need that MVP, Nick Bosa, or Defensive Player of the Year versus a guy at 75% who's just not as effective. So I think it is a concern coming off another knee injury and having problems this preseason. They need the Nick Bosa from 3 years ago and not the guy that can't stay healthy. And when he is healthy, he's not much of a playmaker. He's just not as effective as he once was. Can he still be a good player? Of course. But I think it's a big year for him. He's already proven he is one of the best in the league when healthy. We need him healthy. The 49ers need him healthy so that defensive unit can work together, get to the quarterback way more, and he's such an integral piece. So it's tough in another preseason with so many injuries, and he's such a cog, not just from a playmaker standpoint, but a leadership standpoint. I mean, they lost Bosa and Warner last year. Credit to that solid staff and keeping that group together, but they need somebody up front who can kind of set the pace and become that defensive front, that front seven that is fierce, because last year they were not. So I'm hopeful that he can come back healthy and be 100%. And if he has to miss some time, so be it. But I'd like to see 100% Nick Bosa and back to the player that he once was.
Good breakdown. Awesome. Loved it. And we'll listen to more 3 to 5. And then the post game where we just talk football, man. 49 football back in our lives. Todd Husak will be on the coverage at 3 o'clock. We appreciate you, man. We appreciate your neighbor who listens. Yes?
Yeah, I love it. I got best punter I played with, Tom Tupa.
Tommy Tupa. I remember that guy. Yeah, I do. I do remember Tupa.
Best part about him, he was also the backup quarterback.
Yes. Dude,
he played quarterback at like Ohio State, I think. And so that guy threw, I want to say, I got to go back through, but I bet he threw like 7 or 8 touchdowns his NFL career. So,
Well, I was looking
do
at
it both.
I was looking at 49er punters, because Marcus asked me, because we were talking about the punter situation, which we didn't talk about with you. It's they cut Jack Bomeister, who was supposed to be the guy with the giant leg, the Australian kid, and they went with Corliss Waitman. We'll see how that goes tonight. But he threw it at me, and I was like, man, I forgot Jim Miller, the barefooted guy from the 81 team, and then Max Runniger was mid-'80s, and then Barry Helton a little bit in the late 80s, early 90s. But then I was looking at 49 punters all the time, and you know who it was from 46 to 52? It was Frankie Albert, Stanford's own, and he was the quarterback. So there you go. Quarterback punters is a tradition.
Tom Tupa kept it alive.
Frankie, you probably saw Frankie Albert's picture in the locker room down there, I imagine.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
The legend.
There. Yeah, well, you did the same thing he did, buddy. Hey, by the way, August 29, Stanford, Hawaii. Let's go. Stanford, Hawaii.
I'm ready. But I got a bigger one. UCLA Cal, week 1.
Bro,
Boy,
tell me about it. Are you kidding me? I've already,
those
Rivera.
two teams are on the move.
Two teams with two charismatic young head coaches who are getting a lot of love from their fan bases right now. So it's going to be I just hate that it's a freaking night game at 7:30. God, just play in the afternoon at Strawberry Canyon on the Memorial. Did you play a big game at night when you were there, or did you play them in the day?
No, all during the day.
Yes. Saturday afternoon, walking up the campus, or the farm on a Saturday afternoon. I hate it. 7:30 kick in Berkeley's bunk, man.
By the way, walking onto the field in the sunshine and walking off with roses in our mouth in 99.
That's pretty good there, buddy. That's a good day. All right.
Absolutely.
All right, man. Take care. Give your dog a belly scratch for us, and we'll talk soon. All right, bud?
Thanks, Todd.
Sounds good, guys.
Todd Husak doing some good stuff covering the 49ers for us. Let's react to all that and get ready for more 49er football on the other side. Matt Mayoko at 7:50 on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Let's talk about my friends at Kalshi and football. Football. That's right. Preseason tonight, and before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. Who's going to win the NFC West? Who's going to win the NFC East? Who makes the playoffs? Who's hoisting the Lombardi in February? On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. So right now, San Francisco is trading at 5%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out 1,875 big ones, or smackaroos, if they win the big game championship in February. Also, Buffalo is currently trading at 15%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $590 if they win the AFC championship. So that's how it works, right? On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So you can trade a draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use the code MURPH, M-U-R-P-H, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app.
Just soreness, tendonitis. It's a pretty normal thing with ACLs. Just talking to our guys, they say it happens about 90% of the guys we've had. So it's a normal thing, and so we got to be smart here for week to week. But no concerns about them being any more than that.
Kyle Shanahan talking about Nick Bosa, who will not play tonight, obviously, and probably not going to play any of the preseason at all. And we're talking about it because, well, we just had Todd Husak on, and he expressed legit concern over Nick Bosa's ability to be an elite pass rusher. So many different 49er topics on our mind today as the 49ers hit the field today. 3 o'clock pregame, 5 o'clock kickoff, 49ers Titans. No, you're not going to see Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey and Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw. You will see some interesting guys, though. Curtis Rourke, the backup quarterback. You never know. He was once Brock Purdy, right? And, of course, maybe a little Dejon Stribling, which we can talk about maybe next segment before we have Matt Mayoko on at 7:50. Oh, for all y'all who listen to us religiously, God bless you. God bless you. And that even includes that usher yesterday at the park.
Yes, peace be with you all.
Peace be with you, Marcus.
And also with you.
Peace be with you, and the spirit be with you, buddy.
That's right, the spirit. Forgot about the spirit, Walter.
But we usually do the executive show at 7:30, but the Giants are scuffling. They're 50-71, and I think Tony V just pleaded for mercy from the court for an extra hour's sleep. So he asked for 8:50. Actually asked for 8:30. We asked for 8:50 so we can do a longer segment with him based on our clock. So 8:50 a.m., 08:50, Tony Vitello, which means no Giants executive show in the next segment. Plan accordingly. All right. Failure to plan is failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
Yes, one of my favorite quotes.
There you go, buddy. They give it to Wooden, but he got them all. He got them all.
Yeah, my dad tried to steal credit for that quote.
He probably said, as John Wooden said.
That's sly SOB.
Did he ever say to you, Marcus, don't assume, Marcus, that makes an ass out of you and me?
See, I thought that was his original Ken Boucher production as well.
I have that as a Buttermaker from the Bad News Bears one there. Or was it William Devane in 2? I don't know. Either way. Back to Bosa. It's interesting because, Todd, he was honest. Husek was honest. He said, I've been around the league, and you got to have that. In the NFL, bro, you're going to sack the quarterback. You got to have elite explosiveness, and that's what Nick Bosa's calling card has been. It's why he's a potential Hall of Famer. He's put up some pretty good numbers over the last couple of years, not so much. And now we have this tendonitis. And Todd suggested, I don't know what the plan is. He said maybe fewer plays was an interesting comment about the ability to, we're at the point now at age 28 where you're starting to, sort of ration Nick Bosa. I mean, again, we're not there yet. We're just kicking this around.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how he is.
Yeah.
He has a month.
Yeah, he's got time to get healthy, and that's why I agree with you. We probably will not see Nick Bosa at all throughout the preseason. But I don't think we're going to see a situation, unless the knee injury is that bad, where you're playing Nick Bosa on limited snaps. Because, really, the 49er defense can't afford that. I mean, this is a team without Nick Bosa on the field last year, and Bosa still racked up a couple sacks before he got hurt. They had 20 total sacks as a team last year, Murph. Dude. That was dead last in the NFL. Myles Garrett just joined the Rams. He single-handedly had more sacks than the entire 49er roster. Then you throw in the fact that Mykel Williams also recovering from offseason surgery. Keon White in the Super Bowl party mishap. He's recovering. He's been out there, but he's been dealing with some nagging injuries throughout training camp as well. So they really don't have options. It'd be a luxury to only have Nick Bosa in on pass rushing situations, but that's pretty much what you're doing this year with a guy like Romello Height. He's really only a pass rush specialist. So I don't think they have the amount of bodies necessary on the defensive line to maybe pick and choose when they could put Nick Bosa on the field.
Unless his body doesn't allow it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
I mean, I'm looking at
his bad case scenario.
I'm looking at his career. He peaked 2021, 2022, 2023. He had 3 great years in a row. One of them was the Defensive Player of the Year in 2022. But in those years, 2021, 2022, 2023, he played 17 starts, 16 starts, 17 starts. So he started all but one game. He had 15.5 sacks, 18.5 sacks, 10.5 sacks. He had 21 tackles for loss, 19 tackles for loss, 6. Anyway, you get the point. He was a dominant player, arguably one of the top 2 or 3 in the league at his position. Who do you want? TJ Watt, whatever you want, Myles Garrett, whoever. But since then, last year, 2024, he played 14 games, had 9 sacks. Good year, Pro Bowl year. 15 tackles for loss, good, but down. And then last year, as we know, the ACL. So if you're looking from the outside and you're just analyzing a stock, and you're not emotionally attached to Nick Bosa like a lot of us are, because we love him ever since he came on the show in 2019 on his 22nd birthday. And we said, is your birthday today? And he said, I do love my birthday. Yeah. So, but I mean, that kid who won Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2019, if you're analyzing this big picture stock, it's trending the wrong way.
Yes, when you look at the sack numbers. Now, I remember we discussed this a lot after he won Defense Player of the Year, and the sack totals dropping from 18.5 down to around that 10 mark. And we talked about the constant pressure and the amount of quarterback pressures, but that's one of the most frustrating stats for fans to hear because they don't care about pressure. They care about getting the quarterback down on the ground. But my thing is, regardless if you're looking at the sack totals dropping or the pressure numbers increasing, Nick Bosa makes an impact on this defense. And we saw how this defense looked last year without Nick Bosa on the field. So, yeah, maybe he's not racking up 18 to 20 sacks like we saw a couple years ago, but he's still arguably one of, if not the most valuable pieces on this defense outside of Fred Warner.
By the way, somebody says, 408 says there's absolutely no way Bosa is a Hall of Fame candidate. Yeah, he is. I'm telling you.
When I think you win Defensive Rookie of the Year, then you throw on a Defensive Player of the Year onto your resume, I'd say that's a pretty good start in your first 5-6 years of your NFL career.
You've been to 5 Pro Bowls, and you've been an All-Pro twice, I think. It was All-Pro, first-team All-Pro. We'll see. He's definitely a candidate.
Yeah, and I would still consider him top 5, top 6 defensive lineman, edge rushers in the entire NFL. Yeah. He's in that conversation with your Myles Garrett's, your Max Crosby, your Aiden Hutchinsons, your TJ Watts, guys that can go out and get you upwards of 15 to 20 sacks a season.
I have to really sit down and break down all the edge rushers who are in and where he compares. And also, his career is not done. We'll see. I mean, who knows? Maybe he takes care of this tendonitis and has a really nice year. But anyway, we want to bring it up because there's an interesting comment by Todd Husek of if he just becomes, he said as an edge setter, you're good with his technique, playing low, the way he can set the edge on the run game. But to rush the passer requires that elite explosiveness that, a tendonitis could hamper. So something to watch, something to monitor, and do you ration his snaps? I don't know. Something to think about. But again, it's August 13th. He doesn't have to take a meaningful snap until September 10th. He also has to fly to Australia with that knee, too. So that might be a case where being there for a week helps instead of bombing in, bombing out.
Yeah.
You
Don't
know,
have to deal with
on
any
the
of
body.
the inflammation
Yeah,
or anything.
yeah, exactly. These guys are finely tuned athletes here. Okay, that's part one of our takeaway from the Husak conversation. The other one was the receivers. And what this Dejon Stribling, talk about stock. I was saying if you're analyzing Bosa as a stock from afar, it's kind of trending in the wrong direction. The opposite is true with this guy, Dejon Stribling. So we'll get into that, see what we're expecting from the 49ers receivers tonight. And, so Giants baseball punted, no pun intended for all our favorite punters today. That's been a theme. 8:50, Tony V. 8:50 will get your Giants fixed. So I know you guys set your clocks to our expert clock that we hew to at all times.
John Joe Curley's clock.
Insert laugh track here. But 49er football, what did we talk about? The receivers, Matt Mayoko at 7:50, Tony V at 8:50 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app.
I mean, obviously, like going up against our guys, I mean, it's starting NFL defense, and he's shown that time and time again. But it was cool just to, switch it up today, go up against different guys that we haven't played against, and see him make plays and run our offense and be on time and do his job and things like that. So it was good. I know there was a couple routes that we could still talk about and whatnot, but it fires me up that we have stuff that we can keep getting better at. But he showed a lot of flashes and stuff today, so I was excited about it.
There he is, Brock Purdy, talking about the guy. Number 15. No, not Jawan Jennings. No, not Michael Crabtree. Dejon Stribling, who we had on the show, and we enjoyed him. And by the way, I keep saying he's the son of a Marine, son of a Marine. My Marine radar is way more up now these days because in Annapolis, the Marines are an option for those who graduate from Naval Academy. And the Marines are characters. In fact, the leader of the academy is a character and a half. His name is Borg Schulte, and he's the first Marine to lead the academy. And if you take a picture with him, you have to show your war face. That's his big thing. You have to
war face.
Yeah. That's his big thing. So
wow.
Marines are fun. They're characters. They say,
hoorah!
They say if you pass a Marine officer an instructor or a gunnery sergeant or whatever, and you pass them on the campus, on the yard, and you say, "Good morning, Gunnery Sergeant Boucher," they usually say, "Kill." That's the way they say good morning.
You did mention that the other day.
They say, "Kill."
Like, hey, kill.
Yeah.
Good morning, kill.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, kill.
That's it.
Good night, kill.
There it is. So, anyway, the point I'm bringing that up is that Dejon Stribling is the son of a Marine.
Kill.
Without just reading the story exactly, I just read in the Chronicle that so is Romello Height.
Kill.
How about that? Yeah. How about that? So, I mean, there's something to it, getting your ass kicked.
Well, yeah. I'm guessing both of those guys were raised the right way with their parents and their backgrounds, but I think maybe that adds to some of this 49er culture that we were just talking about the other day, like getting high character guys that have this type of background instead of bringing in divas that are going to drop their shorts on the practice field.
Right. So Dejon Stribling is the topic, and we just talked to Todd Husak about it, and we talked about, 49er rookie receivers in general. We talked about the outliers are the Jamar Chases of the world, guys like that who had incredible rookie seasons. Puka Nacua comes to mind too, right? Although you had that story yesterday about Puka that we never got to.
Yeah, sounds like there's a situation
you have that from the cooler
Puka
content
Nacua
yesterday?
might not be playing
Where'd
week one
that
in
come
Australia.
from?
Schefter. It came straight from Schefter.
Had you heard anything about that?
I saw kind of like rumblings and reports about maybe the potential or possibility, but this was like the first like concrete evidence that I've gotten from like an actual inside source. Schefter just the other day on the Pat McAfee show talking about a possible punishment for Puka Nacua.
Cases that I believe are now being reviewed include that of the Rams wide receiver, Puka Nacua, who could potentially face discipline for some of the offseason headlines that accompanied him and some of those incidents last year with another woman, what did and didn't occur. We'll leave that to the NFL to figure out what did and didn't happen. But it's possible that when the Niners and Rams play in Australia, it's within the realm of options that Puka doesn't play in that game.
Dude, you told me that yesterday. I was stunned. I had not heard anything about that. And listen, you always want to play another team at their best. Well, I'm not going to hate it if Puka Nacua is not on the field.
I won't be crying into my beer.
I'm not going to protest the game.
No.
I mean, my God.
Yeah, I don't want to see Puka on the field.
I mean, listen, of course, if he plays, yes, we want to go full strength, of course.
Oh, of course.
Oh, man. That'd be incredible if Puka Nacua was somehow ruled out of that game.
Yeah,
but anyway.
Weird story with Puka.
Yeah, very weird. Although he had recently, while we're on the cooler content, he had some stuff to say about Fred Warner that was wildly complimentary. Of course, they do have a connection, BYU.
Yes,
right?
that's right.
Listen to this. This is Puka Nacua on a podcast. I'm sorry, I can't give you credit. I'll figure out which one it is. But talking about, is there any player in the NFL who's the scariest? This was his answer.
Who are you the most scared of being hit by out there?
I don't want to use the word most scared, but I'm like Fred Warner. I think is definitely. I'm like he's the best. I'm like, you think everybody's obviously so good in the NFL. There's nobody that covers that much space. It's scary. There's no, the middle of the field is terrible. I'm like, I will run routes, and I'm like, I won't catch the ball, and he's standing right there, and he's like, I knew exactly where you're going. And I'm like, dude, I swear when I started the play, you're on the left sideline, and now you're right here standing next to me. He's like, that's just what I do. And it's funny because he played with my older brother, so there's like a friendly competition, but he's also like, that's our rival team. So I'm like, Fred, I kind of hate you. I'm like, we're supposed to not like each other, but I also enjoy watching you play.
How about that, man? I mean, the respect Fred Warner gets ever since your boy, Aaron Rodgers.
That's right.
He was kind of the guy who made Fred famous.
All-Pro Fred.
Yeah, he was it. So anyway, that's kind of funny to hear Puka say that, right?
Yeah, and he's right. I'd be scared S-less going over the middle and seeing Fred Warner in the middle of the
The
field.
thing is that Fred's so friendly. You know, it's like he does, like, there have been guys in the past, mean Joe Green, or like guys who have personas. The way Mike Krukow talks about a closer having an act. Some football players, you're like, damn, that guy's actually Lawrence Taylor. You were like, I don't know if this guy's sane. I don't know if he's literal. I don't know if he's sane. Fred is so civilized and gentlemanly and nice. I don't know if fear is the right word. More like respect.
Yeah, that's true. But once he straps up with that chin strap and puts that helmet on and he comes in with one of those Fred Warner Falcon punches, he's trying to knock the ball off. Like he's a different character, a different monster when he's on that field.
Well, he's big and strong, man. I'll tell you, we had him in, you forget when you're sitting next to him, you're like, that's a big, strong man.
Bro.
And not combine that with the brain if he knows exactly where you're going to be.
If I was Fred Warner, I would never wear sleeves. Like his biceps are huge. Like talking 22, son, 22s. Those things are pythons.
Exactly, man. Anyway, back to the receiver situation we were talking about, which was, Todd Husak was talking to us, and we're looking at Stribling to possibly, and I threw you those numbers of receivers, Deebo Samuel in 2019, Brandon Ayuk in 2020. They had good seasons. And I'm throwing it out there like, can Stribling be better than those guys? And I'm thinking right now, yeah. I mean, it's based on just everything we're hearing. Now it's summer. But man, oh man, do they need it like you freaking read about? Do they need it? Because of the Ricky Pearsall situation and Mike Evans, who I love, and I love the signing of Mike Evans, and I believe he will play more games than you think he will. I just believe that in my heart and soul. But he is out right now with a strained quad. Christian Kirk's out with a strained calf. So I don't know. Can Dejon Stribling have a season better than any 49er rookie wide receiver under Kyle?
I would say it's a possibility just because of the opportunity, because of those injuries you just mentioned. I mean, a couple weeks ago when we were all reacting to whether or not there was a reach in the draft, the narrative has completely changed. Now he's the guy where the 49ers almost have to rely on him as a rookie because you don't have Pearsall, because Christian Kirk can't get back on the field. Now, you would think with so many other weapons still on this offense, with Christian McCaffrey, bringing back Deebo, that's going to take away some of the targets as well. Eventually, George Kittle is going to come back, so they're going to have to spread the ball around. But I think you're right. The 49ers are going to have to rely on Dejon Stribling if he can stay healthy himself and if he can fully digest his Kyle Shanahan offense.
I heard Ted Wynn on with Larry last night, Niners Nightly, in the car, and he was saying Deebo's in good shape. Sometimes Deebo has there's a little extra piece of piece of cake. You know what I mean?
Some guys
get a
get
little
paid.
German layer. What do they call it? German chocolate cake at night.
We're back to talking layer cakes.
Exactly.
After the Layer King conversation yesterday.
Wynn was telling Krug he thinks he's in good shape. And Deebo, an in-shape Deebo, productive factor. They're playing him at running back, dude.
Yeah, and I think it motivated Deebo, too.
Yeah,
like the fact that he went and kind of flailed out a little bit last year with the Washington Commanders. Obviously, we saw this offseason with his market. There were not a lot of teams interested. The 49ers got him at a damn good price point, $7 million, only $3.5 guaranteed. The rest is incentive, so he's going to be incentivized to get some of these extra kind of cash-out options in his contract. I think it's going to be a good bounce-back year for Deebo Samuel, and you're going to see him line up at wide receiver, line up at running back, and it sounds like he's going to be the guy taking over the kick return responsibilities also.
So we'll see tonight if Stribling can get out there and do his thing. All right, listen, so we had a text from the 303 says, wait, where's Buster Posey or Zach Manassian? Yes, we addressed it at 7:28. I know you all can't listen every single minute of your day, and that breaks our heart. I would listen every minute of every day,
every
constantly.
second.
Take us into the toilet, the shower, you name it.
Rip that knob off.
But we told you guys that it's Tony V Day, and he asked for a favor. He pleaded for mercy from the court. They're 50 and 71, and Vic Barracoto and Willie Adames pretty much took a win and flushed it down the toilet yesterday. And so he said, can I get a little extra sleep? So we're going to do him at 8:50. 8:50. So Giants fans, we will have a nice leisurely conversation with Tony Vitello at 8:50. Giants are off today. You do have a couple of fun things, though. You have the Netflix Field of Dreams game with the Phillies and the Twins. Everybody hates Luis Ariz because he's like 1 for 17 or something like that. Man. Barry Bonds coming out of the cornfield, bro. I actually saw that on social media, and I was like, is this a riff here? You asked if it was AI. No, he's part of the Netflix team.
Wow, dude.
It's kind of funny. If you saw the movie, I mean, it's the sappiest movie of all time, but you wind up crying inevitably because of all the beauty of the game, your moms, your dads, your kids, your catches. Hey, Barry, you want to have a catch? Blank you.
No.
Blank you.
Not today.
But he's coming out of the cornfield, man. It's so funny. Anyway, you got that tonight, and then you got the 49ers. Oh, and to get you guys your media watch, our game on the leader will be Bob Fitzgerald, Bob Fitzgerald, Keena Turner, and Dennis Brown. Bob Fitzgerald, Keena Turner, and Dennis Brown on the leader. If you are going to betray us and go to the TV, it's Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan.
Oh, I might have to betray myself and get a little T-Rock in.
You want to see what the hair is?
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, you don't know what his hairstyle is this season.
So anyway, so there you go. TV is Fitz, Keena, and DB, Dennis Brown. That'll be fun. Keena's awesome, too. All right, guys. Matt Mayoko will join us next. And for Giants fans, Tony V at 8:50 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49er football is back in our lives tonight at Levi Stadium. But Kyle Shanahan announced the other day that most of these starters will not play. 808 KNBR. Who do you want to see in action tonight? Dejon Stripling, Jacob Cowing, Jordan Watkins, maybe a little Connor Colby or a little Carver Willis. Give us your thoughts on who you're keeping an eye on tonight in the 49ers' first preseason game of the season.
All right, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and it's August. It's back to school time. Already seeing the pictures on social. Back to school. Can't believe they start so soon. But here's the deal. Now you got problems because you got sports practices and band practices and school drop-offs. And when's dinner? Everybody's coming home differently. That's why Amici's half-baked pizza is the answer. I love these half-baked pizzas. In fact, every time I talk about them, I want to get one. And so I might. And just you slide it into your oven at home when everybody's finally home, and it cooks in less than 5 minutes, and it comes out of the oven. So fresh. So fresh. Crispy and cheese is bubbling. And by the way, because Amici's is so nice, for the rest of August, if you order any size half-baked pizza at Amicis.com or use the app, Amici's gives you 20% off. 20% off the half-baked pizza for the entire month of August. And it's only August 13th. We got time, baby. Just click on the Specials tab for details and get the half-baked pizza for 20% off for the rest of August. It's the ultimate ready when they want it back-to-school meal for your family. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This guy's been covering preseason football since 1995 at Candlestick Park. And those August nights at Candlestick, Marcus, were windy. I remember being down in the field in the fourth quarter watching kickers trying to make kicks and the wind's blowing the football everywhere. And there was infield dirt in the infield, too. It was very romantic. And now, in 2026, he's still doing it. He'll be at Levi's Stadium tonight to see the 49ers take on the Tennessee Titans at 5 o'clock. Let's talk about it with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. His hits are sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Matt, when they talk about your legacy, it'll be 31 plus years of exhibition football in August, buddy. Good morning.
Morning, that brings back some good memories. What you talked about, seeing the guys that the next day at practice after a preseason game at Candlestick, and they all had, scuffs and skinned up elbows and knees from that the dirt cut out there at Candlestick. So yeah, a lot of really bad football through the years that I've seen, and tonight, if you're all excited to see Brock Purdy and Fred Warner and all the named players for the 49ers, you're going to be really disappointed, because it's going to be all about the young guys who are developing and some of the veteran guys who are trying to win a spot on the team.
Well, Matt, let's start with some of the players that are expected to play tonight, or at least ask you about who we can expect to see. Brock Purdy not going to be out there. Do you think there's a chance we see Mac Jones to start tonight's game?
Probably, although, man, you have to be careful with him. Then I think from the 49ers standpoint and just looking at it, does the backup quarterback usually play? Yes, he does. However, I think the 49ers are in a position where Mac Jones is an important guy, because I don't think, obviously the 49ers are a much better team with Brock Purdy at quarterback, but like last year in the 8 games that he missed, the 49ers can still win games with Mac Jones. They won't have their best offensive line out there, and the Titans, from what Robert Saleh said on Tuesday, are going to play everybody. So, do you really want to put your number 2 quarterback, who is a very capable number 2 and might even be a starter, maybe even should be a starter on some of the teams around the league? Do you want to put him out there? So I think it's going to be a lot more Curtis Rourke and Adrian Martinez than Mac Jones.
Yeah, Matt Mayoko is the voice you hear, and so there you go. Adrian Martinez, Curtis Rourke probably getting the bulk. That said, we've been talking about Stribling, who's the star of the summer, Dejon Stribling, the rookie wide receiver. We're expecting him to play, though, yes?
I would think so. Yeah, maybe not a whole lot, but just get out there and see what it's like, playing at Levi Stadium. I would think so. I think that would be a position where it'd be okay to play him. Again, probably not a whole lot. I mean, I think from the early standpoint here, 2.5 weeks of training camp, one of the things that to me looks apparent is that he's going to have a big role on this team. And so quite clearly he needs the snaps, not more than some of the guys, the veteran guys who've been around and have gone through, multiple NFL seasons. But I think that's somebody you want to be cautious with too, if you're the 49ers, when it comes to playing the preseason. Now, they could also look at it and go, wow, he got a lot of reps against the Titans in a controlled environment on Tuesday, so maybe he doesn't need as many tonight. But yeah, I think it's going to be the lesser known guys, some guys who are looking good in camp, and kind of, just the goal, I'm sure the number one goal for Kyle Shanahan is just make it through this game without anybody who they envision being on their 53-man roster, anything happening to them physically that prevents them from being on the 53-man roster.
Matt, the 2 other young wide receivers that we've been talking about for a couple of years now, Jacob Cowings and Jordan Watkins, who have you been more impressed with throughout training camp, and who do you think's in a better position to maybe make an impact on the wide receiver room this season?
Well, from the opening of training camp, through after Sky Moore signed with the Packers, I would have said Jacob Cowing, because I wasn't sure who they had who could field punts. And Cowing, we saw him do it in 2024, and he wasn't bad. He was reliable. I don't recall any like long returns, but that's 90% of that battle is just don't turn the ball over. But he's been banged up. Missed all last year with an injury. A soft tissue injury that started the first day of camp and aggravated it. And he could have played last year, but at that point, there was no reason for them to bring him off of the injured reserve. There really wasn't a spot for him. Jordan Watkins has had a good camp. I think, don't whenever the 49ers have a 3 and out, or I'm sorry, the other way around, whenever the Titans have a 3 and out or the Titans are forced to punt, man, keep your eyes open for that, because that punt return job is going to probably mean a roster spot. And Jordan Watkins, he's been back there fielding punts. Jacob Cowing is the guy who's probably the most accomplished fielding punts. Will Pauling is a guy, keep an eye out for him, undrafted rookie from Notre Dame, who the wide receivers coach, Leonard Hankerson, calls the most physical receiver they have on the team. And he's 5'10", 183 pounds. And so if he has a real chance. So I would say that punt return and the last couple spots among the wide receivers are wide open.
Good stuff. Matt Maiocco talking about tonight's preseason opener, 49ers Titans down there at Levi Stadium, 3 o'clock pregame on the Leader, 5 o'clock kickoff. And then 1 week from today, we'll do it again. They'll go down to L.A. and take on Jim Harbaugh's Chargers a week from today. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Matt, running backs, the word in the NFL, you can just find a running back. You can find a running back. No, running backs haven't gotten paid this summer, though. A couple guys got paid, but still, you can find guys. And the Niners need to find guys, right? Behind Christian McCaffrey, Kalen Black is injured, Jordan James is injured. So who's the find this summer at running back? Is there anybody that they're stock up, and don't be surprised if this guy somehow finds his way to the field via depth chart?
Yeah, I'll give you 2 names. One was with the 49ers practice squad last year, and he's played a little bit for the Raiders. The other guy has been with the 49ers, missed all of last season with an injury. So the guy who was with the 49ers and saw some action late in the 24 season was Patrick Taylor, and he's a good special teams player. He's been in the league a while, so he kind of knows his way around. And then Sincere McCormick is a player, has gotten a lot of action. And so when the 49ers practiced against the Titans on Tuesday, they had 3 running backs out there. That was it. And the third guy was Khalil Herbert. And so those 3 guys split it. And that's almost unheard of for a training camp practice to only have 3 guys out there. Of course, what you're referring to is the 49ers top 4 running backs, at least the guys that, I guess it can be debated where Isaac Grendo falls in that, but let's just say he was the 4th guy. I mean, he played a lot as a rookie, didn't play at all last season, but Isaac Grendo's on PUP with a torn pec, and then you have Kalen Black, Jordan James, and Christian McCaffrey out with either injuries or, in the case of McCaffrey, it sounds like it's just precautionary with the quote-unquote tightness. You don't want tightness to lead to something else. But yeah, that's where the 49ers are. The guy, though, that I think keep an eye on, and I haven't seen him out there working out since he had that, it's an adductor injury, which is basically groin. Kalen Black got off to a really good start in training camp and definitely looked the part. So, I think I don't know any of those are long-term types of situations. The 4 guys that I mentioned, Grendo, James, Black, and McCaffrey, all should be ready to go for the regular season. So it very well might be that none of the guys we see tonight will stick on the 53.
Matt, defensively, the player I'm looking forward to watching most tonight is Romello Height. Now, going back to his scouting report coming out of the draft, he was kind of viewed as more of a pass rush specialist. Do the 49ers only see him in that role, or do they see him to have that ability that maybe he can set the edge in the run game?
Well, I think it's pass rush specialist. Yeah, he's a guy that is twitchy. He's not. They don't really need, they need someone to fill that role, because other than Bosa, We saw what it looked like last year, the 49ers pass rush without Nick Bosa, and it wasn't pretty. 17 games during the regular season, 20 sacks. That was the absolute worst in the NFL. And so they need someone to just go get the quarterback. Just there he is, go get him. Now, the way that Raheem Morris's defense is set up, they're going to be doing different things. They're playing a lot more five-man fronts than what the 49ers have done in the past. They did a little bit last year, but man, the big dose of what their defense looks like that we've seen in training camp is, the 5-down line. And so there's a lot of stuff going on there. So will he on occasion drop into coverage? Yes. But primarily his job is to get after the quarterback. And we've seen it. He's kind of, he's a young player. I mean, he's really not that young. I mean, he was in college for 6 years, but I think he's still learning, the get off at the NFL level. I mean, he will jump offside. We've seen him do that a lot. But we've also seen him get after the quarterback a lot, and that was the case Tuesday against the Titans, where he did have an offside, but he also got to Cam Ward a couple of times for would-be sacks. Of course, there's no tackling, or there's not supposed to be any tackling. You don't touch the quarterback in those joint practices. But if it had been a game, Romello Height would have gotten to Cam Ward a couple of times.
Is Romello Height one of those players alongside Jaden Duggar and Nick Martin that's maybe being used a little bit or tried out in this new fever back role?
Yeah, he is. So it's a hybrid, linebacker coverage. It's a role that is kind of like just all over the place what that player might do. Yeah, that's the thing that Raheem Morris has brought to the 49ers, some new terminology. To me, KJ Wright mentioned him as a fever backer, but I think he's more of a quote unquote spinner, which is probably, if you go way back, it'd probably be like the Elephant or the Leo, which is more of a pass rush guy. You can stand him up, you can put him in as a down lineman. And then the other position that they've talked a lot about is the nickelback isn't a term anymore. It's star, which is Upton Stout, and that's a guy you can line up or the slot receiver. You can bounce him outside to cover an outside receiver. You can put him at linebacker. So it's just the new terminology that Raheem Morris has brought to the team. But Romello Height, let's not underestimate how big he is to the 49ers' successes or failures for this upcoming season, because it was the weakness last year. And I think on paper, you could say it's probably the weakness or the biggest question mark heading into this season. How are the 49ers on third down going to get after the quarterback? I think the five-man front kind of explains some of this, where it's going to be a lot more scheme and a lot more deception, trying to fool the offensive line. Which four guys are coming? Which one's backing out? Or, are they bringing 5 or 6? And then the defensive backfield has looked really good this training camp. So, the changes I think Raheem Morris has brought to the 49ers are probably necessary to generate some more play area here in a bit is that left guard position that you referenced.
Matt, finally, before we let you go, there's a lot of focus on tonight's game, but let's take a couple steps back and go back to the Tuesday joint practice. We heard it was physical. We heard there was a lot of fight. What was your biggest takeaway from some of the starters you saw at the joint practice on Tuesday?
Yeah, I stayed over primarily on the defensive side. So I wanted to see the 49ers defense. But from what I understand on the other side, Brock Purdy looked really sharp, spread the ball around. Debo Samuel, Demarcus Robinson, Stribling, they all had really good practices. And the 49ers offense, the passing game looked really good. Defensively, the thing that kind of stood out to me was it started off, the 49ers had a couple of guys kicked out of practice for fighting. And, it just kind of looked, I don't know, joint practice shouldn't be that way. It should be about the work and taking care of the other team. And 49ers came out tackling to the ground, and it was a little bit on the cheap side. But once they kind of settled in and Fred Warner gathered the defense around and was like, guys, let's play football. He and Greenlaw brought that energy that you remember oh so well from the Super Bowl season. They just played with a lot of, I think that's something they were lacking last year. Having Warner and Greenlaw out there, those guys just kind of bring a mindset, a mentality to that defense that was lacking last year. I mean, there weren't any butt kickers out there for the 49ers defense last year. And it really looked like everybody kind of rose to that level with Warner and Greenlaw out there. And the Titans didn't complete a pass probably more than 12 yards down the field during a practice. And so 49ers really got the upper hand when it came to their defense against Tennessee's offense.
Matt, before we go, man, let's talk the most important guy in the building, the punter. Wait a minute. Who they cut Jack Bomeister? I thought this guy was the man. Now you got Corliss Waitman. Field position matters, Matty. What's going on there?
Yeah, well, Corliss Waitman's a guy they decided to go with, left-footed punter. So with the Steelers the last 2 years, put up some pretty decent, I'd say middle of the pack numbers as far as net punting goes. So I think with other needs around the roster, including adding, they brought in Eli Apple, they brought in a running back, Zamir White, yesterday, and a defensive lineman. So I think what the 49ers were thinking was, I don't know if you remember last year when there was going to be the big competition, Moody and Joseph, for the kicker job. And about a week into camp, Joseph was gone and it was Moody's job. And it was because the 49ers felt like they needed bodies at other positions, that, this is the way it was going to trend. And this is who we're probably going to go with anyway. So let's just pad some numbers at other spots. So that's what it was. Waitman, I felt like he was going to be the guy all along. It's been a while since 49ers have had a left-footed punter, and that's something that some coaches, including Bill Belichick, have sworn by around the league because of the different spin, the different way the ball kind of tails away from a punt returner. And he always felt like that was good for maybe a couple or more takeaways during the course of the season. So Corliss Waitman, as of now, is the guy. He's the only punter in camp. The 49ers have their specialists all set, with John Weeks as the long snapper, Eddie Pinheiro as the kicker, and Corliss Waitman as the punter.
I'd say my guy, for a guy who's so important to the team, the guy who's gotten the least amount of ink is Eddie De Niro. He's gotten you guys are just, you're letting him, he's on cruise control this summer, huh?
Meanwhile, yeah, he's been out there. He's missed a couple of kicks, but almost all the kicks he's missed have been like 55 yards. Meanwhile, I've been reading from Commanders camp that I know you guys might not believe this, but apparently Jake Moody is struggling making kicks on air.
My God. Is he there? Is he QB1 there? Is he the kicker?
I think he is. I don't think that he ended last season as their kicker, and I don't know that they have another kicker in camp. But boy, the daily reports I'm reading out of Washington are perhaps suggesting that Jake Moody is back with the confidence issues that plagued him so much with the 49ers.
The scuffle is real, man. Hey, it sounds like he's got a spot in the Giants bullpen. That's what it sounds like. You know what I mean? He can fit right in. So, Matty, good wide range and chat, man. This begins your 32nd year of exhibition. I had an old editor, Bill Piniella, rest in peace, Billy P. Never call it preseason, Murph. It's exhibition. Really? Exhibition.
I just wrote exhibition yesterday, and I thought of Bill P. Can I say one thing?
Billy Piniella.
A week ago, when Mike Krukow announced his retirement, the interview, his appearance on the morning show, and Dwayne Kuiper the other day, I was in the car for both of those. And I just out of reflex had to turn on my windshield wiper because I thought it was raining on my drive down to Santa Clara. And no, it was just it was internal. It was just these eyes. I think the world of those guys. And they're just what they brought to the Bay Area so great. What they brought to, I'll just speak for myself. What they brought to my life as a fan. Oh my gosh, it was quite emotional to hear both of those guys on separate days talking about it. So hats off to those two. Obviously, Krukow in particular for all the joy that he's brought all of us through the years.
I'm holding up a picture on the Zoom there. I went up to say hi to him to DC, and then they came in and wound up doing the around the park while I was in there. I was sort of trapped because I took a picture for posterity. Matt, we all feel the same way, man. And I agree. Those interviews Monday and Tuesday, the way those guys talk about each other. I was on the East Coast when when Mike announced it. I struggle. I'm going to struggle. Yeah. He means more than he knows. As much as everybody tells him, he means more than he knows.
You know what? In listening to those, I almost felt like he means more than even I felt he meant. It's like it all kind of came like flooding to me. Like, oh my gosh, this is like it would take. I don't think we've ever taken them for granted, but maybe we've kind of like at times kind of lost sight, like just how important they are to Giants fans and heck to the game of baseball.
It's been said through the years that they are the most important guys in the franchise. And it's
hard to argue.
There's an argument there. So, all right, Matty, all that and Jake Moody. All right, buddy.
Covering all the bases.
Oh, man. Thanks for the time. Enjoy tonight, exhibition ball, and we'll talk next week.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Enjoyable with Matt Mayoko, who is a true Giants fan. Don't forget, he once yelled at Tommy Lasorda, "Is that your belt or the equator?"
Ooh.
Yeah. Great heckle.
He also once said this.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch.
Matty. Oh, man. Those are the days.
Matty.
We love lists and rankings, right? That's what we live for, right? Like, we're going to rank, like, the four of us.
Ooh.
Like, who's the coolest guy on the morning show? No, Dan Orlovsky has a new quarterback ranking, 7 different categories, and you're going to have to guess where Brock Purdy ranks on them.
Ooh.
We're going to play a game.
The Layer King, the 7 layers of Dan Orlovsky.
Wide World of Murph next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants manager Tony Vitello joins the morning show today at 8:50 in just a few minutes. 808 KNBR, what do you want to ask the Giants skipper as we continue to close out the 2026 San Francisco Giants season?
All right, our good friend Steve Moskowitz, our tax attorney, is on the line. Steve, you help with so many different things. One of them is sort of a newer deal where people get scammed online and lose money. It's a tough deal, but you can help as a tax attorney, Steve. What can you do?
A lot. First of all, if you've been the victim of a scam. My heart goes out to you. It's horrible. And to make matters even worse, you wind up having to pay the IRS tax on money you gave the scammers. Horrible. Now, the tax law took away most casualty losses, but there's an exception for scams. So much so that the IRS wrote this big memo telling you who qualifies, how to do it, examples, and you can get a tremendous amount of money back from the IRS and the state if you qualify. We have a free consultation. We're very familiar with this. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, do I qualify to write off my scam? And if the answer is yes, you can get a tremendous amount of money. Just call for your free consultation.
That's it. You call him anyway. Call him for everything. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app.
All right, 49er football is our big theme today. 49ers kickoff at 6 o'clock tonight at Levi's Stadium. We'll see who gets out there. Looking good. 49ers back in our lives since the first time since that Seahawks playoff loss. That was in January. It's August. It's a whole new season, 2026. And so pregame at 3, and of course the 49ers kickoff at 6. That'll be fun. All right, Marcus, fun. You ready to take a quiz, buddy?
Oh, no, not really.
Words that you never wanted to hear in
dude,
school.
you're asking the wrong guy this question.
What if I told you it was about football?
Then I'm all in.
You're much more fired up.
Yes.
Not algebra.
I'm
Not algebra.
much better on the gridiron than I am with geometry.
Okay, so Dan Orlovsky, friend of the program.
Danny O.
We had him on Radio Row. He did a fun little list. We all love our lists and our rankings. So I'm going to quiz you as to how well you think Danny O rates these quarterbacks, but more important, how you rate them too. And what he did was he said, yeah, everybody talks about their top quarterbacks. He goes, but what about the elements that make up a quarterback? Like arm strength, ball placement, mechanics, decision-making. Oh, we got music. Pocket presence, second reaction, and rushing ability. These are the elements that make up a quarterback. And he ranked the top 10 quarterbacks in each skill set.
Okay.
So I'm going to throw the skill set at it, and you tell me whether or not Orlovsky put Brock Purdy in the top 10 of that skill set.
All right, let's go.
So you're going to have to factor in what you think of the quarterback and what you think Orlovsky might have thought of the quarterback.
Sir, yes, sir. Let's do it.
So let's start with arm strength. Did Dan Orlovsky put Brock Purdy in the top 10 NFL quarterback arm strength?
No, I'm guessing he did not put Brock Purdy in the top 10 when it comes to arm strength.
Why do you say that?
I would say because that's one of the knocks on Brock Purdy is that he does not have the arm of a Josh Allen or a Justin Herbert. That's one of the big reasons why he was Mr. Irrelevant and not viewed as a first-round quarterback.
We had some applause for our A student over here.
Look at that.
He's
One for one.
Those who made it, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Caleb Williams, Matt Stafford, Pat Mahomes, Baker Mayfield, Drake May, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Dak Prescott. Those are arm strength guys. All right, Marcus, next up, ball placement. Pause. Ball placement. Does Dan Orlovsky put Brock Purdy in the top 10 quarterbacks in ball placement?
Well, we are talking about the layer king. Brock Purdy is a fantastic quarterback when it comes to attacking the middle of the field. So I'm going to say yes. Danny O does have Brock Purdy top 10 in ball placement.
Give this young man another A+ here. He does. He has him 9th. Matt Stafford, Drake May, Sam Darnold, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott again. All right, Marcus, you're hot. Mechanics. Clear, smooth throwing motion, strong base, repeatable processes. Is Brock Purdy a top 10 mechanics?
Personally, I would put him in the top 10. I think Brock has great footwork in the pocket. So I'm saying, why the hell not, Danny O? Throw him in the top 10.
You were doing so well.
I knew it. That was my gut feeling that he wouldn't get the respect when it comes to his mechanics, but I don't mind his mechanics at all.
You're 2-1. Matt Stafford, Joe Burrow, Dan Jones.
Dan Jones? Vanilla Vic has better mechanics than Brock Purdy?
Jared Goff, Dak Prescott. Here's a guy much maligned. C.J. Stroud. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, your guy, Josh Allen, and Lamar. Yeah.
Not bad for a running back.
Decision-making with the football. Did Dan Orlovsky put Brock Purdy in a top 10 decision-maker?
I say yes. Brock Purdy has that processing chip. He's the reason why he's been better than any other quarterback in Kyle Shanahan's system in San Francisco. Top 10, I would say.
You were doing so well.
Man, geez, this is just like real life. I get out to a hot start because I'm just guessing answers, and next thing you know, I'm sitting here with a 500
This is making
record.
the right choice. This is means about making the only choice when things are falling apart. Find the correct outlet, avoid mistakes, turnovers, and negative plays.
Yeah, well, I disagree with Orlovsky.
You can. This is just a fun little game. Josh Allen, Matt Stafford, Jordan Love, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Pat Mahomes, and Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
made
Jordan
it.
Love wasn't making great decisions with all those interceptions in the second half when he lost to Brock Purdy.
Pocket presence. Did Dan Orlovsky put Brock Purdy in his top 10 pocket presence?
Again, I think he should be top 10 in pocket presence because of his ability to extend plays. But I'm going to say no. Dan Orlovsky did not put him in the top 10 pocket presence.
I'm gonna help you right now as your tutor. Go back to the first part of your thought there.
Oh, this is what they say on the SAT. You got to trust your gut. Yes, of course, Dan Orlovsky has him in the top 10.
Give this man a round of applause.
Look at me go. Look at me go.
He actually has the highest, has him number 8. Drake May, number 1. Joe
Number
Burrow,
1?
2. Sam Darnold, 3. Herbert, Prescott, Lamar, Caleb, Brock Purdy. Then he has Dan Jones and Trevor Lawrence there. So there you go, guys. So Brock Purdy makes the pocket presence. All right, we're winding up here. Second reaction ability. This is working outside the pocket when things get derailed. Is Brock Purdy a top 10 second reaction ability quarterback per Dan Orlovsky?
Playground Purdy, Backyard Brock, put him on the top 10 list, Danny O.
Give this kid an A+.
Hey, I'm back, baby, I'm back.
In fact, it's his highest rating. Number 7 up there with Josh Allen, Caleb Williams, who gets a lot of it. Pat Mahomes, Drake May, Sam Darnold, Bo Nix, Brock, Lamar, Jaden Daniels, and Baker Mayfield. And then finally, rushing ability. Top 10. Is Brock Purdy a top 10 rushing quarterback in the NFL?
I don't think he's viewed as a scrambling quarterback, and there are much easier options to pick in the top 10, or should I say top 5. I'd say maybe he squeezed in, but my gut tells me Danny O left him off that list.
Give this man an A+. Yes, he did. You're pretty good there, buddy. He had a little lull in the middle, but he did well. Lamar, Josh, Drake May again, Caleb again, Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts, Pat Mahomes, Baker Mayfield, Bo Nix, and Jaden Daniels are all considered better rushers by that. So I think you did pretty good. I'm going to give you an A-, buddy. Give you an A-.
That might be the highest score I've ever gotten on a pop
So in
quiz.
other words, he placed top 10 in ball placement, pocket presence, and second reaction ability. I agree with all those. And arm strength, mechanics, decision-making, and rushing ability, he missed on the top 10. I actually don't hate those grades.
Yeah, not off. I think I give Brock Purdy a little bit more credit than Dan Orlovsky, but yeah, not
On
a bad
which
job
one?
on this
On
pop
mechanics,
quiz.
arm strength, decision-making?
I'd say probably decision-making.
Decision-making, yeah.
Now, his decision-making was a little bit more questionable last year with some interceptions. I think he was trying to do too much last
It's a
year.
combination. He has the processing chip, what is it, Big Brain Brock? Is that what G-Pop calls him? But there are times he makes the wrong decision, and it kills you. So that's something I'd like to see improved this year. All right, that was fun. And Marcus got an A-, and we got a jazzy background music for it, too.
Nice little pop quiz.
Okay. Cooler content, always loaded. We're going to get the McConaughey steak one in today, probably. And then Tony V at 8:50 sharp. Don't miss. Tony V. We punted the executive show to 8:50 to give a guy a break after his players absolutely monkey blanked a game yesterday. That's not the manager's fault yesterday. I mean, dude, catch the fly ball, make the double play. Anyway, Tony V at 8:50 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler.
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
All right, the cooler of content. Always the fun stuff out there that you need to hear. Sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care. Closer than you think. All right, well, let's, I promised it. Let's go right to it, man. I'm on whatever. Social media is insane. Like, you get all these takes, you get this and that. Everybody hates Lacob and Dumbo. They hate the championships. They hate the championships. They want to tear down Chase Center. They run these guys out of town. So you're getting that.
Mr. Lacob, tear down that wall.
I mean, my God. I am like, I'm going to be like, I'm going to go to a Warrior opener with a sign that just says, you Warriors fans are effing nuts. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just hold a sign up all season long. It just says, you Warriors fans on social are effing nuts, man.
Whoa, Murph, they don't remember what it was like being a Warrior fan back in the day.
Brian, hi. Brian Murphy. I'm from Mill Valley, California. I'm a 20-year-old junior major in English. And I'd just like to say we still love those fighting Golden State Warriors.
You and the three others. No, never mind.
Say no more. Say no more, my friend. And back then, Chris Berman had a rear end.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Shout out Berman in those pants the other day.
Wow.
I was going to say, I think Berman was right, though. You and those three others still like Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy.
My God, jeez. Anyway, anyway, I'm looking, and all of a sudden, I see Matt McConaughey on a podcast, and they ask him the important question, how do you prepare your steak? How do you grill your steak? I said, well, I have my own thing. I'm not an expert, though. But I know Marcus, this is very important to Marcus.
Yes.
So I want you to evaluate Matthew McConaughey in his McConaughey style. Describe how he prepares a steak.
All right.
See if you agree, see if you admire, see if you criticize. Take notes. Matthew McConaughey on how to prepare a steak. A Texas guy talking here. Here you go.
Okay, real quick. Steak. What cut do you eat?
1 5/8 inch American Wagyu ribeye.
Oh, yeah.
Ribeye's the steak. Ribeye's the steak.
Ribye's the steak.
Admit it or not, if we're not talking about, I want to eat lean. I have my elk. I do fillets.
How do you have it cooked?
Well, there are different ways. So I go 1 5/8 inch, which means it's a big, thick piece of meat, which means I didn't take it to the oven to ever bake it to get the middle cooked. I do like to sear it. I either go on the grill.
Yeah.
If I can get that green egg to sit there and hold at 455.
So tough.
Then I'm enclose that thing and trust it. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Other times where we're just inside and I don't have time for that, I'm a big 16-inch black skillet, oil, butter,
cast iron,
get that baby high heat, and sear that and flip some oil and butter on top of that thing, because I just learned that butter doesn't brown if you put it in early with the oil. And then obviously that old trick that everyone forgets, let that sit for as long as you cooked it.
Yeah.
Because it's got to settle.
Yeah,
and all
the
those tendons
juices
have to just
absorb it back in.
And also, you don't know this one. This may be obvious, but it's the cooking at room temperature. You can't pull it out of the fridge.
Yeah.
You can pull it right out of the fridge.
Yeah, no, you got to let it.
You got to let it sit. Get back to room. Get to room temperature.
That's a good one too.
And all those pores open up. So 1 5/8 inch American Wagyu ribeye.
Oh, Marcus,
man,
your review.
Oh man. 10 out of 10. like that was a great breakdown. The only thing that was missing was like the seasoning. Like, I'm guessing because he's a Texas guy, he's going salt and pepper.
He said oil and butter.
Yes, but there's got to be some salt and pepper in there too.
He didn't mention that. You're right.
Yeah, that's the
so
one thing that's
9.5
missing. Yeah, maybe a 9.5.
So,
but the breakdown from the cut, I'm a ribeye guy. Like
ribeye Wagyu, he said.
No,
Wagyu?
Yeah, Wagyu is fancy. Like, that's that really expensive steak.
That's when you're going big.
Yeah, I mean, that's
so 1
arguably
5/8.
the best cut of meat you can get is Wagyu.
1 5/8 is. I hate to do this, on the air here, but
yeah, show off those measurements.
One
this one was thick and juicy.
Yeah. So what about the green egg at 4?
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick
and
Perfect. Absolutely
Nicely
perfect.
done, Walter. Might
the-
need the spatula from Kepler,
He
too.
said if he can hold the green egg at 455.
That's holding the smoke temperature. So that's a pro move. You can smoke the steak before you sear it. We've done it a couple times for like Christmas, Thanksgiving. If we throw a tomahawk on the smoker, it's kind of like a reverse sear. So you smoke it up, get that internal temperature, and then you sear it and get that crust on the cast iron
How
or on
long
the grill
at
right
the
after.
455?
Until the internal temp gets to where you want it to be.
Okay.
And usually that's around 135 off the top of my head for a medium rare. I'm a medium rare guy. I believe that's the only way you should eat a steak.
He did say once. What did he say on? I took notes here. Did he say enclose and trust? Is that what he said on the egg? He said you got to enclose and trust.
If you're looking, you ain't cooking. It's as simple as
I
that,
like
brother.
that.
Yeah,
I've
you
never
don't.
heard that.
Yeah, oh, dude, yeah.
I like that.
mean, I get so annoyed when I'm smoking up a brisket or something, and someone's like, "Oh, let me see what it looks like." No. Let that puppy breathe. Let it cook. If you're looking, you ain't cooking.
Now he says if he doesn't have time for that, he's got to go 16-inch black skillet, oil, butter. He mentioned this thing about the butter goes in with the oil so it doesn't brown.
Yeah, then you get the butter base going, where you got to base the steak the entire time on the cast iron.
Also, the note about taking it out of the fridge for a long time. It's got to get room temperature before you even begin the process.
Yeah, you should do that with all of your meat. You should not go straight from the fridge to the smoker or to the grill. Let it get to room temperature so that it can kind of cool out for a minute.
He also said after you're done, let it sit.
Yeah,
for as long as you cook it.
gotta have the resting time. Like I'll let my brisket rest for an hour or two. Some people rest it overnight. It lets it all break down and really cook through it. That's why you should always pull a steak at like 135 because when you pull it, let it rest. Internally, it will bring its temperature up itself to like 135.
You know what? Give me some applause.
Yeah.
Right? I want to applaud you
Yeah,
and McConaughey right there, buddy.
Look, I don't know a lot about math and English, but I know a lot about barbecue.
Bro, he used to do those beef ads. Remember that? You know, beef. It's what's for dinner. Remember, we used to play those on the show back in the 00s. Pecan used to play that thing because it had that Aaron Copland Western music playing and all that. So, in other words, you and McConaughey need to get together and knock back a couple steaks.
Oh, dude, 100%. I mean, that's where I fell in love with barbecue, really, is when I went down to Texas, went down to Austin for a bachelor party, went out to like a orange and white spring game for Texas. Guess who was on the sideline? Matthew McConaughey. And then right after the game, we went down to Terry Black's barbecue, and it changed my entire perspective on the sport of barbecue.
650 says reverse sear on the ribeyes the way, based with butter, garlic, and rosemary.
Oh, man, you guys are making me hungry.
No, dude. 415 says you got to ask Tony V how he likes his steaks here, too. 408 says, oh, hang on. Wait, pardon me. Somebody says, 408 says, I only knock McConaughey down because that's about $80 a slice of meat.
Wagyu
dude.
ain't cheap.
408 says, if you want, this is Cousin Vinny, if you want 132, you better pull that bad boy at 120.
Yeah, he's right. You can pull at 120, 125. Just depends on how long you're going to let it rest and how thick of a slice of meat we're talking about.
707 says, I disagree on letting it sit. When you order a steak at your finest steakhouse, they don't have them sitting on the counter. Interesting.
Huh, no, I think you should let it bleed out a little bit and get all those flavors.
And then 707 says, Waterboy, you better pull that steak at 115 to 120 because the carryover, he's going to bring it up to 130, 135.
Yeah, that's fine.
707. What did you say, Walt? You found a text on there? I can't find the one you liked. What's the one you liked?
It was 916. Let me try to find it real quick.
Which one? Because the texts come pouring in, then we lose them. Anyway, I heard this. So I was right when I saw that it was going to stir something inside you.
Oh, dude, you're speaking my language.
I know my partner.
Yeah, dude.
All right,
I
there you
love
go.
barbecue. I love beers. I love baseball. I'm a simple man.
When he says that 455, the way he said that. Which one did you find?
So 916 said, I'm going to turn you into something, guys. Smoked bologna. You ever had that?
I've never done smoked bologna, but you can damn near smoke anything on a smoker.
I don't know about that. I'm a little confused. Is he talking about Oscar Mayer? My bologna has a first name. It's OSCAR.
That's exactly
My
what
bologna
he's
has a
talking
second
about.
name.
That's what
It's
it said,
MAYER.
yeah.
I love to eat it
Says
every
you got
day.
to try it. Says you got to try
And if you
it.
ask me why, I'll say because Oscar Mayer has a way with BOLOG. You guys know that one?
Yeah, I know what you're talking
A
about.
little Fisher
See, I
Club
started
guy.
seeing the Oscar Mayer Wiener song the other day, and Walter put a weird look on his face.
There's a Wiener Mobile.
Oh, I wish I was an Oscar Mayer.
That's old school, buddy.
Wiener.
Old school. All right. We got about 4 minutes. We've got Tony V. Yaxel playing video games and talking. He likes to talk.
That's
Yaxel.
what people do on these streaming
And then they
sites these
stream.
days.
It's like Blake Snell does that, right? Remember that?
Yeah, It's your boy B. Snell.
What game is he
tearing up this
playing
beat.
here? It's a basketball game. What's he playing?
I think he's playing 2K, NBA 2K.
Okay, all right, all right.
Which one are we going with? We got two cuts here.
What do you got? You tell me.
Well, let's start with cut F. He's talking about the first time
all right.
watching Steph work out.
Okay.
You seen Steph work out yet? Bro, yes, I was watching that today. I was like, this dude really don't miss at all. Like, that's damn near making me mad. Like I'm mad as hell, low key. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is Steph Curry real? Hell no, man. I just saw him work out today, bro. You did? Yeah, I was glazing the whole time. I ain't gonna lie. That's but it just looked crazy, huh? I was watching. I'm like, holy, like this is not missing a shot. Like that's crazy as. Like me, it's like you got to be boring. Like just shooting and knowing you're gonna make it every time. Like like that's crazy, bro.
What?
No, like at some point, it's like you because when you miss, it like adds flavor to everything and gets you mad a little bit, Just not missing, It's like now what, I'm gonna go talk to him. I'm finna like, yo, bro, like how do I shoot like you? You know what I'm saying?
He work at it.
I'm well done, but I need the little small details, small tips and tricks to get that J up.
That is really quality audio. First of all, nice and crisp and clean, and there's about 7 million things in there you can use in the win package next year. If they win any games, per Warriors fans, you know what I mean? But yeah, there's a lot of gold in there, man. If you miss, it gets boring. You got to miss every now and then to get some flavor, to get mad.
How are you making all those shots, Steph?
How about the guy in the back goes, "'Cause he works at it."
Yeah, I mean, he answered his own question. Steph can shoot like that because even at age, what is he, 38 now? He's still putting in that work and still putting up shots every day.
I was low-key glazing the whole time. Whatever.
Yeah, that's what the kids do.
That's good, dude. Then he followed up. They asked where he ranks Curry. And here was his answer, cut M, Yaxel.
Where do you rank Steph all time? Top 3. After Steph get this ring this year, he finna be number 1. Don't worry.
Oh, look at that.
After Steph
Has he
gets
not
that
been
ring
reading
this
social
year.
media? Has he not been reading social media?
Yeah, maybe he's still on the high of the Summer League championship over the summer.
After he gets this ring this year, he's going to be number 1. Oh, man. Real quick, how long is that Baseball America cut? I'm looking at the clock, and I'm looking at Tony V. No.
I think it's like 40 seconds. We can get into
Play
it.
it. Baseball America,
Squeeze it
J.J.
in.
Cooper. It will lead into Tony. Baseball America did their post-trade deadline re-ranking of the farm systems. We mentioned this at the end of the show yesterday. The Giants are 4th. And guess what? This guy, J.J. Cooper from Baseball America, says even more could be coming.
The big picture with the Giants is there's probably no organization that is more loaded at the lower levels of the farm system. And I mean that the complex leagues, Class A, right? That's where they have prospects beyond that, but that's where the vast majority of their prospects and their most elite prospects kind of reside right now. And that's kind of could be a really good news thing. It does kind of limit you where you are right now, right? Like if you look at the top of our top 100, the top 25 prospects generally without fail are prospects with elite tools who have also performed at AA or beyond. There are exceptions, but that's the general rule. And I would say a year from now, you could see the Giants as the number 1 farm system in baseball.
Woo! Buster Posey.
I mean, that farm system continues to get better and better every single week, every single month, from the offseason international signings to the draft to the haul of prospects that they just got at the trade deadline. Yeah, we've gone from them being outside the top 10 to a top 10 farm system to a top 5 after the trade deadline.
So the only question for the kids who are just growing up right now in middle school, elementary school, are you going to wear a Johnny Level jersey? Are you going to wear a Joshua jersey? Are you going to wear a Jackson Flora jersey? You're going to wear a Carson Bolamon jersey? What are you going to wear? That'll be fun. Fun to dream. Tony Vitello next on The Sports Leader.
Is Steph Curry real? Hell no, man. I just saw him work out today, bro. Yeah, I was glazing the whole time. I ain't gonna lie.
KNBR, the sports leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
A Provident Credit Union, where sometimes the best saving strategy is the simplest one. This is simple. It's Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificate's totally worth a look. You just pick the time frame, 3 months, 6 months, or a year. Take some money, and right now just sit back and earn up to 3.60% annual percentage yield. So that's it. You set it up, you let it sit, and let your savings work for you. So whether you're planning for holiday spending or a much needed vacation or Simply building a stronger financial cushion, now is a great time to put your savings to work. So learn more at providencecu.org or stop by a local community branch. That rate is effective July 21, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Limited time offer. Start saving today.
Sports Leader presents the Giants Executive Show. Every week we go straight to the offices of 3rd and King and hear from the guys who are calling the shots for the orange and black. Now, here are Murph and Marcus with Giants manager Tony Vitello on the Sports Leader.
I love talking Giants baseball. The Giants Executive Show is the manager, Tony Vitello. Tony V, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Good morning, Tony. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How are you this fine Thursday morning?
Hey, Tony.
Morning. Thanks. Doing all right. Enjoying off day. Look ahead to the Rocky series.
Yeah. As you can continue to learn the Bay Area a little bit and you have an off day, maybe sneak down, catch some 49er football in Santa Clara tonight?
Not in the middle of our season, but I have scoped out the schedule many a days. When we're done, I'd like to see them a few times.
Yeah, so we'll look for some Tony V sightings down there on the sideline. So yeah,
and tonight they're taking on the Tennessee Titans. Yeah. Tony, obviously with your connection to Tennessee, do you have any Titans fandom at all, or who is your NFL team?
No, I grew up in St. Louis, and a lot of people don't know the Cardinals were there. They left when I was about 6, so we didn't really have a team, and my dad was from Chicago. So we went to Soldier Field a lot, and I was a big Walter Payton guy. So I was a huge Bears fan, then it kind of went away, and then, recently some connections with their coach and some other stuff, and they kind of got a fun group, so I guess I'm back on board a little bit with those guys.
You got a pretty good quarterback, so we'll check that out, and a fiery coach in Ben Johnson. Yeah, so, okay, well, listen, obviously, let's start small, then we'll go big. Yesterday's game must be frustrating for you as a manager because you get this great start from Adrian Hauser. Sam Hentges gets the balls he needs, and unfortunately, the defense breaks down. Let's start with Willie Adames. He gets a ground ball to short, and all of a sudden, he can't make the throw to second, has to kind of lob it there, and now we're all wondering, wow, can he play baseball with that back? What's the situation?
Yeah, he's getting treatment this morning, just a tick later this morning, kind of assess where it's at today, but, something that's kind of been, back and forth, lingering, what the right terminology is. It's kind of something that's tough. He's close to the vest with anything that ever is bothering him. He wants to be, the Cal Ripken type out on the field, but clearly it locked up there. When we made the pitching change, A-Ray went out on behalf of the medical staff and visited with him. He was determined to stay in the game. So the plan was to give him that leadoff at bat. And, at the time, it's a tie game. We were kind of hoping he'd get on base and we could take him out for McRae. But the way he was moving around there, it didn't make sense to risk anything else for him personally. So we made the decision to take him out of the game. And I think it's more than likely today, Friday, at a minimum, that he kind of just needs to get treatment and hopefully get back to neutral.
Tony, you mentioned it. This is a back injury that Willie Adames has been dealing with for the majority of the season. So prior to yesterday's game, were there any conversations about potentially sitting him down for an extended period of time so that he could get back to full health?
No, not really. We did have that period take place. Said he felt good when he came back. He does do some extra exercises in the training room. A lot of the guys like to use, it was pointed out yesterday in the post-game presser, a lot of guys, Ramos in particular, always used it, even though he wasn't having issues. This back warmer that kind of goes around their core, just in between at-bats. So he's utilized that, but, I don't think anything had really popped up to cause that. We did have a scheduled off day for him in Texas, and then one thing kind of led to another after the trade deadline, and he and Rafi ended up both playing on days that we were looking to win the series. They wanted to win the series, so didn't feel a need for that. Never came up.
Okay, so I'm just sort of doing the hypothetical now here. If indeed he does need an IL stint or extended rest, you could play Christian Koch there. We know that, and you got a couple other guys. But is that a logical place that Marcelo Meyer might be able to step in and fill in?
I think when he joins us, he can play anywhere. I'm only going off. I've seen highlights, maybe seen him play twice on TV, and then I'm going more off just ground balls that's taken place during our defensive work. I think throughout his time with the Giants, I think he can move from second, short, third pretty seamlessly. Maybe even more so than Koss and Schmidt. So he could potentially play there for sure.
With Casey Schmidt and Matt Chapman both having season-ending surgery, have there been any thoughts about putting Rafael Devers back over at third base?
No, not really. I mean, you've got, as far as the future goes, you've got an interesting situation because Parks Harbor is arguably the top prospect or one of the top prospects in particular with the bat. So he's another third baseman. And then, of course, you know, Marcelo has spent time there and has the arm strength to do it and has a lot of length. So I think all the conversations that have come up about that spot have been a little bit more about a Rubik's Cube of where's the best spot for everybody if everyone's healthy and everyone's hitting. So, and obviously if all that was taking place, it's a very good problem to have.
Speaking of Marcus's question about first base, that leads to Bryce Eldridge. And we were talking to Mike Krukow about this. And, you know, obviously everybody's thrilled with what they're seeing. But he did have a downturn of late. Now, it is baseball. Guys get cold. But was there an injury, a thumb injury, that accounted for his slowdown of late? And how's that going?
Yeah, you know, he had a little bit of a bruise on his hand. And, you know, it had kind of flared up. I mean, again, it's kind of one of those things that was present. But on a particular day, it flared up and definitely needed to take a 48-hour window just to let it calm down. But he feels good after that, and he's plenty tough. I don't think it helped him as it was coming on, but he actually swung the bat very well after the couple days that, you know, he came off the bench and had that big hit, and then the next couple days swung the bat pretty good. I think it's been a little bit more about just the repetitions are piling up. The scatter report's changing. You know, obviously your mind can go in a bunch of different places over the course of time. The more and more you're either on the mound or you're at the plate. But I think he's handled it very well and, you know, just missed the homer the other day. And some of his misses have been really good. Probably, if anything, he's striking out a little bit more and walking a little bit less. But, you know, you look at the scores and the way some of the games have gone, I think a lot of the guys, you know, are pressing out of the zone a little bit at times or maybe foul off a pitch they could hit because they're trying to produce, you know, on those days where it just doesn't, the floodgates just don't open for us at all.
Tony, we talked a lot about the development of Bryce Eldridge throughout spring training and with him starting the season in Sacramento in AAA. We're now 121 games into the season. He's played nearly 80 at the big league level. What are some of the signs of development that you've seen from Bryce Eldridge, both offensively and defensively?
I think being able to weather the storm of days that aren't great. You know, he's made comments about how he wants to be able to navigate, especially on days when he's DHing and you have that time in between at-bats. Just his process of navigating either success or lack of success in between at-bats, how he's managed his work. He's actually added things as the season's gone on that he does. I don't think he's done anything to overtax his body. But it's just interesting to see how, for a young kid, he's kind of organized his process daily, whether it's preparation before the game or things that go on in between. And then, you know, overall, just spring training on, the big theme is he's so much better at first base than he was last year. You know, I can only go off of what everybody says, but I've seen from the start of spring training to now, he's gotten so much better over there defensively.
Talking to Tony Vitello on the Giants Executive Show. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station. So many different guys to ask about, so many different things. One of them is your left fielder last night or yesterday afternoon, Victor Barracoto. Big high hopes for him. He can swing the bat, had an RBI knock yesterday, had a tough game the game before, and then dropped that fly ball in the sun, I guess learning to play left field in that park is going to be a thing for him. But is it fair to say, Tony, that in your talks with Buster Posey and Zach Manassian that you guys traded Elliot Ramos because you believe that Barracotto can be the everyday left fielder going forward and even into 2027?
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a direct correlation there between those two things. I think they're fairly separate. Barracotto is fun to talk about because of tore it up in winter ball, took the time to go play. I think it shows that guys love to compete and they're serious about their career when they do that. Was our best hitter in spring training. He just flat out was. I mean, Chapman was pretty good too, but Barracotto's numbers were better than everybody's. Was technically leading our team in OPS this year. So I think there's a lot to get excited about with what he can do with the bat. Left field was a little bit of a deal. We were figuring out what do we do defensive replacement wise? How do, right field, left field, which one's he better? And then, before he got hurt, he really started to play a nice left field, made a couple big time throws, a couple really good plays, and, just had the thing pop up yesterday that's unfortunate. But I think he's in a little bit of a separate category. I think the overall big category is just a group of prospects in general. Jung-Hoo Lee, you can still categorize as young, but he is kind of the vet of the group. But Cox, Gilbert, Turner Hill, Grant McCray, I think there's a lot that those guys want to, and of course the coaches too, want to figure out what do we really got, who can do what, who belongs where, and Barracotto's probably at the top of the list, but there's some other names that come up just as often.
Tony, follow-up question on Drew Gilbert out in center field. Seems like he's been playing some better baseball lately. We had Mike Krukow on our show earlier this week, and he talked about how impressed he's been this year, seeing the change in approach from Drew Gilbert at the plate. Can you talk to us a little bit about that approach and the adjustments that he's made to big league pitching?
Yeah, he's consistently making, I would say minor adjustments. I mean, he works like crazy. And, I think earlier in the season, my concern was making things too complicated or changing too often. But I think the way he and Hunter Mintz have hooked up has kind of proven that theory wrong. And like I said, it's just been little adjustments here and there all the time. And it seems to be a cleaner swing. And then, too, he's one of our guys that's really putting together great at-bats where he's not afraid to look for a pitch. He's not afraid to take a pitch. And even though the average hasn't been on the steep rise, if you're just, if you're talking about Krukow's observations, I mean, no one knows the game better than he does. And he's probably taken those at-bats for what they are, just competitive at-bats. And again, you don't always get the outcome or the average showing that they're better, but I think the quality of the at-bat is day in and day out really, really good. And I think as he continues to go the path he's going, I think things could get even better.
Is it a non-starter against lefties, though? He just can't hit lefties? What's your guys' view of that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm never a big fan of the word can't in general. I think one position, I feel like I can talk about him differently, and I definitely talk to him differently with our prior relationship, is he kind of puts us in a position where we just don't look smart if that's what we're doing, or we're open to criticism. And trust me, we're trying like hell to win games, so that stuff's got to go on the back burner. But if you are trying to explain to your starting pitcher, for instance, like, hey, this is our best lineup for you today, he hadn't put us in a really good position because those numbers were kind of gaudy in the wrong direction. But a really impressive, base hit in Colorado for an RBI, and then recently one with 2 strikes off Latz, who barely gets hit by anybody. So it's in there. He's just got to get the right approach. If you watch, he actually does more with his swing and his body movements against lefties than he does against righties, and it actually should be the opposite. I mean, the guy on your arm side, there's actually, less work to do for the most part. So I just think if he gets some repetitions and maturity, it'll get better, and some confidence is the big thing. I think it became a thing in his head early in the year. But with some other guys in the lineup, I think it'll be easier. and a good excuse to mix in other guys. So for now, it'll be pretty sporadic as far as him on lefties.
And one more on Drew, because you know him so well. You know, he made national news with the celebration after wins when he would do the gesture with his hips, you know, and there was a lot of opinions. I was like, well, I'll let the kids have fun. But he's stopped doing that. And I'm wondering if there's a correlation between maybe a maturity. Is this something you guys talked about behind the scenes? I mean, it's always good to have fun. But some people say it's a bad look when you're losing. He stopped doing that. He's playing better. Is there a maturity that's sort of all linked to that?
I don't think so. I mean, I think you got a deal where we're struggling to win games. We're struggling to produce day in and day out, especially on the offensive side early in the year. And we're also struggling to find our personality. I do feel like it sure would be nice to be talking about a series win and have a little bit better proof to back this up or a little bit, you know, stronger argument. But I do think the personality has started to form as of late, you know, to be honest with you, since we were in Texas. But I think that was a, you know, drastic attempt to try and inject some personality into things. And then, you know, you look at skits and things that get thrown out that are related to that deal, and it kind of fed the fire a little bit. So I think, like several things this year, by nature of our club, some of the personalities, a new coach, I think some things have been pulled and blown up that really there's nothing there. And if you're winning games, there's definitely nothing there.
Tony Vitello is the voice you hear this morning on the Giants Executive Show, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, for you, for community, for 75 years. And Tony, moving on from one Tennessee Volunteer to another, tell us about the big skittle, Blade Tidwell. It's been a hell of a season for him, starting out the year in the bullpen, now getting back into the starting rotation, which I'm sure means a lot to you and Frank Anderson, seeing him back on the bump. So just tell us about what you've seen in his return to the starting rotation, and is that a spot you see him kind of fitting into, or at least fighting for a spot next season?
Yeah, again, I think we get into those. We had a real lengthy personnel meeting, and you get into those, and I guess nature of the beast, Frank and I are always most critical of those two guys, and I think we got high hopes for Blade, but also high standards for him, and I think it's hard to say the last two times out he hasn't met any standard. I know the first inning in Texas wasn't ideal. I think he learned his lesson. Maybe got a little too cute with Jock Peterson leading off the game. But since then has shown equal ability to pitch to right and left. Seems to just kind of get stronger, really, as he goes through the lineup 2 or 3 times. That's a much talked about and maybe sometimes overhyped thing with analytics these days. But the biggest thing for me is the relief appearances were the bulldog, kind of like Carson Seymour looked the other day. Here's my stuff, deal with it, just winging it at the plate. And he's got the stuff to do that. But his stuff has kind of been maintained, and he's able to kind of pitch like a starter would have to, with a really good mix, different sequences the second, third time through. So a really fun balance to watch of, again, that pitchability, but also kind of that bulldog mentality in winging some pretty good stuff at the plate for an extended amount of time.
Tony, I want to circle back on your comment about the personality in Texas. So that was the trade deadline. So do you think it took the trade deadline for you guys to begin to form who you are?
No, I think, prior to that, too, I think there was already some youth injected into the locker room. And I think those guys started to realize their importance of, the leaders got to prop you up and they got to lead you, but also you got to maybe pull it out of the older guys to, play the game with a little bit of energy the way that you can. And more than anything, realize there's certain days where there's more of you guys than there are the older guys. So if you guys don't, come to play and don't feel confident on the field like you are a 10-year big leaguer, then it's not going to go very well. But I do think the trade deadline caused so much chaos that it was kind of a rallying point for the group of, okay, all this stressful stuff is done. We now know where we stand. We got to push forward here in some sort of direction. And again, with I think 3 days in a row maybe or something similar, a new guy each day making his major league debut, it kind of started to become a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more energetic from the top down. Rafi, Willie, everybody, just a little bit more of that flavor, and you can sense a little bit of that more consistently day in and day out since then.
Tony, obviously, one-loss record is all you're judged on, right? Bill Parcells, your record is where you said it's not the dream season for you, 50-71. But I'm wondering, how are you processing? How are you different on August 13th than you were on when the Yankees came here on, what was it, March 25th? How are you different as a manager and a person?
I think different perspective for sure. Look back and have a much better understanding for those are just 3 games, but also the same in that those are 3 games and every game's important. Off days are great, but I can tell you this, the food on the off days tastes a hell of a lot better the day after a win or the day after a series win than they do different. So maybe a little bit of the same, but definitely different perspective and a little bit better balance. But I would just say whether it's notes that are in a computer now or in head or come up in conversations like Buster and Zach and I had yesterday about some just different plays and would you do it the same? Would you do it different? Just a lot of lessons learned. Don't want to sacrifice wins for lessons learned, but either way, been preaching my whole life to young guys, a loss is a lesson. It's not a failure. So unfortunately, we've had way too many losses, but that has allowed for plenty of lessons to pile up, I think, for everybody. So trying to utilize those as best as possible. And then, I don't know, like I said, I think, not just since Texas, and it wasn't about, obviously you're having fun every day at the park or rises around, and he's bringing a smile to everybody's face. But since it's been a deal where we've been able to move past that date, it truly has been fun to come to the park every day, and there has been kind of a energetic vibe injected into everything that's going on pre-game and things like that. And part of it is just there's several guys that are trying to prove themselves.
Can you already say, assuming we're all back here in our jobs in 2027, you, me, Marcus, and you, we're all together. Can you already say, man, I am going to be a different and better manager in 27 because of this experience?
Different. I think, just because you can't get complacent or assume that, it'll flip because now I know this, or it'll flip because this guy will be healthy, or this guy will be in this spot, or we added this guy. I think it's kind of already started, but it's going to be time to get to work as soon as the season is over. And then it's going to be really challenging to navigate the waters that are in front of us, just to find a way to make sure we're better prepared in spring training this go around. And then spring training needs to have some different things go on, and then the next task, and then the next task, and the next task. But there's no doubt it has to get better, and there's certainly a lot of things there that I think are in position that can make it go better.
It's an awesome job. It's a historic job. There's a lot that comes with it. And, and obviously there's a lot of negative that comes with it too. So what would August 13th Tony V tell Tony V from January? Like, man, this was harder than you thought, or man, this was more awesome than I thought. What would you say to yourself 8 months ago?
Yeah, I knew it would be challenging. I don't know that I knew it would be this sounds bad to say, but the fun moments are pretty dang fun. That how clean that game was, and the way some young guys played, and we asked pitchers to pitch in different situations. Our game that we won against the Astros it's a pretty tough feeling to replicate. Unfortunately, we haven't had it as many times as we want, but I think a little bit of both. Challenging even more so than you thought, even more fun than you thought. But there's work to be done. I don't want to make a big deal of it, and it's not something when the game starts, you got a job to do. But prior to and after games, I've dealt with this before in my life. Like, this is a big deal. This isn't just a game. It's a lot more than that. It's a culture, and it's a community, and it's people like Buster and Mike Krukow, and I could go on and on down the list. And then, you know, pretty bitter feeling the other day. Personally, I feel a sense of responsibility when you got Belt and Panic and all those guys. I meet Shawan Dunston, one of my childhood heroes, for the first time, and we had the type of game that we did. It ain't fun. So there's a great deal of responsibility. Heavy lies the crown type of thing. But, you know, when the game starts right now, we're having fun and we're working hard. We just need to execute better. And that's a whole group working together. We got to execute better.
It's a work in progress. We watch you guys go through it tomorrow night against the Rockies. And, well, down the road, we'll ask you about Mike Krukow, maybe before we get you before the end of the season. So, because you're talking about this culture and community, and you're seeing the reaction to him. You know what he means to the culture and community. So I know you've only been here a little bit, but you must be overwhelmed by the reaction.
Not a surprise. Know his son well, and have known who he is as a pitcher and a personality, and how good he is at his job for quite some time. So not a surprise at all. Looking forward to hooking back up with Jarek when he gets in town and spending more time with Mike. He's got great info for me every time I talk to him.
Tony, we took you for a long ride here this morning. We appreciate the time and the conversation. Have a great off day, and we'll talk to you down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
Tony Vitello on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tony Vitello caps off a great guest list on the Murph and Marcus Show this morning. We had Matt Mayoka earlier today and Todd Husak talking about the 49ers' first preseason game of the season against the Tennessee Titans. So what else could you want? How about 2 tickets to go see the Black Crows? That's right, it's another ticket giveaway right here on the Murph and Marcus Show. Stay locked in all morning long to be caller number 10 and for your chance to win.
Marin Health is world-class healthcare right over there in Marin County with world-class beauty, right? We know that. We know Mount Tam, Stinson. We know all that. What about Marin Health? World-class healthcare. It's not just the closest medical care. It's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app.
No, I think, prior to that, too, I think there was already some youth injected into the locker room. And I think those guys started to realize their importance of, the leaders got to prop you up and they got to lead you, but also you got to maybe pull it out of the older guys to, play the game with a little bit of energy the way that you can. And more than anything, realize there's certain days where there's more of you guys than there are the older guys. So if you guys don't, come to play and don't feel confident on the field like you are a 10-year big leaguer, then it's not going to go very well. But I do think the trade deadline caused so much chaos that it was kind of a rallying point for the group of, okay, all this stressful stuff is done. We now know where we stand. We got to push forward here in some sort of direction. And again, with, I think 3 days in a row maybe or something similar, a new guy each day making his major league debut, it kind of started to become a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more energetic from the top down. Rafi, Willie, everybody, just a little bit more of that flavor, and you can sense a little bit of that more consistently day in and day out since then.
There it is, Tony V talking about the state of the Giants here on August 13th as they sort of have gone through this season from hell, man. The season from hell. They're 50-71. It's not what he wanted. It's not what he anticipated. There's equal times you hear him, that, youthful kind of optimistic guy, and equal times you hear a beaten down guy who's 50-71. Hell, I'd be beaten down if I was 50-71, right? But, I feel like it's almost like if indeed Tony V comes back next year, which I think he will, we're all getting indications from people around the building that they're not going to make a move. But I don't know. To be written. But I get the feeling like we might look back on this 26 season, if he ever finds his footing and the Giants are, contenders year in, year out like they should be. And they don't even have to be that great to be contenders. All you got to do is win 84, right? 85, something like that. If they can get back to that year in, year out contention, we might look back on the 26 season as just like, man, that was the season where when they hired the guy who was so new at his job, he had to find his way in a dark room, just figure out where the furniture was. And like, man, I said this to him, like, I already can feel like next spring he'll be a different, more experienced guy. And it won't start with that weird press conference too, where I wouldn't be here if it was reported differently or something, whatever he said. So anyway, I don't know. He sounds like a guy very much still in transition, still finding his way, and maybe relieved a little bit that the youth is coming in. Because I think even though he won't say it, I think he's probably more comfortable managing the young kids.
Yeah, I would assume the same thing, of course, because of his track record at college. But I think you make a great point about him showing up in 2027, as most of us expect him to do, despite the Giants' record this season. He's going to come back with a whole lot of experience. He also won't have to deal with these storylines from the offseason of leaving Tennessee and those stories being leaked and that awkward interaction to start the season. He can move past that. But also, he will know what it's like to manage a full Major League season. We're 121 games into the season. Most college seasons are around 60 games a year. He's coached double the amount of games this year at the big league level, and he's easily lost double the amount of games. So this is a long process. It should be a learning process. And really, that's all you want to see from Tony Vitello and some of these young guys playing out the strings of the season. You want to see them be competitive, which I will give them credit. They have been competing on a nightly basis. Now, they haven't figured out ways to win games at the back end, of course, with some of those issues we saw yesterday. But this is definitely a learning experience for Tony Vitello, for Buster Posey, for the entire Giants organization after making that decision this offseason.
Yeah, we talked about, Drew Gilbert might be like a microcosm of sort of Tony V's season, because he comes up and, he's not performing that well, and then he does the humping thing, and, they're like, why are you humping when you're down, when you're 10 games under, 12 games under, 14 games under? And he, and now he's stopped humping. That's what I'm going to say, because Walt keeps laughing.
Yeah, it's funny.
He stopped humping, and he's playing better, And so maybe there's like a little bit like for Tony V, like he's just, the more he goes through, he's now been through a March, he's been through an April, he's been through a June, he's been through a July. He's going through the dog days of August, and the way Drew Gilbert is, maybe this kind of everybody stopped humping.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
You're saying the Giants got neutered this season. It feels like it. Something happened, but to your point, like we've talked about this throughout the season, like Tony Vitello has some funny comments and is more energetic after a win. He even said the food on an off day tastes better the next day after a win versus a loss. So maybe we've seen a kind of tempered Tony Vitello, and it seems like they've kind of turned down the temperature on Drew Gilbert a little bit. And maybe that is leading to more success, or maybe they just read the room. Maybe we shouldn't be humping each other in the outfield when we're 20 games below 500.
Yeah, I can't believe I actually was like, I'm okay with it. Let's try to do it. But no, it was not. History frowns on that.
Yeah,
for
if
sure.
you're 20 games above 500, hump away, boys. But when you're this bad, no humping in the outfield.
We're going to get the verb hump in as many times. The Humpty Dance, baby.
It's your chance to do the dance.
When you win, you want to get busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? So,
you ain't wrong.
All right, we'll end the segment on that there.
I'm crazy.
All right. One last segment. We've been doing Niners all morning. Do you want to go back to Dunleavy and Lacob?
Do I really? I could, or I can go for a little 49er talk. Either way, either way's fine.
You know what? When we come back, we'll surprise you with our answer.
We'll have a topic.
On The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app.
I think just going up against a different scheme, obviously like practice against Saleh and his scheme all last year and whatnot, but it was nice to switch it up, go against those guys and their ones, and feeling the physicality, the violence from just another team, and then also being able to move the ball on them kind of thing and get some good reps with Debo, dribbling and stuff like that. I think for me was huge. D-Rob had a great day. having the offensive line feel the run game and just the urgency with that. They did a great job. So I think that was good. Some stuff to work on is I guess for me, just feeling like how I have at practice the last couple of days. Like when I went up against a new defense for the first time this year, it's like still being aggressive and being quick in my reads and stuff. And so that's something that I'll watch the film and see where I was at today. But those are just my initial thoughts.
It's kind of a great cut from Brock Purdy just evaluating the joint practice on Tuesday. It's kind of funny. Everything you say, you're like, oh, yeah, man, that's great. He got to work with Debo and he got to work with Demarcus Robinson and the O-line. I was like, everything you're not going to see tonight.
Nada. None of it.
I mean, it really is funny how these things evolve, man. You know, I told you guys yesterday, I come back from an era when they used to play 6 preseason games, you know, and I gave you that stat earlier from Yahoo Sports that in as recently as the year 2000, when you were alive and online, quarterback QB1s played 39% of the preseason snaps, and now, as of last year, they played 9% of the preseason snaps. So we've evolved to a point now where that joint practice is everything. That was it. That was important for him to go against the Tennessee Titans ones, and important for Fred Warner and the defense to go against Cam Ward and Carnell Tate and Tony Pollard and the Titans ones. And tonight we're going to get basically none of that.
Yeah, but different strategy with Robert Saleh and the Titans playing their ones tonight. Now, obviously a completely different situation. Robert Saleh, year 1 head coach, taking over the Titans. They're a team that do not have any Super Bowl expectations. Hell, not even real playoff expectations. So that's a different approach, but it is interesting since Saleh comes from that Shanahan building, that Shanahan system, from that coaching tree, that he's taken a completely different approach tonight.
Yeah, well, again, as you mentioned there, different situations, right? He's got to try to establish the culture and try to establish what's going on here. So there's something to be gained. Now, you know, I mean, listen, there's things to watch tonight. Will Stribling get out there tonight? You know, will how's the O-line? I don't know what they're going to do with the O-line. They're going to play the O-line one. Romello Height, another rookie. Is Jaden Duggar, the fever backer, going to be in this fever backer thing? That's a guy they think could either be a 5th DB, a ball hawking safe, like a strong safety 5th DB, or an edge pass rusher. Right? You can roam to that much extreme. Yeah. Almost like a rover in old beer league softball.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The jack of all trades, someone that has the skill set to drop back in coverage a little bit at linebacker or even in the slot, or as they're calling it now, the star position, maybe as that nickelback, or being able to put your hand down and rush the passer. So I think we're going to see a mix of that tonight from Romello Height. I think you're going to see it from Nick Martin, second-year linebacker that had a lot of expectations last year. And then Jaden Duggar, who's getting a lot of attention this year as maybe that lead candidate for that fever back position with that 7-foot wingspan he has.
Corners are something to watch tonight. You know, we don't think Deommodore Lenoir, Renardo Green, and Upton Stout will play much at all. But the other guys, Jack Jones, Nate Hobbs, and the rookie, Ephesians Prysock, going against the ones. So that'll be something, too. So that's something to watch tonight. Kyle Shanahan will be coaching tonight. And that's a guy who, you know, a month ago, tomorrow, got into this accident that we didn't find about until July 25th. And then we find out that he might be, who knows how his concussion's going to go. That was unpredictable, and it's not gone for Micah very well.
Yes, it has.
And he's apparently has not missed anything. He said there was one thing in there that says he stopped doing the nonsense stuff, which included talking to the media. I'm like, wait, what? Come on, man.
Yeah, but we did see him speak to the media for the first time this past Saturday, so it seems like he's getting back on track and back into that regular routine.
He says he doesn't break down the huddles in the locker, but he's watching all the film, et cetera. I don't know. It could be a different Kyle this year. I jock-blogged about that last week. Who knows? The accident could change him a little bit. You know, I don't know if it brings out a different dimension of him. I don't know if it's calmer. I don't know if he's, just something more appreciative of the moment.
Maybe a different perspective.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe the team bonds in a different way. So, by the way, 6 o'clock kick tonight at Levi's Stadium. 49ers taking on the Tennessee Titans. By the way, the 49ers, the number 8 valued NFL franchise. That surprised me.
Hey.
Forbes just came out with those annual rankings, and I always thought the 49ers were top 2, 3, 4, 5, but they were ranked 8th. What's up with that? Is that because Levi's isn't that cool?
Is it because of Levi's and it being one of the outdated new stadiums?
Maybe. So here's the ones that are ahead of them. I mean, what does this mean, really? I don't know. It's just kind of a measuring contest, right?
Yeah.
Cowboys number 1, for whatever freaking reason, right?
Jerry's World.
The Rams, number 2.
Yeah, L.A. That
SoFi,
market makes sense.
And that stadium.
And a brand new, gorgeous stadium.
The New York Giants, number 3.
It's that New York market.
Yeah, I know, but still.
Even though they're not
Here's the
New
one
York.
that surprised me. New England Patriots, number 4.
Huh.
What are they doing?
That is a bit shocking.
Yeah. Who cares about the Patriots?
I'd say they've done a better job at like building that Patriot Village around Gillette Stadium. Like I went up there a couple years ago for the Army-Navy game, and they got bars and shops. They basically turned it into like a Patriot town.
Okay.
Something at Levi Stadium is definitely missing.
Okay, then maybe that's that. The New York Jets, dude, are more valued than the Niners.
Yeah, that's just the market.
I mean, but that's crazy. There's got to be a market correction where, we even though we know you're the Jets, we're not going to value you at all. They're still the Eagles. The Eagles, man, that stadium's not that special.
Philly.
And then this one, Miami.
Miami?
Yeah. What's up with that?
What the hell's the value in Miami?
I don't know. They don't have a good stadium.
It's
they don't
hot,
have a good
it's
franchise.
humid, they suck.
I don't think their ticket sales are huge.
No.
I don't think their
Miami?
TV. Yeah, I don't know. Forbes, you blew it.
Huh.
So anyway, 49ers then come out.
A bit surprising that the Niners are not top 5, being right in the middle of Silicon Valley.
You know the rankings are screwed because we're 9th.
Yeah, no love for Vegas. So the Raiders are only one spot behind.
Only one spot
the
behind the
49ers.
Niners. But you guys have one of those new stadiums.
Yeah, and guess who's going to be on that field tonight, 5 p.m.? My guy Fernando.
Is it 5?
Yeah, 5 p.m. Raiders will get the early start right ahead of the 49ers tonight.
On the way in, I was listening to the ESPN guys talking about that, and Orlovsky saying, what is he going to look for? I need to see Fernando get clean in and out of the huddles. Clean, and he's got to be under center.
Yes,
after playing shotgun his whole life.
That's what I want to see because he essentially only played in the shotgun system at Indiana. We know Kubiak now taking over. Clint Kubiak, that is, not Clay Kubiak. Clint ran a lot of the Seattle Seahawks offense last year from under center. So that's probably the biggest learning curve for Fernando this year, and it sounds like he's going to get a lot of action tonight.
By the way, 707 saying you guys are wondering why the Niners are only 8th when you thought they would have top 5. Substation.
Of course.
That's pretty good.
Of course.
That's pretty good.
It's
there.
that damn substation.
All right, guys.
It's always a substation.
Okay, so hey, listen, 2 other things, some business here. The Quakes were nice to us. Well, I guess they thought we've been nice to them, and they their all-star Daniel Mooney. God dang it.
Shout out my guy Daniel Muni.
I apologize to Daniel.
Like Mewtwo, the Pokemon character that I know for sure you don't know.
Like riding the Muni. He made it to the All-Star game in Charlotte, and they sent us a jersey. It's a little small. Who can fit that? Maybe Jordan.
I was going to say, yeah, it's either Jordan or Young Tony. I don't know.
There you go. A thank you to KNBR. Thank you. Well, thank you. And here's the deal. They want to give back to the Bay Area. Saturday at PayPal against St. Louis is one of 4 games where you can go and get 2 free tickets. Go to sjearthquakes.com. They want to bring you back. First game on us. Isn't the dealership, doesn't the pusher always say that? First one's free?
Yeah. First one's on me.
First game on the Quakes. They have a new initiative to build off momentum from the World Cup. If you've never been to a Quakes game before, go to sjearthquakes.com and pick from one of 4 games, including this Saturday against St. Louis, and get 2 free tickets.
Hell yeah.
It's a pretty good deal, man.
Utah, give me 2.
Yeah. Maybe
Even if you're not a soccer fan, take advantage of this. Down at PayPal Stadium, it's one of the largest outdoor bars in the entire country.
What are they charging for beers down there?
Great question. It's probably
Speaking of
15,
which,
20.
You haven't heard back from the Giants.
Yeah, still waiting. Still waiting on our beer offer.
We're here. We haven't gone anywhere.
I'm still drinking.
Okay, guys, so here's the deal. Plus, we have those 2 tickets to see Black Crowes and Whiskey Myers. We'll do that on the other side. What did we learn? Dr. Boucher enters the chat, and then we slide out and get ready for 49er football at 6 o'clock, pregame at 3 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rock out with your sock out. Tarps off. Trow down, was it? Drop trow, hog out? I'm getting a little...
drop trow and hog out.
Working a little blue here.
Yeah.
2 tickets to see the Black Crowes. That's the rock and roll you're hearing right now. Black Crowes, good old rock show. A week from today, Thursday, August 20th at Shoreline Amphitheater with Whiskey Myers, man. Why not grab a brew and frickin' throw up the horns, man?
And a whiskey.
Let's get some rocker horns going. Call Curly. Invite him to the show. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNB. I want Curly to come back with one of those beaded, like, reggae things they wear in your hair, you know, those beads.
Oh, dude, just give me one single rat tail on the back of John Joe Curly's head.
Did Triple E have those?
I would say there's probably a trip or two to a concert where he might have got beaded up, but no, never on the show.
Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see the Black Crowes at Shoreline August 20th. We're doing it all week. That means we're doing it tomorrow. Prize is furnished by Live Nation. Find the official rules at thesportsleader.com. And those tickets are on sale now through livenation.com. I continue to watch our buddy Niall Shields Donegan, who a year ago was our darling at the U.S. Amateur at Olympic. We've been following the match all morning long. He's in the round of 32 at this year's U.S. Amateur. That's how good he is. He's right back in the mix, playing this dude named Jack Turner from Orlando, University of Florida kid. Unfortunately, Marcus, in the ups and downs of how it's gone, we're 3 down with 3 to play. So you're not officially dead yet, but you have to win 3 holes in a row to force extra holes.
Until you're 3 down with only 2 to go, it's golf.
You just couldn't have said it any better.
Great job, brother.
Now, if you really want to get into what did Marcus learn, I could give you what did Marcus learn today. So that means Jack Turner, the guy who's playing Niall, is dormy. Ready for this? Is dormy. That is such a deep pull in golf. If you're playing a match play and you are up by the number of holes that are left, you are dormy on your opponent. And I've only heard it explained like the French verb dormir, to sleep, like something like that.
Dormy?
Yeah, you're dormy.
I thought you were talking about like your roommate in your dorm.
I know. It's super. I'm just giving you, what did Waterboy, in fact, you could hit it right now.
Yeah.
And then you could do me later too. What did Waterboy learn today?
The ladies want to know.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
What did Waterboy learn today?
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
Yeah, so you want to be dormy.
Oh.
It means leading by the exact number of plays. I still don't know here. According to Golf Today, what's the history of it here? I still can't even get it. It's one of those very deep pulls here.
Yeah, that is confusing.
The USGA Museum explains the term as being a derivation of the French word dormir, meaning to sleep. The theory that since a player who is dormy can no longer lose the match, they can now relax or metaphorically go to sleep.
Interesting.
You're dormy.
See, if you would have said dormy to me, I would have said, yeah, all the dormies at Sonoma State were named after wineries.
Oh my God. The ones that you did the walk of shame.
Oh, yeah, waking up in a nice little Sauvignon Blanc.
Yeah. And you're like, where am I?
Yeah,
I'm in Sauv Blanc.
Yeah, what did I drink last night?
Who is she?
Yeah,
she's a new friend.
Yeah, what's going on? I slapped what bag?
You said, hey, you want to go get some breakfast?
I'm talking about a wine bag, Walter. Don't give me that look.
All right. Dr. Boucher, please enter the chat. Put on the white coat.
Step into my office. Let me grab my lab coat because it is time for today's Stanford Healthcare Health Report, sponsored by Stanford Healthcare. And Murph, tonight the 49ers are in action down at Levi Stadium. Don't expect to see any of the starters and don't expect to see Nick Bosa anytime soon because our own KNBR 49er inside Matt Mayoka reported that Nick Bosa is experiencing tendonitis in his surgically repaired knee. Coach Kyle Shanahan said the team is taking it cautiously with Nick Bosa right now. And that, my friends, is your Stanford Healthcare Health Report, sponsored by Stanford Healthcare.
We talked to Todd Husak earlier today about Nick Bosa, and he, I said, listen, you played on the 2000 Redskins. You've seen Bruce Smith at age 37 had 10 sacks, and I said, what do you think? But when you see, and he said he's concerned. He said he's concerned. He said because the one thing that Nick Bosa needs is an athletic explosiveness off the line, and if he's battling with tendonitis, he suggested, he goes, I don't know if we're going to get to the point where you have to play him less snaps. I don't know. Now listen, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yes, we are.
It's what you do in sports talk radio. You don't have to play till September 10, and who knows? The guy might come out like a house on fire.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But I agree. It's got to be concerning to myself, you, Todd Husak, any 49er fan out there, because this is the third time that he's had knee surgery throughout his career, dating back to Ohio State. So when we switch up the practice report, or should I say the injury report, from general soreness to tendonitis, yes, it raises everybody's eyebrows.
281 says, Dr. Marcus, can you check this rash for me?
Yeah, come by my office. I'll see you after the show.
559 said, the Giants have been dormy all season.
That's true.
That's pretty good.
I thought dormy was a good thing.
I don't know, bro. All right, we got a good one today for learning. I think it was me, right? Let's go here, yeah.
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
Well, I learned that Matt McConaughey is everything you think he is when it comes to beef. It's what for dinner. I mean, he has this enticing way of communicating. He's got that cadence, and
all right.
He did the beef ads back in the 00s. Beef, it's what's for dinner. But I know Marcus, if there's one thing he takes pride in, other than waking up in the Sauve Blanc dorm, is how to prepare a steak.
Yes, indeed.
How to prepare a steak. In fact, does this discussion mean that you're having some tonight, you think?
I am jonesing for a steak after today's conversation. I might have to swing by and celebrate the return of football with a nice ribeye.
I'm a C student, C+, B- student. I'll get you there. Mother's Day, Candace's birthday. But she likes to cook, though, so I got to get out of the kitchen. Like, I married a gal. She's like, get out of here. This is what I do. It's my peace time to be away from you. And she's great at it. So there's really no need for me to stick my nose in there. But on her birthday and Mother's Day, I got to do something. So I always make a steak. Bistecca alla Fiorentina. Get the porterhouse, rub that rosemary and thyme and all that on there.
Look at you.
And I'm pretty good at it, but I don't have a honed system.
Chef Murph.
I now learned from Matthew McConaughey how to have a honed system.
Oil, butter,
cast iron,
cast iron. Get that baby height and sear that and flip some oil and butter on top of that thing, because I just learned this, that butter doesn't brown if you put it in early with the oil. And then obviously that old trick that everyone forgets, let that sit for as long as you cooked it.
Yeah.
Because it's got to settle.
Man, that was just part of it, by the way.
Yes.
See if you can find the part where he talks about the Green Smoker 455. Let me know what we find
AKA
that.
the green egg, Murph.
Which my neighbor Rick has.
Nice.
Well, Rick is great. Rick's from Louisiana, and he can cook, and he'll make you gumbo, but he like you, takes great pride. It's a primal thing, isn't it? It's like a caveman thing.
It's meat and fire.
Yeah.
It's very primal. And then you smoke the meat as well, and I'm sure your neighbor knows, if you're looking, you ain't cooking.
I love that.
It's as simple as that.
Because I have been guilty of looking and not cooking.
Yeah, you don't got to stare at that meat for too long. Pause.
Candace got me an internal meat thermometer for Father's Day.
Nice. Have you used it?
Was it my birthday? No, because I can't. I'm like, it's kind of ironic she gave it to me because I only get to cook twice a year.
Yeah, so that's the key. When Matt McConaughey is talking about letting it rest for as long as it cooked, that's why you pull it out maybe a couple degrees early on the internal temperature. My advice, not sure if everybody does this, when you rest a steak, I like to tent it up. I pull out the aluminum foil. That way it keeps it warm, keeps all those juices nice and moist, Murph.
Listen to this about McConaughey with the Green Smoker here. Check it out.
If I can get that green egg to sit there and hold at 455,
so tough.
Then I'm and close that thing and trust it. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so, man, I'm hungry now, man.
If you're looking, you ain't cooking.
All right, people checking in here. 408 says Dunleavy's been dormy all off season.
Poor Mike Dunleavy.
Man, that's a tough deal. And 707 says, hey, guys, don't forget the Field of Dreams game later on. We did mention it. It is, with the Niners not kicking off till 6, the Field of Dreams game's at 4:30. I will tune in. I'll tune in. I'm a sucker for that.
Hey, Barry, want to have a catch?
Well, incredibly, to promote it, I saw Netflix had a picture of Barry Bonds coming out of the cornfield. I was like, bro, that is comedy. Because, there's nothing more sappy than Field of Dreams. Like, it gets you into the most romantic part. And I've been in locker rooms where Barry Bonds has literally told everybody to go blank in your hat. Yeah. And I'm like, hey, Barry, want to have an interview? Yeah, no, the music is not swelling at that point in time.
Yeah,
dude.
go get lost in the cornfields, buddy.
But he's going to be there getting all romantic. Does Barry feel romantic about the game of baseball?
Do you still feel romantic about this Field of Dreams game?
I joke. Yeah, I do. I'm excited.
Even though they've done it before.
It's been 3 years because they redid it. Yeah, I'm a sucker for it.
All right.
I'll watch it. I want to see Luis Ariz come out of the cornfield. Phillies fans right now want to keep him in the cornfield because he's like 1 for 20.
With the way they're
Bury
booing
him in
him
the
out
cornfield,
Philly.
Yeah. But, we should be nice. We talked to Barry a year ago on the Willie Mays anniversary, and he was awesome.
Yeah, it was
He really
a great
was.
conversation in the
I
dugout.
think he might know more about baseball than any human being on earth.
There's a good chance.
Honestly, I think he does.
Yeah, Barry knows ball. That's not a
he
shocker
has
to
the
anybody.
ability to be the best analyst ever in baseball history, and he just kind of he only when he wants, but hopefully tonight he'll be good.
And he's been wanting to do it more lately.
Yeah,
That's good.
coming out of the corn, Barry.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
coming out of the cornfields.
49er football, 6 o'clock tonight. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Johnny Lund is next. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Is Steph Curry real? Hell no, man. I just saw him work out today, bro. You did? Yeah, I was glazing the whole time. I ain't gonna lie.
So I go 1 5/8 inch, which means it's a big, thick piece of meat.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
Beautiful.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fair and Biased
Everybody have their opinion. Maybe I'm biased because I'm here every day.
with your host, John Lund.
A couple times a week, I'll put on one of those charcoal masks. It doesn't seem to help me very much.
On your proud home for Giants baseball and 49ers football, we are the sports leader.
Woo! Yeah! How much time, Walter? Hello, Walter.
Hello, John.
This is insane, man. This is always how we start the show when I'm in the studio. Thank you so much for joining us. It is Fair and Biased Radio on this Thursday. We could not be happier that you're here with us. I'm just stalling so I could get my stuff. Just for, everybody knows this story, but I'm still going to tell it. So Murph gets out of the way. And this has been the way even before I was fired, like that that we did this. And so Murph gets out of the way, and then I come in here, and then when I leave, obviously Copes comes in here, and it's just this crazy deal. But yeah, we're all good. We're all good. Everything's good today. Thank you for joining us. It is a Thursday. I'm gonna riff a little bit, and then we've got 3 things that you absolutely, positively have to stinking know right now. Get this paper together. People on YouTube are like, "My God, is this guy unorganized?" No, I'm really organized, and I'll get organized probably by the second segment. The first segment's kind of the dumpster fire because I'm trying to get in here. But welcome. If you are new to me, that's fine. I was gone for about 20 months, and we call this show now Fair and Biased Radio, FAB for short. We appreciate you hanging out. We will give you 4 hours of unparalleled entertainment. As soon as I get settled in here, which I absolutely positively am right now. So we are settled in, we are good to go, and we appreciate you hanging out with us. The 3 things you absolutely positively have to know we'll get to in a minute. And one of the things is you're going to get a bonus if you didn't hear the Tony Vitella interview. We're going to play some of that for you in this opener. We'll get to a little bit of stuff on the 49ers. Did you know that it is preseason game number 1? And then we'll get into Joe Lacob and the TK show. And I want to give plenty of props to Tim Kawakami because you may not like Tim. You may have been blocked by Tim. But he does a tremendous job with relationships and making those relationships. And Joe Lacob likes doing some media, but he consistently goes on with TK on the TK show and said some interesting things. So we'll get into those things. Those will be the 3 things that you absolutely positively have to know. So we will get into that momentarily. But let me do this first. I was out at the yard yesterday, and I don't know if fans can do this consistently. I know that we as a media, and maybe this is our fault as a media, we put so much emphasis on got to win, got to win, got to win, got to win, and I get that. I understand that. But we do that so much that where it used to just be what sports was, and I think we've just drilled down on this so much, and like I said, maybe it's our fault as a media, but we drill down on it so much, the importance of winning, and it is important. But yesterday, I had no agenda, went out to the yard, had a great time. Carson Wisenhunt was on the show, if you didn't hear it. He was absolutely great. Had John Shea, one of the most respected national and local sports writers that there are around, and I'm a big fan of John, so it was really, really cool that he could join the show yesterday. Had a couple of bloodies, which was I admit they have good bloodies. I could go on a tangent on bloodies. I heard the guys this morning talking about steaks. I am a Bloody Mary connoisseur. I love to make them. If you are new to the show and you missed, you're like, who's this guy who's been gone for 20 months? This Lund guy. I bartended my way through college. I bartended right after college. I was supposed to get a real job and didn't, and I worked on Hawaiian cruise lines. Just decided to stay. My parents are like, we just paid for your education. It would be really nice if you came back home and used it. I'm like, yeah, I will at some point. But it was just too fun. And so, I got pretty good at Bloody Marys, and I don't know if I call it a snob. By the way, the one thing, I'll give you one piece of advice, and let's move on to some sports, you and I, shall we? One piece of advice, you don't need to use high-end vodka in it because you can't even taste it. Now, don't use the rock gut stuff at the bottom, like the Pop-Off and the Wolf Schmidt and that kind of stuff, or the Black Label or whatever it's called, or it just says vodka. I'd like some vodka. Yeah, at least go with, a Tito's or something. They're not kicking me back on that, but whatever your brand is, so that you don't get a hangover. But, you can't even taste it. So there's that. But it just had a great time. I don't mean to get stuck on the Bloody Mary thing, but it was just a great time had by all. But my point is that then I went to the game. We hung out. Copes was there. We walked around a lot. It was a sunny day. And this is where I'll give, and I've always said this about San Francisco and Bay Area sports fans. They're very bright. And you can't get anything past them. And so you're at the game, and I appreciate everybody stopping me, and everyone's very nice and everything like that, whether they meant it or not. They said it's nice to have you back. I hadn't been to the park in a little bit, and so everything that is not nailed down as a bar, they've really done that. I remember a couple of years ago, they got a few extra bucks, and we were like, are they going to put it in, where are they going to put it? They're going to put it in the park. It's unbelievable. But point is that I don't know why, as a fandom, and if you have a theory, hit me up. The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is always open at 808 KMBR. I love to hear your sweet, clean voice at 808 KMBR. So however you want to do things, love to get an interactive show because it's me yip-yapping. And I use a lot of sound, and we get interactive, and we have tons of guests, but you don't want me just sitting here yapping the whole time. So feel free. Open all the time. But why is it that we can just enjoy other entertainment entities, go to a movie for 2.5 hours? It doesn't have to be a prequel, sequel, even though that's all Hollywood does nowadays, prequels, sequels, all those things. But you can just enjoy it and go home, and you don't have to get mad. Like, yeah, they didn't win yesterday, but I'm at the yard, and you're getting the view, and you're having the beers, and it was just a really good time. It was awesome yesterday. So thanks to everybody for coming out, I guess is my point of that. Thanks to everybody for coming out yesterday. We really had a great time. Kipe called the show, which is awesome. You used to see Kipe all the time in Blackhawk, stopping by at all the Starbucks. That made my day yesterday. Everybody coming up and having and shaking hands and kissing babies yesterday was a great time. But the yard is awesome, man. The yard is so awesome. So, and again, the Giants aren't paying me to say this. If you're debating whether to go to a game and you're upset on the season, and I understand all those things, but just, going to the yard is therapeutic. I just had it. It was so fun yesterday. All right, I just had to get that off my mind. That was a good time had by all. All right, let's do this. Let's get to the 3 things you absolutely, positively have to know right stinking now.
Let's get to the headlines. Fair and Biased gives you 3 things you need to know right now. Number 1.
All right, let's start with a little bit of Giants. And if you missed it, Tony Vitello was on with Murph and Marcus just a few minutes ago. And look, I'm asking you this question too. And like I said, I'd love to get interactive. I've talked to enough people, and yesterday was very illuminating to me of how the organization feels about Tony. I don't think he's going anywhere. There's also a piece in a reference today that's in The Athletic that talks about Buster. And while it goes over a lot of ground that's already been covered, and that's a lot of times what national stuff is all about. But Tony was on this morning, and he's learned a lot. Now, maybe you like him, maybe you don't. I asked John Shea yesterday if he has to sing for his supper, and what that means is that at the end of the year, when he sits down with Buster Posey, is this going to be another job interview, what you're going to do? You don't like to pay these managers, but I think doubling down on somebody who's not going to work is not the answer either. Murph was just saying a few minutes ago that he thinks he's going to be back. A lot of people that I talked to yesterday say he's going to be back. The organization really likes him. We'll play more of this a little bit later, but for the sake of three things you absolutely positively have to know, here's Tony Vitello this morning, the Giants manager, on how he is different now from then when he started the job.
I think different perspective for sure. Look back and have a much better understanding for those are just 3 games, but also the same in that those are 3 games and every game's important. Off days are great, but I can tell you this, the food on the off days tastes a hell of a lot better the day after a win or the day after a series win than they do different. So maybe a little bit of the same, but definitely different perspective and a little bit better balance. But I would just say whether it's notes that are in a computer now or in head or come up in conversations like Buster and Zach and I had yesterday about some just different plays and would you do it the same? Would you do it different? Just a lot of lessons learned. Don't want to sacrifice wins for lessons learned, but either way, been preaching my whole life to young guys, a loss is a lesson. It's not a failure. So unfortunately, we've had way too many losses, but that has allowed for plenty of lessons to pile up, I think, for everybody. So trying to utilize those as best as possible. And then, I don't know, like I said, I think, not just since Texas, and it wasn't about, obviously you're having fun every day at the park. Arise is around, and he's bringing a smile to everybody's face. But since it's been, a deal where we've been able to move past that date, it truly has been fun to come to the park every day, and there has been kind of a energetic vibe injected into everything that's going on pre-game and things like that. And part of it is just there's several guys that are trying to prove themselves.
So there's Tony Vitello this morning. We'll play a little bit more here on Fair and Biased. John Lund with you here on The Sports Leader. I'm not sure. As I look at this so far, I'm thinking to myself, you don't want to compound the problem by letting him go. A lot of people yesterday who are in the know a lot more than I am, who I asked to try to get a vibe on this whole thing, thinks that they're going to bring him back. And look, as far as Buster, we'll get into this. I got a couple of things that we're going to talk about. I've been trying all week long. I have this 10,000-foot view and what I mean by that is, as I'm kind of overviewing the Giants from my perspective, I want to get it to you, because the thing is that you haven't heard my thoughts on it. So I just want to kind of give you that. We'll do that a little bit later. Plus, there's a big piece on Buster, and I was telling Raph this, and Raph is producing the program for Tim today. Tim's going to be down at 49ers. That I read through this whole thing, and I printed off the printer. It looks like Gone with the Wind. I'm like, my God, how much do I got to read here? And I get to the end of it, and it's a good piece. It's not that it's not. It's just that it's more meant for somebody who hasn't been following the Giants all season long. And at the end, there's one sentence I'm going to give you that I think is a great question. And then if you haven't heard, there's a great podcast called Baseball is Dead podcast, and Hunter Pence was on it. And he had a great point about how long this may take for Buster to turn this whole thing around. So we'll get into all those things a little bit later on in the program. Number 2 on the list, like I said, Tim Kawakami did a nice job. Got Joe Lacob to talk. It was the day after Mike Dunleavy. So Mike Dunleavy speaks, and people were saying that, wait, it's clickbait. But Mike Dunleavy, in the middle of a question which he was asked about Steph Curry's future, did say, so this isn't a media-driven thing to me because I brought this up yesterday, and then Joe Lacob brought it up as kind of like, oh, it's just the media running with this thing. But it's the first time I've heard anybody with any kind of power within the Warriors say that, hey, if Steph came to us, who knows? And then Joe Lacob was very adamant that he's not going anywhere. So we're going to have a whole segment on this. There's 3 or 4 really good cuts from the TK show, and Tim Kawakami did a really nice job sitting down and talking with Joe Lacob. But here's Joe Lacob on if there is a scenario in which the Warriors, and really him, and this isn't, and don't get confused on this. This is not about Mike Dunleavy. This is not about anybody. This is Joe Lacob. This is not, Mike does not have the power. Mike Dunleavy does not have the power to trade Steph Curry. So here's Joe Lacob when asked by Tim if there was any scenario in which he could see Steph Curry moving on.
Number 2.
Could you even imagine having that discussion actually right now? Yeah.
No. I don't think this is even a thing. This is just a clickbait thing from all these people that do this kind of thing these days, and there seem to be a lot of them. Mm-hmm. I don't believe that any of that's true. I'm very close with Steph. He lives right near me. He's incredibly happy, I think, with the organization, with his life. He's got a great life. and his kids are very involved in schools and all that. I just don't see any of that. I've never heard a word about that, and I can't imagine it. And we certainly don't want him to go anywhere. That idea that somehow we want him to go, we do not want Steph Curry to go anywhere. Love Steph Curry, and we think he's a great player. And I just think people are completely making a bunch of crap up. It's just totally not true.
I don't think that, to use his words there, making a bunch of crap up. I'm just saying that when I heard Mike Dunleavy say, if he came to us, we would have to entertain it. And he didn't just come up with that off the top of his head. That came from a conversation I'm sure he had with Joe Lacob. Everything that Joe Lacob said right there is accurate. Love Steph. We all love Steph. I live near Steph. He seems very happy. The one thing that it keeps being said that can never go away is, and I think at this point of the Warriors, whatever you want to call where they are in this whole process, is that when Steph Curry says, I want to win at a high level, but I want to stay here. Well, those are two separate things now. They used to be the same thing. You want to stay here and win at a really high level? That can be done right here. I want to win at a high level. I want to stay with Golden State. Now it's a one or the other. And that is the thing where is Steph at some point, and look, Steph is the greatest guy ever. This is not going to be, there's not going to be acrimony. It's not going to be James Harden. It's not going to be somebody being forced out. But if you ask me right now, and I'm asking myself right now, that if I believe that Steph Curry will finish his career somewhere else, they can say all they want. It comes down to, it's not whether Joe Lacob wants to keep him. It's not whether Mike Dunleavy wants to keep him. It's whether Steph Curry wants to go and try to win more championships, which I don't think changes anything about his legacy. I don't think it changes anything. Steph is Steph. He's going to go down in history as the guy who revolutionized the game through the three ball. It's not going to change. Whether he wins, 3, 5, 7, whatever championships he wins, he's already won enough. And I didn't make the rules here. You win one, and everybody goes, hey, that's great. You won a championship. You got to win 2. Okay, he's done that. So you don't have to win 3 and 4 and all that kind of stuff. And as great as he is, he's not going to be considered the greatest of all time. So his legacy is 100% set. He doesn't have to go win another one. There's nothing else Steph has to do in his career. He could leave tomorrow, and he's Steph Curry, who revolutionized basketball, and the debates begin. And I don't like lists, and I don't like Mount Rushmores. I don't care about that. Steph is where he is. So he doesn't have to go anywhere. He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to win more titles. It's 100%, this decision is 100% up to Steph Curry. Because if he goes to, because Mike Dunleavy said this is not clickbait. This isn't those guys or anything of what Joe Lacob referred to. This was Mike Dunleavy saying, if he comes to us, we're going to have to consider it. And that's not just Mike Dunleavy coming up with that off the top of his head. I'm sure he's had a conversation with Joe. So when we play this stuff about, and Joe said a lot of cool things, but when we play that and when you hear that, that's great, Joe. That's great, Mike. That's great, whomever else in the front office. It's going to come down to one man's decision. And it is not a democracy. It's Steph Curry as the dictator saying, I am either staying or going. Because right now, you can't win and stay here. I don't think so. Give me your thoughts on that as well. 808-KMBR on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, as well as your sweet, clean voice. And finally, number 1, we have made it. Since the 49ers lost that fateful day in Seattle, opening kickoff for a touchdown, we're like, they have not played real football. Training camp, yes, I get it. It's preseason. I don't care. Robert Saleh and the Titans are here in Santa Clara. Games tonight, 3 o'clock for the pregame, 6 o'clock for the kickoff, right here on the Sports Leader. I think it's Bob Keena and my good friend Dennis Brown are going to give it to you, so make sure. And it is on the Leader tonight, so make sure that you tune in for that early and often. But here's one thing that's over. These guys aren't going to play, but this is the overriding factor. Here is Kyle Shanahan talking about Nick Bosa.
Number 3.
Just soreness, tendonitis. It's a pretty normal thing with ACLs. Just talking to our guys, they say it happens to about 90% of the guys we've had. So it's a normal thing, and so we got to be smart here for, week to week. But feeling no concerns about them being any more than that.
When he says no concerns, I'm not buying that for a second. We are less than a month, by the way. We're less than a month away from going to Australia and all that kind of stuff, and the 49ers and the Rams and the debate of who should go and if she should stay or if she should go in like the Rams. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I know that's not a discussion for tonight, and in about 5 minutes, we're going to talk to you about what you should be looking for tonight. And I've got a couple of theories about preseason that I'm going to throw at you as well in about 5 minutes. But the overriding factor, as we know, and by the way, I think it was Pablo Torre, right? He did it. He does all the research. Usually it's it's stuff about Kawhi Leonard and all the fake jobs he has to get a bunch of free money and circumvent the salary cap. But he's deviated off of that for like 60 seconds, and he actually did a thing in the substation, and the conclusion is nothing. All right, just like 2 days ago when I went in this rant, like, stop it. I didn't go to Stanford. I didn't, I don't know anything. I'm stupid, but it can't be a substation. And so he's the latest to say it's not the substation. And John Lynch said it's not the substation. And I don't think the Titans got hurt. And I think that, let's see, I drove through there like 2 days ago. I'm fine. Like, everything's fine. So anyway, that. But yeah, anytime that CMC is out, anytime that we're hearing week to week on Nick Bosa, yeah, that's just how we default. That's our default language as 49ers fans, that we got to be worried about that. All right, there you go. Those are the 3 things you absolutely positively have to know right here on Fair and Biased Radio. Coming up next, what you need to know and what you, more importantly, don't need to know about tonight's preseason opener against the Titans. Let's talk about it next, only here on Fair and Biased on the Sports Leader.
No concerns about them.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Preseason football. I know you're excited. Don't act like you're not. 3 o'clock for the pregame, 6 o'clock for the tip. Right here on the Sports Leader.
415-808-KNBR is the number to call, or text your thoughts to Johnny Lund. This is Fair and Biased on the Sports Leader.
Fab Radio, Fair and Biased. Thanks for joining us. Your old friend John Lund here. Great stuff on the text line that I'll get to 30 seconds to set this up, and then I'll get out to your lovely text, which, by the way, I'll memorize this at some point. The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. That is. Thanks for joining us. You can also hit us up on the UMA guest line. I'll make you a guest. 808-KNBR. I'd love to hear your voice as well, whether you're loving the show, hating the show, whether you have an opinion on tonight's game with the Niners and the Titans. Do you love preseason football? I do. I got to be honest. I'm a junkie. I'm a junkie man. And I love it all. Maybe the fourth quarter is a little iffy. I've said this a lot, and I don't want to say it again, but I'm going to bring it up just because to tell you I'm not going to say it again, which is I used to have this thing in the preseason, and I'd say this every year. And I'd say, well, you know, that guy's going to be a UPS driver later. He's going to be a mailman. And then I would get text messages from mailmen and UPS drivers. And they're like, hey, this is a good profession. Don't get me wrong. And you got to have good legs to be a UPS guy. I have total respect for it. You know, Amazon, whatever. It's no disrespect. I'm just saying they're not going to be playing football. But I won't ever say that again because they take it the wrong way. And I don't want them to take it the wrong way. All right, so here's what we got coming up. Let's give it 12 minutes. That stuff I've been telling you that Joe Lacob said with Tim Kawakami and the TK show, we're going to play that in, let's call it 13 minutes or something. We'll do that. I'm going to give you a couple of things of players to watch, and I'd love to get your thoughts as well. Hit us up either, like I said, on the text line, or you can old school the show at 808-KNBR as well, who you're going to be looking for. And I'll give you some of that. By the way, Matt Barrows joins us in less than an hour. What, Ralph, 15 out, something like that? 11:15 in that
11:15.
11:15. So 11:15 for Matt Barrows, and he's a super genius, so he's going to give you a lot of great insight into this whole thing. But let me give you a couple of guys. I can't wait to see, and I don't know how much he's going to play. Dejon Stribling, can he live up to the hype? It's all the guys that are down there. We had Krug on the show. We do Krug Crashes. Krug just jumps on the show to give us stuff from camp, and he said all these good things about him, and then you read all the guys. And one of the great things about being back is we have so many great reporters for the 49ers, but everybody to a man is saying how great he is. Kyle Shanahan saying how great he is, all that kind of stuff. And look, when they drafted him, and if you watch any college football, and I'm just like in the fall, I'm a disaster because it's just Saturday and Sunday. My wife looks at me. Can we ever do anything ever? And I just look at her and go, no, get out of the way of the TV. So it wasn't like you had to look very far to see Dejon Stribling and what he was at Ole Miss. Just great player. Big guy, fast guy, blocker. He's a Kyle Shanahan guy. But this is my philosophy. I have a philosophy on a lot of things, and I tell you this all the time. So my philosophy on rookies is pretty simple. They're lottery tickets, and I don't care what they look like in camp. I'm going to give you a couple of examples in just a second. One, you might drive into a ditch when I play it. But to me, rookies are lottery tickets. So no matter how they look good in camp, how they throw it, how they run it, how they catch it, whatever. Do remember one thing, especially for offensive players, everything is a touchdown. They are playing bumper cars in training camp right now. They don't tackle to the ground. So we'll find out some things tonight, but we won't find out everything tonight. But Dejon Stribling is the one to me that I'm going to be watching 15. And because what happens in the preseason is there's steps. All right, you flash in camp, and then everybody starts buzzing about you. Then it's a consistent flash in camp, and then they use that NFL word, stacking practices. You've got to stack. That's like a stack. So then you got that going on, and then there's more buzz, and then you get in the preseason and you do it, then you get in the regular season and you do it, and that's the biggest step, right? So let's see all those steps. I'm not saying that he's not going to be really good, but I'm just going to pump the brakes for a minute because that's just how I look at rookies. Wide receivers in general, guy like Jordan Watkins, last year he got hurt. He's got a ton of speed. Will Pauling is another guy that's created a lot of buzz for everybody. And then this one's a little bit more important than I think you think. Curtis Rourke, the quarterback out of Indiana, who last year was hurt the whole year. But here's what he might be able to do if he's something. There's going to be an injury to a quarterback this year. It's not if, it's just when, to what team, at what point of the season. I'm not suggesting that the 49ers trade Mac Jones. What I am suggesting is if they can get something for him. And remember, in the offseason, it's not that they weren't going to trade him, but they did the really smart thing, lest I remind you. They signed him to a 2-year contract. So it's not like Darnold, where Darnold just went off to the Vikings and went off to the Seahawks. That was a 1-year thing. Kyle does his magic, and then all of a sudden these guys are really good. And it's like, We didn't get anything. So they did a really smart thing, which is sign Mac Jones to a 2-year contract. The reason they did that is so that they could get something for him. So if Curtis Rourke is something, let's say he plays really well in the preseason and the 49ers feel comfortable, I don't know if they ever would, but if they feel comfortable with him as the backup quarterback, all of a sudden there's going to be a team that's going to need a quarterback. And here you go. Here's Mac Jones, but you got to give us, I don't know, what the 49ers would do, maybe a 2, maybe a 1. So he's really important in that regard, at least to me. When the 49ers have been at their best, defensive line is at its best, and so they need depth. So because of the starters aren't playing, and maybe I didn't mention that, because the starters aren't playing, a lot of guys depth-wise on the defensive line that you're going to be looking at tonight, I think that's going to be absolutely huge. Can anybody but Bosa rush the passer? And here's where I'm going to give you a little – these are my 2 things to watch out for, and I wanted to use that one last. And then there's a bunch of young guys in the secondary. I'd look at that too. But when you look at guys in the preseason, I'm going to give you 2 things here because we're all going to get excited. Tomorrow on the Friday show, I'm going to be gushing. And it's almost like spring training. I have to, pull myself back because a guy goes 3 for 5, and it's like, oh, my God, he's going to be amazing. And then it gets to the regular season, whiffa, so you're like, all right. So I'm only bringing you down a step because I'm going to be guilty of doing this tomorrow. But here's the one. You remember a guy named Marcus Rush? Marcus Rush Krug would know the exact year, but I'm just going to spitball it. Maybe 5 or 6 years ago or something, he wore 44 in the preseason for the 49ers, and he led the NFL in preseason sacks. And everybody's like, oh, my God, this guy. And he put pressure on quarterbacks. He was really good. Everyone was excited. He was doing it against, no offense, and I think I can get away with this again because I said this, no offense, but he was going against guys who, okay, I won't say UPS drivers, but they were not going to be in the NFL. And so everyone got excited. Then he went to the Jacksonville Jaguars and did nothing, and he was out of the league. So, look, it's great. It's wonderful. I'm just saying, and you can approach preseason however you want, but Marcus Rush was this guy that we were all like, oh, my God, he's leading the NFL in preseason sacks. He's amazing. Oh, my God, we let him go to Jacksonville. And then it was nothing. Nothing. And then the second thing I would say to you is, and this is going to be painful to listen to, I understand that. But when I was doing the show with Pop, like everybody else, just anything Trey Lance did his rookie year in training camp, we were all excited about. And as we look back now, he was good early. Everyone was excited. At one point, early, I'm saying early, in his rookie year, people thought maybe in training camp, that he could unseat Jimmy at that point. And then he went down to Chargers camp, and it all unraveled because he didn't know what they were going to do, and he never recovered from that. But there was one moment. His best moment as a 49er was in the preseason in his first game. This is Papa's least favorite call, I think, maybe of all time. Here it is.
Right wing next to McGlinchey. They're going to boot the quarterback left. Here he goes, deep downfield. Trent Sherfield's got it. Trey Area.
Sorry.
So his first throw's incomplete on a drop. The second one's a touchdown. House call.
And everybody's like, yeah, we're going to the Super Bowl. He's it. I don't care that we traded all the picks. Yay! He hates that so bad. Right when he said that, I went, I shouldn't have played this. I should not have played this. But come on, you remember, don't deny it. You remember when Pop made that call and Tim said his second throw. Everyone was like, that was it. They traded up. That's why that was the best moment of his career. That one to Trent Sherfield. And then from there, it all went downhill. So why did I play that? Not for just pure pain. Not so you could drive into a ditch. I played it so that you realize that whatever happens tonight, well, a bunch of fun. And while I will overreact, and that's what we do, and we're gonna make judgments on what we see tonight, Marcus Rush and that throw. Okay, we just don't know. All right, I feel really bad for that. I need to, that's not good. All right, here's what new coming up next. I told you that we would play that stuff from Joe Lacob, and TK did a really nice job, Tim Kawakami, on his show, The TK Show. Some things from Joe Lacob, pretty interesting, but I think it just comes down to one man. We'll talk about it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Stare into John Lund's eyes if you dare. Watch the show on thesportsleader.com. Now back to Fair and Biased.
I don't even know what that means. I would advise, I say this, I would advise you to, no, I can't say that because I get mad at you. I was just going to say I advise you not to go to the YouTube page, but they're really trying to promote that. So they'll come in here during the break and go, will you please not say that? See, but I'm unattractive. I'm on the radio where I started in this business. You don't want to see me. Anyway, I am live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in at 1-800-GAMBLER. I've got something else here, too. Oh, you can win stuff today. I'm not going to give out the number because Raf's by himself back there and we need some help. And then, you know, we know you're calling and he's trying to work and all that kind of stuff. But we will be giving away a bunch of great tickets, by the way. 2 tickets to see Bay FC versus Houston Dash. That's August 23rd at PayPal Park in San Jose. So listen for the cue to call between now and 1 o'clock, and we will get you hooked up for those tickets. So make sure you continue to listen to that. All right. I've given Tim Kawakami enough accolades. He does a great job, has great contacts throughout the Bay Area, and did a nice job with a piece with Joe Lacob, with a podcast with Joe Lacob. We're going to play those cuts in just a second, but one of the things that's kind of been going around, and we just, I don't know, we do this as a society, we do this as a sports society, is once somebody hears something, and then it just kind of becomes fact, and then the rest of the people follow it like a bunch of sheep. And for some reason, there's a narrative that people are trying to come out that we somehow made stuff up when it came to Mike Dunleavy talking to the press on Tuesday. I didn't say this. Mike Dunleavy said this. In the key part of this, and I'm going to play the whole cut for you so you have a context of it, but this was on Tuesday, and Mike said that if Steph Curry approached him, they'd have to talk about it. He didn't come up with that on his own. Joe Lacob's, it's going to be a Joe Lacob decision. I'm sure that Mike said that because they've had conversations with Joe. So let me play this for you, and then we're going to play the rest of the cuts from Joe Lacob, and you decide. And we're going to play a little game of pros and cons with Steph Curry, whether to keep him or whether to trade him, as crazy as that sounds. But here's the original, and then Joe kind of reacted off this stuff, but this was Mike Dunleavy on Tuesday.
I mean, we have to have that conversation with him. It's not the date yet. We're not at that point, but we're getting close. We'll have that conversation. We'll see what he wants to do, what his camp wants to do. Mike and our group will, decide what's the appropriate thing from our end. But my guess is, Steph, I wouldn't worry about this too much. Steph loves it here. We love him here. I don't want Steph to go anywhere. I really can't imagine a scenario where he's going anywhere. I think we'll do what needs to be done.
Okay, that's fine. And then that's Joe Lacob again from the TK show from Tim Kawakami. He did a great job with him. So that was Joe's answer to whether they would ever see in a scenario in which Steph Curry would leave the organization. Now, here's Mike Dunleavy on Tuesday.
Not me. No, he hasn't. That's always been the message. That's always been sort of what we discussed. And I think that's, tracking quite well. Obviously, he's eligible for an extension coming up at the end of this month. And, we'll talk through all that stuff and can't speak on it much right now. But, I'm pretty confident Steph will finish his career here. But, ultimately it's his call, his decision. Whether that's allowing his contract to run out and move on, or, look, if he comes to me and wants to be moved, Joe and I will talk it through. We wouldn't love it, but he's earned the right to do where he wants to do those things. So, but as far as the messaging or any idea that he would be anywhere else, that's not a thing we're looking at or he's looking at.
All right, so I want you to interpret that for me. All right? Hit me up. The Golden State Lumber and Text Room text line is 808-KNBR. 808-KNBR on the text, or hit me up with a phone call. I'd love to hear how you heard that because, look, I'm skewed. I'm a media guy. And what I do is, really, I'm a high-level entertainer, but I'm kind of a media guy. But how I hear things is absolutely skewed. I'll admit it 100%. But there's a 3 or a 4 word part of the answer in there where Mike Dunleavy says, ultimately, it's his decision. He didn't mean Joe Lacob. He meant Steph Curry. That's what I mean, is that we're going to play some cuts for you from Joe Lacob, or more cuts from the TK show. But no matter what Joe Lacob says, it really doesn't matter. Because the way that the NBA works right now, and if you think I'm crazy, that's fine. The host is not always right. In fact, it's very rare that I am. But this is how I'm deciphering this. Mike Dunleavy says ultimately he hits his decision. He's saying Steph Curry. It's not going to get ugly. There's not going to be name calling. It's not going to it's going to be a very cordial but difficult conversation where Steph Curry, if he does this, goes to the organization and says, I think I want to win at the end of my career. Now, maybe he does want to be Kobe Bryant. Maybe he's like, it's really, really, really important to me to be a one-team guy, but that's becoming less and less now in the NBA. And unlike other sports where guys complain in other sports, and a lot of times they just stay where they are or they get a new contract. Remember when Myles Garrett the first time puts out a big statement and talks and everything like that? I'm leaving Cleveland. Would you like $60 million a year? I'm staying in Cleveland. Like, that's just, it doesn't really work like that in the other sports as much. But in the NBA, there's a really high rate. You know that I'm bad at math if you've listened to the show through the years. There's a really high rate. I don't know, 80%, 90%. And Antetokounmpo wants out, he's gone. Harden wants out, he's gone. Durant wants out, he's gone. Like, I'll go down the line. Very rarely does a guy publicly say, I want out, get his feet just stuck in the ground to say, I'm not budging, and doesn't leave. It won't get that way for Curry and the Warriors, but you can see Mike Dunleavy said right there, that's not clickbait. That's not me being a media guy hearing something that's not there. He said it. He said they'd have to entertain it. He said that Curry's going to ultimately make the decision. So Joe Lacob can say all these things on TK's show, and it's not that I don't believe him, and it's not that he's lying. He's not. But it's ultimately not going to come down to him because of the respect that the organization has for Steph. So we'll continue on this, but I want to get your thoughts at 808 KNBR. Here is the next one. Here is Joe Lacob, conversations about Steph being traded.
Could you even imagine having that discussion
No.
actually right now? Yeah.
No, I don't think this is even a thing. This is just a clickbait thing from all these people that do this kind of thing these days.
Like
There
me?
seem to be a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that any of that's true. I'm very close with Steph. He lives right near me. He's incredibly happy, I think, with the organization, with his life. He's got a great life. And his kids are very involved in schools and all that. I just don't see any of that. I've never heard a word about that, and I can't imagine it. And we certainly don't want him to go anywhere. That idea that somehow we want him to go, we do not want Steph Curry to go anywhere. Love Steph Curry, and we think he's a great player. And I just think people are completely making a bunch of crap up. It's just totally not true.
Nobody has ever said that they didn't love Steph Curry. Like that whole part, Joe just starts going on. I get it. He lives next to you, your friends, all that kind of stuff. The one thing I'd say about that is, do we really know anybody? I don't mean to get so deep on this whole thing, but we don't know anybody. We don't know what anybody's thinking. Once the door gets closed, we don't know what they're doing. I don't mean that in a weird way about Steph Curry, but I don't know what's going on in his life. Only he does. And he's not telling Joe Lacob everything. I mean, they can be as close as they want. Joe Lacob is still the man, and Steph Curry technically is still the employee. It's just, you're not going to tell everybody everything. And here's the other thing, too. Look, they're ingrained in the community. They always will be. That's the one thing about, that when you have a discussion about whether Steph Curry ever got traded, if he did, the pro is, and we'll play a little pro con here, the pro is they get a jump started earlier. The pro is they're going to get a lot for him. In fact, if I was going to do it, if I was the Warriors, in hindsight's 2020, this is what media guys do, and that's me. 2027 was an amazing draft. You probably should have done it then if you were going to do it. But I keep going back to this thing that used to be both things were true, and now only one thing is true, which is Steph Curry wants to win at a high level. Steph Curry wants to stay with the Warriors. It's one or the other now. It's not both. There were like 18 teams who had a better record than the Warriors last year, or 20 teams, something like that, 37-45, and they're going in the wrong direction. So you're either going to run this into the ground, which I would respect, but it would tell me that in a weird way, and this may come out weird, but in a weird way, it's almost like Joe Lacob's being selfish because it's like, look, I need to still, I got an arena that needs to be filled, and you need to make three-pointers, and it's Steph Curry tonight, and you're on the billboard and all this kind of stuff, because all due respect to Draymond Green or anybody else on the franchise, they're not selling tickets. Steph Curry is selling tickets. So Joe Lacob, the main reason he'd keep him is, A, he loves him, B, he needs to fill his arena. It's not that it's not that Steph can't elevate your team, but how much can he? We just saw 37-45. I like Yaxel. He's a nice player, but they're not going to go. What is he going to give him? He's a few games, not a ton. They're the only team that didn't sign a guy. They're the only team that didn't trade a guy. It's not a huge difference there. So we'll play the rest of these a little bit later because I want to stay on time here on especially my first week, because I get really angry if I'm late, and so I'm proving to them that I can be a team player here, because hell, you never know what's going to happen. So give me your thoughts on that, what you just heard. And by the way, let me just say one more thing quick about Joe. All due respect, certainly. But it's not clickbait because your general manager said you would have to consider it. Your general manager did say it's up to Steph Curry. You can think that you're the best friends in the world with somebody, but you're not. Even the friends that you're really good friends with. And no offense to like Holler, great guy, great boss, but you're not really the best of friends when someone's your boss. You can be like to a certain level. But at some point, this is a crazy thing. I've been the boss before. I know that's insane to think about. I've been the boss before. And as the boss, you do have to keep like arm's length because at some point, you're going to have an ugly conversation with somebody, even somebody as good as Steph Curry. You know, Peyton Manning was released. Tom Brady was released. Like, that happens. And then as the big boss, you have to go, man, we love what you did, but you got to go. So give me your thoughts on that because really, this is a fan thing. Because I think what Joe is thinking in the back of his mind is, I love Steph. And I'd like to win with Steph, and I don't want to trade Steph. But the biggest thing for Joe right now might be, I can't survive business-wise without Steph. But I don't think at this point that the fan base would go absolutely bonkers because the other side of it is, hey, you restart the real rebuild faster. And where Warriors fans are right now is kind of like you're waiting for the rebuild. And this season's not going to be better than last. It's just not. It's going that other way. So give me your thoughts. 808-KNBR. 808-KNBR, whether you want to call us or hit us up in the Golden State Lumber showroom and text line. We appreciate that. I'm going to get to some, there's a lot of great reaction on the text line right now, so let's hit some of that. And do remember, Matt Barrows is going to join us at about 11:15. He is a 49er super genius, and so he's going to give us the insight on what you should be looking for tonight during the game. It's all coming up, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. We are your home for all things red and gold. This is Fair and Biased with John Lund on the Sports Leader.
Oh, Raph is killing it right now. Killing it with some AC/DC right now. Oh, that was bad. In my head, that sounded so much cooler.
That was really close, actually, I thought.
I appreciate you doing that. I can see you laugh. There's two of you in there and you're both like, oh my God, when is this show over? It is Fair and Biased. Thanks for joining us. John Lund with you. I want to get out to the lines, just talk some Steph. We'll continue that conversation as well. Pros and cons on Steph Curry. Did you hear what I heard? Did you hear what I... Look at there. Now I'm doing Christmas songs, AC/DC. The show is already off the rails. Matt Barrows at about 15 past the hour, and he will put things back in perspective. And because he knows the Niners so well, he will tell us what to watch for tonight. I already did. And by the way, I got to get out. I got to get out to the text line because the stuff is so good. So I'm going to do that first so that we can talk to the people. I'll also get out to the phone lines. People waiting at 808 KNBR. Thanks for joining us. We're at the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? 1-800-GAMBLER. Text line is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, and I'll get out to there in just a second because I agree with what a lot of the people are saying. So let me get out to the lines in just a second, or out to the text lines in just a second. Let's get out to the phone lines first. Dino is up first. Hi, Dino. Thanks for waiting. Welcome to KNBR. Go right ahead.
John, first of all, I want to tell you, nice rebound, brother. You did good, man, and good to have you back in the Bay.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate you.
Plus, I was listening to you. I guess you still got that Saturday night gig too on national TV.
Yeah,
national radio.
Yeah, which runs on KNBR. It's crazy. So yeah, I do the national stuff on the weekends, and now I'm on this show every day 10 to 2, and I appreciate you listening to both.
Dude, it was wonderful hearing you. You run a good show there on that national show too on Saturday nights. I dig it. But,
thanks, man. Thank you.
But I would just want one more thing I wanted to say was speaking of that too was I don't know if you've ever met him or anything, but that on Saturday nights and Sunday nights on the national show on the radio, it's pretty good, man. I've been around. I'm 70 years old, and I'm a 70-year-old young.
I was just gonna say, you sound like you're about 25. You sound like a very young man.
Yeah, brother. I was a very blessed athlete in my day. make a long story short. But I've talked to you before. And
Yeah,
Greg
yeah, of course.
But anyway, first of all, and I pray that Greg's doing better every day.
You and me both.
For him and all other loved ones, people's loved ones and friends too. That are battling health issues.
Well said. Well said.
But I just wanted to say, and one more thing. How the hell? I mean, you still live in Arizona?
No, I'm here. I'm back in the Bay.
Oh, permanently? Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, how does anybody live down there in the summer?
Dude, I know you want to get to Steph Curry, but since you brought it up, yeah, it's like surface of the sun. A couple of weeks ago, there's about a 6-week period where it's so ridiculous. But the other day, I drive a car in Arizona. What you do, you have to pre-cool the car, or else you're just. And I forgot one time, and I jumped into my car. It was in a outside parking lot. In my garage, it's fine, but it's in an outside parking lot. And I jump in my car really quick, and I've got black leather seats, which is stupid. And of course, you're in shorts down there. And I didn't go to the hospital or anything, but I got like whatever degree burns on my leg. Just jumped right in. I was like, ah! I literally yelled that. It was like, oh, yeah. So you got to be careful down there. You got to be strategic.
Yeah. Down there, that's the hottest place in America
as
far as big city.
Yeah.
The big city.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But anyway, I got one more thing for you. I don't know if you've ever met this guy, but I got when I got turned on to you on Saturday nights, it was good to hear the old kid from the Bay on national TV. And but on Sunday nights, that Johnny Ball game, that guy's a crack up, man. That guy's a rich. He's just got his own style. He's fantastic, man.
He's wild. He's a wild dude. I know that guy.
I dig him. Oh, you do? You know him?
Yeah.
Good. But
yeah, we're friends.
He runs a good show. I mean, he's got a lot of good knowledge, man. But anyway, that's all I want.
Thanks,
Plus,
man.
Steph Curry, I just want to get back.
Yeah.
I want to get back to Steph Curry real quick.
Yeah.
He's like anybody else. The world's not going to end. I mean, he should. If I was Steph, I wouldn't want to be on the Warriors. I'd go for try to end his career on a winning team. Jordan got traded. Montana got traded, and the world's not going to come to an end.
Would you? Let me ask you this: Would you still? Because this is what Joe cares about. Would you still go to games? Like if Steph's gone and you realize, okay, they're in a different era, we're going to start over again. Would you go to games, or would you like not going? That's what he cares about.
Of course. I mean, we all know it's the almighty dollar.
Yeah, I get it.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
But as far as there's so many people. Even when I was a kid, I'll never forget. I thought baseball would never be the same when my hero Reggie Jackson got traded, or Willie, or Willie Mays quit when I was because I go way back in the 60s and 70s, and I was lucky to be grow up and be in high school in the 70s, man, when the A's won 3 world championships in a row. Because I'm in the East Bay, Pacheco's in the East Bay, and
right on.
Well, it was just wonderful, but. It really sucks too about my Raiders and my A's, man. It just sucks. Dude.
I hear you. My son's an A's and Raiders fan, and he's Dino, thanks, man. I appreciate the call. Do it again, man. Opened you up at 808 KNBR. Thanks for joining us. Fair and Bias. Let me get out to the text line just because there's so many good stuff. The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. So if you don't have time to call the show, I understand that. 925 says, I think Steph has already had the talk with management. Mike sort of hints that we shouldn't be too worried. I think Steph wants one more run at a title. Yeah, I do too. I mean, I think he wants one more run at a title. I don't think it changes anything. I don't think it changes Steph's legacy. I don't think it changes anything that's going to happen in the future with Steph as a Warrior. He's still going to come back here. He's still, whether you play for one team or not anymore, really doesn't matter. It's just not that big of a deal. He's going to come back. He's going to be royalty. I look at him as a Tom Brady type, a Peyton Manning type. He's going to do whatever he wants. And he's going to be still considered a Warrior. I mean, I said this the other day. Let's say he goes to the Heat for 1 or 2 years. Oh my God, blasphemy! And he comes back. You're not going to think of him as a member of the Heat. You're just not. He won championships here. He's going to embrace the Bay Area. He's not all of a sudden going to go, you know what? South Beach, baby. The hell with the Golden State. He's got all the connections here. You see this all the time with athletes. They go back. Now, Steph is a different deal. He could go anywhere he wants. It's just that this is where probably a lot of his business connections are. This is, he's still going to be a Warrior. I think he's still going to be part of an ownership group. Like that's the whole thing. Is it changes nothing as far as what he's going to do in the Bay Area and who he is within the Bay Area. I also don't think, but this is, I'm not going to tell people what they should do in their life. Obviously, I hate when that happens. Like you see Screaming A and other people. How can he go to this team and how can he go to that team? I don't know. he's just a guy like everybody else, and we all make our own decisions. So he's got reasons why. Like LeBron James went to Philly, and people were outraged. He should have done this, and he should have done that. Like, he talked to his family. He doesn't have to consult you. It's like if you called the show and you said, and I didn't even know you, and you said, hey, Lund, I'm thinking about leaving my girl. She's, we're just not getting along, and I'm not sure if I'm going to take this job, and I'm not sure if I'm going to move. And then I just say, I've heard enough. You know what I think you should do? I think you should take the job in L.A., and yeah, she sounds like a real problem, man. Divorce her. Okay, thanks, Len, for the advice. Like I'm going to tell you something you're going to do in your life. It's just as ridiculous. So I'm not trying to say what Steph Curry should do. I'm just saying he's said enough times that he wants to end his career in a certain way, and he's not going to be able to do that here. So that's the only reason I'm speculating like I am. Let's see. From the 530, and we just talked about this during the break. Len just played a clip of Trey Lance, best moment with the 49ers. Yeah, that's true. We were just talking about it during the break because I told Raph, and there was a couple other guys sitting in the bullpen area, and I was like, I probably shouldn't have played that. But what happened previous to this, can we just play it one more time? I'm sorry. I just said we shouldn't, and then I'm going to play it again. And I'm throwing Raph for loops here.
He'll bring next to McGlinchey. They're going to boot the quarterback left. Here he goes, deep downfield. Trent Sherfield's got it. Trey Area.
I do kind of feel bad that I played it again. But what happened with that is there was a big debate, and I think actually Derek was a part of it too. Derek Pop was about, and he was debating whether he was going to do that. And I was, of course, encouraging to do that because I thought Trey was going to be really good. And by the way, don't get on me about it. You did too. Everybody thought. So he makes that play, and then we were debating during that week whether he was going to say it. Then when he said it, and I think Derek said, please don't do that. And then it became like, he did not like that. But yeah, we talked about it like 3 or 4 days before. That's why I played it. But anyway, yeah, he was not happy. Here, this is the one that I wanted to read from the 408. Said, thank goodness Pop isn't driving right now. You may have made him drive into a ditch. Yeah, I think a lot of people probably drove into a ditch. So there you go. Earlier on the show, I probably said whomever, and it's whoever. Thank you, 504. I think that's my English teacher back in the day. 209 says, John, the question is, will Tony be back? Will you be back? I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to last. We talked about Bloody Marys to start the show. Is Kirkland's signature vodka okay in a bind from the 559? No doubt. The one thing I will say about Kirkland products, and I don't know if they're a sponsor or anything like that, but they're good. The problem with Kirkland products is, especially when it comes to booze, I'm not a bougie kind of a person. I just don't want to have a hangover. And I've bought Kirkland vodka. They have the bottle's a good-looking bottle. But the problem is the people that you invite over, let's say you're having a party or something, I wouldn't care. My friends wouldn't care. But my wife would have bougie friends, and they're not going to drink Kirkland vodka. So if you come over to my house, and you're cordially invited anytime, I'll pour that stuff into like a really nice vodka bottle. Because people look at that, they think it's like the cheap stuff. And Kirkland stuff's not the cheap stuff. Pop-Off is, I don't even know if they make Wolf Schmidt anymore, but like, as you know, the lower you go, so if you have to bend, if you have to get on one knee to grab a bottle of vodka, that's like probably not a $5 nowadays, but maybe an $8 bottle of vodka or something. You're going to get hungover, and it's fine. Back in the day, you could do that. But
if it's not in the display case, then yeah, it's not vodka you should be getting.
Exactly. It's bad. From the 415, it says, every time I hear Johnny Lund mention his yard, remember when he mowed his neighbor's lawn. If you don't know this story, so what happened is that my neighbor, I had just moved into the neighborhood, and my neighbor across the street was out of town. They were pretty well off. They were nice, and they had gone to Mexico for a couple of weeks, and so I thought I was going to be a really nice guy, and I thought I'd mow their lawn because the one thing I thought was, and it's not like I was living in a bad part of town or anything, but the one thing I thought was, well, if somebody's lawn gets long and, people are driving around and they're looking for like a case in a house or something like that, that would be a tip that somebody was out of town. And I thought I would just be neighborly. And so I take my my lawnmower over there, and it got so long, and then I had a problem with my lawnmower and all this kind of stuff, and I absolutely butchered their lawn. And it's like a 12-year-old could mow a lawn. Come on, man. How can you butcher a lawn? But I did. And so I did it to the point where it was so low. I put it, I think, too low to the ground or however you do it. And so it burned their lawn. And I felt so bad. And I did the rest of their lawn fine. I lifted it back up, but I had it too low. So I burned like a big chunk of their lawn. And every day I would look out my window because they were gone for like 2 weeks. And I would pray, like, please let the lawn come back. Please let the lawn come back. And so it didn't. It was just this. There was a big patch of lawn on like the corner front, right in the front in front of their house. And the lawn was dead. And so when they came back and I would look every day. And finally I saw them, their garage door open and everything. And I saw my neighbor walk over to the lawn. And other than that, it looked nice. But he looked to the corner and he kind of looked around the neighborhood. And I thought, do I go out there? Do I say something to him? And I didn't. And then a couple days passed. The lawn started to come back a little bit. And I walked over and I finally told him, I'm like, hey, man, I burned you. I'm really sorry. And he was nice about it. But, like in neighbors, like and then our relationship was never the same because he just looked at me like, and at one point we had enough drinks one time. There was like a neighborhood party. It was actually a Niners party. It was like a Monday night Niners party. I come out and we had a few cocktails and finally he had enough to have the courage to go, never mow my lawn again. And I've been mowing lawns since I was like 12. That has never happened. That same thing that you say in the bedroom, that has never happened to me before. I told him that. And he's like, just, I know you're trying to be neighborly and nice, but don't mow my lawn anymore. So there you go. All right. Keep them coming on the text line at 808 KNBR. I love living the old stories, as you know, the Golden State Lumber and showroom text line. So make sure that you keep those coming. Love the calls as well. Thanks for joining us, 808 KNBR. We will do more of that and get your opinion on Steph. We'll do some more 49ers as well. Plus, big article on Buster today and something that Hunter Pence says. So we got a ton to get to today on the show here on Fair and Biased. But coming up next, he is a super genius. He's been covering the Niners for a long time. He's been at every day of camp. So what is Matt Barrows of The Athletic looking for tonight in preseason game number 1? We'll ask him next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants manager Tony Vitello. Long, insightful interview this morning with Murph and Marcus. Check it out. That and more at KNBR.com.
Now back to Fair and Biased. Follow us on YouTube at The Sports Leader and interact with John Lund right now. He may nibble, but he won't bite.
I don't know what that means. No idea. Just say I wouldn't bite. Thanks for joining us. Boy, when you bring up Steph should be traded, yeah, people don't get very happy. And they use a lot of profanity. I just learned that. Thanks for joining us. This is one of my favorite guys, man. If he doesn't know it is not happening with the 49ers. He is the great Matt Barrows, at Matt Barrows. Covers the 49ers for The Athletic, has done so for a long time, and so there's nobody better to talk to about what we should watch for between Robert Saleh's Titans, who will play starters, and Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers, who will not, here at Levi's Stadium. And remember, 3 o'clock for the pregame, 6 o'clock kick right here on the Sports Leader. And Matt Barrows joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
I'm doing well, John. How are you?
Yeah, it's good. It's good to talk to you. It's been a minute, so really good to catch up.
Am I going to see you? Will you be up in the press box today for the game?
Yeah, I'm excited to come back and check it out. I've missed you, and so I'm looking forward to it. In regards to tonight, what do you expect? Because as we know, Saleh's going to play his guys. The 49ers aren't. So with that in mind, who are the people that you're going to be watching?
Well, I mean, I think there's a possibility there could be a few starters on the field. Like Romello Height might be a starter. It would depend on, what personnel group the Rams are in week 1. But he's somebody that I would imagine the 49ers want to see in a live scenario. But there are a lot of, this team is full of first and second year players. And I think the 49ers are really interested in those second year guys. They really want to see that group. It was a deep class last year, I think 11 draft picks. They'd like to see that class as a whole take a big step forward. And, a lot of those guys will play. C.J. West, the defensive tackle, probably will start this game. Jordan Watkins, wide receiver, will get a lot of action. He's competing to be the top punt returner. So I would say that class is the one to really watch. I don't know if Deshaun Stribling, the rookie this year, who looks like a 10-year player already, is going to play much. I think that the 49ers have liked what they've seen from him, but he'd be another guy I'd be really interested in watching. And then one more rookie I think your listeners will be really interested to see is Jaden Duggar. He was the second to the last draft pick in April. Didn't have a lot of college experience at linebacker, and the 49ers have him playing basically 3 different spots in practice. And he's taken to all 3 very well. He's been a really pleasant surprise for this team. He'll jump out to everybody because he's actually taller than Fred Warner, who's a tall linebacker. This guy's 6'4". He's got the arms of a defensive end. He runs really fast. I think that Raheem Morris, the defensive coordinator, really likes his versatility, and he's going to kind of use him as a chess piece this year. So he'll definitely play. Whether he starts, I'm not sure, but look for number 53 out there.
Matt Barrows joining us. We're looking at tonight's game between the Titans and the 49ers to kick off the preseason. Let me stay with him for just a second. Is he kind of their answer to, I'm not saying he's exact, but like a Nick Emmanwori where everybody's trying to kind of find that chess piece?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the NFL offenses are leaning more and more towards 3 tight ends. And remember last year when the Rams came to town, they used 3 tight ends quite a bit, and the 49ers just did not have an answer to that. Yeah, I mean, he plays what the 49ers are calling the fever linebacker position.
I got a fever.
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me of, you probably remember this. It reminds me of Johnny Fever.
Yeah,
From,
WK, what is it? KRP in Cincinnati. Yeah, there you go.
Cincinnati, yeah. I forget the actor's name, but that was
Howard Hessman. Howard Hessman.
Yeah, very good.
It just came into my mind. I can't believe I remembered it. Wow.
I knew it started with an H.
Yes.
That's as far as I got.
Very nice.
Well done. Congratulations to your brain. It's still working.
Not very well, but yeah, that one came to me.
But the Fever is just kind of an interesting name. It's basically a hybrid linebacker. It's basically their Sam position, strong side position, but having this guy do, some coverage in the slot, some rushing off the edge. It's what a lot of colleges call the star position. So you put your best athlete there, basically, which is what Eamon Worry did a lot for Seattle last year, and what this guy can do as well. He's bigger than Eamon Worry. I mean, he's, in the high 240s, which these days for a linebacker is just unheard of. I mean, the linebackers now are 220. So he's bigger and yet plays a position where they want a lot of movement. So it's sort of a contrast there, but he can handle it physically for sure. I think the question with him is, can he kind of keep up mentally as a rookie with what that position demands?
The great Matt Barrows is joining us. Titans and the 49ers tonight, 3 o'clock pregame, 6 o'clock for the kick right here on the Sports Leader. You did a great job, as you always do. You've ranked the 15 rookies. And before we get into some of these, and we just mentioned Duggar, it seems to me as I'm looking across, I mean, obviously all these guys aren't going to make it, but there seems to be a lot of guys on this list where there's key positions. So when you look at these rookies, what is the most important position or positions where they get contributions from these guys?
Well, it's such a young defensive line, and I'm not just talking about Romello Height at defensive end. Grayson Halton will probably be the fourth defensive tackle this year with, Alfred Collins, a second-year player. I mentioned C.J. West, a second-year player. And then there's a couple of undrafted guys who have looked really good, too. I expect one of these two guys, Bryson Eason and James Thompson, the second, to make the team. So they'll get a ton of snaps today. They'll be in the middle. I don't think that, either guy is a 10-sack guy or maybe even a 3-sack guy, but I think that they like their size and they like them kind of playing next to guys like Alfred Collins and Osa Odighizuwa. So playing next to the guy that's going to penetrate and make plays in the backfield. So, I mean, I think that the 49ers themselves are very optimistic about these last two draft classes. And I think last year we saw some good contributions from that group. My question would be, do you have any stars? That's what's carried this team is just some really great draft classes from 2017 through, I guess it was 2019. I mean, those are the classes that brought you George Kittle and Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel. I just don't think that they've had one recently like that. And, they're hoping that Stribling and some of these other guys can kind of elevate those classes and kind of fill out the center of the roster again.
I know that ratings drop when we talk about offensive linemen, but we must. The left guard position, what's going on there as far, because I know there's some injuries there, obviously, but what are they doing with left guard?
Yeah, it looked like Connor Colby was going to kind of walk away with that position. He got a lot of praise from teammates, a lot of praise from coaches early on. But last week they switched it around a bit, and they've given Robert Jones, who's more of a veteran, a lot of play at that spot. So I would assume one of those guys starts. That could be another kind of week one starter that you see tonight against the Titans, because that's a good competition. They don't have the left guard settled yet, and I think they want to give both of those guys a lot of snaps. Connor Colby is number 77 for everyone watching at home, and I believe Robert Jones is number 65. I think that's right. And then they've also got Carver Willis. He's a draft pick. You'll certainly see him a lot today. He's playing all over. He's playing both guard spots and center. And one of their centers is out with a concussion, Brett Toth. So I imagine Willis will get some center snaps later on. I think he's interesting because I think the 49ers hope that he could be a future center for them. Jake Brendel is in his mid-30s. He's not signed for next year. I don't know if a one-year turnaround is too ambitious for Carver Willis, but the 49ers at least are kind of giving him a look at that position.
Matt Barrows joining us, Fair and Biased, here on the Sports Leader, talking about the Titans and the 49ers. The preseason gets kicked off tonight at Levi's Stadium, 3 o'clock pregame, 6 o'clock for the kick. How big of a game is this for Curtis Rourke, who obviously last year injured? If he plays really well, and I'm not advocating that Mac Jones gets traded, but obviously they signed him to a 2-year deal for the very thought of, just like Darnold walked out and you got nothing for him. If he was really impressive and somebody had an injury, would the 49ers move Mac Jones? Could they feel comfortable enough with Curtis Rourke or no?
Mac Jones was available for a trade this offseason, but I've heard that the 49ers asking price was like ridiculous. Okay, we'll give you Mac Jones, but you have to send us 7 first-round picks or something like that.
Sounds reasonable.
I'm exaggerating, but it was clear that they wanted him on the team. Like you would have to move heaven and earth to get Mac Jones from us. So I don't think that they would move him now. And trading a quarterback mid-season is tough. Having said that, there's so many teams that use the 49ers offense that I don't think it would be as tough if it were to a very specific team. But probably not going to happen. I do think that you're right in that, Curtis Rourke is one of the guys to really look at in these 3 preseason games. He and Adrian Martinez will get a lot of the snaps. The 49ers know exactly what they have. And in Mac Jones and Brock Purdy, I don't expect either of them to play all that much, certainly not tonight. So it's mostly going to be Rourke and it's mostly going to be Martinez. And, I would say that their competition is too close to call right now. Rourke has the upside. He's got a really nice delivery. He's got great height. He can move. I just think he needed to kind of speed up his process a little bit, which is he's a de facto rookie this year. So that's what you would expect from him. And Martinez has the higher floor. I think the 49ers really were impressed with him from a mental and a makeup standpoint last year when he came in. Remember, he came in late. It was Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai were the number 3 guys last year, and they got the bulk of the snaps in the preseason. In training camp, we're talking number 3 snaps. And then Martinez came in early in the season, and I think he just really impressed them. So they like him, is what I'm trying to say. So I don't think they're just going to hand the job to Rourke. I think they'd love it for Rourke to win that job and to win it in such a way that they would feel good about him being the number 2 next year when Mac Jones isn't signed. And everybody expects Mac Jones to be pursued fairly heavily in free agency.
Before we let you go, we cannot have a 49ers conversation without having a substation conversation. And I guess that Pablo Torre took a break from finding out what was going on all the time with the Clippers and Kawhi's situation to delve into the substation. And I guess that he found what John Lynch found, which is there is no truth to the substation. What's your theory on the substation? And do we need to worry about Nick Bosa being out for a week or being week to week or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't think Nick Bosa's injury is substation related. Remember, this is a guy. If it is, then the substation had foresight and got him when he was in high school in Fort Lauderdale, and then at Ohio State. So that's one hell of a substation.
Yeah.
A
lot of range.
I do not believe in the substation. My joke about the substation is the one person who's had the most unbroken exposure to the substation over time is Matt Mayoko, and he's perfect. You know what, John? We should start looking at the substation. I think that there's something to this, actually. Now that I think about it. No, Matt and I have been covering. Matt and I have had exposure to the substation.
Yes, you have.
He's had exposure since the mid '90s. I've had exposure since 2002. Hey, and we're doing great. So
nothing. No shoulders, knees, nothing. Just you're all good.
Oh, nothing like that. No, I mean I could go over my medical chart with you, but we would need a couple of hours. I think.
That's
but
true.
no ligament,
Nothing.
muscle strains and ligament tears. So, if we can withstand, and we're both very kind of weakly built men, if we can withstand it, I think that there's probably not much to it.
Yeah, Mayoko much more weak than you. I mean, just that
course.
goes without
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
And maybe it has a category for mental too, because his mental capacity has slipped over the last few years. So maybe it's something like that. Writing not quite as sharp as it's been in the past.
If the substation leads to lame dad jokes, then we might be onto something here, because they come fast and furious with Matt Mayoko, and it started around 2014 too, when they expanded the substation. So that might be the next thing that Pablo needs to kind of look into.
That's the best. Hey Matt, I'll see you tonight. Thank you so much. It's great to connect with you again, and we'll do it again real soon. Thank you.
All right. See you, John.
You're the
Talk
best.
to you. Bye.
All right. That is Matt Barrows. At Matt Barrows, you'll be smarter if you follow him. And, of course, he's absolutely great. And one of his latest ranking 49ers rookies, and he's got 15 of them. And as he said, you look at this team, and they needed guys to come through last year. But it's the second-year guys. It's the rookie guys. And he brings up a really good point, which is, all right, some of these guys, they look like they're going to be solid. I don't know what Striblig's going to be, or some of these other guys and the names that he threw out there, and they're excited. And there's a couple undrafted guys, as he pointed out. But where are your stars? Because that's where the 49ers struck gold, so to speak. And that's why they became as good as they are. And I hate bringing up the other teams. And I don't use the word hate a lot, but I hate. The Seahawks have just hit, boom, 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 boom. And they're not okay. Devin Witherspoon's not just okay. JSN's not just okay. I mean, go into and this is when the 49ers really hit. Warner, third round, these stuff. I don't need to go it again. Kittle, fifth round, blah, blah, blah. Is that you're not just getting good players there. Those guys are Hall of Fame players. That's why Seattle is where they are right now. Sorry. That's where the Rams are where they are right now. I know they got Myles Garrett and they traded for Stafford, but they didn't even have first-round picks, and they're hitting on guys. When you're hitting on Puka in the 6th round and you're hitting on Kyron Williams in the 2nd round, and that defensive line, all those guys were not first-rounders. The Byron Youngs and those kind of guys who are playing really, really well, they just hit on those. And so you can – solid players are great. But over the last few drafts, the things that they're missing, which Matt Barrows just pointed out, is got to hit the stars. So are any of these guys of the last couple of drafts stars? All right, as I'm looking across the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, if you are watching on YouTube, which do that at your own risk, it's so weird how this medium works, because sports, Niners, Warriors, Giants, there's stuff going on, and right now the text line is full of Kirkland vodka stories. So Kirkland vodka stories, and I am going to try to fit in. We're going to stay with the 49ers. There was an interesting piece, and I'm not the biggest Dan Orlovsky guy, but he put together a piece today that makes me think that Brock Purdy's not underrated anymore. We'll get into that, too, coming up next. We're going to see if we can walk and chew gum at the same time, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
We'll give you Mac Jones, but you have to send us 7 first-round picks or something like that.
Sounds reasonable.
I'm exaggerating, but it was clear that they wanted him on the team.
This is Fair and Biased with John Lund, and you've got it locked on the Sports Leader.
That's awesome, man. Raph is the best. He's producing the program today. Tim's going to be down at the 49ers. He chose 49ers over hanging out with me. That's what I do. Thin Tim produced, what is today? I don't even know. This week has been such a whirlwind. But, yeah, Thin Tim did the show Monday, Tuesday. Then I was out at the yard yesterday, so I didn't see him. And then he's already sick of doing the show. So I'm very grateful to have Raph. Nice work. That was Matt Barrows who joined us. If you missed that, we'll probably post it. I don't even know if they post my stuff, but I think we'll post it at KNBR.com. I'm pretty sure. So if you missed the conversation, he gave us some great insight into who you should be watching tonight. He's also got a piece up there with the 15 rookies. He re-ranked the rookies, which is very, very cool. One thing that's disappointing, and then I'll get into A, vodka talk, and B, why Brock Purdy's not underrated anymore, and I may have to take that Purdy thing into a couple of different segments. But one thing that he mentioned that is probably disappointing to a lot of fans who are going to tune in tonight, he said, I don't know how much Dejon Stribling is going to play, and whether that is just health-related a little bit because he's been a little bit banged up, or that they feel like he's already kind of earned a spot. That would just me, and I get it. This is an old age debate or an age-old debate of what you should do in the preseason. Robert Saleh is going to play his guys. Well, the reason why Robert Saleh is going to play his guys is because that's a young team and they need reps. Kyle Shanahan looks at the joint practices and says that's enough, and you'd rather be underprepared than over-injured. And so the Niners already are. They're not going to push it. I get it. It's just a guy like Stribling who's still a rookie. I'd like to see him get more reps. Now, maybe it's because I'm selfish, and when I watch the game tonight, we've heard so much about him in camp that it's like, could I see the kid play? You saw him a ton at Ole Miss. So they got a lot of stuff, but I'd like to see him tonight. So I wouldn't automatically say, well, you're a starter, and then you get him on the sidelines, and he's joking around. It's like, what have you proven? So I'd like to see him play, but it sounds like he's not going to play. Now, second thing, and then I'll get to Brock Purdy. I guess I forgot this. This is either one of two things on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Either we have a lot of people on the text line who have an alcohol problem, or I'm just stupid. It's probably the latter. But I was talking about, to just go back maybe a half hour, I don't even know how we got onto Kirkland vodka. I have no idea how we get onto anything on this show. But
Bloody Marys.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. See, Raph's paying attention to the show. I have no idea what's going on. So, yeah, we were getting on Bloody Marys. Yesterday I was out at the yard, and because I wanted to do a half-decent show yesterday, I just decided, okay, I'm not going to do Bloodies, because Pop and I would get on the patio. And since I had to do very little talking on that show, I'd have 3 or 5, and then by the end of the show, I'm like, eee. But, and then we'd do award-winning Diamond Notes, and they were better than ever. But I think I had one at the end of the show, which I probably sucked down in warp speed. It was so good. So good. And so we started talking about Bloody Marys, and then we were talking about different vodka, and all I was saying was, you don't need to have a great vodka in a Bloody Mary, not a high-end vodka. Like, a lot of bougie people are putting like a high-end, or like Raph said, it's locked up in the thing, and you're you don't need that. Now, if you're doing a martini, it's different. Blue cheese olives, thank you. But so we got into that conversation, and I brought up Kirkland vodka, and everybody but me knows that Kirkland vodka is actually Grey Goose vodka. Did you know that, Raph, or no? I had
no idea.
Yeah, I didn't either. There's a booze distributor here who I'd like to be good friends with. Where did that one go? See, the thing is, we get your phone number when you text in, but I won't use it. Believe me, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, look at that. There's probably 50 people that are saying Kirkland vodka is Grey Goose repackaged, you dummy. Do you really need to say that part? Like, am I a dummy because I don't know that Kirkland vodka is repackaged?
No one knew that.
Yeah, come on. Well, a lot of people here. Geez. This guy says, let's see, 209, is that right? No. 209 says, I'm a booze distributor. What do you do for a living? I'm a booze distributor. That's pretty good. The only issue with Kirkland is they contract with suppliers who have excessive products, so it changes from year to year. Oh, okay. So he's saying that it's not always. See, I wasn't that dumb. He said, oh, this is a good question too. John, do you draw the line on vodka quality in plastic bottles? No. I haven't heard that the Taka vodka, Taaka, I don't know what that is, but no, I'm not a snob when it comes to it. I just don't want to be hungover. Some people are beer snobs. The only reason I don't drink cheap booze or beer has nothing to do with the taste, because at this point in my life, I'm probably desensitized to it. Like my tongue is dead. So it's not like and like I said, in most drinks, you can't even taste it anyway. Like I love when people do that. Is this Grey Goose vodka? Come on, man. You're mixing it with orange juice, or it's a bloody you can't tell. Like, get out of here. Now, if you're drinking I'm a big old fashioned guy. Yeah, you can taste good bourbon, bad bourbon. You know that. But here's another thing, and then I promise I'll get to Brock Purdy. Yeah, I probably have to do it next. After 2 or 3, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters then is if you drink cheap booze, then you're going to get a hangover. And I'm one of the, I told you, we had the 49ers dinner on Sunday night. And I did everybody a favor because I had 2 old-fashioned, that's it. And I thought if I have 3, I'll have 10. And then I didn't want to be hungover on Monday. So, look at me. I hope the big boys are listening upstairs. Like, I actually thought to myself, I have matured to the point finally in my life where I'm like, God, tomorrow might be something if I don't stop now. Whereas I never had that governor when I was younger, like just keep going, like just no thought to tomorrow. Like tomorrow, who knows? Like Kyle Shanahan said, we all might be done by Sunday. I'm just going to keep going. Like, no, I don't do that anymore. All right, this the Brock thing, I'll bring it up real shortly, and then we'll finish up the conversation when I come back, and we'll do this in about 5 minutes. But let me set it up like this: that he's been underrated for so long, and for people who aren't in the Bay Area market, they kind of don't understand this whole thing. But my theory on Brock has always been that because he was picked 262, that he would never outrun that. That there are just some people that have it in their mind that he was Mr. Irrelevant, and it was made such a big deal, and it was such a cool story at the time. And last night, this was funny, a lot of people posted this on social media. I guess it's been, what year is this for Brock? 4 or 5, whatever it is, where it was his first touchdown pass. He was actually wearing number 14. He wore 15 in college. He wore 14 when he was in his first preseason game of the Niners. Then it went to 13, and they had his first touchdown pass. But the reason why I'm not going to play it is because on TV, and this is nothing against Al Guido, who's an awesome guy, president of the 49ers, awesome guy, but he's talking throughout the entire drive. So it's Brock Purdy's first touchdown drive as a 49er, and Papa and Ryan are doing the TV thing, and they bring him in, and it's like, hey, and now it's Brock Purdy. And during the whole drive, they're doing an interview, so it's not really good audio. So, not just Brock going boom, 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 boom. But I always thought that he just was never going to be able to outrun 262 because in a good way, the way that he did it and all the things. And then people, I think, put a ceiling on him. Well, there's a couple of pieces out now, and one specifically this morning, that I think make it so that Brock Purdy is no longer underrated. You may disagree with this, but I'm going to get into this conversation coming up next. And plus, because Dan Orlovsky did one of the ratings, and then there's another one that I think also illustrates that Brock is no longer underrated. I have a great, even if you don't want to stay for that, you should stay for the Dan Orlovsky story that I have from the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. I'm going to tell you that, and we're going to tell you why Brock Purdy is no longer underrated. We'll do it coming up next. Fair and Biased Radio, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Oh, hey, I'm back. John Lund here. Do you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, you won't believe this, but they're not based here in the Bay Area, and some, this is crazy, aren't even based in the state, but Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, yes. They're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting, like really fighting, for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So please, as a personal favor to me, be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in amazing hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm, they secured more than, get this, it's a massive number. It might blow your friggin' mind. More than $1 billion, that's a billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But this is crazy. With all that, you pay nothing upfront, nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. Most important part, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
I mean, obviously, like going up against our guys, I mean, it's starting NFL defense, and he's shown that time and time again. But it was cool just to, switch it up today, go up against different guys that we haven't played against, and see him make plays and, run our offense and be on time and do his job and things like that. So it was good. I know there was a couple routes that we could still talk about and whatnot, but it fires me up that we have stuff that we can keep getting better at. But he showed a lot of flashes and stuff today, so I was excited about it.
Sometimes he's fair, most of the time he's biased. Back to John Lund on Fair and Biased, only on the Sports Leader.
I love that you're joining us. Thanks. It is Fair and Biased Radio here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. You can always hit us up because I'm going to try to make it's not an argument. You and I are not in an argument. I'm just going to have the discussion that I think Brock Purdy is no longer underrated. Give me your thoughts at 808-KNBR. That is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. You can always hit us up on a text, and there's already somebody jumping on there for it. So, look, and the other thing I want you to know about the show, since I'm not really new, but the show is fairly new, that I'm not like the rest of the world. If you disagree with the host, that's cool. Like right now in our country, it's kind of like if you disagree that we can't be friends and everyone gets angry and so on. That's cool. You don't have to agree with the host. I love other opinions. I don't claim to be always right. This is what I think. This is what I read. This is how my brain deciphers it. And if you disagree, that's great. So the more the merrier. Text line is wide open. Like I said, at 808-KNBR. And if you want to jump on a line and say hello and disagree, agree, whatever the case may be, 808-KNBR there as well. So make sure that you hit those things up, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, or jump on a line on the UMA guest line, and I will make you a guest on the show. So here's what I'm going to attempt to do. Oh, yeah, let me finish vodka first, real quick. Not me drinking it. Tim checked in. I might have disparaged him before, but he said Taka vodka plastic bottle is made in the most Russian city of all, Lexington, Kentucky. So there you go. Very nice. And then there are people debating whether it is actually a Grey Goose. Anyway, if you just joined the show, you're like, what? You promised me Brock Purdy. All right, let me come through with that. Okay, so in regards to Brock Purdy, there's the QB rankings that Mike Sando has, and everybody, or the QB tiers, and everybody loves doing that. So when Mike Sando of The Athletic, who's a good friend of the show, great guy, comes up with those QB tiers that everybody runs and everybody is going crazy and all that kind of stuff. And so there's that one part of it. And Brock in those QB tiers this year was ranked 11th. And I think that's fair. Again, you can disagree and go crazy, but the guys ahead of him in tier 1 were Mahomes, Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford, Joe Burrow. And then they went to tier 2, and I would still think Lamar Jackson's in tier 1, but Brock's not going to be ahead of Lamar Jackson. Dak Prescott, I know in the playoffs, Dak isn't very good. Drake May had an amazing year last year. I'd like to see him prove it in the playoffs, but that's fair. Jared Goff has become very solid. You could make the argument against Jared Goff that he plays in a controlled environment in a dome and has really good offensive weapons. But you know what? Okay, I can live with Jared Goff. Then you go Jordan Love. Now, if you're a 49ers fan, you go, they beat him in the playoffs. The Niners did. So would you put Jordan Love ahead of him? Okay, we start to get into a debate about, okay, maybe Brock is top 10. But then and again, if you don't know this about Sando's rankings, these are guys in the NFL. It's not just some jackass making a random list that everybody gets mad at. And if I could back up for a minute, I don't get angry about lists. It's somebody's opinion. I don't know how this changed and flipped in our sports society that people get so mad about someone's opinion on something. Like, whatever, dude. But this list is relevant to me because it's people within the league. It's coordinators. It's executives. So Brock Purdy at 11 sounds all right to me. In the past, Brock hasn't been there. Brock had a good year last year, had some injuries. So even Brock Purdy, coming off some injuries, gets 11 in the QB tiers. I think that's fair. I don't think that's underrated. I don't think it's overrated. Could you put Brock in the top 10? You could. He's tied in that 11 spot with Caleb Williams. That seems fair to me. 808-KNBR, you can tell me where I'm crazy, but I think Brock Purdy being in that range is fair, especially coming off an injury. And we all know the excuses. He was picked at 262. I didn't think he would ever outrun that. He's running Kyle Shanahan's offense. All these different things. They gave him the excuse. But I think Brock Purdy is on the verge or is about a top 10 quarterback. So that's part of my thought process. Then Dan Orlovsky came out with something today. And I'm going to try to resist the urge to go into a Dan Orlovsky story because I want to stay on track here. I'm going to try. Maybe I'll tell it at the end if I have time, or maybe in the segment after that, because I got a funny Dan Orlovsky. But let me just say this. Okay, so he comes out on ESPN today, does Orlovsky, and says the following. I ranked the top 10 quarterbacks by 7 different traits: arm strength, ball placement, mechanics, decision-making, pocket presence, second reaction creativity, which I believe Brock is very underrated. That what that means is, I'll just explain. You probably know, but I'll explain anyway. Which is, there's the way the play is supposed to work, and then about 60% of the time or more, there's the way that it actually works, which is you got to scramble, find other guys. It doesn't work exactly. The defense was playing a certain coverage, and you've all of a sudden, and this is where really the money is made in the NFL. That play's not open. What are you going to do now? So that is kind of your second reaction creativity. And then rushing ability, which may or may not be something. I mean, the greatest quarterbacks are considered the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Montana, Brady, however you want to put them on your list or your Mount Rushmore. Peyton Manning, Drew Brees. I mean, they weren't great runners, so I don't know how relevant that is. It is to a certain point. I'd rather say that how you move within the pocket is more. But so arm strength, he's not ranked in the top 10. That's fair, right? That's fair. He doesn't have the strongest arm in the league. I understand that. So I wouldn't say that that's a big deal that he's not ranked in the top as far as arm strength is concerned. Ball placement, he's 9th. Mechanics, he's not rated in the top 10. I'd debate that, but okay, whatever. Decision making, not in the top 10. I think you should probably just. I know sometimes Brock has a little bit of a, I don't know what you'd call it, maybe a little bit of Brett Favre flair where he thinks he could fit something in and he can't. But I'd rather I like that, because you can't have it both ways. Like fans it's crazy. Like fans would call Alex Smith like a check down Charlie kind of a guy, and they'd get really mad at it. But then you have somebody who's a little bit more aggressive and he throws an interception and things get mad. I think that he's a little bit more to the aggressive side than maybe you'd want if in a perfect world, but I think that's fine. So with decision making, he's not top 10. I probably would look at that and yeah, I think he's better than that. But here's where it gets good. Pocket present 8. Absolutely. Second reaction 7. I would say that he's even better than that. I mean, just go back to the NFC Championship game against Detroit a couple of years ago. I mean, he is incredibly underrated in that regard. If he needs to get a first down and it's 3rd and 3, Brock can do that. You don't really – I mean, when Brock walks in with the latest from the Kohl's collection when he's walking into the stadium, he doesn't look like he's going to be that guy. He's more Clark Kent than Superman, but I think his second reaction is pretty good. And then rushing ability, he's not there. So second reaction, 7. Pocket presence, 8. Ball placement, 9. Mechanics, not in top 10. Arm strength, not in top 10. But what that tells me is where he would be as far as Orlovsky's rankings are concerned. Again, he'd be in the 8 to 10 range, just overall. So to me, and you can tell me where I'm wrong here, Brock Purdy being a top 8 to 10 quarterback in the league, which is what both Mike Sando, he's got him at 11, but he's right on the verge. I would probably put him ahead of Jordan Love. And remember, and when I say this word, let me explain it before you go, what? There's a sexiness to the position, and this is why there are so many mistakes made at this position, is because what happens is a general manager is trying to cover his butt. I'll just be nice because you might have kids in the car. He's trying to cover his butt, which kids find to be a funny word. So I'll say that. He's trying to play the CYA thing, which is when you draft a quarterback at that position, you want him to be 6'4", 220. You want him to have a laser rocket arm. You want him to like all the traits so you can then go to your owner or management or whomever is going to fire you at some point and say, it wasn't my fault. He covered all the boxes. That's why the Purdy's don't get drafted that high, because you're not going to take a chance on a guy who doesn't have those traits that high, because then it comes back to you as the guy who drafted him. Brock Purdy's only 6'1", 220. He doesn't have a strong arm. He doesn't have, So that's how they get drafted where they are. There's still even though they know this and we know this, and it's not a perfect science, and you see a guy, and sometimes these general managers, they just don't believe their eyes. So they don't draft the guy because they can't defend that guy, if that makes sense. They can't defend the pick if they're not the prototypical dictionary definition of that position. So that's why it happens like that. So some of these other guys, even when you have ranking systems like that, because there's a human element to this, I think there's guys still ahead of him. Like Jordan Love is the perfect example. Jordan Love is a really great athlete. He's got a whippy kind of an arm, and so people are, he's going to be ahead of Brock. Brock is still going to have that thing against him that he doesn't look quite right, that he's still kind of Clark Kent-ish. He's not going to ever get the credit he deserves 100% because it's Kyle Shanahan. If Brock were to ever go to another team, I think that he could have the same amount of success because everybody runs a version of this system. So I think it's just lazy when the national guys, and I don't care, I know you care more than I do, but when the national guys say, because I'm reading a couple of these on the text line right now, I don't really care what the national guys say, because the one thing is that within the league, guys say nice things, I understand that. But within the league, the people that matter, the head coaches, the general managers, they know what he can do. They know that he's really good. They know that his superpower is something that a lot of media members can't wrap their hands around, which is he's really, really smart. The ball goes to the right place. He can decipher things about as fast as anybody in the league right now. It's just that unlike, say, a Matthew Stafford, he can't laser throw it like that. And so there's going to be issues. And in his brain, he's a little bit more of a risk taker. He's a little bit more of a gunslinger, and sometimes his arm can't deliver on that gunslinger mentality. But let me just go back to the original premise, which to me is he's a top 10 quarterback. That's what both of these lists are suggesting, whether it be Orlovsky this morning or in the QB tiers by Mike Sando, which puts him at 11, tied with Caleb Williams. And that's okay. I'm stretching a little bit for the sake of the conversation. I understand that, but that's a top 10 quarterback. And I'd put him ahead of Jordan Love. Who am I? Nobody. But I'm just saying that's probably where I would draw the line. So to me, it's just a long-winded way of saying I don't think he's underrated anymore. I think he's outrun pick 262. I think that he, as far as he can, because Kyle is such a genius, could play in any of these systems. I mean, let's just look around the league at all these guys. You don't think he could run all these offenses? Nope. Everybody runs a version of Kyle's offense or McVay's offense or Kevin O'Connell's offense or whatever it is. So he could play in any of these systems. It doesn't matter. And even though they have good, and this was the whole thing too when he came in. Well, geez, they have Kittle and they have McCaffrey and they have Juwan Jennings and they have Deebo Samuel at a high level and they have Brandon Ayuk and they have, well, that's not really the case anymore. I mean, hopefully Mike Evans stays healthy, but that's a good, at this point of his career, he's a Hall of Famer, but he's a good, not great receiver at this point. I think he's going to be solid. He's got to stay healthy. Dezon Stribling, everybody is like really excited, but he's a rookie. I told you, I look at rookies like they're lottery tickets. I'm not putting him as, this is an old thing of mine that you'll have to if you listen to the show on a regular basis, which you should. I call it in the bank. What I mean by that is players who you can rely on. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter weather, doesn't matter conditions, doesn't matter who you're playing, doesn't matter if it's home or road. A lot of those guys are iffy. I put guys in the bank. I can't put a rookie who's never played a game in a bank right now. So that's kind of an iffy thing. Debo's coming back, but maybe he is. Maybe he'll prove me 100% wrong. Debo's not the Debo he was in his heyday in like 2021 with all the yak and rack and all that. So that, everyone's like, well, look, you have Debo at his high level. You have Ayuk doing what he's doing. You have Kittle at a high level. Well, at the beginning of the season, he's not going to have those things. He is going to have McCaffrey. It's not like the cupboard is bare. But I think he's coming out of the shadow, too, of it's just a Kyle Shanahan thing or it's just a talent thing. Montana was similarly sized, and yet Brock's actually bigger. You hardly ever hear Montana get criticized for the players he had around him. He had the biggest genius of an offensive mind maybe in the history of the game, and he had Jerry Rice, John Taylor, he had all those guys he had, and he doesn't seem to get penalized for those kind of things, but Brock did for a long time. So overall, I don't think he's underrated anymore. So give me your thoughts on that. Text line is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 808-KNBR. I'd love to hear your voice as well so that it's not mine just going blah, blah, blah. At 415-808-KNBR. Is Brock Purdy still underrated? I'm not going to pat myself on the back, but I did that about as well as I could from a time standpoint, so now I can tell my Orlovsky story. So I was at which Super Bowl was this? I think it might have been, it was the Arizona Super Bowl because it was the year before the Niners were in Las Vegas. And, there's lots of, obviously lots of media around and everything like that. And believe me, I'm not a fashionista. I'm not trying to say that. And most men that say they are, absolutely not. We're especially like you go to like the grocery store on a Sunday, men just dress sloppy, terribly. Women dress so much better than men. Dan Orlovsky's a sharp dresser, but he was, I happened to be behind him on an escalator. It was a really big, long escalator, and I'm behind him on the escalator, and he had just gotten off the set of ESPN, and he had been on our show a lot of times. And so I talked to him for a few minutes, and he was just standing there, and I just happened to be standing. And then I followed him up the escalator. I swear his pants made Robbie Ray's tight pants look like, how kids wear like gigantic pants that are like 10 sizes too big. That's what it made Robbie Ray's baseball pants look like. They were the tightest pants. I was so uncomfortable going up the escalator, and somebody was next to me, and we started talking, and all I could do was fixate on how tight Dan Orlovsky's pants were. I swear I thought they were going to rip. Now, he's a thin guy. I think he's about 6'4", and he's a thin guy. Super nice guy. I could never pull off a suit like this. Maybe it's jealousy that I just never could. I have no idea what the fashion is for suits right now. I know that's obviously not the Jordan with the big, shoulder pads and the big giant suits that you used to have and double-breasted this, that, or the other. I don't think it's that. I understand that. Fitted suits are definitely in, but this thing was not fitted. It was like in the morning, he had somebody paint the pants on. I was so uncomfortable. You could see everything. Like, women wear the workout pants that are just like super tight. And if you're with your significant other and you're just saying, don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look. And yet you do, and then you get smacked upside of the head. Like, I was like, my God, man. And I never had the guts to tell him, or ask him, how do you get in those pants, man? Like, they were just so tight. And I thought, they're going to rip.
Were you going up the escalator or down? So?
No, I was going up. And so, you're looking up. Yeah. And so someone's talking to me, and I didn't hear one word they said. It was like, wah, 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 wah. Because I was just thinking to myself, how did Dan Orlovsky get in those pants, man? Like, those are incredible. And and for him, everybody's got a different look. I'm kind of short and stubby. He's a tall, angular kind of a guy. So maybe it works for him. And maybe that was the style, because I told you, I started this I'm not a fashionista here. I don't know. I'm that guy that's at the grocery store and sloppy sweats that have, stains on them on a Sunday, and you're like, God, that guy dresses horribly. So I'm not even trying to even fake that I know anything about fashion. I'm just saying, for me, I'm just like, wow. I mean, who else has tight? Robbie Ray wears tight pants. Walker Buehler wears tight pants. Like, it just made them look like, the loose fit jean. Like, it was just like, those things are crazy. Anyway, have you you've never heard of stretch pants from the 707? No, these were not stretch pants. And these were not workout pants. This was a suit. And it was just like, wow, super tight. Anyway, all right. A lot of stuff on the text line saying I'm crazy about Brock. I'll read some of the best ones as well. Always hit us up at 808-KNBR, please, in the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I've made the argument that Brock Purdy is no longer underrated. 808-KNBR on the phone lines as well. What say you? We'll take some of those best ones next. You are listening to Fair and Biased Radio, only here on the Sports Leader. What are we talking about?
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
It is my favorite time of day. That's when we get to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. And Steve, I think a lot of people want to know this. Can you deduct being scammed on your taxes? What do you say to that?
If you qualify. So how do you know if you qualify? So first, when the tax law changed, casualty losses were mostly done away with, but there's an exception. And the exception is if you got scammed. This is such a big deal, such a big exception. The IRS actually wrote this long memo. Who qualifies, how to do it, even with examples. If you've been scammed, if you qualify, this is a chance to get back a lot of money from the IRS. We have a free consultation. If we can deduct this, this will make a major difference in your life because you get back a lot of money. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve, do I qualify to deduct this?
Call Steve right now. Do I qualify to deduct this? That's all you got to do. Do it right now. Don't wait. You'll forget. 888-TAX-STILL. Call Steve Moskowitz right now. Can you deduct that being scammed situation? 888-TAX-STILL. Or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
your home of Giants baseball for nearly half a century. We are the sports leader, and this is Fair and Biased with your host, John Lund.
Fair and Biased Radio, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. This is our inaugural week. I've been off for about 20 months. I'm very well rested. So thank you for joining us. Somebody hit me up. By the way, another way you can get a hold of me, I'm very accessible at John Lund Radio, 24/7, 365. You can hit up all my social media. We're on YouTube as well. I'm told that I have to promote that, but I'm unattractive. But maybe that makes you feel better about yourself. Love it if you would interact, which a lot of people have, on my thoughts on Brock Purdy no longer being underrated. That on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Hit us up at 808-KMBR. And, of course, you can go old school. Love to hear your voice at 808-KMBR. If you'd like to call the show as well, we're live today, as we always are, from the KMBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER. Let me get before we get to the nooner, which is the three stories that you got to know. Maybe you had morning meetings or whatever the case may be, but a couple of things that people said. Let's see. People talking about, I was going to go to Brock Purdy stuff, but this is kind of funny too. 707. I was just at the end of last segment. I was talking about Dan Orlovsky's pants. They're very tight. I have no issue. I don't know fashion. 707 says they make dress slacks in stretch fabric too. That's the only way he's going to get the fit that tight. Maybe they were. I didn't touch them, but that could be. Let's make sure that we frame this one. This from 650. You're now my favorite friend. You bring such a great point you made. I think we should probably end there. But he says no one criticized Joe Montana for the players he had around him. Brock is no longer on the radar. Somebody actually agrees with me on that. Let's see. God bless yoga pants. Yeah. I'm not going to act like I go to the gym a lot, but I am consistently amazed when I'm at the gym, some of the things that women can wear. Because we as guys, again, just to talk about the difference in fashion between men and women, guys don't think about what they're wearing at the gym. I mean, some guys do, but I don't. And so it's like I just throw on whatever shorts I have that are handy. Some kind of a shirt that is not a tank top, because I'm not a tank top guy. Can't pull off a tank top, and it's kind of loose fitting and everything. And I just throw on a hat, and I just go and hang out on a treadmill or do something like that. But women, it's totally different. It's like a fashion show, and a lot of times it shouldn't say that, but it should be illegal. I'm just like, I cannot believe that you can wear that to the gym, but I'm really happy that you did, and it's amazing. Anyway, I digress. Most people are saying that's okay. There was one where he was talking about the other teams. Let me see right here. 916 says Brock in the 8 to 10 range. Niners should trade him right now if they could get a guy like Burrow. Let's not kid ourselves. I'm not suggesting at all that he's Joe Burrow. What I'm saying is that where I think Brock Purdy is in the ranking system, and again, I want to make this abundantly clear because what I'm doing this week is kind of laying the groundwork for a lot of this. I'm not a list guy. I'm not any of that kind of stuff. I don't care what Screamin' A says. It doesn't bother me that somebody has their own list. It's fine. I don't care about Mount Rushmores. I'm just saying I think it's interesting that it took, 4 or 5 years, whatever it's been now, for Brock Purdy to not be underrated. I think that Brock Purdy he's the 10th best quarterback. Can you win a Super Bowl with the 10th best quarterback? Yeah, you can. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's been to an NFC Championship game. I'm just simply saying that I don't think he's underrated. That's all. So it's about a 50-50 split, if I'm being honest. Let's see. I like to read these because I like to make sure, because I said this all on Monday, and I want to make sure that I'm just consistent with it. 916 says, I want to pick apart Lund for running Pop out of town. Let's make sure that we're on the same page with this. Do you think I have the juice to run Pop out of town? I do not. Greg is one of my best friends. And I said this on Monday, but I'll reset it because we're on Thursday, and you may have missed a show at some point when I said this often on Monday. Not only do I not have the juice to run Papa out of town, who is as I said it when we first started working together about 15 years ago, he's the god of sports in this town, and there's no one who's in the near future or in the past is going to top him at that. He is number one. He is the Jerry Rice. He is the numero uno. I don't have the juice to remove him from anything. I am not here because I aced him out of some kind of a job. And I said this on Monday. This is not management. This is, nobody told me to say this. Nobody said I couldn't say this. when, not if, when he is healthy, he will be back. When he is healthy. You didn't hear an if. When he is healthy. He's a bulldog. When I was coming up this week to do the shows, I talked to my wife and I said, there is no if. Because she used the word if, and I go, there is no if. It's when. I know him. I've known him for a long time. There is no if here. It's when. So whether I'm keeping his seat warm, whether we're going to work together again in the future, which is my hope, whatever the case, the narrative that I am somehow all powerful enough to knock Greg Papa out of this chair during this time slot, I just said it out loud, and you just heard how foolish it sounds. So I'm just saying. And believe me, a lot of people are you won't read this on the air. I'll read anything on the air. I'm Ron Burgundy. Put it in front of me, I'll read it. I could get in trouble later. But the thing I told you on Monday is we're going to be as transparent as we possibly can on this show. So I get it. I understand your frustration. I did talk about it on Monday, and I'm not going to make it about me. But I want to make sure. I thought to myself as I read that it's Thursday. And a lot of people didn't hear Monday, and I talked about it on Tuesday. And then yesterday I was out on the patio, and I wasn't going to, we had a great time on the patio with John Shea and, others, and it was a good time. But I thought it was a good time to reset that. All right. We have waited long enough. Good reaction on Brock Purdy. I very much appreciate it. Let's get to today's Nooner.
Fair and Biased thinks you need a lunch break. So sit back and grab a bite of the latest stories in sports. This is the Nooner on the Sports Leader.
All right, what we tried to do here is give you the 3 stories that you got to know about. Maybe you're in morning meetings or whatever it is. I don't know what's going on in your life, but we got to get caught up on everything. So this was cool. Tony Vitello did a great interview. Whatever you think of him, he did a great interview, long interview this morning with Murph and Marcus. Hit on a lot of topics, including how he has improved as the season has gone on. Here's the Giants manager this morning.
I think different perspective for sure. Look back and have a much better understanding for those are just 3 games, but also the same in that those are 3 games and every game's important. Off days are great, but I can tell you this, the food on the off days tastes a hell of a lot better the day after a win or the day after a series win than they do different. So maybe a little bit of the same, but definitely different perspective and a little bit better balance. But I would just say whether it's notes that are in a computer now or in head or come up in conversations like Buster and Zach and I had yesterday about some just different plays and would you do it the same? Would you do it different? Just a lot of lessons learned. Don't want to sacrifice wins for lessons learned, but either way, been preaching my whole life to young guys, a loss is a lesson. It's not a failure. So unfortunately we've had way too many losses, but that has allowed for plenty of lessons to pile up, I think, for everybody. So trying to utilize those as best as possible. And then, I don't know, like I said, I think, not just since Texas, and it wasn't about, obviously you're having fun every day at the park. Arise is around, and he's bringing a smile to everybody's face. But since it's been, a deal where we've been able to move past that date, it truly has been fun to come to the park every day, and there has been kind of a energetic vibe injected into everything that's going on pre-game and things like that. And part of it is just there's several guys that are trying to prove themselves.
That was Tony Vitello this morning. If you want to hear the entire interview, just go to KNBR.com. And Murph and Marcus did a great job with the interview. That's about as loose as I've ever heard him be with us. I don't know if he's, the people that are around him every day, the Susan Slussers and Andrew Baggerleys and everything may know or probably and do know more. But I thought he was very loose this morning and very honest. I've kind of thought about this the entire week that we've been doing the show. And I used a term, is he going to have to sing for his dinner after the season, which is there's all these exit interviews, no matter what the sport is, and whether he would have to face Buster Posey and say, okay, why should I keep you? And I was talking to John Shea, the great John Shea, yesterday from the SF Standard, and we were talking on the patio yesterday, and I asked him that very question. And he said, look, there's a lot of people within the organization that like him. And what he talked about right there is how much he's improved and all that. I don't blame Buster Posey, and there's a big piece we'll probably get to it tomorrow with the preseason game and the Warriors. And by the way, our own John Dickinson just tweeted out the Warriors schedule. So there's a ton going on today, and then I go off on weird tangents, and all of a sudden the show's over. But so we'll do this tomorrow. There's a long piece about Buster Posey and all these decisions. But the thing that I think is funny, and look, I'm guilty of this. You're guilty of this as a sports fan. We all are. We base things on the outcome. But really, if you think about what the original thought was, I don't blame Buster for going outside of the box with Tony Vitello. I don't. I get it. And so I think we'd be short-sighted as fans to think that he was going to get this all down in a year. I'm not making an excuse for the guy. I'm just saying if you're on the side of we got to get rid of the guy and start over and get a real major league manager, I get what you're saying, but I'm okay with it. And I'm okay with another year. And I'm okay. And this is a whole long tangent that I don't really want to get into now, but the thought process of Willy Adames and extension to Matt Chapman, and it's all talked about in this piece, so it's stuff that we've kind of run over before. But at the time that he made the decision, I don't have issues with it. And now a lot of people are getting on Buster about it because of the way that it turned out. So I understand that. Number 2 on the list, this is really interesting. Give Tim Kawakami a ton of credit because he does a great job with making contacts and keeping contacts with the movers and the shakers of the Bay Area. He did a great job on the TK show talking to Joe Lacob. Here is Joe Lacob, and check the whole thing out. We played a little bit more, and hopefully we'll play a little bit more before we get out of here today. We did a little bit earlier, but here's Joe Lacob on the TK show with Tim Kawakami talking about the thought of Steph Curry actually being traded.
Number 2.
Could you even imagine having that discussion actually right now? Yeah.
No, I don't think this is even a thing. This is just a clickbait thing from all these people that do this kind of thing these days, and there seem to be a lot of them. I don't believe that any of that's true. I'm very close with Steph. He lives right near me. He's incredibly happy, I think, with the organization, with his life. He's got a great life. And his kids are very involved in schools and all that. I just don't see any of that. I've never heard a word about that, and I can't imagine it. And we certainly don't want him to go anywhere. That idea that somehow we want him to go. We do not want Steph Curry to go anywhere. Love Steph Curry, and we think he's a great player. And I just think people are completely making a bunch of crap up. It's just totally not true.
I think he's talking about me specifically because on the first show on Monday, this is funny. On Tuesday, Mike Dunleavy spoke. I'm not sure when TK taped that with Joe Lacob on the TK show, but I think it was after that because he referenced Mike Dunleavy saying some things. On Monday, one of the things I talked about was it might be time to trade Steph Curry. That we as fans, and I'm talking about it purely from a fan standpoint, which is I think, and I get it's weird when you speak for the fans, but I'm speaking for the fans, and my premise was and is that the worst place to be as a fan, I think, is waiting for the rebuild. And that's where the Warriors are. So when you're actually rebuilding, that's kind of fun, and you see some light at the end of the tunnel, and you see some players, and you see. But when you're waiting for it, it's kind of like, that's not your favorite part. But when I hear Joe Lacob say that he's so close with Steph Curry, it's not that he's not, but first of all, nobody really knows anybody. And then a lot of times these things just come out of the blue. And then you look at the way that the NBA trends, which is guys want to win. And so, especially at the end of their career, like they want to taste that thing one more time. And Steph Curry has not been bashful in saying that I want to win. Well, right now, the things that he wants to do are two different things. For most of his career, they were the same things. Steph Curry stays here, they win. Now it's, if Steph Curry stays here, you're not going to win, so you got to make a decision. Do you want to win at the end of the career, or do you want to be Kobe Bryant and be, hey, I played for one team? I just don't think that's that big of a deal anymore. Brady didn't play for one team. Peyton Manning didn't play for one team. I mean, that's kind of the closest ones I have for Steph as comps. They're not NBA comps because Steph is royalty. So Steph Curry is going to come back here, and he's going to be probably part of the ownership group, and he's going to do anything he wants. He's not going to coach. He's not going to probably be a general manager. He's going to, he's going to do a lot of different things. He's royalty. But the two comps I have are not basketball comps. He's a Peyton Manning, Tom Brady type. That's the kind of atmosphere he runs in. And those guys got traded at the end of their career, and Peyton Manning did get a ring, and Tom Brady did get a ring. Those guys just didn't go to go. Those two guys that I just mentioned, Peyton Manning is, with the Colts, goes at the end, plays in Super Bowls. Tom Brady at the end wins the Super Bowl with the Buccaneers. They didn't just go to go. They did end their career. Now, does that make it any different for them? I don't know. But if Steph Curry left for 2 years like Brady did the Bucs, let's use Brady as the example because I almost think it's perfect, other than a oblong ball versus a round, but you get it. So he leaves. Is Tom Brady seen as a Buccaneer or a Patriot? Is Tom Brady embraced more in Boston, New England? He goes back there all the time. It didn't change Tom Brady's legacy or anything else about Tom Brady that he went to the Buccaneers for 2 years. He's in that community. You know, I know he's in Vegas, but he's never, it doesn't change anything. I don't think for Steph Curry it changes anything in that whole thing. And then the one thing I would say, too, is that Mike Dunleavy said on Tuesday that ultimately it's up to Steph. That was the exact term he used. Ultimately, it's up to, actually, sorry, I screwed up. Ultimately, it's up to him is what he said. And he was referencing Steph Curry, which is whatever Joe Lacob says, honestly, is irrelevant. Whatever Mike Dunleavy says is irrelevant. They've both said that he's earned the right to decide. They've both said that he has. So as painful as that might be, it comes down to whether Steph Curry wants to either win or be a one-team guy. And I don't know what Steph Curry is going to do, but this is my convoluted brain. Lund, do you want to be a one-team guy or do you want to win championships? Logic tells me that you'd rather win championships than being a one-team guy, because I don't think when you list your accomplishments, I've never seen this. You know when they bullet point accomplishments for a guy in sports? Does it ever say in a bullet point he was a one-team guy? Do you get points for that? I don't think you do. I think it's like whatever. Now, do I want to be a whore like LeBron James? No, I don't. Like, that's different. You know, being passed around like LeBron James, that's different. Could that hurt him? I don't know. I don't know, legacy, whatever. But I don't think being a one-team guy is that big of a deal anymore. And finally, I got to hurry this thing up. I'm getting rambly. Number one in your Nunu that you need to know, obviously the 49ers take on the Titans, 3 o'clock pregame, 6 o'clock kickoff right here on the Sports Leader. And even though this is not relevant, it's something I want to talk about. And then this will just kind of get us into the conversation about tonight. Here is Kyle Shanahan on Nick Bosa.
Number 3.
Just soreness, tendonitis. It's a pretty normal thing with ACLs. You know, just talking to our guys, they say it happens to about 90% of the guys we've had. So it's a normal thing, and so we got to be smart here for, you know, week to week. But feeling no concerns about them being any more than that.
First of all, the game itself tonight, can't wait. I'm a big preseason guy. You may not be. I understand. I mean, I've sat up in the booth, Krug and I, and the whole, you know, all of us KNBR guys, and we're like, by the fourth quarter, okay, no moss. Like, fourth quarter in a preseason game was like, oh my God. And I feel bad for like Haberman and Tim Ryan on TV. And of course, Fitz does a great job with my good friend Dennis Brown and Keena Turner. And they're the ones who are going to have the call on the radio right here on KNBR tonight. I mean, it's hard, man. You're looking at like, who's that guy and who's that guy, and he's not going to be in the league. But when it gets kicked off, it's still cool. Like, it's just, it's fun. You get to pregame, you get to turn it. Like, people are buzzing today, you know, and I know it. It doesn't count. It's preseason. I understand that. But we haven't seen the 49ers on a field since the fateful day in Seattle. And so it's an indicator that we're getting there. We're less than a month away, by the way, for the Niners and the Rams in Australia. And by the way, I think we're doing random sound coming up next. We've got some stuff from, what was it? You did it this morning, Ralph. Phil Simms and Florio, right? Phil Simms and Florio.
Yeah, that's
next.
right. And also Pence.
Yeah. We got a bunch of good stuff for you coming up. But they talk about whether, you know, who's doing it right. But as far as the game tonight is concerned, we had Matt Barrows on earlier, and if you missed it, all you got to do is go to knbr.com and you can hear the whole conversation. But Matt broke it down very, very well. We're not going to see a lot of starters tonight, obviously. Robert Saleh is going to play his starters. The one guy I'd like to see more than what is probably going to happen is, and again, I get it, it's injuries. But Matt Barrows said Deshaun Stribling's not going to get a huge run tonight. I'd like to see that. And then as far as the quarterbacks, I think the one thing, Curtis Rourke is a guy out of Indiana, and I know during the regular season you're like, who, what, huh? He was out last year with injury. I don't know that they would do this, and Barrows didn't exactly call me crazy, but he goes, we probably won't see it. But let's say that Curtis Rourke just has an amazing preseason. Now, look, Kyle puts a ton into the practices and the joint practices and everything else, so I don't know about that. I'm not suggesting you could jump Mac Jones. What I'm saying is there's going to be a quarterback injury. And Matt Barrows goes, yeah, they're going to ask for 7 first-round picks. Hey, okay. He was embellishing to a small extent, but I do wonder if Rourke is really, really good, which he could be, then could Mac Jones be expendable, and you could potentially, because then you have so much leverage against the team. Could you get a high pick? I don't know what the Niners would say would be good. You know, could you get 2 2s? I don't think you could get a 1. Get a 2 and a 3, 2 and a 4. Could you? Because when a team has a major injury, and Mac Jones is one of the best backups in the league, if not the best backup, maybe you could get something big. So anyway, 3 o'clock for the pregame, 6 o'clock for the kickoff right here on the Sports Leader. All right, there's your nooner, the 3 things you got to know. Tony Vitello, you got something from Joe Lacob there as well. And tonight, preseason football, but it feels bigger than that as Robert Saleh and the 49ers go at it tonight. Robert Saleh and the Titans and the 49ers. All right, random sound. You just heard Raf say it. We got something from Hunter Pence that I think is really, really interesting about the timeline of how quickly the Giants can turn this thing around. Plus, I just talked about the Australia and the Australian game and the way that the Rams and the 49ers are approaching it, and much, much more. Oh, we have the Little League coach, too, who went I just think he went a smidge overboard. He went to the mound. It was, Little League World Series and all that kind of stuff. And he went to the mound, and I think he might have went a little too far. I understand what he was trying to do, but we give you that and more. And then the great Marcus Thompson, is going to join us at about 50 past the hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. You're listening to Fair and Biased with John Lund. Follow us on X and Instagram at KNBR. This is the Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Fair and Biased Radio here on the Sports Leader. Remember, 3 o'clock for the pregame show, 6 o'clock for the kick, only here on the Sports Leader. All right, let's give you a little random sound, and then our good friend Marcus Thompson is going to join us. Cannot wait to talk to Marcus. Warriors' schedule is out. Joe Lacob has said some things on the TK show, plus Marcus, as he always does, has a great piece out that we need to discuss. We'll do that in about 6-7 minutes, something like that. But let's do a little random sound for you. Speaking of basketball, this is former NBA first-round pick Royce White. Remember he was at Iowa State, and he had a fear of flying, which is a problem if you want to play in the NBA. There's a big controversy right now. He and Enes Kanter want to play in the WNBA. Here he is explaining himself.
Why are you getting involved, and how did the WNBA even get to this point?
You know, right now I'm just having a blast in my feminine era. I never thought that I was a woman. You know, I've always trusted the science, and I thought I was a man my entire life. But you know, after further review, strong look at my personal preferences, it would appear that I am indeed sometimes identifying as a transgender woman, and I think it's only fair I get a chance to play with some of my queens here in the twilight of my career, my athletic prime.
No. I know sports is really bad at this. Look, this is not political. This is nothing beyond sports, all right? So don't read into this that we need to go any deeper than what I'm about ready to go. First of all, if you sound like that, if you have a voice that deep, like just automatic. And number two,
right now I'm
no. And number two, can we just use common sense every once in a while in sports? Just every once in a while. This dude is 6'8", 230 pounds, and just because he put on a wig for that interview does not mean he should be able to play in the WNBA. Can we just have logic, common sense once in a while? And Enes Kanter is the other guy that wants to play in the WNBA. He's 6'11", like 265, might be 280. He's a massive man. Can we? No. Look, the league is – I was a sideline reporter the first year that the league existed way back in the day, and I thought this thing's going nowhere. It was nowhere. And with the promotion they've gotten, with the improved play, with the amazing women that play the sport, come on, man. And then they had meetings the other day and they couldn't decide. It was like, come on, just use what I just used. If you have a voice that deep, you can't play. Like, I know. That's stupid, and I get it. But
right now.
No, like just right there, you just that much. I can name that voice in, like, no. Can we use common sense, please? Thank you. All right, that's number one in the random sound today. All right, number two. I wonder if you were a little leaguer, how you would react to this, because it's being hailed as like, what a great mound visit. But I would be like, we might be going a little too far. If I was 12 years old, Little League World Series manager comes out, he's going to pep talk the young little pitcher. He's probably nervous. I couldn't even throw the ball if I was a Little League World Series guy. I'm amazed by what these kids can do. But this is what the manager of one of the teams came out to try to calm his pitcher down said.
So proud of you. I've known you since you were 8. Not a lot of people get to see the fruit of the labor that you put in. Right? Remember Zacchaeus in the Bible? Someone planted that tree 30, 40 years prior so he could climb up into it. Salvation, we're talking salvation. It's a baseball game. Right? Yeah. If you walk the next 5 guys, Jesus is still Lord. If you strike out the next 5 guys, guess what? Jesus is still Lord. Okay? I love you. Have some fun. Okay?
The Lord. Isn't that a little too deep for a 12-year-old? Tell you what, you walk the next 5, Jesus is still king. Jesus is still Lord. I'm like, bro, when I was 12, it's like, come on, man. I need a light antidote. I don't need anything that's that heavy. Like all of a sudden it's in his mind like, okay, even if I walk 5, hit 5, strike out 5, Jesus is still Lord. Gotcha. I don't know. Maybe it worked. But I feel like that's a little deep, bro. Plus, when I was growing up, the only reason I went to church and paid any attention, are there still Winchell's Donuts? My mom would say, you get a chocolate bar from Winchell's Donuts if you just sit, don't squirm, and don't ask me when it's over. And that's what I did. I just sat there and went, okay, I'm just getting a donut. I'm getting a donut.
For me, it was McDonald's breakfast.
Yeah.
It was right next to it. So
yeah, but when you're 12, it's like, come on, man. You might be able to throw that at somebody a little bit older, but it's like, man, a little deep. All right. Do we have time for the last one, or should we get to Marcus? I don't want to keep Marcus waiting. You tell me. Let's get to Marcus. All right, I'll play some of this stuff later. We still have more. I promised you more. So because I was yapping too much in the last segment, I had to cut that short. But we got to Marcus deserves respect. So let's get the respect to Marcus Thompson. All right, great time to have Marcus on. Steph Curry, Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy came out. What did he make of that? Marcus, as he always does, has a tremendous piece out right now that we got to discuss. Plus, the schedule just came out. So maybe he's had a little bit of time to decipher that. Let's talk to the great Marcus Thompson from The Athletic next, only here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Preseason football. I know you're excited. Don't act like you're not. 3 o'clock for the pregame, 6 o'clock for the tip. Right here on The Sports Leader.
415-808-KNBR is the number to call, or text your thoughts to Johnny Lund. This is Fair and Biased on the Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Niners tonight against the Titans. You'll hear it right here on the Sports Leader. 3 o'clock for the pregame, 6 o'clock for the kick. This is one of my favorite people. Missed him greatly. Speaking of great, it is the great Marcus Thompson. I think he has the best piece about Don Nelson's passing. Don Nelson, an NBA genius who extracted the extraordinary from the most unlikely spots. Great piece about Stack Jack getting a text to Nelly as he laid in his bed and later passed away at the age of 86. And Marcus joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
John Lund, as I live and breathe.
He has risen.
Man, I thought you was in Morocco somewhere, like selling Sherlin jackets made out of goat fur or something.
That's what I was doing, and I got this. I don't know how they got it to me, but I got a call, and they're like, "Hey, wanna come back and hang out?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure."
They always come back, don't they, John?
Yeah.
They always.
Yeah, they groveled. No, they did not grovel. I groveled. They did not grovel, but they called. They called, and I'm like, I'm looking at my wife, and I'm like, "Don't say yes too fast," or anyway. But yeah,
welcome home.
Thanks, brother. I
Welcome
appreciate
home.
you. I missed you. So I'm not lying when I say this. I always love your stuff, but the anecdote you have at the beginning, where Steven Jackson, and we've all kind of been in this position. I know I have with parents who have passed away, where it's like you got to make sure before they go that you empty the tank, because it's going to be too late. And the fact that he had to get a text to Nelly, because it's a bad feeling when you didn't get a chance to say goodbye. So can you expand on that just a little bit? What a cool story.
Yeah, to me, it just underscored like what Nelly meant. We've been quite a bit removed, almost 20 years from We Believe. So it would be easy for them to be like, "Oh yeah, that was my coach back then," right? But clearly, there's like a bond there, so much so that he got wind of, Don Nelson was in his final days, and he wanted to call him, but he wasn't able to talk, but he just had to say this thing he wanted to say because he just needed to say it. And it was just how much Don Nelson meant to him. And that, to me, was like a window. Because Don Nelson's whole tenure, like, he's clearly a genius. He was brilliant. He made the Warriors relevant twice. And, sometimes how he operated kind of clouded, like, what he meant. Like, you just knew he was great. You knew he was this matchup genius, etc. But this, to me, was like, yeah, he was also somebody who people really love, right? And people really ride for him. And Steven Jackson is like the embodiment of Nelson's ability to, like, see the outer, the facade, and, like, it may not be presentable, it may not what people think is good, but he will see something there. You can just imagine what that means to somebody who's, like, either overlooked or kind of disregarded, for Nelly to be like, "Yeah, I know what they say about you, but come over here. I can use you. I see your value." And you could tell what that meant to Steven Jackson, that Nelson did that with him.
Yeah, absolutely. At Thompson Scribe, Marcus Thompson, his latest is absolutely great. Tribute to Don Nelson, and the story about Steven Jackson getting that text to Nelly at the end was absolutely great. When I heard about it, Marcus, and I don't know how you view this, but my father passed away at 85, and to kind of take the pressure off us a little bit in his final moments, he said, "Look, man, don't cry for me, because I would just do more of the same." And he had an amazing life, and that's kind of how I look at Nelly. Is you're sad that people go, but did anybody have a better life than Don Nelson did? Because as you just pointed out, I mean, there were so many elements to his life, to NBA champion, to amazing coach, to living in Maui. I mean, I don't think anybody did it better.
I mean, it's as fulfillment goes, right? As pleasure seeking goes, Don Nelson knew how to handle it, man. He was always about his money. Like, he rolled in circles that for him was normal, but for everybody else, it's like, dude, I remember being in the locker room during We Believe, and like Owen Wilson and Woody Harrelson and Jessica Alba is in there, and he's chiefing with Willie Nelson. I mean, just think about that like blowing trees, playing poker in Maui with Willie Nelson. Like, I mean, he was so magnetic that his presence even, it was larger than even basketball. He just had this way about him. He knew how to toke a cigar. My first ever cigar bar, Nelly took me to it. I almost died in that thing. But I was like,
dude, that's
like,
it.
what
I don't know how
happened?
to even. I try to smoke cigars. God,
I didn't smoke. I didn't smoke.
You
I was
didn't?
scared.
Oh, it was just the air in there. Oh, I
was
got
just
you.
in there. I was like, and then we sit at a table, and these weren't like starter cigars. Like, I've never smoked anything in my life. So I'm like, and I was with Rusty Simmons, who was with the Chronicles.
Yeah.
We were the beat writers.
Mm-hmm.
And Rusty was such a gangster, he just did it because he didn't smoke either. He was like, yeah, sure, I'll try it. I was like, I don't know, man. If I'm trying it, it's going to be with other people who never done it before. I'm not about to sit here and smoke with Don Nelson.
Right.
Like, no. Like, whatever he got is going to kill me. This ain't the, like, the starter kit cigar. Right? This ain't my first cigar. Like, this is probably some kind of something that'll turn my lungs into coal immediately. So, but just sitting in there, talking with Nelly, trying to act like I was unaffected. But yeah, I was in there dying. But it was a good conversation. It was fun.
How much did he help? Because a lot of writers say this, or a lot of people that covered the words back then say this, that he helped you with the knowledge of the game. Did he do that for you?
Yeah, because he was just always willing to explain. I like that. You could tell Nelly kind of missed the old days too, of how when it was like more of that, when it was come to my house after the game, right? And we're just gonna hang out and talk about the game. You could just see him light up when the OGs came around. I was young when he got there. It was what, 06? That was like my second year on the beat. You know what I'm saying? I was a young whippersnapper.
Yeah.
But like when like Ron Bergman came around, or even Kawakami and that Mark Purdy, like there was this Eileen Voice, and when they came around, you could tell Nelly was like, all right, these are my people. We're a bunch of scrubs. So we're asking him questions, and he just tells you what it was. That was the great thing about Nelly. Like, man, why'd you do that? And then he explains it to you. And sometimes it'll be a little sarcastic, or like, how do you not know that? But sometimes he's like, hey, turn the recorders off. I'll tell you exactly what happened, like in the context, so you can get the full picture. Like, he was really good about that, and you just learn a lot of basketball because he's doing wild stuff, and you're like, why are you doing that? And then sometimes he'd like guys will be riding the bench and they're mad, and you're like, hey, he's mad. Why are you doing that? And then he'll explain why he's doing it. You're like, oh, I get it. So yeah, he just wasn't. He didn't take this approach, and I think a lot of modern basketball people have is like, yeah, we're here and we know this, and you don't know this, and you're on our level. He was more like, sure, I'll tell you why I'm doing what I'm doing. He was just very open that way, and you end up learning basketball through the mind of this genius.
That's an awesome way to say it. Marcus Thompson joining us at Thompson Scribe. Great piece in The Athletic, but that's what Marcus does. Don Nelson, an NBA genius who extracted the extraordinary from the most unlikely spots. It's a great piece that you have to read. You mentioned Tim Kawakami in there, our friend TK, and he did a great job, as he always does, on the TK show with Joe Lacob. And he's talking about Steph Curry, and obviously Mike Dunleavy said, well, if he asked, we would have to consider it. After hearing those things, what do you make of it? And you know Steph about as well as anybody in the media. Would Steph actually ask out ever?
Man, Steph ain't going nowhere. Where he going? Like, that's the funny part. Like, it would have to get so bad that the Warriors have decided, not only do we not want to win, we kind of don't want you around here. And why would they ever say that? They're going to always want him. And I think the part that people miss is, like, Steph is not an outsider hoping they do something, right? Like, he's like, hey, if anybody can go to Mike Dunleavy and be like, yeah, how come we aren't getting this guy? Or can we get this guy? And he probably knows why they could or couldn't get the guy, right? So, like, he's in it. And as long as they're doing that, I think Steph is fine. We just know he wants to do the Kobe thing, the Dirk Nowitzki thing. Like, that matters to him. And on top of that, Like Steph is very cognizant about like who he is and where he's positioned himself, and all of this was earned. So if people think he's just about to go run to another player's team, it's just not who he is. So if he leaves, it's going to go to a place where he can win a championship. And where can that happen unless there's already an established star, right? So why would Steph do that when he literally built a kingdom? He's more like, hey, let's figure out how to keep this thing going instead of going somewhere else. So, and they would have to literally not honor that. I think I'm telling you, this is how from what he said all these years, if they were like, yeah, this run is over, let's reset this year, we're getting off these contracts and we're going to start over with you here, I think he'd find a place to be like, all right, let's do it. Like, I'm here. Like, he's at the ESPYs, like talking about Oakland, right? This is his home. So I don't think it's like just this willy-nilly decision. They would have to like really just push him out the door because Steph doesn't want to leave.
So if the only circumstance I could see is, like you said, if they were just going so downhill. But the one thing, and you just pointed it out, I'm glad you said the part about him and how a one team, because I didn't know that, like how important is it that he's a one-team guy. But do you think these two things are separate, where Steph wants to win at a really high level, but Steph wants to win here? Those are now two separate things, right? Winning at a high level and staying here?
I think even the winning part, like, is exaggerated. I know people are like, obviously Steph wants to win a championship. And a lot of people feel like that isn't real unless you put him on a team where they're probably a favorite. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you don't have him on a team where we can look and say he's a contender for a title. And they just haven't done that. I think Steph looks at this like, get me in the game. Just from what he said, put me in a game. And like, I don't know if it has to be that convincing for him. Like, the way he talks about it, even at the end of last season, he's like, man, we got to stop talking about championship. Like, we need to win. We need to build in the right way. You don't just say championship. Like, even he's saying, let's eliminate that pressure. But Steph, like, 2025, like, he loved that. In Game 7 in Houston, like, let's go. He felt like they were on the cusp. If he doesn't tear his hamstring, most people feel like they're in a Western Conference final. He felt like he had a chance that year. So I think Steph just wants a chance. And I know we look at it and be like, yeah, you don't have a chance. But I think his idea of chance is even a little bit different than ours. He's like, man, you get me in a series, and I got a couple dogs with me, let's go. Like, I think he'd feel good with Jimmy Butler in a series healthy and Draymond. Like, I think he feels good about that. You know, their record shows that they're a really good team when everybody's healthy. Now, getting healthy by May is going to be the problem.
Yeah.
But I think Steph would find honor in going out, playing 20 years with the Warriors, and just trying to take down whoever the title is. Get him in a second round series against OKC, and if he lose, but I want to be in that game. From everything I've ever heard from him, it isn't necessarily about put me on a dynastic team that is gonna cakewalk to the finals. He's just like, nah, man, you get me in here. Like, get me in here and I might do something, right? I think that's what he wants, and that's a little bit less of a bar, I think, than most Warriors fans think, right? They're looking at it like, oh, you have no chance against Oklahoma City. I don't think they have no chance. I think they think they'd be underdogs, but I think they believe if you get me in a series healthy, Steph likes his chances, right? Draymond likes his chances. Jimmy likes his chances. But we look and say, you have no shot against Oklahoma City and San Antonio. I don't think they think that way. I think Steph thinks, man, I got a shot against anybody if we healthy and I'm in the thing. So I think if they give him that, if they try to give him that, I think that plus the combination of being able to say, man, I built this franchise and this is the only franchise I know, I think that satisfies, the legend we know as Steph Curry.
That's well said. Marcus Thompson is always at Thompson Scribe. Real quick before we let you go, since I haven't talked to you in a long time, how's your daughter? How's everything? Where is she? And not literally, but like, where is she in school?
I mean, literally, she's right here at the table doing homework for her summer school. Very literally. But, she's in college now. She's going to school locally, still in my wallet,
Bro, I just finished paying for college. It's brutal. Oh.
It's wonderful. My daughter, we go to coffee shops together. She's doing her studying, and I'm doing, journalism, and it's very wonderful, and it's adorable, and I'm happy. I'm happy she decided to stay home for a little bit, but yeah, she's 6 feet tall, and she thinks that means something to me.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
She thinks. Yeah. So yeah, she's great. She just bleeding money from my wallet.
Yeah,
and,
I know that. So brutal.
And just being a Bay Area teenager, like it's the best.
That's cool, man. Well, congrats on that. It is always great to catch up with you, man. I look forward to doing it lots of times. You're one of my favorites. By the way, are you going down to the game tonight? The Niners game?
I'm a little anti preseason games, but
oh yeah, I hear you.
I think I'm gonna pull up. Mostly to get my credential.
Exactly. All right, man. Well, I look forward to seeing you tonight, man. And it's, like I said, it's always my pleasure, man. It's great to catch up.
All right. Have a good one.
You too, bro. That is Marcus Thompson at Thompson Scribe. His piece on Don Nelson. I'm not just saying this because Marcus is, great at what everybody knows. Marcus is great at what he does. The piece that he's got out right now, and if you go to Thompson Scribe, you can see it. In fact, you know what? Let me do this real quick. I got a second. I'm late, but not by my standards. Let me just read this. This is so cool that what Marcus put in here. And so the beginning, it basically just says, hey, Steven Jackson heard the news about Don Nelson's departure, wanted to call his old coach, but Nelson had left the Parrot, blah, blah, blah. So what it was is, and I've had the same exact thing happen where someone's in hospice and they can't communicate anymore. So he sent the following text to Nelly, hoping that someone would read it to him. He says the following. He says, hey, coach, I know you probably won't get this message, but I'm in tears. I wish I had a minute with you to tell you thank you for all you did for me and for believing in me more than any other coach I've ever had. Myself and so many others appreciate the man, the father, husband, friend, and coach you are. You mean a lot to me. Very few people showed me they cared about me. You brought the best out of us because you cared, and we knew it. Love you, Coach. Steven Jackson, a.k.a. Captain Jack, We Believe Warriors. Like, he wouldn't know that part, but if you've ever been in that situation where you didn't get a chance to say goodbye to somebody, it's like a pit in your stomach for a really, really long time. I had a chance to say goodbye to my dad. I've had others in my family who I was very close with that I didn't. And you just feel for a period of time where you're just like, I wish they knew. And depending on how your faith is, you're like, okay, they know, but you want to get it across from in a desperate way. So it's just such a cool way to start the piece. Marcus is an amazing writer. I would highly suggest you read it because it just gets better from there. So thanks again to Marcus Thompson for that. All right, I'm gonna call an audible because people on the text line, on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, have said, "Hey, Lund, this is all great, and we love talking ball, and the Curry stuff is good, and obviously Marcus is great and talking Nelly, but they're like, it's preseason time." So I was gonna go to national headlines coming up next, but to show that I can absolutely play. I'm not rigid. It's a fluid situation on this show. If people want to do some Niners stuff and preview this thing, now remember, 3:30 for the pregame show, but I'll give you that coming up next. So let's do a little preview of the preseason game. If it fails miserably, it's on you, the sweet, clean listener. But here's what we'll do. If you want to talk, if you got any questions, things like that, hit us up on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808-KNBR. You got preseason questions? Cool. Let's get into them. I got some. We talked about this, but let's bring it up once again at 808-KNBR. You can hit us on the lines as well. Phone line is wide open. Love to hear from you at 808-KNBR there as well on the UMA guest line. So we'll make a little switch here. We'll bypass national headlines for today. We'll get more into the 49ers. Then we have our sweet, clean, family-friendly. We're calling it Lund's Last Call. We might call it Caboose Pistol at some point. So you get those fun stories. And then I guess we're going to be checking in with the boys. I think we'll be checking in with Dirty Work as well. So that's what we've got. A fine rest of the program for you, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Well, they've done a real good job. I think, I think the guys that we've had here in the past, guys like Braden, Jake, Luke, I think all of them look better than what they were last year. And I was happy with them last year, but they're always getting better or worse. And I think they've taken the cut-ups, they've taken the off-season, and I think they've all improved in the pass game and the run game. It's nice for them to get more opportunities without Kittle out there. And then I love all the new guys we've brought in too. We've had some good competition there, and it's always tough when you're missing a guy like George, and then you miss a guy like Juice, which, as Juice will let you know, he still was playing the tight end position also. So those guys are down 2 spots of key contributors, which gives them a chance to do more and more, and they've been ready for that, conditioning-wise, and that's why I think they're all getting better.
Stare into John Lund's eyes if you dare. Watch the show on thesportsleader.com. Now back to Fair and Biased.
Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. The first week of Fair and Biased with your old friend John Lund. I just want to make sure that I tell you this. Well, hang on a second, because I'll get ADD. So right now, let's do this first. Raph just told me this, and then he was just looking at me like, I just told you to do this. Right now, we're going to take one winner. Caller 10, 415-896-KNBR wins. That's 415-896-KNBR. And you win 2 tickets to see Bay FC versus Houston Dash. It's at PayPal Park, which is an awesome place to watch a game. Of course, in San Jose, that's coming up on August 23rd, furnished by our good friends at Bay FC. Find official rules at thesportsleader.com. Again, that is 415-896-KNBR, and you can win if you are caller number 10. And remember, celebrate Black culture, endless community impact, and world-class soccer at Bay FC's Black Heritage Match. That is coming up. These tickets are for that. August 23rd at PayPal Park. They take on the Houston Dash at 3 p.m. So make sure you check that out. You can swoop in on your tickets now at bayfc.com. Good luck. All right. So I was going to go on a tangent there, but I'm straight back now. So I was, Marcus and I were talking. I love talking to Marcus. I love catching up with them. And we were talking a lot of ball and a lot of Warriors. And obviously with Joe Lacob coming out on the TK show and Mike Dunleavy on Tuesday talking and the Steph stuff. And then Marcus set us straight. He's like, look, man, it is important to him. It is important that he's a one-team guy. So maybe that does end all the conversation. We shall see. But so Marcus got into that. So it's a fun conversation to have. It's an interesting conversation to have. It's a compelling conversation to have. But then somebody, and just so that you know, I'm watching. I can multitask. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. So I'm looking at the text line, and I'm saying to myself, all right, I'm going to do national headlines. And there's a lot of great ones. But then let me make sure that I get this right here. Right here, 510 says, welcome back, John. Today's 49ers preseason game. Basketball can wait. And I thought, all right, you know what? I thought to myself, to show you that the show is fluid and we can change. We're not rigid. I thought, you know what? You're right. We haven't talked about it for a while. Maybe you're going down to the game. We have pregame in about 95 minutes, 94 minutes, and we'll rip your face off with 49ers knowledge with Copes and everybody that's going to be down there. So it's going to be great. So I'm like, yeah, okay. You're right. We haven't done it in a while, so let's make sure that we do that. We will do a version of the Caboose Pistol / Lund's Last Call in 10 minutes or so. So let's get you caught up on a few things because, as Kyle says there, so there's a few things. Number one, it's exciting because it's the first preseason game. After the first half, you may be flipping on channels to what's going on. Your regulars will not play. And for this team that's got a lot of 30-plus guys like your Mike Evans and Debo's and everything else, Trent Williams, they're obviously not going to play. So you ask yourself, and we had Matt Barrows a little bit earlier, so if you want to hear a real super genius talk about it, Matt Barrows was on a little bit earlier. Just go to knbr.com for that. But to me, as I start looking at this thing, because of the guys I just said, and this will be number one on my list, Mike Evans has been banged up. Debo plays a certain style. He's going to probably be banged up. That's just kind of the way it is. So the number one thing I'm looking at as far as, Christian Kirk is hurt. So on paper, if you say to yourself, man, Mike Evans, Christian Kirk, Debo Samuel are going to be your starters, man, Brock's got some targets, right? And at some point, George Kittle comes back and you got Christian McCaffrey and he is what he is. So you're thinking, whoa, that's not bad. But chances are at some point, not chances are, it's going to happen. These guys are going to be hurt. Now, it's just, as I always tell you about injuries, it's just in the NFL, different than in other sports. It's how long, who to who, at what point of the season. All those things are important. So to me, Stribling is really important tonight. Barrows said that he's not going to play very much. That's kind of disappointing, but okay. Jacob Cowing is a guy to me I've never been a huge fan of, but okay, let's see what he's got. Jordan Watkins, I covered a lot of camp, and he was a rookie, so I'm excited to see him play. So to me, number one on the list would be, because I know that backup wide receiver is going to have to play, reserve receiver is going to have to play at some point with the injury history of Christian Kirk, of Debo, of Mike Evans. That's going to be number one on my list. Like I said, when Matt Barrows is on, I'm not going to sit here and break down the offensive line. I'll leave that to the guys in the pregame show. That's not really my forte. Obviously it's really, really important. To me, I think it's a massive night for Curtis Rourke, who wears 14. His rookie year, last year, again, covering camp, he's just walking around. Adrian Martinez is another guy. We've seen Martinez, but to me, it's a little bit more about Rourke, because even though this is highly unlikely, it is. But teams do crazy things when they have injuries to a quarterback, and it's not going to be if a quarterback's going to be hurt, it's when a quarterback is going to be hurt. So if something happens here early in the season, in the preseason, whatever the case may be, remember when Trent Green got hurt years and years and years and years and years ago and Kurt Warner came in? I'm not saying that Mac Jones is that, but Mac Jones is probably the best backup quarterback in the league. He certainly can run the system that most teams run in Shanny's system. So it wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility. It's not in the realm of probability, but it might be in the realm of possibility that Mac Jones, if Curtis Rourke is really, really good, they would trade him in the case of, I'd trade him for a couple of twos. I think that's what, isn't that the Niners got for Alex Smith, is it 2 twos? If somebody wanted to give me 2 twos or a 2 and a 3 or something, or something conditional that could be in that realm or in that kind of a area, I'd trade Mac Jones if Curtis Rourke was any good. So, not any good, but pretty good. So there's that I'll be watching tonight. Same thing that I talked about with the wide receivers, I'd talk about with the defensive line. It'd be nice to get, Mikael Williams back at some point. Osa's really good. Alfred Collins doesn't really have to prove a lot. I think he's just going to get better and better. Nick Bosa concerns me. Even if the Niners told me that Nick is fine, he's out for a week. And he's going week to week, so that makes me a little bit nervous. So what that tells me is 2 things. The backup defensive line, there's a big need for that. So CJ West, it's big. Grayson Halton, it's big. Sam Okuwano, it's big. Matt Barrows told you a little bit earlier, there's 2 guys that he thinks are going to make this team. Now, it's going to be tough because there's a lot of guys on the defensive line, but he likes Bryson Eason was a guy that he mentioned. That's going to be a guy to watch. He wears 67 when you're watching the game tonight. Romello Height, who was a guy that was really well regarded at USC, but now I'm starting to sound like Krug, but finished up at Texas Tech. What is that guy going to do? He wears 58. So that's one of the guys. So, again, James Thompson Jr. was a guy that Barrows mentioned. He wears 75. So it's a big night for those guys along the defensive line, because when the 49ers, I'm telling you something you already know, but I'm just going to remind you that when the 49ers are really, really, really good and relevant, it's defensive line. And you need a ton of depth on your defensive line. They constantly are subbed out so they can keep fresh guys on. So your starters are really important. I'm not saying that. It's just that when the Niners are really good, it's depth, and they can bring in fresh bodies, and they just grind other teams. And that's what Seattle did last year. They had a lot of depth along that defensive line, so it's huge tonight for the depth of the defensive line. If you're going to look at one defender tonight, and I'm going to, again, steal this from Matt Barrows, watch 53 Jaden Duggar. And I mentioned when we were talking to Barrows, I was saying, well, is he kind of a Nick Emmanwori type? And that's not the exact comparison that you could use, but there's that star position. They call it something different here, but where you're moving around and you're playing a lot of different positions. And from what people are saying, that this guy could do that. He can be that kind of guy that's going to play different positions for the 49ers. You got to have one of those guys now. So watch Duggar 53. I think it's a big night for him. And then just in general, because a lot of guys, you're not going to see Green and Mustafa and Brown and Diamonor Lenore and Upton Stout. Solid young guys. They've still got some things to prove, but the same kind of a thing. In this league, you need a lot of DBs. You need a lot of guys who can cover. So the rookie 4th-rounder Prysock, that's a big night for him. There's been a lot written about Marcus Siegel. He's gotten a lot bigger. What is his deal? So you need it. Darrell Luter Jr. has been around. We constantly talk about him in the preseason. So guys like that, it's a big night for them because you need the same thing. It's about injuries, but also on the backside with the way that the teams run offenses. Now, we were talking about the Rams using the 3 tight ends. That's why Duggar's important, because you got to have one of those guys, but you always need cover guys. There's always going to be injuries. So, look, I almost covered everything, but because you requested it, I did it. That's what the things you're going to be looking for. If I had to narrow it down, defensive line, wide receiver is absolutely huge tonight. And then I'm interested to see work because all I ever saw him do was kind of walk around last year. So I think it's a big time for him because if he can show something, I'm not saying that they're going to trade Mac Jones. I'm simply saying that if somebody's going to give you something crazy because they're desperate because their quarterback went down and this kid shows something, that could be something you want to watch for tonight. So there you go. You asked for it, you got it. That's what I do. I do this for you. That's what I'll be watching for tonight. And I'm very excited to get down there. The boys are going to break this down further. Todd Husak. It's Husak in Copes, right? Husak and Copes tonight. So they'll do that at about 3 o'clock, and it will be highly entertaining. And Husak will give you a great scouting report on Rourke because I think it's kind of a big night for him. So there you go. If I was watching, and I am watching, that's what I'm going to be watching for. Not going to give you a breakdown of the offensive line. That is not my forte. And by the way, Bob Fitzgerald, my good friend Dennis Brown, and Keena Turner have the call tonight. And Guy is on TV along with my good friend Tim Ryan. By the way, I haven't seen Tim Ryan in a long time. I'm excited to get punched right in the chest by Tim Ryan. Oh, he's up on the TV side. He's not going to be in the radio side. Because every time I'd walk into the radio booth, two things were true. When it was game day, regular season, I don't think he does this in the preseason. Tim would think he wasn't hurting you, and you would act like it didn't hurt. But when he gave you like even the smallest punch in the chest, I felt like I was going to have a heart attack. And then the second thing he would do is if you were there between the third and the fourth quarter, he would stick smelling salts in your face, like the ammonia, and it was like. Haberman was telling the story the other night at the 49ers dinner that he would do that to him. He said the first time he did it, he almost passed out. It was amazing. Anyway, there you go. Give me your thoughts. Love to hear what you're going to be looking for tonight. If you got any more questions, comments, thoughts on tonight's game, hit me up because we will be talking about it a ton tomorrow, obviously. But hit us up on the text line at the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 808 KNBR. Questions, comments, thoughts. All right, let's get to a version of Lund's Last Call / the Caboose Pistol, not sure. We've cleaned it up to a certain extent. I mean, when Pop and I first started doing this in like 2011, that thing was off the rails. It was off the rails. And it's semi off the rails now, but not quite as much off the rails, I think, because I think I came up with these stories. But you'll need, let me put it like this. We'll need some participation from you because there's a lot of good questions about it. So that's what we'll do. All right, we'll hit that. We'll hit some of the text line as well. There's some good stuff coming in. I don't want to ignore the Sweet Clean. Listeners, you can jump online as well if you got questions about the 49ers or comments or thoughts or what you're looking for at 808 KNBR, and we'll do it all coming up next, only here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader.
Bye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118,
We are your home for all things red and gold. This is Fair and Biased with John Lund on the Sports Leader.
Raph didn't know this, but I just told him this. This is awesome. By the way, thanks for joining us, Fair and Biased, with your old friend, John Lund. Appreciate you hanging out with us. So I do, if you know this, I do a national show on Saturdays and Sundays for Westwood One Sports, and it plays on KNBR late night as long as there's not something going on. And so, I thought my phone was ringing or something. Was my phone ringing? That was weird. Anyway, and they play this as the final music bed for my show. So you just play that. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. Closing time, which was like the lights would come on and the girl that I was trying to pick up on would be like, oh my God, like, turn the lights off. I'm better in the dark. It was terrible. Anyway, yeah, many women ran out on me at 2 o'clock when the lights came on. Anyway, I digress. We'll get to, we're either going to call, I like Lund's last call, but a lot of people, and like I said, you just found this out. I'm easily swayed. And so, like, people on the text line earlier today were like, Lund, don't talk about this, talk about that. And I'm like, okay. So I'm easily influenced. Peer pressure gets to me. And so we may, because a lot of people have said, just call it the Caboose Pistol, will you? So we'll see. But we've got it called Lund's Last Call. We got a few stories for you, which we'll get to in a second. But let me hit the text line. I got a question for Raph, and then we'll get into the stories. I like to acknowledge you if you have taken the time to say welcome back. 732 says, hola, Senor John, which is nice. It actually would be hola, Senor Juan, but either way, I steal that from John Miller. He says the following, since the Giants are, well, the Giants, and it's only 49ers exhibition season, the most important thing we need to know as you embark upon your next chapter with the Sports Leader is the following: Ginger or Marianne? You know, this is how I've always answered that question. How about both? Like, do I really have to choose? I mean, if we're being honest, I think both. Yeah, it's a solid question, but that's how I would probably answer it. You probably should be, I should probably give you an answer, but that's it. Another one comes in from 831 who says, I'll tell you this much right now. I'm excited to see Mac Jones, Debo, and Trent all dancing down the hallway with the boombox. That's going to be fun to see. Yeah, definitely with Debo being back. I'm interested in just Debo in general because he didn't look quite the same in Washington. He certainly didn't look like Debo at the end here, but maybe with the magic of Shanahan, I think that he could be something. So we'll see. Let's see. There's a couple more. Oh, this is a good one from the 415. I didn't mean to make you drive into a ditch, but it says, trading Mac Jones gives me PTSD. I don't want to see Josh Johnson ever again. So I'm glad that you said that because I've got a quick story. So obviously Josh Johnson is a Bay Area guy. He's been everywhere. He was with Harbaugh at USD, I think. And anyway, when I first moved here in the 2010, whatever it was, we went to a doctor, and it just so happened that the nurse comes in and we're talking, and it's Josh Johnson's sister. And we start talking, and it was very awkward because as we're talking, she's like, turn your head and cough kind of a thing. And she's like, my brother's Josh Johnson, turn your head and cough. So anyway, that was my nurse for like a number of years. But anyway, she was very, very nice. So there's that. All right, let's get to this whole. In fact, you know what? I'll play this within Lund's last call. Let's do Lund's last call, then I got a question, and then we'll get to the rest of them. So let's get to it.
The lights are coming on. It's 2 a.m. and Lund is looking ragged and overserved. This is Last Call on Fair and Biased, and you're getting it on the Sports Leader.
All right, very nice. Yeah, that is pretty much the way that Last Call ends for me. So I didn't know this. I did know this because I think you said it when you came in, and then I was just reminded of it. There was an earthquake today? I didn't feel it.
Yeah,
you were on BART, though.
It was a 4.0, and it was so small I couldn't even feel it on BART. But
I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
But I was listening to
Continue on.
I was on KNBR YouTube, and I saw the chat kind of going crazy about the earthquake, and I was just like, oh no. And they stopped all trains, and I was like feet away from Daly City, and they're like, we have to stop here and check the tracks.
How long did you have to sit?
Like, it was a good 15 minutes, and I was like, I could just walk. Just open the doors.
Well, isn't our general thought as Californians when a earthquake hits, unless it's a massive earthquake, it's like, yeah, I mean, a 4 is like, I'm not minimizing anything. If something happened to somebody, I don't know where the epicenter of it was.
San Leandro.
Okay, San Leandro. So, again, thoughts and prayers if anything happened to anybody, but just in California, like a 4, like that's not, like nothing.
That's like a truck going down your street.
Right. Yeah, it's like, an airplane landing or so, like whatever. So, yeah, I didn't know. And I guess we should have been able to feel it here. I don't know where I guess I was driving in when that kind of thing happened, but for us, it's like whatever, like a 4.0. Give me a break.
It's tiny.
That's nothing. Yeah. All right. All right. Here's a couple of last minute things for you today. Who makes the food choices in your relationship? 8 in 10 American households have one parent who runs the household's multi-planning operations. A survey of 2,000 parents of school-age children found 82% of families have a default dining manager who handles the meeting, planning, shopping, cooking. I do it all. I do it all for my family because we would never eat if it was up to my wife. We would DoorDash everything, and we're trying in our household not to DoorDash as much as we do. I never DoorDash. My wife, I'm not even kidding you, she probably hasn't been to the grocery store 5 years. I'm not even kidding you. It doesn't mean she doesn't buy groceries. She orders groceries, and then they show up. But the problem is she lets our kids, who are now – my son, George, obviously just graduated from Arizona State, so he's not in the picture, but our other two are 9th. I should know this right off the top of my head, but I don't. 9th and 11th grade, and she lets them order the stuff. So all we get is like, what are we going to have tonight? Cookies and all this kind of stuff. So in my household, I do all of it. And then I just kick them off all the apps and everything because she just won't go. So I'll go. Or if we order stuff, I'll do it. And then in terms of, and this is where the real controversy comes in. It's not so much what you buy from the grocery store and who goes and all that stuff. It's when you're going to go out. How maddening is that? Like, and then I've just learned through the years, if you're a younger part of the demographic, let me just give you a little bit, and this will help your relationship and just help your life in general. Just become the person who makes the decision. Because when you start talking about it and you're like, well, we could do this, or we could go here, or we could do this, or we could go here. And it's like, 10 minutes later and it's just driving you crazy. Just pay attention to your significant other and where they like to go and where their favorite spots are, and just do that. It just makes it so much easier because I had relationships that not ended because of this, but because it would just make you so crazy. And you just have to finally have one person decide because, like I said, not only does she not shop, she just hard to make decisions. So it's just, okay, this is where we're going. I swear it will make your life so much better. And all you're going to have to do is you'll thank me later. Because it's one of the most underrated, maddening things that gets you into fights. And it's like a Friday night. So you've worked all weekend, all week, you're tired, and then you're like, okay, where are we going to go? And it's like a 10 or 15-minute thing. And by the end of it, you're almost in a fight. And so just know or write it down because you're a guy and you don't remember anything. So just write down like her 5 favorite places or your significant other's 5 places and just pick one. And just, okay, we just went to that one a week ago. Let's go to this one. So much easier in your life. Oh, because I've had the battles.
I always say sushi, and she always says no, and then she chooses the one she wants to go to. So it's like, where do you want to go? And I'm like, sushi every time. So it works.
And you like it, and she doesn't, or vice versa.
Well,
you like it both the same.
I always like it, but she there's only certain times when she could eat sushi, and then it's always Thai food. After that.
Thai food's good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you make a decision, and that's the other thing, too. If you go hard on the decision, and then she comes back, and it's not on you, and it's like, look, I always decide. Anyway, there you go. This is a pretty good one. The pilot of an Air India flight that experienced extreme turbulence and left passengers injured. The main pilot was high while flying the plane, an investigation found. The Airbus A320 bound for New Delhi, India, hit turbulence around 90 minutes after taking off. Can I say this word? Raph, you're going to have to be the moral compass of the show. It's in Thailand, Phuket. What does Phuket spell?
I don't know.
And then it's Ukit. So I'm just saying, it's in Thailand.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Phuket.
No, that's passable.
It is?
I'm pretty sure.
Phuket?
There you go.
Thailand.
That's a great. Yeah.
On Tuesday, August 4th, the 134 passengers aboard A13729 felt a sudden drop, blah, 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 blah. So then they get the guy. Here's what happened. This is even a funnier story. So when they get the guy off the plane, apparently he had been smoking weed, But the thing is, it was the night before. So I guess he had brought the whole crew out for some kind of a party. They were celebrating somebody's birthday. So he goes out, he smokes, they stay up till like 3 o'clock in the morning, and then he's got a flight that's early in the morning, and he was still high. And then, but they got him afterwards because they did a test, and he was too high to fly, as they say, too high to fly. Now, you hear guys all the time that have been in the, and this is crazy too, that have been in the bar. Like, that's where I'm supposed to be. And if you ever see a pilot that's in there, you're kind of like, bro, you're not supposed to be in here. But he was high. And like I said, the only reason I really wanted to do that story, because I had the news story to go along with it, is the city that they were flying to. And I just was, Phuket. I just wasn't sure how I could say that on the air, but I think we skirted that one. 3, a Houston area couple has filed a lawsuit seeking more than $1.5 million from Popeyes, claiming they found what appeared to be a condom-like object embedded in a piece of fried chicken. Justin Howard, who lives in Missouri City, Texas, and Danielle McKinnon, who lives in Katy, Texas, say that that happened, blah, 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 blah. They said it was a deeply disturbing and frightening event. Okay, if that's what they found, it's really disgusting. But I've always been fascinated by this. Is that worth $1.5 million? Like, did you go through that much? I mean, $1.5 million. I'm sure it's terrible. I'm sure you probably won't go to Popeyes again.
Did he take a bite out of it?
Apparently, he took a bite, and then they found this object, and now they're suing for $1.5 million. I don't know where you come up with that number. Like, oh, my trauma is worth this. I'll tell you, if they were just going to say that you have to bite into this and it's going to pop out and you can get $1.5 million, I'd do it endlessly. But that's just me. I could be different. I could be totally different. Joe Montana, number 2 on the list, Joe Montana jersey. The 49ers crushed Denver 55-10. You remember that? They wore white that day. That very jersey that Joe Montana was wearing is going to auction at $1.55 million, which has broken the record. They had a Tom Brady Super Bowl jersey that went for about $1.5 million. I've always been fascinated by people that spend tons of money on memorabilia. Even if you had the money. I mean, I'm envisioning this, and somebody tell me who's got a lot more money than me, what the end game is on this, because if you put the Montana jersey on the wall and you bought it for $1.55 million, what's the ROI on that? So you walk in and you've got a room, obviously, if you can spend that kind of money, that's got a lot of good memorabilia in it. And someone walks in and go, whoa, that's a cool Montana jersey. Where'd you get that? Oh, it's funny you ask. Remember when they blew out Denver 55-10? Yeah, what a game. Yeah, that's the exact jersey. Oh, cool. Anyway, where are the appetizers? Like, I mean, what are you getting out of that? I'm just curious. I've always been very curious about, like, that's really cool. But, like, is somebody like, whoa, man, and you start talking about that game, or like, what's the end game on that? Because I think if I saw that, I'd go, really cool. Wow, that's cool. Anyway, can I get another beer? Like, it's not, $1.55 million. I guess that's just, you would just have so much funny money that it doesn't matter. But I don't know what you get out of it.
And would it appreciate after a while?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're smarter than me. That's an investment. You're right. Yeah. But I mean, that's been a long time. Like, if something just happened, maybe it would. Maybe that's because a lot of people do yours. You're right. Like cards. I collect cards, and I collect baseball cards, our sorts of cards, and have all that. And yeah, I have a lot of those. Nobody sees them. See, those are in boxes. Like, you can't touch those. That's a good point, though. That Montana jersey's probably going up. If you bought it for $1.55, probably going to go up a little bit. All right. I stand corrected. That's really good. All right, there you go. There's your sweet, clean, family-friendly Lund's last call. Let's talk to the boys from Dirty Work and see what they've got coming up. We may have a couple of minutes with those boys. Adam is down at the game. I did see Depop in here as well, so we'll see what they have coming up. They just have a short show today, though, right? 3 o'clock for the kick? All right, so they'll probably get in a little bit of 49ers.
Must be nice.
Yeah, it must be nice to have an hour. I'm sitting here by myself for 4 hours, sweating. We'll see what's going on with Dirty Work next. The pregame show at 3 o'clock. Kickoff at 6, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants manager Tony Vitello. Long, insightful interview this morning with Murph and Marcus. Check it out. That and more at knbr.com.
Now back to Fair and Biased. Follow us on YouTube at The Sports Leader and interact with John Lund right now. He may nibble, but he won't bite.
Hey guys, we're getting next to Friday. It's Thursday night fun. It's $2. Just get $2 out of your pocket and she will go crazy wild. Let's go, guys. Get off those wallets. They're not going to tip themselves. Remember, we got pina coladas for $2.
God, I missed that voice.
I actually had a guy when we were at the old building. I had a guy from the Gold Club stop me on the street and go, "You want to come in one night?" And I'm like, "No, I don't.
Do you want to be the MC? Want to make a buck or two?
It's just a bit, dude. I'm not coming in.
Come on, free buffet.
Yeah, I don't want the fried chicken and
the
all
buffet
that.
was good though.
The buffet was good, I heard. But,
breasts and thighs, boys.
But
Breasts
dude,
and thighs.
but it's just weird. It's like they're dancing right on top of your chicken.
It's like, please, God.
Exactly. Like, this is
Get away
my
from my food.
I don't know where you've been.
Oh,
man.
You ready for some preseason?
I'll take more. I'll take seconds.
I'm hearing voices.
I'll eat yours,
that's
John.
weird.
That's good. Yeah.
Very nice. What's happening? So you are looking live at at Santa Clara, California, in Levi's Stadium. What's happening down there?
Well, not much now.
Yeah.
Nothing really. Me and Todd Husak just sitting here waiting for an hour of dirty work. And we got pregame going at 3 o'clock, 3 till 5. And the first preseason game, as you well know, John, really the sign of what's to come this season. You know what I mean? Really, It's really going to paint the picture and set the foundation. I was thinking last night, like, it sort of has that fun first day of school feel, but then the football starts and you're like, it's more like first day of summer school feel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like,
Totally. It's not real.
Not actually school.
It's a huge tease. But my question is, who's got halftime? You or Copes tonight?
Oh, that's Copes, man. I'm done.
You can do it if you want to.
No, I'm good.
You sure, man? You'll be here. Why don't you do it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going down there, but I'm going to put a flask in my boot. So, yeah, I
There
probably
you go.
won't be.
There's a flask in my boot.
By the way, one time, get this. This is a great story. So I had a friend in town one time. The Niners were playing. I think it was the Cardinals. And so I'm on the other side of the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And Krug got sick. And so at the end
Was
of the
he really sick?
Well, something happened. But I had been tailgating.
Not feeling well.
And I'm partying. And I did the pregame show, and then I was done.
Yeah.
Right? I took off that day, the rest of it. And so Krug was going to do all this stuff. And he was sick. And I'm all the way on the other side of the stadium, and I get this call. And I'm looking at my phone like, why is this person calling me? So I answer, and they go, hey, man, Krug's not feeling well. We need somebody for halftime. And I go, and I'm in the bag. Yeah. I know that's hard to believe, but I'm in the bag. And I'm like, you're joking me, right? Like, you're kidding. And they're like, no, seriously. And so it's, I don't know, beginning of the second quarter, and I got to go all the way across the stadium. And so by the time I get there, it's like halftime, and I got to hurry. And I'm just like, so it's time for the Toyota out of town. Like I'm Harry. I'm Harry Carey.
Drew Stanton.
Yeah, I'm Harry Carey doing the Toyota halftime report.
Wow.
Like it was. I gotta go, man.
Do you remember the infamous Chris Townsend bad brownie story?
Yeah.
He ate bad brownies at Raiderville.
Yeah.
And then he got to post game, and I'm like, oh no, what's going on here? And then like my dad, Will Kiss with the Raiders, like, you may have to go on for him.
Amazing. Anyway, there you go. Well, I wish I could be down. Well, I'm going to be down there, but I just am not going to be doing the stuff. So I wish I could be. I greatly appreciate Todd Husak,
of course,
and everything else. But we'll enjoy down there. We will see you shortly.
Yeah, man. I'll see. Are you coming to the booth, or are you going to be in the bag, as you said?
No, I'm going to be a professional. Which means just like you and I yesterday, I'm probably going to walk around and drink cocktails.
Yeah.
By the way, I forgot about that. Good time yesterday. Thank you for that.
Yeah, man, that was a fun time. That was good. Nice to hang with you. Beautiful day at the yard. And as many Giants games have ended this year, a blown one-run lead late. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I felt like you got the full experience in one day.
It was.
Giants baseball in
I had a great time. Yeah, we just walked around the stadium a little bit. Cope showed me that the improvements they made. There's literally a bar every 2 steps you take. I think it's a requirement now.
You kind of need it for this season.
It's just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that used to be that? No, that's a bar. That used to be that? Yeah, that's a bar.
That was the bunker? No, that's a bar.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Damn it.
It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. It's actually not a bar. It's a snack shack, but we won't get into that.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice.
Snack shack, baby.
Yeah, nice.
The snack shack is a little old place.
All right.
Underrated voice.
Churro.
You know I could sing.
I know. You're multi-talented.
Oh,
Very
thank you.
multi-talented.
Thank you.
Snack shack,
Anyway,
baby.
oh, by the way, just one quick thing, because I told this to Copes yesterday. I know you guys got a show to do, but 4 hours is clearly not enough.
It's an hour show.
You guys were doing, what was the Danny's, what was that
Danny's
bit?
double dips.
Dude, the shoe thing you did the other day was
liked
brilliant. Well, I wasn't thinking that way either. So it was, you guys were saying
Peter Dinklage.
like different shoes, but you were going exactly my size shoe on someone else.
Well,
You
the
went
question,
like
the
Shaq
question, John, the
to
question
Peter
at hand was
Dinklage.
that, wasn't it that LaMelo Ball that he would ask, like, because he got a new signature shoe, they asked him, like, who name 3 people in history you'd want to wear your shoe, and he said Jesus Christ, and I was like, dude, you know Jesus was an open-toed shoe man.
Yeah,
I'm not sure why you'd give him a sneaker. And then he said Malcolm X and MLK, and I'm like, MLK, he was marching, he might appreciate the shoe.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that'd be good for him. But then Danny asked us, who would we want to wear our shoe? And Derek was like,
He took it literally.
He was like, you mean like he's got to wear a pair of my shoes? Like, how's Shaq gonna fit in my shoes? I was like, what
No one's ever given me my own brand of shoe.
No, I thought it was brilliant because my mind wasn't even going there. I thought, that's great. Like, Shaq's going to wear it all the way to Peter Dinklage is going to wear
And then
it.
I had
Like,
Bozo the Clown, which is, of course, a dated reference.
You know Bozo the Clown?
Come on, we all know it.
Yeah, Young Devil's like, what the what?
Have you missed Danny's Big Pole?
Yeah, I haven't seen Danny's Big Pole.
Yeah, nice. Well done, Derek. Got
Chilly
him.
today. All right, boys, take it over.
Yes.
A long show, and then we got pregame at 3 o'clock, and, of course, 6 o'clock for the kick right here on the Sports Leader.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. D-Pop and Danny Dunn back at the KNBR studios as we've got an abbreviated show. I'm coming to you live from our Tasman studios at Levi Stadium, getting ready for the Niners and the Volunteer State Tennessee Titans to get going tonight. 6 o'clock kickoff. Bob Fitzgerald, I believe Keena Turner and Dennis Brown on the call tonight.
Nice.
As well. And then myself and Todd Husak with you starting in less than an hour at 3 o'clock, talking some Niner football, taking you all the way up until the network pregame and then to kickoff. And we'll be with you all night following the game for postgame as well. Football back, Derek.
Yeah, as you said, it's a tease.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you know I love football, and I'll be watching it all weekend just to see, like, some of the rookies that were drafted this year, watching the Niners, obviously. A little Mendoza action earlier tonight, but, yeah, it's football, but it's not real football yet.
I was telling Todd, actually, we were talking a little. He mentioned Mendoza playing when we got in here. He's like, he's going to be playing tonight. Did you see the quote from him that was going around? I didn't hear any audio, but I was reading the quote where he was talking about the first
girlfriend thing?
No, he said, like, when you get into camp as a rookie, he's like, you're already so far behind.
Yeah.
He's like, you like, before you even start, you're way behind everybody else.
Right.
Especially with a coach like Kubiak, where he's got to learn the playbook. He said, I got the playbook, and I said, holy shuck. he's like, I gotta
Holy
get
Tyler Shuck.
Yeah, I know. I was like, come on, man. And I was like, never heard anybody say shuck as a curse word, bro. But I got a kick out of that. But yeah, I mean,
hey man, I'm telling you, him and Kirk Cousins, 2 peas in a pod.
Yeah, I maybe no better guy to be his
even
mentor.
couple.
Yeah, even though I want to see him play every week. I want to see him just start the
No,
the
man.
season
Ted
out there.
Wynn told you last week. It makes sense. He's been too much in the shotgun.
Yeah, but I agreed with what Ted's reasoning was, not yours. You never said that to me. You never said anything about the shotgun.
I'm sorry.
Anyway,
I thought it was too X's and O's oriented.
I was thinking about you yesterday. I didn't even tell you this, dude.
Oh, really?
I was thinking about you yesterday. You know what I did?
What's that?
You may be upset about this.
Pedicure?
Yeah, I went and got a pedicure,
Yeah.
bro. I went and got one.
Okay,
I
whatever.
did it. Not the first.
I'm not going to yuck your yum, dude.
Yeah, but I don't know why you've decided you don't like it or you want. Why do you hate your Tootsie so bad, man?
I don't.
Why don't you like your feet? Why don't you treat your feet with some respect? Dude?
I
You go
honestly
get
would
them
say
taken
it's one of
care
my best characteristics, and I don't. Sorry, not characteristics, but features. Characteristics? That doesn't make any sense.
I was like, really? That's how you identify? You're like, yeah, that's who I am, man. I am what my feet say I am.
No, I would say it's one of my best features, but honestly, like I just don't. That's not something I need to do.
Who else would say it's one of your best features?
Well, I mean, come on.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Dude, I'm trying to help you out, bro.
I think I'm okay.
You got to show your feet. Anyway, KBR, why does Derek hate his feet so much? Why
I don't
doesn't he
hate
want to
my
show them
feet.
love? It sounds like you do.
Well, I'm not showing them to you guys. You got to pay extra for that.
I'm not asking you to show them to me. I'm asking you to go with me
You've
to go
seen
get
them in
one.
Hawaii. I've seen everybody's feet in Hawaii. It was kind of gross, actually.
Why were you looking at him? Why were you looking around?
Well, it's hard not to notice.
Yeah, Tim was always out there in one of those Jesus open toes. You know what I mean? Like we were talking about. A pair
Yeah.
of Tim Webb's, the open toed shoe, is the way that goes. We're only with you until 3 o'clock today. I'll be with you until 5 o'clock. Todd Husak joins me at 3 for our 49er pregame and countdown to kickoff. Here's the Niners and the Titans tonight kickoff. The 2026 preseason at 6 o'clock. How much do you think of the preseason? Like in a game like tonight,
Yeah.
Is there anything you could take away that like you think would be something that is concrete for the season? Like, could you see anything happen tonight where you're like, oh, that's something that I think means something for the season?
Let me ask you, Copes. Do you remember anything in the first preseason game last year?
Yeah, everything, dude. Especially that opening drive where Jordan Watkins caught that like 19-yard grab over the middle for Mac Jones.
Okay,
you don't remember that, dude?
I remember Chase Lucas making a couple plays.
That was my boy, dude. Remember, he
Yeah.
was my preseason.
He was your crush.
He was my preseason crush. I'll let you guys know next week who my preseason crush is.
I remember Spencer Burford not having a great game.
Yeah.
I remember it was the Denver Broncos. They were scrimmaging against the Niners earlier in the week, and they played each other. But yeah, I mean,
Bro, you know, it's funny. If you'd asked me who it was, I would not have had the opponent.
Yeah.
I would have said Packers, but I think that was 2 years ago.
well, it is kind of crazy that Tennessee's traveling all the way here to play this game, but the familiarity with Robert Saleh, so I understand that aspect of it. But Yeah, I mean, they play the AFC West every year. Will anything that happens tonight be relevant for the regular season?
Like, can anything that you saw tonight go, okay, that's good, and that's something that we want to see in the regular? I mean, you could say we want to see that in the regular season as well, but is anything transferable in your mind?
I guess the rookies, like Deshaun Stribling, how he looks tonight, Romello Height, the left guard battle that's going on between, I guess, Robert Jones and Carver Willis.
It's been Jones playing with the starters a lot, they've said lately, but I'd love to know, and we'll talk to Matt Mayoko just so everybody knows. We don't have a guest in our first hour here, but Mayoko is going to join us on the pregame show a little bit later at 3:30. So we'll talk to him about, like, how real is that competition? Can either job be won or lost tonight? Is that a job that you could win in this one? He's been running with the ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Carver Willis needs to play well, but he's been involved, they still say, with the rotation there at left guard.
Yeah, I don't think any competition can be won tonight, but you know what? You want to see something from the rookies. So I'll be watching Stribling. Again, I've been going on and on about Romello Height. It's a lot of pressure to put on a third-round rookie to be the go-to pass rusher opposite Nick Bosa. So I'll be watching the rookies. We're not going to see as Kyle said that the starters aren't playing. I mean, the majority of them, I guess. So we're not going to see Brock Purdy. We're not going to see, obviously, Christian McCaffrey and a lot of guys that are injured at the moment.
Have you seen the injury report, by the way?
I'm sure it's a lot of people.
Dude, Matt Mayoko tweeted this out earlier today. It's a lot of names you know.
Yeah.
You know, which is like not ideal when you're looking at the start of a season. But again, none of it really carries a ton of, not none of it. It doesn't carry a ton of weight in my mind until they're missing games at the start of the season.
Yes.
Though there are cases like Nick Bosa where you're not feeling great about this situation. So also Christian Kirk's a guy with a calf we haven't seen in a couple of weeks now, right?
Yeah.
Like he got hurt early on. So here's the list of injuries. Boy, there's a lot.
Here we go.
Christian Kirk, Vidarian Lowe, Jordan James, Malik Mustafa, Keon White, Mike Evans, Kaywan Black, Jacob Cowan, Kyle Juszczyk, Brett Toth, Nick Bosa, Nick Sakel, Christian McCaffrey, Luke Gifford, asterisk here. Mike Evans returned to individual drills. The PUP list is, of course, Kittle, Micah Williams, and Ike Guerrero.
Okay.
That was like 20 guys.
That's a lot of guys. Yeah.
It's a lot of guys.
It's a lot of injuries. But thank God for Pablo Torre to debunk any substation theories out there.
Yeah, you know what? It's gospel now. You know what I mean? Now that Pablo's touched it, it's gospel.
Yeah, I mean, did we need that, though?
No,
we did not.
I can tell you, I talked to
it was a waste of time for Pablo, honestly.
I talked to a guy I know who works in the league with a team, and I asked him, do players really believe this substation thing? We were talking about the other day. I said, do players really believe the substation thing? He said, the players that believe the earth is flat, yeah. I was like, I mean, all right, so just John Feliciano, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's the one who kind of brought it up, but I don't know how, I mean, I don't buy it being a real thing. I never really have, and the point is there's no evidence to support that, so I think it's funny to joke about, but I don't really have any real inclination to believe that it's something that's a problem.
No, it's not. It hasn't been for quite some time. I think it's been around since 1987.
Matt Mayoko, or Barrows, said today, actually, that he and Mayoko have been around it for many, many years, and they haven't seen any decline in their joints or muscles, is what Barrows said.
I mean, I guess it's something that the players can think about, but as far as it being relevant to the injuries, no, that's not the case.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop hanging out with you. Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon where the 49ers and the Titans get going tonight in week one of the preseason. Pregame starts at 3 o'clock. You got kickoff at 6 o'clock with Bob Fitzgerald, Keena, and Dennis Brown. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll talk more about some of the players we plan to see tonight, what reason it is that we want to see them. One of the names that keeps coming up today, I'm hearing a lot, is Jaden Duggar, the fifth rounder out of UL Lafayette, that linebacker at 6'5", 240, who maybe they're hoping can play that sort of hybrid Sam linebacker position.
Okay.
Heard earlier today they're calling it the fever. The fever, bro. That's the position. The fever position.
Okay.
So he's had that hybrid sort of drop back
He's
linebacker.
got a fever.
And the only prescription is more
hits.
Duggar. Yeah. It's more pickoffs is what I'm looking for. We'll talk more about it. Dirty Work on a Thursday. Niner football is back, and it's only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we've talked about this one for the last couple of weeks now, really the last month or so. Is it so many people have been dealing with getting scammed, losing so much of their money and their life savings? Is there anything you can do to help on their taxes if they've been scammed?
Yes, there is, and it's a big help if you qualify. And first of all, to anybody that's been scammed, my heart goes out to you. I've seen people lose their life savings and then have to pay tax to the IRS and state on what they gave the scammers. When the tax law changed, casualty losses were pretty much done away with. However, there's an exception if you got scammed. If you qualify, we can deduct it, which means potentially you could get back a huge amount of money from the IRS, which would really help to make up for that scam. And this is such a big deal. The IRS was nice enough to write this nice long memo explaining it, detailing it, how you qualify, what to do, examples. So let's see if you qualify. And all you have to do is just pick up the phone and say, for a free consultation, say, hey, Steve, do I qualify to get a big amount of money back from the IRS and the state on this scam?
Give Steve a call. Find out if you qualify. The number to call is 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It sound right, boy.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work with you on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. I'm live from Levi Stadium, where the Niners are getting ready at 6 o'clock tonight to open their preseason schedule against the Tennessee Titans.
All right.
The Titans.
Are you rubbing it in?
I don't know, man. Everybody else always makes fun of you for it. I never even care or hear it. It's just how you talk to me. You know what I mean? But I figured I'd make notes. You know, people don't forget.
I've been saying it slowly. The Tennessee Titans.
It's funny because now I think that's why I did that. Is now in my head I hear you saying it. Like
Yeah, I
that.
know.
The Titans. All right, the Titans come to town tonight. That's so stupid.
Yeah.
Let's get into some players we're looking forward to seeing. Here's one like Matt Jones going to play tonight, right?
Oh,
I
yeah.
expect he's going to get some action.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so here's another dude, man. I am intrigued by Curtis Rourke. Because I look at him and I'm like, here's a guy they drafted last year.
Mhm.
Which, by the way, I was looking at his college numbers because he was one of those kids who started his freshman year in 2019, and I think he ended up playing a game in red shirting or gray shirt and something like that.
Right.
He then came back for 2020 as a freshman still, but then COVID hit, so only 3 games played or something like that
Right.
when he was at the University of Ohio. He played for 3 more years at Ohio after that, and then a year at Indiana, dude. So
Mhm.
he spent 6 total years in college, but he put up some really impressive numbers that if you're looking for things in rate stats that Brock Purdy does well, they're numbers that he excels in, which is intriguing. Now, he was recovering all offseason from the ACL injury, all season last year, so we didn't get a chance to see him. But the reason I'm intrigued by him is not because I'm looking for, extra depth behind Mac Jones. It's that it is my expectation that Mac Jones won't be the number 2 quarterback in 2027. And if you've got that guy in-house already, and you and I have talked about the philosophy of drafting a quarterback every season, Curtis Rourke's a guy who you could be looking at to have some of the ability in the same model of quarterback that Brock Purdy is. He led the nation his final year at Indiana in yards per attempt in 2024. He led them in yards per attempt and air yards per attempt and yards per completion. And he completed 67% of his passes, 79 touchdowns, just 21 picks in college. So he was accurate. Again, only 1 year at Indiana, but he started for 4 years in college. And I look at him as at the quarterback spot, kind of the way we talked about when Steve Kerr went out, and the way the Warriors like guys, or Steve Kerr likes guys like Yaxel Lendeborg, who's played a lot of college basketball. He's a seasoned enough guy. And I think to understand this game and to have a year already in the system, understanding mentally the playbook, again, it's week 1 of the preseason. This doesn't bear anything on this year, but if you're into football and you're into the future of this team, and I am, I'm intrigued to see what this battle at number 2 will look like next year, because it ain't going to be Mac Jones. I'm intrigued to see what else they may have found in a late-round quarterback who's been sitting on the bench for a year.
What, are you trying to have your Greg Papa, Brock Purdy moment? I was on Curtis Rourke before anybody else.
I was on Rourke before even Indiana was on Rourke. I loved him in Ohio.
No, I mean, that's interesting.
That's just a guy to watch. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Because like last year, who do we have? We had Carter. Who was the guy's name?
Who was the defensive coordinator that his son was playing?
Yeah, I'm blanking on his name. He used to be
Bradley.
Bradley. Carter Bradley. So
Yeah, Carter Bradley.
And then Adrian Martinez is the depth guy, right? He's like the
Yeah.
other guy we'll see tonight.
Yep.
And he's the guy who played in like a game last year, came in and took a knee. They gave him an NFL moment, which is all cool and all that's fun, but he's not a guy you're looking at. Rourke is a guy they spent a draft pick on. He's the only guy really outside of Junior Bergen, who was a kick returner and a North Dakota State guy who we haven't really got a chance to look at. So I'm just intrigued by a quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has taken. Another one, I think he was a 7th rounder, right?
Yeah.
Last
Mhm.
year. So I'm just intrigued because of the numbers that he put up in college. And seemingly these were things Brock Purdy was really good at and that big-time evaluators kind of missed on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's a good one to look at. Obviously, this season.
It's a dorky football thing.
No,
but
no,
why
no,
not,
no,
you know?
But that for the long haul, like you got to think about your backup quarterback situation. We talked about it a lot with Mac Jones. Filled in for 8 games last year, and you hope that doesn't happen this year. But
seriously, man, like look, we should more than any organization be excited about backup quarterbacks. You know?
Yes,
Be intrigued by that.
It's the best backup quarterback situation on the football. So, and honestly, hypothetically, let's just say that Curtis Rourke looks good in preseason, and some other team has a catastrophic injury to their quarterback.
Boom, dude. Didn't even think about that.
Yeah, so then John Lynch is like, let's make a deal. Let's trade Mac Jones. But you don't want to do that just yet. You want to feel comfortable in Curtis Rourke. So, yeah, you want to evaluate him this preseason. Didn't get a chance to do that last year. So, yeah, he's a guy we'll be looking at. But honestly, I'll be looking at the guys that I hope make an impact on the football team this year as far as rookies. DeJon Stribling. Could he take over that slot receiver spot over Christian Kirk with the injury that he has right now?
I mean, I think it's trending that way, right?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I don't think there's a battle won or lost today per se.
Right.
And I don't think there's, I mean, we're talking nickel corner, we're talking left guard and all that. In terms of what Stribling brings, I think we've heard so much about him. I fear the hype. You know what I mean? Like, I'm excited because people have told us we should be excited.
Yeah.
And how he's going to be deployed. And based on the injuries to this point to the receiving core, like Deebo Samuel has seemingly looked explosive and like himself in terms of what it is that he brings to an offense. But those two guys, he and Mike Evans, aren't the only two that are going to cut it. You're going to need somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm intrigued by what Stribling brings you. I don't know how much we're going to see him tonight. Like, I would imagine that the less we see him, the more we can expect them to be relying on him early. That's the way I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it would show that he's already made an impact in training camp and
But
Kyle
they're comfortable
Shanahan.
with him, yeah.
And there's a reason why Kyle Shanahan wanted him. And there's a reason why Adam Schefter, after the fact, after the draft and everything, saying like, a lot of teams were high on DeJon Stribling. You may never heard of him before, but there's a reason why Kyle Shanahan wanted to trade out of the first round and didn't like the Indiana wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. So, yeah, if he's not playing a lot, that means that they're high on him. But also there's Kalen Black. There's Carver Willis, the left guard they drafted.
Well, Kalen Black's not going to play, right?
Okay, yeah, you're right. He's banged up tonight. You're right about that. So Romello Height.
By the way, the running back room seemingly so shallow at this point, with both Jordan James shelved and Kalen Black shelved, that they signed 2 other running backs. So they added Khalil Herbert and Zamir White.
Zamir White back with or not back, but was with the Raiders a couple years ago from LSU. Interesting running back.
I'm looking for Sincere McCormick.
Yeah,
That's what I want.
Kind of like the same type of running back, honestly. But yeah, I mean,
Veteran guys. Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan wants some depth there. But yeah, the guy you mentioned earlier, Jaden Duggar playing the Heat role, you're saying?
The fever role.
Oh, the
Dude, I was
fever
just,
role, my
I
bad.
immediately just thought about your pops, and I immediately thought about Greg.
I got a
and
fever.
How much fun he'd be having using, and look at him, he's in that fever position there. He's out there, he's real hot with that fever, and he's going to drop back and pick off the pass, Jaden Duggar.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, dude.
No, he would definitely drop that fever line of time.
He would love the fever line. Anyway, I guess that's what they're calling that position. Really, it's the Sam linebacker spot. And you were discussing this. Was it you were talking about it yesterday or 2 days ago? Sort of looking at that hybrid linebacker position like Nicky Manwari is up in Seattle.
Yes.
And that he could potentially be a guy that can play in that spot where he can drop back or he can drop back into coverage and stay with a big receiver because he's a big dude. And he's actually bigger than Eamon Jaden Duggar. Eamon Warrior's 6'3", 220. Jaden Duggar at 6'5", 240, a 5th rounder. I mean, I don't know how big of an impact you're looking for, but they've had some success with guys before. I mean, I believe, wasn't Greenlaw a 4th or a 5th rounder? I think he was a 5th rounder also.
I believe so. But yeah, a lot of people weren't high on Jaden Duggar. But yeah, I mean, can he cover? We'll see tonight. But I'm also looking at like the veteran corners they signed this offseason. I don't think they're going to keep them all. There's Jack Jones. There's Nate Hobbs. Can those guys be your backup nickels? Also, the guy they drafted, Ephesians Prysock. Interesting name. Let's see if he's got some good game.
That's the evaluation there also. Good name. Let's see what else you got, Holmes.
Yes,
you know what I mean? I like
basically.
that, dude. I like that. Any other names you're thinking about? I mean, is like guys who aren't first-year guys. We're always intrigued to see the rookies early on because it's the first time we get to see them in the pads and on the field and hitting a team in another jersey or getting hit by a team in another jersey. A guy like Alfred Collins.
Yes.
Like how important is preseason for the year 2 guys?
I would say you definitely want to see some growth. And I want to say last year at this time, C.J. West was more impressive than Alfred Collins. And Alfred Collins had that great game against the LA Rams on Thursday Night Football. But, when you're hearing maybe the Niners, I don't know if this is actually like rumors or just fan stuff, but would they be interested in Vita Vea? And is the seat a little hot for the younger guys like Alfred Collins or C.J. West? Can they make that jump where you're comfortable where they're going to be there opposite Osa Odigizua? And then also I think once Michael Williams is healthy, he will kind of be inside a little bit more. But yeah, you want to see where these guys are making the jump. where, yes, last year they got their feet wet. There were moments where they looked rusty, but now they look more veteran savvy. So, yeah, I've been looking at the two. I've been looking at all the rookies from a year ago. Upton Stout, too. He was by far the best. Nick Martin, hopefully making an impact at the linebacker position. So, yeah, all the second-year guys.
Dirty Work with you on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. We got the 49er pregame coming your way, the countdown to kickoff with myself and Todd Hustek starting in about a half hour at 3 o'clock. So, quick show for Derek on a Thursday.
Hell
You
yeah.
gonna saddle in and watch some football tonight?
Oh,
Is that all you're
bet
doing?
your ass I'm doing that. Yeah.
That's all you're doing. That's your only plan.
Well, also writing diamond notes.
Why don't you fire up some of those hot dogs you got?
No, not tonight.
Why not?
Because I made a proper meal.
What'd you make? What'd you cook?
I'm going to be cooking salmon later.
You gonna Google again how to make salmon?
No,
What's
I know.
The best, what's
I'm
the best
experienced
way?
enough to make salmon now.
No, now, yeah. So how are you gonna make it? What are you doing?
Just put it in the frying pan and got myself some cayenne pepper, some salt. You got yourself a salmon, baby.
You got yourself a salmon.
So you're never going to use that sauce again, huh, Derek?
What, the sauce you got me from Chicago?
Danny, I spun that little Ferris wheel this morning, dude. Don't you worry, I'm using that thing.
Yeah. When I have a drunken night and I need something, Dan, I'll be eating some hot dogs and
I'll
that
be
sauce.
drinking some sauce.
Yeah, I'll be drinking some sauce.
Just wait until I'm hungover. I'll
I'm
be sucking
guzzling
down
it,
that
man.
All right, we got to take a quick break. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Dan Dunn hanging out with you. When we come on back, we're going to tell you how to spend your weekend because, Thursday is right on the precipice, dude. We're almost there. And that's why we provide to you that schedule for the weekend. We'll get that to you next, as well as a Dirty Work Sound soiree with a little theme today. And what's the theme, Derek?
Are these guys crazy?
Yeah. It's funny when you sent that list to me, I was like, that's how I read it out loud, too. Man, are these guys crazy? Are you crazy? Man, are these guys crazy? We'll talk about it next in the Dirty Work Sound soiree. It's a Thursday. Football season is upon us on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. If you're looking to upgrade your property and beautify your home, Golden State Lumber and Showroom is ready to work with your contractor or designer to bring your ideas to life. Planning to add a patio or deck? Golden State is proud to offer Trex Refuge, which features the natural look of wood. Trex is engineered to endure decades of foul weather and foot traffic and is backed by a 50-year limited residential warranty. It cuts the installs like wood, and it requires very little maintenance. Trex Refuge PVC decking is innovative and is the result of changing fire codes and conditions. It's ignition resistant and designed to meet strict fire standards while delivering the beauty you desire. Visit goldenstatelumber.com and look for Trex under brands, then talk to your builder or contractor, and then you can visit a Golden State showroom near you. Helping you build better since 1954. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work with you on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Dan Dunn hanging with you. Only with you till 3 o'clock today before 49er pregame gets started. What are you thinking there, Derek? What's that look on your face?
Oh, I realized in the break. So Bob Fitzgerald's on the call tonight, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And young Ryan McCarthy, a.k.a. Chips, is running the board.
That's right.
So we got a case of Fitz and Chips tonight.
That's pretty good,
Yeah.
dude.
I'm stupid.
Bro, that is
I think it's
good.
stupid stuff sometimes.
No, man, that might have been one of your best lines you've had this year.
You think so?
Fitz and Chips.
Fitz and
dude.
Chips.
I could go for some of that, dude. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
I'm hungry, man. Yeah, Fitz and Chips. Britt, serve it to you in that little paper bag. You know what I mean? You ever see that when they give you like fish and chips? It's always like sideways in a paper bag.
Paper bag?
Tim knows what I'm talking about, right? Come on, Tim. You're a Fitz and Chips guy.
Yeah.
Tim knows.
Let's have Tim get into the shot like he did with Michael Irvin there.
Yeah, Tim, come sit next to me here, in between, dude. In between me and Todd, dude.
This guy knows what I'm talking about.
Dude, yeah. Michael Irvin dapping up Tim Webb, talking the White House was one of my funniest things I've ever experienced in person.
That was fantastic.
All right, we got some time to get into a little sound soiree, and I love that Derek has themed it this way today. I think we should do this more often. If we get
theme?
a group of sound that fits a theme like this.
All right.
Because we've done it before with like individuals.
Yeah.
Sound Swore Greg, Sound Swore Dre, Sound Swore Clay, your classic Sound Soiree where it's just a potpourri of sound. But today we've got a theme, and it's Sound Soiree. Man, is he crazy? Open it up, Danny.
This is
Dirty Work.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On The Sports Leader.
Your Sound Soiree. Man, is he crazy?
Man.
For Thursday, August 13th, 2026. Now, I know we still have a piece of sound that we teased for like 2 hours yesterday and never got to. Do we want to do that first?
I guess it applies as crazy because Mike McDonald thought that Derek Hall was crazy during this practice.
Let's be clear. Nothing actually has to be crazy. We're just asking the question: Is he?
Is he crazy?
You know what I mean? So why
Okay.
do we have the Mike McDonald, head coach of the Seattle Seahawks?
Okay, so
sound?
let me set this up. This is from Hard Knocks the other night, and Derek Hall is one of their young pass rushers. But during practice, you don't want to hit the quarterback. And Derek Hall's not hitting Sam Darnold, but he's close enough where Mike McDonald's a little uncomfortable.
Derek, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you bull rushing right now near the quarterback?
I'm not trying to hump. I can't see behind
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it. Damn it, Derek.
That away, good timing. That away,
Hey,
Sam.
stay away from the quarterback.
How when I read clearly pass?
Get him out. Get him out. Get him
What
out.
do you want me to do?
Get him out. Get him out. Let's go. Get him out.
Damn, oh my gosh. What the
Hey, you can complain all you want. You can complain all the you want. You're too close. That's twice. It's not smart. So you can all you want. But it turns out I'm running the practice.
Hell yeah. You tell him, Mike McDonald.
Yeah, dude. And I think the thing that we all need to get back to is Derek. It's not time to hump right now.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a pretty
There's
good one.
three drops there. There's Derek. What are you doing? Why are you trying to hump right now? It's not the time
It's not
for
the
that.
time for that,
and
dude, yeah.
perfectly. Damn it, Derek.
Damn it, Derek.
Ask Dan Dunn. Ask Danny Dunn. He says that to me probably once a day.
He does, yeah. I
Damn
hear
it,
him.
Derek.
Yeah, damn it, Derek. I like the one in the beginning where he drops the name 5 times. Derek.
What? What's going on
You
here?
got that for me, Danny?
He's getting it.
If Danny can pull that up, dude.
Derek.
Play that anytime I'm like rambling on for way too long.
That's quality sound, dude.
Derek.
That's enough. That's
Seattle
enough, Derek.
Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald, not to be confused with Yamo Be There, Michael
Yamo Be
McDonald.
There.
All right, moving on here. So wait. Was he crazy?
I think Derek Hall was a little too crazy there.
Yeah, I like hearing McDonald coach like that.
Yeah, man.
He's like, dude, it's not smart.
It was
What are you
different.
doing?
It was different than last week when he's talking to one of his players. I think it was Brady Russell, the fullback, saying like, "Hey, come on, man! Don't throw insults at Derek Hall, saying that he's changed when he got his contract. Come on, we love each other." And this week, it's like, "Are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
Stay the hell away from the quarterback."
Yeah, dude, the different personalities of what a football coach has got to do.
You got to be that Jekyll and Hyde.
You got to navigate that. How about this one more? More Joe Lacob. But the more I think about that sound we played yesterday from this TK podcast interview that he did, the TK show.
It's baffling, dude.
Where he just brings up the Steph Curry thing. He's like, I think people are making this up. I'm like, your GM answered that question.
Mike said it.
Nobody even asked him about
Yeah.
it. He brought it up himself. Here's Joe Lacob, more from his interview with Tim Kawakami on the TK Show podcast, asking about, I guess they were discussing whether or not Jonathan Kuminga was a mistake. And I'm not really sure of, can you explain the context in this, Derek? Because I don't know if you mean like a mistake to draft him or a mistake how they handled
Mistake to draft.
Okay, so was Jonathan Kuminga a mistake? And here's how Joe Lacob responds to that.
I do not view Jonathan Kuminga as a mistake. I think we may have made some mistakes in how we handled it and how he handled it. Maybe he made some mistakes. And obviously that's well documented and we had to move on. But he's an NBA player and played in the playoffs and did really well. And it's not a mistake at the 7th pick. There are 7th picks that are out of the league.
Okay, currently he's not an NBA player.
I was like,
because
for
he's a
who?
free
Who's he
agent.
play for, Joe?
When did he? Okay. I guess on the stat sheet he played very well against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
How about in the win and loss column?
Yeah, exactly.
0 for 4.
I mean, that's always going to be, to me, that says that he's mad at Steve Kerr for not developing Jonathan Kuminga. He's mad about that. He liked that player. There's a lot of players they drafted over the years that he's mad they're not on the roster. I think if you ask Joe Lacob, and maybe one day we'll get a 30 for 30 out of this, he'll blame Steve Kerr for all the players they drafted, the young guys, and them not being there right now. So that's what I got out of that quote right there.
Which other players would you say that?
Jordan Poole, James Wiseman.
Yeah, the Jordan Poole one, though, is a little bit different. That's out of Steve Kerr's control.
Of course.
In Draymond. Like that, it's pretty clear that Draymond is a key reason or a big percentage of the reason as to why he's no longer here.
Yes and no, but Jordan Poole couldn't get over it either.
Jordan Poole also did not like coming off the bench and thought that when Klay Thompson came back that he had earned the opportunity to continue to start after they had won that title. So I don't really fault him. I mean, they don't win that championship without Jordan Poole. They needed him.
That's true.
And they'd be in a much different situation right now if they still had Jordan Poole. I mean, I don't know if you need Jimmy Butler 2 years ago if you have Jordan Poole. Not that he replaces that player, but that you have another element of scoring, and that's what they did not have at all. They couldn't create outside of Steph. But if you had somebody else to carry a little bit of that, like you did in that month of February when Klay Thompson was carrying the team when Steph went down before they went on the title run, I would say they'd be in a much different spot looking towards the future.
So let's answer the question. Is this dude crazy?
Yeah,
I'd say yes.
I don't know about crazy. I just like when a guy he's a billionaire. You know what I mean? Like,
if you're a billionaire, you got to be a little crazy.
Yeah, probably. I just like when people ask questions, but they're all made, or not ask questions. Maybe this happened. Maybe we didn't handle it right. Maybe he's made some mistakes too.
Yeah.
Well, just answer the question. Just tell us what you think. Maybe.
Well, that's what, billionaires say. Like, that usually is like, what companies say too. It's like, there's nothing we can do here. We made mistakes along the way, but this is how we handled it. So, yeah, I think that Joe Lacob made a lot of excuses yesterday, but also I like that he responded to the Mike Dunleavy Jr. quote, or not directly, but also just said, no, we're not trading Steph Curry away. That's crazy.
All right, moving on here in the Sound Soiree. Don't forget, this Sound Soiree has a theme. It's, man, is he crazy? This is one that makes me feel a little bit like that. Here's Dante Whitner, former 49er, on the Grit Code podcast with our guy, Rod Brooks, and he's talking about the Niners and Ricky Pearsall. Here you go.
The 49ers failed Ricky Pearsall by not requiring PCL surgery at the end of the season. The timeline raises a serious question. He injured the PCL in September. He aggravated the same knee in December. The swelling returned in training camp. Now he's having season-ending surgery. A grade 2 PCL is not a bruise. It is a partially torn ligament with looseness in the knee. So even if the pain improves, that does not mean the ligament is ready for cutting, stopping, and NFL contact. Did returning early guarantee that it became a grade 3? No, but it may have left the knee unstable and more vulnerable to the next hard plant or collision. There are two possibilities. Either the grade 2 was rushed and became worse, or the original injury was more severe than they first diagnosed. Without the original imaging and stress testing, nobody outside the building can honestly know. That is why players are taught to get an independent examination. The team has a medical process. The players need a second opinion, focus only on his body and his career. Earlier surgery would not have guaranteed a 2026 return, but it may have preserved part of the season. They may have cleared the pain before they cleared the ligament. Trying to save a few weeks of the season cost Ricky Pearsall an entire year. Somebody failed the kid here. And this could possibly end up as one of those stories where you saw glimpses of his talent and he'll probably never get the opportunity to be a number one receiver again after this surgery.
Okay, Dante's not crazy. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on the radio. He's not a doctor either.
I was going to say we should change the segment to, man, is he a doctor?
But Dante knows a hell of a lot more about injuries in football, and he just did that beautifully. So I don't know if the 49ers are at fault or if Ricky Pearsall's more at fault or maybe one of his trainers. But, yeah, the way he's making it out, it sounds like he could have got surgery this offseason. But then again, I don't know. I mean, you asked a doctor, maybe that couldn't have happened. But, yeah, I don't think Dante's crazy, no.
No, I mean, he sounds like he knows. I don't know about the he'll probably never get a chance. I mean, it is hard to have a surgery like that without having a bunch of previous success because don't forget, he'll be entering year 4 next year.
Yep.
And he's not going to get the contract. He'll be playing for a contract.
His fifth-year option will be denied.
His fifth-year option won't be picked up, and he'll be playing for an extension and then having to earn whatever the most is he can get. But you're right. I mean, there's such a big delta between what the top receivers are getting and then the guys below them and the guys who are the role-playing receivers.
Mm-hmm.
And you really have to start putting those numbers up early. You know what I mean? When you turn 31 years old, you're generally, unless you've been a track record type player, not going to get the $150 million contract. So I look at a guy like Puka Nacua and all his mess-ups this offseason. Didn't somebody tell him, like, bro, if you're just cool for like 8 more months, you're going to get $150 million.
Well, that's what's going on right now.
You know what I mean? Like, dude, relax.
Yeah, like that's why he's on the straight and narrow, and you probably won't get a contract until after the season. And of course, you can always
he may still get. He's probably going to get suspended too.
We'll see, but I think that also, I mean, yeah, they could also franchise tag him. But yeah, when it comes to Ricky Pearsall, yeah, you have to be skeptical about his future in the NFL and with the 49ers.
Yeah, I'm hopeful for him. Dante, I don't think is off base and saying.
I don't think so either.
Now, to say that they failed him, I can't speak to that. And he said as much too. He said somebody failed this kid. Now, I mean, it's injury stuff. Maybe the evaluation stuff behind the scenes was problematic for him. That I really can't speak to.
Yeah, but Dante knows what he's talking about.
Man, are you a doctor? Let's get to another one here. How about this one? This is LaShawn McCoy.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like to promote this audio, but we're going to do it.
Or even play it.
Yeah, I don't even like to play this, and I don't know if you're going to like to hear it, but here we go. Here's LaShawn McCoy. He's on the Speakeasy podcast, and he's talking about, we actually just went over some of the names who will be first time on the ballot candidates for the Hall of Fame next year in Canton. We ran through some of those names. Adrian Peterson's one that we think could be a first ballot guy. You mentioned Antonio Brown, and we're like, man, the talent was there, but he's not going to have done it long enough. Same as I was like, Le'Veon Bell ain't getting in, man.
No.
He didn't put up the numbers long enough.
And a lot of off-the-field stuff for Antonio Brown as well.
Sure. What, really? So here's LaShawn McCoy talking about Antonio Brown. He'll be on the ballot next year.
AB should be on there, though. Because, like, this might sound crazy, but Jerry Rice or AB, I mean, like, yo, I'm taking AB. Yeah.
What did you just say?
Jerry Rice or Antonio Brown? I'm taking Antonio Brown.
Keep going.
I don't care.
Thank you guys for watching the Speakeasy.
Boys out the mud. We got LaShawn McCoy.
What?
Bro,
I'm not going to get distracted.
Y'all can't. All right, that's one. Two is y'all acting like, what am I saying wrong? What can Jerry Rice do that AB can't do?
Jerry Rice got, what, 3 Super Bowls? He
Super Bowl.
22,000 yards.
The Super Bowl.
He's got,
Jerry Rice
he had a 1,000-yard receiving season at 42, bro. Like 42.
Yo, my man. You don't think AB can do that? See, y'all talking like that because AB's career.
Yes, your career makes you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, okay.
What?
Talent-wise, I'm still not gonna say Antonio Brown was better than Jerry Rice. Not gonna say that. Antonio Brown was unbelievable. For 5 seasons straight, he was probably the best wide receiver in football. But go back and look at what Jerry Rice did from like 1986 to 1995. He was unbelievable for a decade. And then, yes, even after the fact, leaving the 49ers, having a 1,000-yard season with the Raiders at 40 years old. So, no, I get what he's saying because it's all recency bias. No, Antonio Brown, fantastic player, should be in the Hall of Fame, but not better than Jerry Rice.
I'm not even going to acknowledge anything he said. I'm just going to give you a stat. Jerry Rice had more yards after the age of 30 than Antonio Brown had in his entire career.
Okay, but when it comes to that argument,
let's just say that.
Okay, but do you base everything off of stats, or do you look at also what they did as players, as far as
I don't think you can do what Jerry Rice did for as long as he did without having the skill set that he had, and Antonio Brown's would not have lasted. I don't care. He was 33 years old. And he wasn't the player he was when he was 30 years old. Or it's unbelievable that this is even a debate. I don't think we should even be debating it because I think he's the only guy on the planet who thinks that.
Well, that's why we play this audio in the sound soiree of, man, is he crazy?
Dude,
I'd say he's crazy.
I'd say he's out of his mind. Like, get him a jacket. You know what I mean? Like put that guy in a padded room.
Not a Hall of Fame jacket.
No, not a Hall of Fame jacket. Put him in a padded room.
Yeah,
is what I'm saying. It's an outrageous discussion. to have.
Outrageous.
It's insane. We got one more here on this list.
Let's do it.
All right, the last one here on the Sound Story, Man, Is He Crazy? Jeff Teague. Jeff Teague, the former guard, NBA guard, he was talking about what would happen if you replaced Steph Curry on those championship teams with Damian Lillard. Here's Jeff Teague.
I could see a Ray Allen or somebody said that.
Just because he can shoot?
No, because niggas kind of play a similar game, bro.
Yeah,
He
like
just
saying he was gonna kill.
If
him.
you
said like people like no, you said they would win the same amount of championships.
Yes.
Like if you say, all right, we're gonna take Steph Curry off there and put Dame Lillard,
there it is.
Then I'll be like, okay, I can see they get the same results. Probably.
Yeah.
It's a good chance they get the same results. Oh, y'all don't have to convince me of this. I agree with y'all. I'm just saying. Behance said he trolled. I said no, he really feels this.
I
way.
feel only reason why I say trolling because he know he don't play like him.
Yeah, I'm like, now if he would say like, if you put me on the Phoenix Suns when they went to the finals with Devin Booker,
Yeah.
like, I could deal with Devin Booker. I could have took his role when they played the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah,
I could have
bro,
did that. I've been like, all right, you might have could have got, you and D Book both average 26. He's just saying that because he was on Golden State. He probably has a different Like legend, y'all though. turned the team up as soon as I left. That's Yeah.
All right, we can stop. I don't know. I don't know why we do this. I would just end this segment today with Man, Is He Crazy? About not everybody has to have a podcast. You know what I mean? Now, I would think we should maybe plant the flag on that. Like, not everybody needs one. I don't like. There's not. You don't all have stuff to talk about. I mean, there's not enough.
Well, they're
going on.
responding to Monte Ellis's comment saying,
and Monte's just running his mouth too. Monte,
He is.
that was ridiculous as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hate these what if debates because there's no solid answer and nobody who's ever been. You're not going to get everybody to agree. You're not going to change somebody's mind. It's your knee jerk reaction. It doesn't mean much of anything. It doesn't. It's a waste of time to have these debates.
It is a waste of time. I totally get it. That's why he's in the sound soiree of, is he crazy?
Man,
Yes.
is he crazy? See,
I would
I'm
say-
gonna say yes.
I would say less crazy than Monte Ellis thinking that he could do the same stuff that Steph Curry did. I love Damian Lillard. He's not Steph Curry, though.
All
He's
right,
not.
real quick, because we got to get out and then we got to come back and put the show to bed. But before we do, we got to give you the unsponsored Canby, our Dirty Work Bay Area weekend sports calendar, sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. There's no sponsor anymore, so the unsponsored segment remains unsponsored. The sponsor could be you. Stay tuned for details. On Friday, that's tomorrow, Luke Bryan performing at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, 7 p.m. The Giants take on the Tigers at 7:15 p.m. By the way, it's a K-pop Demon Hunters drone show following the game. Plus, Derek, your favorite, Paula Poundstone will be at the Marin Center Showcase Theater in San Rafael. Derek, you're a Poundstone head, right?
Absolutely. Tigers again?
Japanese, yeah, thank you. I don't know why it says Tigers here. It's the Rockies tomorrow. Japanese musical duo Yosabi will be performing at the Oakland Arena at 8 p.m. Derek, you know the origin of the name Yaosabi, right?
Of course I do, but refresh me.
Yeah, the duo's name Yaosabi originates from the Japanese word Yaosabi, literally meaning nightlife. If music and baseball aren't your thing, you can catch George Lopez at San Jose Civic Center at 8 o'clock. On Saturday, Giants and Tigers or Rockies continue. Plus, Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics will be performing at the Shoreline Amphitheater at 6:45. And the Hot Wheels Monster Trucks is live at Chase Center at 7 p.m. Oakland Roots in the Monterey Bay against Monterey Bay at 7 at the Coliseum. And then Sunday, Giants-Tigers wrap up the finale, or it's the Rockies Hello Kitty Day Funko Pop. First 20,000 fans, and David Lee Roth performs at the Guild Theater in Menlo Park. That's your unsponsored Canby, our Dirty Work Bay Area weekend sports calendar. When we come back, we'll put the show to bed. Niner pregame in less than 10 minutes, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's going on, my people? Derek Papa here. Did you know many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based in the Bay Area? Some of them aren't even based in this state. Those liars. You know who's not a liar? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work or wrongfully terminated, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris's team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents, so please be careful. As we're together making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dola Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's $1 billion with the B. All right, Dan, calm down. Go ahead. In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get some cash in your pockets. They live here, they work here, and of course, they win here. DolaLawFirm.com.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the Sports Leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Got to put the show to bed here. We got about a minute until we get going on 49ers pregame, the first of the preseason against the Tennessee Titans. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. Putting it to bed. We got to get out of here quickly, so why don't we do a little note to self and get out of here, Derek. Danny, you got something for us?
Note to self.
Note to self, don't listen to LeSean McCoy.
Yeah, don't listen to LeSean McCoy. I like that.
Note to self.
Note to self.
Note to Danny. You can't copy and paste the sports calendar.
Yeah, dude, that's a rough deal, Danny. You got to change the opponent.
You. I love you.
You're gonna have to change the opponent. And note to self.
Note to self.
The Titans are here. The Titans come to town. That's who's here. That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Thursday evening. Thanks to our guest today. No guest. No guest today. We'll be back with you tomorrow. You'll be tomorrow live from the patio at 58
Yep,
Social.
me and John Dickinson. Yep.
There you go. You and JD tomorrow from the patio at 58 Social. Thanks for filling in for me, JD. Much appreciated, dude. And for anybody that needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. But it does get easier. The Niners and the Titans pregame preseason week 1 starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
All right. After months and months and months, the NFL returns to your airwaves. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Adam Copeland, former Stanford NFL quarterback Todd Husak alongside me here ahead of the 49ers and the Tennessee Titans week 1 of the 2026 preseason. You can hear kickoff right here starting at 6 o'clock, and we will throw it over to the broadcast team, Dennis Brown, Keena Turner, and, of course, Bob Fitzgerald on the call tonight, and we'll hand it over to them at 5 o'clock. We'll also catch up with Bob Fitzgerald a little bit later before kickoff. Todd, great to see you, man. Stoked for what should be another fun year of football talk ahead of and after all these games. We'll be joined by a lot of our regulars today as well.
I'm excited that football is about ready to kick off. 49ers are back, and I think potential, that's what this part of the season is all about. They have potential to have a great run. I think they have their quarterback is back, and Brock Purdy. He's at an outstanding camp. Hopefully we can get some of those guys back healthy, but this is a team that I think is built for a championship run if they can stay healthy, which has been a big part of this offseason, and I think will continue to be a big part of the next few weeks.
Well, certainly one of the biggest questions and topics coming into this game. And again, the end result of this game is not really all that important to anybody, right? You go 0-3 in the preseason means nothing really for what you're working with towards the start of the regular season. And the Niners have big aspirations. I mean, a team last year that lost a lot of injuries. And when we get into week 1 and week 2, we'll talk a lot about in-season stuff, what happened last year, how they translate that to this year. But I guess the big question in a preseason game 1 like this today, Todd, is what actually matters? And it's really about who actually matters. What do we need to see? What are we looking at? So, I mean, you're a guy who's got a lot of experience going through an NFL preseason, what it means for a quarterback, what it means for an offense, which positions actually matter in the preseason and can translate that work to the regular season.
Well, hopefully we see a lot of Curtis Rourke today, which has been – he was injured last year. We haven't seen a lot of the backup quarterbacks for the 49ers. Mac Jones, I think, has secured that number 2 spot. There's no question about it.
And we should see him tonight.
We should see him, hopefully – not too much. This is what the preseason is about, is balancing who do you need to see versus who do you need to keep healthy.
Right.
And maybe they need to see a little bit of Mac Jones, but they need to keep him healthy. And I'm really excited to see Rourke because he's a guy that if he has a good preseason and plays to the potential that everybody talks about him having, and he had a great college career at Indiana, finished strong, was hurt last year, can he establish himself as that number 3 guy? And all of us, we know that Mac Jones will not be here in 2 years. Can Curtis Rourke have a good enough preseason to establish himself as a guy who can maybe take over for Mac Jones in 2 years, or have an outstanding preseason and create a little leverage for the 49ers front office where maybe he becomes a piece as other teams are going to experience quarterback either difficulty or injury? Does he become expendable? It's a fascinating kind of next 3 weeks for Curtis Rourke and how he plays, how much has he developed in this offseason, and is he ready to step into the limelight and take snaps under center and deliver?
Yeah, I mean, he's one that intrigues me tonight because, you get your draft picks every year. And if you remember last year, Todd, in the 2025 draft, they had 11 draft picks, and they used all of them. I think they had 3 7th-rounders. One of them was used on Curtis Rourke. The one guy really we haven't seen, Junior Bergen, he was cut again just the other day, but he was a 7th rounder, a guy that I thought maybe was a kick returner, an undersized kind of receiver, North Dakota State guy, not somebody they ended up using as a kick returner, just not really another position for him. You got to be able to do more in this offense. But Rourke, the other guy out of Indiana, I was pointing this out to Derek, 5 years at Ohio because of COVID. Now all that played out and he got an extra year of eligibility. Then 1 year in Indiana, but in that year in Indiana, 67% completion percentage overall. But he led the NCAA his final year in college in yards per attempt, in air yards per attempt, and yards per completion. A career 79-21 in college, touchdown to interception. He's a year removed. We know that the quarterback game can improve for a young player if they've been in the system and they can mentally start to understand. I know for Brock Purdy, that was a big thing with him. The mental reps really starting to install what it was he was going to be able to do. But the rate stats match things that Brock Purdy's done well. I'm intrigued to see, and again, it would be, I think, a little irresponsible to go, wow, could they have hit on another guy like that in the 7th round? Seems unlikely, but not unlikely that he's somebody that can understand this role enough to be, you said in 2 years, we're really talking about next season to be the backup quarterback, maybe the number 3 this year. And again, this is an organization that should not be blasé about the work of backup quarterbacks, considering how many they've used in the last several years.
Well, only one player from the 2022 draft for the 49ers is still on the team.
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
So the 49ers haven't built successfully through the draft the last few years, especially on those top-end picks, but to hit on a guy like Brock Purdy, who becomes your franchise guy, who has become what I think is a top 10 NFL quarterback. We can get into that a little bit later in the show. Yeah. But to develop, I think part of it is a system and having a coach like Kyle Shanahan who can install and teach and coach. And I think Brock Purdy really benefited from a guy like Brian Griese, who was here early in his career and worked with him after practice and really made sure that he was getting all of the mental reps, not just throughout, but afterward and growing. If Curtis Rourke can take those steps, he is learning from a guy, both in Brock Purdy and Mac Jones, who have established themselves as starting NFL quarterbacks. I think Brock Purdy is top tier. We saw Mac Jones play at a very high level last year. What a great opportunity that he has to learn from these guys, to see how they approach it. He's going to get his chance over the next few weeks to earn that spot, earn that 3rd spot, and potentially create a career for himself. And I think that's the theme of the preseason. We're not going to see a ton of reps from the starters. Who is going to establish themselves as a guy that can play in this league and maybe get a shot to play it not just this season, but over the next 10 years? We're going to see it.
Curtis Rourke, an interesting story for sure, because, again, did not play all of last year, rehabbed that ACL his rookie season. And I believe he had like a partial tear in his ACL his senior year at Indiana, and then just continued to play. Put a brace on and kept playing. So, I mean, you know what preseason means for a young quarterback trying to establish himself? If we forget the numbers, because really that's not what's important. We're talking career rate stats, but it doesn't mean anything until you can do it in the pros. I know you're the former quarterback, but I put together a Copes QB checklist. You tell me what's important on this list that you need to see or want to see from a guy to try to establish some footing on a depth chart. I've got processing, command, getting out of the huddle, protection, ball placement, and handling pressure.
That's a pretty good checklist.
What's the priority that you want to see tonight from Curtis Rourke?
It starts with a guy who can get the play from the sideline, call the play in the huddle, make sure everybody's lined up properly, and then once you take the snap, how are your mechanics?
Yeah.
Can you make the right decision? Are you processing what you're seeing from, right, that safety is rolling down to the right, I'm going to look to the left? Are you making the right decisions on where I'm going to throw the ball? And then once you do throw the ball, how's your footwork? Is the ball placement where it needs to be, not just for a completion, but yards after the catch? All of those little things, I think, translate into what makes not just a good NFL quarterback, but a really good NFL quarterback. And we see it with Brock Purdy. We saw it early in his career. But part of what made Brock special when he got the chance to start, the way his teammates responded to him. I still remember Bosa talking about him early in his career. We all have faith in this guy.
Fred Warner, too.
Yes.
Yeah, he was one of the vocal leaders to be like, yeah, man, this guy was important.
And that starts now.
Yeah.
That starts 6 months ago. That starts when you're drafted. How do you handle yourself when you come into the locker room?
Yeah.
How do guys view you? Are you on top of the game plan? Are you screwing around and not taking the reps seriously? Or are you focused on winning, getting better, and when you do get a chance, playing at a high level? And we've seen it happen time and time again. We talked about guys like Tom Brady and Kurt Warner, guys who got their shot and took advantage of it and not just started for a few years, became Hall of Famers. And that's, I'm not saying Curtis Rourke is a Hall of Famer, but it starts when you walk into the locker room and how your teammates respond and how your coaches respond and how you carry yourself. So it's a lot of it is on the field. I love that checklist. That's pretty good, Coach.
Processing, command, getting out of the huddle. And that's one where it's like you want to see how the guy handles his team. Is he in there? Is he controlling the huddle? And that was one of the key things that Trent Williams even said about Brock. He's like, you got this little dude over here and he's handling business.
Right.
Nobody's afraid. You got to know when you look in the QB's eyes that he's going to handle business. And they all mention that. And then I've got protection, ball placement, and then handling the pressure. That's important. All stuff for quarterbacks.
You're not getting surprised by a blitz. You know what the protection, who's picking up whom, and how are you responding to that? It's a lot of it's decision making, but a lot of it is how you carry yourself, right? And,
right.
And it's
poise and metal.
It's preparation, and when you're prepared, and that means coming into work on Monday and learning the playbook and getting it done throughout the week to where when that play is sent in, you know where everybody's supposed to be, you know where the defense is supposed to be, and you're able to react and make the right decision. And then it becomes an athlete. Can you make play? By the way, things are going to break down.
Yeah.
Can he make a play when things break down? Maybe that right tackle doesn't hold up, and maybe the left tackle misses the protection. And how does he respond to that? Can you make plays when things break down? Because that's a lot of the NFL as well. But all of that we will see how Rourke has prepared himself.
We'll talk more about the offensive identity for this team, and we'll try to tie it into a little bit of tonight. But preseason stuff, I mean, you're not going to see a lot of the starters, as you pointed out. There's some young guys we want to talk about, and we'll get into the more granular stuff with individual players as we get closer to kickoff. But you mentioned it to me before the show. You mentioned it here in the first segment. Just thought in this year about how good Brock Purdy can be. Have we even seen his best yet? We'll talk about the offensive identity for this team, but we'll make all that part of our quarterback comparison, sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. By the way, I'll be out there September 25th. Come on by, say what up for their red tag sale. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, more on the offensive identity of what this 49er team needs to be and what we'll see that will reflect that identity from some of these young guys tonight. Who has to play? What did we learn about this offense in training camp? We'll do that next. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak with you live from Levi Stadium, where the Niners kick off tonight at 6 o'clock against the Tennessee Titans in week 1 of the preseason. More to come. Niners kick off at 6 on the Sports Leader.
I mean, he played a role, but it was like self-explanatory. I mean, they had everything I was looking for. They checked all the boxes. Trying to win now. Quarterback, great skill players, great defense, great coaching staff, and then just great organization. And then a bonus is the weather that I didn't even know about. So, yeah, they checked all the boxes, and I'm excited to be.
I love that weather plays a role too. Yeah, none of that humidity, right?
None. Like, it's been some couple hot days, but it ain't nothing compared to what I'm used to.
Totally doable, man.
49er countdown to kickoff here. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak. That was the voice of new 49er receiver and probably future Hall of Famer Mike Evans, who joined the 49ers this offseason, telling you why he came to San Francisco and down here to Santa Clara. I mean, a much different situation. I got to tell you, Todd, I loved that answer when he gave that. And that, I think, was the second time he said it. I mean, he said that to Murph and Marcus there when they came down during training camp, did a bunch of interviews. Those are all still available up on our website, thesportsleader.com, and the Sports Leader app. But I've always loved being a fan of a team as a kid when a player wanted to play for your team, but also what it says about Mike Evans. I mean, we can run through what Kyle Shanahan has had at the receiving game or in the receiving game, but I don't think anybody disputes he hasn't had a receiver with the career quality of talent of Mike Evans since he had Julio Jones when he was in Atlanta, the year that Matt Ryan became the MVP and they went to the Super Bowl and all that, the year before he comes to San Francisco. But when he talks about, I've won a Super Bowl, I've gotten my big contract. He played with Tom Brady. He played with Godwin. He played under Arians. And his decision here wasn't about money. It was about, I can get paid, but I want to go play with that team for that guy with an opportunity to win again. He chose the team here thinking this is an offense that he can excel in. And I think it gives him something when healthy as a unit. I think it gives them an element that we have not seen under Kyle Shanahan with the 49ers.
100%. And it gives Brock Purdy a weapon that he hasn't had, a guy that can win 50-50 balls down the field, which we did not see the 49er offense go down the field nearly enough last year, and certainly near the bottom of the NFL in general. This was a grinded out 3-4 yards of play, number one in the NFL in third down conversion percentage at 50% for the year. But that's hard to do. You can only do that when you have an outstanding play caller and a quarterbacks, and guys who can get that extra yard. It's a lot easier when you can get 30, 40 yards a play, and they haven't had the personnel.
They didn't have the explosives last year.
No.
I mean, they went for a long time without a 20-yard run. I mean, I'm talking deep into the second half of the season.
Brian Robinson had the longest one. It was like week 14.
Yeah, it was late, which would have been like Indy or something.
Right. Yeah. And so having that ability, having the personnel who can run past safeties and run past corners, and you don't even have to run past them. There's a body out there. As a quarterback, I'm going to trust that guy to make the play. Mike Evans can do that. We've seen Stribling do that in camp so far. So all of a sudden, this offense, I think, is going to have a different look where this can be a quick strike offense versus a grinded out, control the ball, time of possession, third downs. Man, it's so much more fun as an offense too, when you can just, hey, we got a 3-play drive that finished in the end zone. Let's go back and give our defense a shot to get it back for us. So I think we're going to see a different, but the other thing that does, when you have wide receivers who can win down the field, all of a sudden that opens up the run game so much more. And Christian McCaffrey had so many 8-man boxes, 9-man boxes where he's running into unblocked safeties at the point of attack. It makes the run game better. It makes the offensive line's job a little bit easier where they're not bringing so much pressure because they're not afraid of isolating their corners one-on-one. All of a sudden this offense has a different look, and I'm really excited to see what Kyle Shanahan can dial up.
6 o'clock kickoff tonight right here on The Sports Leader. At 5 o'clock, we'll hand it over to the broadcast team. Bob Fitzgerald, Keena Turner, and Dennis Brown will take you up to and through kickoff. We'll also check in with Bob Fitzgerald a little bit later in the show. And Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, he'll join us in just a little bit here. So in talking about the offense, let's get into things we learned about this offense in training camp, or things we know right now heading into week 1 of the preseason. Now, we know a lot of these guys aren't going to play anyway, but Brock Purdy reportedly had an excellent joint practice on Tuesday. Deebo Samuel has looked really dynamic, and they made a big deal about his performance on a lot of the end-arounds that we saw on Tuesday in the joint practice. Now, you got a chance to see Deebo on the field?
Yeah. It was there his first practice. He looked lean and sharp and a little bit different than the Deebo we had seen a few years ago, where he's a little heavier, maybe built more like a running back. He looks like a wide receiver back to where he was in his early career, where he can – that's the other thing about an offense. Yards after the catch, we didn't see a ton of that last year. It was – you make the catch, you get 3 yards. All of a sudden, you're creating plays underneath where a 5-yard completion becomes a 15-yard play, that it just makes everything so much easier. So I would expect a bigger year from Debo this year than we saw a couple years ago.
He was top 10 in the league, I want to point out, last year in yak yards. And he had a pretty darn good year. I think he caught 70-plus balls last season for Washington. Now, his average depth of target was like near the bottom of all the receivers who qualified. But that just tells you they were putting the ball in his hands in the way Kyle Shanahan likes to around the line of scrimmage.
Slots and inside routes and underneath stuff. Also, kick returns. Debo is one of the best in the league at kick returns. We'll see. I think special teams will be something to focus on over the next few weeks and how that plays out. Is Debo going to return kicks? We'll see. He's one of the best in the league. But I think Debo is another piece that, as we looked at the wide receiver core last year, Niners have to get younger and more explosive.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't get younger, but they got more explosive. And I think if Deshaun Stribling can be that added piece that, again, when you add a component that is a difference maker, that makes Mike Evans better.
I mean, that's an element.
Debo better.
Yeah, it's an element they haven't had, to your point, Todd. Sorry to cut you off there, but the thought I have is, and I heard John Lund talking about it earlier on his show, is they've drafted a lot of pieces to try to support some of this core. They used to be really good, and they have been, in their history, good at drafting guys who ended up being superstars. Brandon Ayuk was a guy who other teams would have paid and would have liked to pay after that Super Bowl season. Obviously, the things with him and off the field and all that didn't work out. Deebo Samuel, a guy who got paid. George Kittle got paid. Even on the defensive side of the ball, we can name all the guys, Bosa and Warner, and guys that they found. All that's great. Do they have the ability, or have they developed or found another guy in Stribling who's capable of reaching even the heights that Deebo Samuel reached?
He has been, I think, the highlight of camp, other than Brock Purdy, who, by the way, I saw Brock Purdy last year. I was expecting a big year from him.
Yeah.
Last year, the injury derailed that a little bit. He still played outstanding the last few weeks when he came back. He looks poised to play the best football of his career. And all of a sudden, he's got some weapons on the outside that he has not had. And if McCaffrey can come back healthy, I think Kalen Black has a chance to be the best backup running back for McCaffrey. And Shanahan, he could be a difference maker in the backfield. Do we see McCaffrey in the slot a little bit more this year, where he's not getting 22 carries? He's getting 15 carries and 7 catches out of the slot, or they use him a little differently. I think all of those things, if you're an average play caller, that has to make you excited. When you're maybe the best play caller in the NFL in Kyle Shanahan, the way you design and create mismatches and put your quarterback in the best position to have success, he's got to be – he can't wait for week 1, the Rams, to unleash this offense. By the way, Kittle won't be ready at the start of the season, most likely. If he can come back.
I'd be shocked if he was. Only, and again, this isn't saying anything about him. It was just a late January injury.
Right.
It happened so late in the season.
And a bad one.
Yeah,
Achilles is – you got to be careful
I'll
with
tell
that.
you, though, it was a clean split.
Exactly.
You're like, okay, it's still a clean tear.
If that's the one piece I would say, and Tonjes has looked good in camp.
Yeah.
But if they have a weapon at tight end, they can put out a lot of different personnel groups right now if everybody's healthy at full strength. Brock Purdy's going to have his pick of the litter on how he wants to pick apart a defense. And Kyle Shanahan can take so many different approaches, personnel groups, formations. I think we're going to see a much more creative offense to take advantage of some of those personnel.
So I hear you on what Brock Purdy has at his disposal. And I always believe in a quarterback, especially when we see the mental game from Brock Purdy. I always believe in a guy building on that year after year after year. I would expect that Mac Jones understands the offense better this year than he did in his last season. I think we saw some of that in a guy like Sam Darnold coming from the Niners, going to Minnesota in a similar style offense. And then, of course, last year in Seattle. I think, mastering it, I don't think is anything anybody ever does. I think you just start to understand more elements of it. You can control more of it. But why, outside of the elements around Brock, what do you see in him this year versus last year that you think he can raise his game to another level?
Well, what we've seen from Brock and the numbers, I think, play out to where he is an exceptional quarterback.
Yeah.
He's not middle of the NFL starters. He is top 10, maybe trickling into that top 5. I saw the numbers came out the other day. The percentage of pressures that turned into sacks last year, he was number 1 in lowest percentage.
He's running for his life, especially the end of the year.
He gets pressure, but he doesn't get sacked. He does some footwork or throws the ball away. He makes the right decision. He is the best in the NFL at those 15-yard completions. Like between 10 and 20 yards, he's number 1 completion percentage. He has that touch, anticipation, accuracy to deliver that ball over the middle of the field. He throws a great deep ball. He didn't have many chances last year because of personnel, but he is one of the best in the NFL at recognizing when he can take a shot and puts the ball right there on the money. And now he has some weapons that can win. So I mentioned it maybe last week. I don't know what his NFL MVP odds are right now. He's going to put up some numbers. I think if he can stay healthy, he's going to have the best numbers of his career. Add that to hopefully a healthy Christian McCaffrey that can get a run game going, and a Kalen Black, which adds a different dimension to that run game. This offense is as poised to have a huge year as any that Kyle Shanahan's had from a personnel standpoint. So I think Brock Purdy healthy, and you're right, it's another year of maturity. I think what young quarterbacks, as they grow, the game slows down. We've heard Steve Young talk about this over the years. The game slows down. He's not surprised by anything. He recognizes, I've been in this situation before. I've recognized that defense. I've done the study. I can do this. And I think the game will continue to slow down for him. And all of a sudden, he's making those correct decisions. We saw him force the ball a couple times last year in tough spots. He's still young, like in his development in his career. He's played a lot of football, but he's not Aaron Rodgers. He's still growing and maturing. But if he can cut down on those 2 mistakes a game and continue to deliver the ball on time, on the money, I think this offense is going to be exciting to watch.
I'm with you. For me, though, it's more about the potential of the offense, and a lot of it is unrealized, right? Because we haven't seen these performances yet for the 49ers from guys like Mike Evans. We haven't seen Dejon Stribling in an NFL game yet, right? Christian McCaffrey, and I don't mean this in any way other than the last time he led the league in touches was 2023, and 2024 was a tough year for him with the bilateral Achilles tendonitis. The workload for him, I mean, they're nothing close to what they were last year as a playoff team and a shot at the number 1 seed in week 18, right, against Seattle. If he doesn't have the year that he had, because for him last year, it was all about scrimmage yards. He carried the load when there was a different lead receiver every week, whether it was Pearsall or it was Jennings or it was Kendrick Bourne or it was George Kittle. Like, there was a different guy every week seemingly.
Or it was McCaffrey.
Except for Christian McCaffrey, who was the constant for them. So, again, a year where I think off the top of my head, 340-something touches, 343 or something last year. What does the workload have to look like for him? Because there is some concern about that usage, especially now when you find out the 49ers, and for those who are unaware, Zamir White signed at running back, a veteran, Khalil Herbert signed. Some of that is you need to get through these preseason games, right? You need to have some guys who can carry the ball for you in addition to the guys you plan to be on the field. But he's dealing with some tightness. Could just be a put him on the shelf and make sure everything's okay before you get to week 1. But also you've got Kalen Black, who you just mentioned, and Jordan James, he drafted last year, on the shelf right now and not playing in this game either. A couple of guys who you'd like to see on the field.
That's, I think, the disappointing part of coming into this game. You'd love to see Black get some reps in the preseason, so that first game in Melbourne isn't his first time touching the ball in an NFL game. But what he's shown so far, body type, explosiveness, toughness, strength, hopefully he's getting those mental reps while he's not practicing, that he's able to handle some of that load. Yeah. But again, I think limiting those between the tackle runs for Christian McCaffrey, where he's not grinding in between the tackles and running up the middle and getting hit by linebackers and defensive linemen.
I think Debo helps with that too a bit.
100%.
Yeah.
And the blocking on the outside, I think that was a step backwards last season. If they can have, there was week 3, I think they had all new wide receivers. Yeah. Those guys are not going to be on the same page on who they should block and how they should block. With that veteran group, guys that have been in the system, a year older, a year more mature. Hopefully that outside blocking is a little bit better, and we're seeing more big plays both in the pass game and the run game.
Week 3 last year, Niners had a whole bunch of guys out, including Brock Purdy and Jawan Jennings out in that game as well. And then they came back and got 140 in week 4 from
Kendrick Bourne.
I think he did back-to-back weeks against that. It might have been week 5 and week 6. I think it was the Rams game, and then it was the Buccaneers game right after that, in a win and in a loss. Adam Copeland and Todd Husak with you from Levi Stadium, where we've got Niners and the Titans kicking off tonight at 6 o'clock. We'll hand it over to Bob Fitzgerald, Dennis Brown, Keena Turner at 5 o'clock, who will take you up to and through kickoff. But when we come back, we got to check in with a guy who's a part of our pregame each and every week. Our 49ers insider, Matt Mayoko, will pick his brain about what's going on with this team today. He put out an injury report today for the Niners. It is extensive. Who's playing? What are we watching? What will matter from tonight to the regular season? We'll talk to Matt Mayoko next, only here on Countdown to Kickoff on The Sports Leader.
Yeah, I think just like playing with urgency with my feet, having a good base, those are like the fundamental things. Mick, Clay, Kyle, and I had watched early in the offseason when we came back for OTAs. And I've been trying to hone in on that all offseason. And I think coming out to camp, like, it's just allowed me to play fast. It's allowed me to be on time with my throws and make any kind of throw with where I'm in the pocket because I have a good base and my feet are good. So that's the one thing that comes to mind. There's some other things, but I feel like if I can just continue to do that, I can continue to take my game to the next level.
That was 49er quarterback Brock Purdy talking about taking his game to the next level. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak with you on a countdown to kickoff here. The Niners and the Titans tonight at 6 o'clock. Joining us on the UMA guest line, I think we still say that even during pregame, is Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. And Matt, I'm going to start with this because we do have a sponsor here for our health report sponsored by your California Ford dealers.
Did they pay for about a 20-minute spot?
Yeah. I'm going to read the health report, then we're going to be out of time is what's going to happen, dude. Visit buyfordnow.com to find your next truck or SUV. I mean, you put out the list earlier today, Matt. Christian Kirk, Vidarian Lowe, Jordan James, Malik Mustafa, Keon White, Mike Evans, Kalon Black, Jacob Cowan, Juszczyk, Brett Toth, Nick Bosa, Nick Zakelj, Christian McCaffrey, Luke Gifford. I think I got them all, except for the PUP list. I think that's all of them. Now, Mike Evans did return to individual drills, but who we seeing tonight and how much of this will translate to the regular season?
I would say very little will translate to the regular season other than I think it is important for some guys like Jaden Duggar and Larry Worth and, talking about maybe the 5th and 6th wide receiver. I think punt return is a big one just because now they're in an NFL stadium where there's a little bit of a breeze here and whomever is going to be back there will be catching punts. Jordan Watkins, I think it's big for him. It's big for Will Pauling. These guys who are going to be fielding punts off the foot of an NFL punter. So from that standpoint, it's important. But, yeah, you're not going to see Brock Purdy. You're not going to see Trent Williams or Jake Brendel or Pooney or McKivitz or Debo or, many of the guys on defense, Fred Warner, Greenlaw, Lenore. I can't imagine he's going to play. I don't know if the safeties will play or not. But, Osadiki-Zua won't play. I mean, I think the 49ers feel like whenever they have a joint practice, that's the preseason game for the starters, for the main guys, that, they're able to get at least a game's worth of reps in a controlled environment where, theoretically there's no tackling to the ground, although I don't think anybody told some players on the 49ers defense that early in the practice against the Titans, which resulted in a couple of fisticuffs. But, it'll be an opportunity to see a lot of these guys who are putting on a 49er uniform for the very first time, and it's a big, big deal for those guys.
Absolutely. And Matt, it was interesting with that lead-in with Brock Purdy, and we know we're not going to see him tonight, but he's sounding almost like a veteran now. And I think he's reaching that point in his career where he's got a big enough career to where he is a veteran. Guys come into that locker room, rookies, now are looking to him as the leader of this offensive unit. Have you seen or felt any of that growth and as you've talked to him over this preseason?
Absolutely. And it's funny you say that because I just did talk to him about 3 days ago. I talked to him on Monday at length. And one of the things I asked him was, he's kind of in this in-between area. He's not a young quarterback anymore. This is his 5th NFL season, his 4th starting the season as the starter. So it's not like he's just this kid who's wide open, his eyes wide open, and he's learning, and he's not a kid anymore. He's not a young player anymore, but also he's not a grizzled veteran. So he's kind of in this area where I think he really should start playing his best football. And whether that's going to translate to a better stat sheet, that's almost impossible to put that on him because all he needs this season is 147 pass attempts in the regular season, and he will become the all-time leading passer in the history of the NFL as far as passer rating goes. But what I have seen is, and he does it in a natural way. The way he looks like he looks like a kid, but he has a little spark to him, a little flair. He's he's not afraid to get on guys. He's not afraid to get on his backs and his receivers and his offensive line when they do something that he needs them to do it better. And that doesn't make him immune from having his own mistakes, and he realizes that. Like, he has to be darn near perfect as far as from an execution standpoint and above the shoulders in order to have that capital to then get on other guys for missing their assignments. So I think from what I've seen, the leadership looks like it's better than ever with him, and he's taken it to another level. And I think in a way he had to, because their head coach wasn't doing all the stuff that a head coach normally does for the first 2 weeks of training camp. And I think he kind of took that on him to give himself more accountability and more of a leadership role.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us here on Countdown to Kickoff. One of the other names I think everybody's excited about, and I'm not sure how much we'll see him, Dejon Stribling, the second-round wide receiver for the Niners, who we think could be an impactful player this year. What will the amount or the what am I looking for here? What will his usage say about how they plan to deploy him tonight?
Well, that's a great question. If he doesn't play much, it tells you that the 49ers are really happy with what he's doing, and they envision him being a guy who over the next month is going to continue to grow, and that they envision being a guy for 17 weeks as a big-time contributor. They've seen a lot from him, and he did miss a period of time. It wasn't a hamstring injury. It was, hamstring tightness, so they gave him some time off. So it wasn't a strain. It was just like, he feels a little something, so let's back him off. But, I think that anybody that the 49ers right now envision as being one of their top players when the season starts, I don't think that they're going to take any chances with him. And for Stribling, he did see a lot of action on the field on Tuesday. And so it very well might be. And if he doesn't play at all, I think it would be considered a really good sign that they believe he is far ahead of where maybe a typical rookie would be, and that they feel like all they have to do is just keep him healthy and he's ready to go.
Is there anyone you're looking at tonight, any position battle or any young player who is maybe fighting for not just a starting spot or a roster spot, where your eye is going to be tonight as we watch the game?
I think the front seven on defense will be interesting because, there are some opportunities there for young guys on the defensive line. There are opportunities for a couple of the guys I mentioned, Jaden Duggar being one and Larry Worth being another, two guys who are, new to, Worth played safety in college, as did Duggar, but Duggar also played the last 2 years at Louisiana Lafayette. He was a edge, and he was also a middle linebacker. And the 49ers are introducing this, what Raheem Morris calls the fever backer, which is a very versatile hybrid edge, linebacker, drop into coverage, do a lot of different things, sometimes even going out and covering the slot. So seeing how those guys are deployed, that'll be interesting. Romello Height, keep an eye on him, number 94. He has shown a very good burst off the line of scrimmage. He's got some juice. Sometimes he gets a little bit too much of a head start there and gets flagged. So he is really important for this 49ers team, because I still look at their line and go, okay, Bosa, getting him back helps that pass rush a lot, but who's going to be the guy on the other side? Who's going to be the designated pass rusher on the other side? And that's where Romello Height comes in.
Matt, you mentioned Nick Bosa. We found out earlier this week about the tendonitis, which they say is fairly normal, I guess, or not an irregularity when recovering from an ACL like this. But still, you don't want to miss this many practices, and I know they've got to get him back to health. I just wonder, if it were October, is this a situation where he'd be practicing?
I think so, but yeah, there was a lot of guys that, the coaching staff has said that, these guys would be playing. Mm-hmm. They would certainly be practicing and playing if it were the regular season, but there's no reason with a long, long year ahead of them to push it now. But just hearing it, tendonitis in his knee, the surgically repaired knee, something that he experienced when he tore his ACL for the first time in high school as well. So, I don't know how, the spin from Kyle Shanahan is, no concern. But, boy, anytime you're talking about anything with Nick Bosa and his knee, it's got to be a concern. So they got to be smart with that thing because they need him for most, if not all, the season if that defense is going to be vastly improved from what they were last season.
And real quick, Matt, if memory serves, I believe that same notion, like if, and I'm not saying specific to Bosa, but they've said it about a lot of players. I believe that's similar to what they said about McCaffrey 2 years ago when he wasn't out there in the preseason, out there. He'd be okay to go if it were the regular season. They held him out that week 1, right?
Yeah, they did. Yeah. And remember, that was the Monday, Monday night game? Yeah, I think it was.
Jets?
Against the Jets, yeah, where it was, it wasn't a shock, but it was definitely news.
It was a surprise,
when he wasn't active for that game. And then, of course, we know what happened there, and he only played 4 games that season. So, I mean, I think the thing for the 49ers, and this is something to kind of keep an eye on, I think tonight, this is kind of these guys are in the spotlight. It's time for the 49ers. We know the stars. We know the big-name guys. We know the high-priced guys. It's time for the first-year guys and the second-year guys, for some of those guys to step up and be the next wave of superstars. And we might get an indication tonight about somebody who's, I keep saying Jaden Duggar. I mean, you got to see this guy. He's impressive. And when they drafted him, I was like, I don't know about that pick. Where does he fit in this system? Well, clearly they knew what their system was going to be when they drafted him, because I'm not sure there really was a spot for him in the years past with the defensive philosophies and schemes that they had. But with Raheem Morris, he's a perfect fit. He's going to take some time to develop, but he's somebody that has been super impressive here for the first 2.5 weeks of training camp.
Matt, appreciate the time as always. Are you upstairs? Are you in the booth today?
I'm in the booth today, yes.
Boots on the ground. Matt Mayoka,
yes.
Dude. We'll see you upstairs, man. Looking forward to it. Save me a hot dog, bro.
Okay, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Man.
I'll see you soon.
We'll see you up there. Matt Mayoka, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. He'll join us each and every week on 49ers Countdown to Kickoff and Pregame. Adam Copeland, former Stanford NFL quarterback Todd Husak with you, getting ready for a 6 p.m. kickoff, the Niners and the Tennessee Titans. And Matt said, not a lot can translate from tonight to the regular season, and it's really just about getting healthy. We'll talk more about this throughout this afternoon as we got Larry Krueger joining us at the top of the hour. Also, we'll catch up with John Dickinson, one of our other pre- and post-game hosts, as well as Bob Fitzgerald, who will be on the call tonight at 6 o'clock. It's the Niners and the Titans, week 1 of the preseason. We'll get into a little defensive element of this team and identity next, only here on The Sports Leader. Oh, great to hear those voices back in our lives as Adam Copeland, former NFL and Stanford quarterback Todd Husak, getting ready for week 1 of the preseason. The Niners and the Titans will be with you until 5 o'clock tonight. We'll have a few more guests joining us. Larry Krueger in about 10 minutes here at the top of the hour. But we got to build the game plan for this one, which is always a really difficult thing to do in week 1 of the preseason, Todd. Building the game plan is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. I would say less about building the game plan itself and more about what is significant and important for the 49ers. And I want to start on the defensive side, since we haven't talked much about that yet, and we keep hearing about Jaden Duggar, a guy to pay attention to tonight, Romello Height, a guy on the defensive side in the 3rd round that they drafted to be a pass rusher. So what I'll ask you about, and I think it's one of the more, you tell me, is it an underrated story of the offseason, Raheem Morris taking over for Robert Saleh? Because I think fans, because they were happy with the hire in general, that's my consensus from my understanding. There hasn't been a lot talked about, but there's a lot to be done here considering the deficiencies last season.
Well, number one, the game plan is stay healthy.
Yeah, that's first and foremost. Wait till we get to our keys
weeks.
to the game because it'll be similar.
Correct. I think Raheem Morris, what I'm interested in seeing is, number one, how does this unit work together? Are they going to put a little more pressure on the quarterback with blitzes and scheme-wise where they bring some safeties and use more than just the down 4 or 5 to put pressure on the quarterback, which they were not just a little bit bad, they were awful at last year in creating sacks. 20 sacks on the season last year, which I think was 12 behind the 31st place team.
And it's the fewest in franchise history. And correct me if I'm wrong, they play 17 now, Todd. You know
Correct.
what I mean?
It's not,
they had 14 game seasons where
it's
they were
not
racking up
good.
more, you know?
But that was part of their scheme. They were that being part of their defensive game plan. It's amazing they were able to keep the teams out of the end zone because they were not creating negative plays or pressure on the quarterback. So the fact that they were able to be so successful and win so many games without that component on defense. So is that a scheme difference? Is it a personnel difference? Are they using guys differently to just rush 4 or 5 and still create that pressure? I think that'll be something to look at. And then does the secondary play more aggressively? Because they were not good at creating interceptions either. And takeaways was a big deficiency last year for the 49ers. So I think overall scheme-wise, does Raheem Morris utilize his personnel to be more aggressive and try to create negative plays, with the downside being you might give up another big play, which they did not give up last year? Or do they play a little soft like they did, trust the offense and win games 20-17, or are they going to win games 34-21?
It's about getting to 30, and it's about getting to 30 runs for Kyle Shanahan and his offense. But in looking at like shades of what we'd like to see, and I know Matt Mayoka just told us you're not going to see a lot translate, but I do think scheme can translate. I do think some of the bright spots with the young guys could be something that give you some confidence into the season. So the first question I have is in general, like, what's Raheem Morris actually building? But more specific to you from a quarterback perspective, because they're going to see a great one, maybe the best one in the league, week 1. Certainly in the NFC, he's near the top, and Matt Stafford, the MVP and a Super Bowl champion. And I'm sure would love to get one more here. They've geared up for him to get another, and I'm just waiting for the Aaron Donald news. But we'll get into that. Todd, what would make a Raheem Morris defense difficult for you as a quarterback to play against? Because I think there's a lot of elements, right? Pressure up the middle is always one that creates discomfort. Disguise pressure, simulated pressure to try to confuse you. You've got personnel confusion, like you and I were talking off the air about a play you saw in college, forcing Purdy and QBs to identify where that 4th rusher comes from. So if you could apply, things that other teams have done, like Seattle, who just had an incredible defense to win the Super Bowl, what makes the Niners or Raheem Morris's defense difficult for you as a quarterback?
Well, I think it's a combination of personnel and scheme. Yeah. If you can confuse a quarterback by what you're doing at the snap, because you can line up pre-snap and do things, the quarterback could expect one thing, and all of a sudden that safety rolls that you didn't expect, and your number 1 option is off the board, number 2, and so you have to go through your progression. But if you can create pressure, if you can figure out a way to get that quarterback either off his spot or make a decision faster than he'd like to, or he's not hitting his 5th step, working in the pocket and going through that's probably the more impressive thing. So it's it's the tougher thing for a quarterback to react to is that pressure on him. Yeah. If I have to reset my feet and I don't have that number 1 option, can I still make a check down or make a decision? If they just play soft and they cannot create pressure, Matt Stafford will have a field day, which he did a couple times last year against the 49ers. Now, the 49ers got away with one down in L.A. thanks to the great play by Alfred Collins late, but they're going to play enough quarterbacks in this league that will pick them apart if they cannot get the quarterback off their spot. So I think that pressure, whether it's through blitzing or just you'd love to see it by only rushing 4 or 5 and getting that quarterback to make that decision and still have 6 or 7 players in coverage, in pass coverage, that's the ideal scenario. And so it'll be interesting to see how I think Raheem Morris can use scheme to confuse a young quarterback especially, but they play enough veterans in Sam Darnold and Matt Stafford, certainly in division, that have seen it all. You're not going to confuse those guys. So that's where it becomes critical that you can beat him inside. I think is even better than beating him outside, where he can't just step up into the pocket and make the pass. He get his eyes off the middle of the field with that pressure on the inside, force him outside the pocket, and that's where you're seeing checkdowns or throwaways. So it'll be interesting to see how Raheem Morris uses the personnel, which, again, some of the additions they made in the offseason and with Bosa back healthy, I think that front seven has a chance to be much, they can't be worse. They have a chance to be much better. I really like Osa up the middle. If he can be a guy that can beat the center and guard and
move the pocket and have Bosa clean it up a bit.
Absolutely.
Hopefully Romello Hyde on the outside. I mean, is that something you'd love to see tonight? I'm sure we'd all love to see it, but would you believe it if you saw some of the young defenders get to the quarterback without Bosa?
Gosh, if Romello Hyde can be a guy that they can put in situations that you got one job, get to the quarterback.
It's a lot on a young guy, yeah.
Beat that tackle. We're going to give you 25, 30 plays a game, passing situations, beat that tackle, get to the quarterback. He might be, he has, I think, as good of a chance of any of the young guys. And then can Alfred Collins be a run stopper and a gap, a two-man guy where he can create some disruption on the inside? CJ West had a good, I think, rookie season last year.
At this point last year, I think he was I think we looked at him, maybe he's above Alfred Collins. I know Collins, we played the highlight coming in there, had the big play on the Thursday night game against the Rams to hit Kyron Williams and take the ball and hold on to it. Niners get a win in overtime. But I think, early in the season, especially the preseason and training camp, it's been just as important for these second-year guys to prove that they're taking the step forward.
And we haven't even talked about Michael Collins, their first round.
Michael Williams, who's still out.
Sorry,
Right?
Michael Williams. Sorry,
PUP
Alfred Collins.
still, right.
Michael Williams. Can he come back from injury and be a difference maker, which we were all hoping for last year out of Georgia? His numbers are off the chart.
A guy who will move inside and was great against the run,
right,
and all that.
But not so much a pass rusher, but can he disrupt things inside and allow the players off the edge to come in and get to the quarterback? Because it's going to be with a young secondary. And by the way, maybe I would expect to see a more attacking secondary, a group that plays a little more aggressively, bump and run coverage, disrupt a little bit more. If they can get that work done on the inside with Williams, Collins, West, Osa, like all of a sudden, on paper, this defensive front looks way better than last year.
It looks deeper than last year for sure. And the addition of Osa Odighizuwa, I think, is maybe underrated, the biggest offseason acquisition of any player, draft or otherwise.
Agreed.
So, we talked to Matt Mayoko just a few minutes ago. And with Matt, you're asking, what's new today? What do we have to know, Matt? With our next guy, we're like, tell us about the players, man. Tell us about football. Larry Krueger's in the house. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak with you live from Levi Stadium. We are just a couple hours away from kickoff. The Niners and the Tennessee Titans kicking off week 1 of the preseason. We'll have it all for you next when we catch up with Larry Krueger. Niners, Titans, preseason week 1 countdown to kickoff rolls on the Sports Leader.
Oh, I'm so fired up, man. Yeah, Debo, he has such a presence on the field. You know, when he's in the game, you have to account for him in so many different ways. And, I look at like a guy like Dre Greenlaw on defense. When you get him back, it's just something about that gives you a little bit of confidence. And it's the same with Debo. He gives us all so much confidence. You know, when he's in the game, he's got your back. And it's just he's such a fun dude to play with and a game breaker.
That was Christian McCaffrey, guy who led the league, the NFL in touches last year, and they'll be relying on him this year with hopefully a whole bunch of other explosive elements. Joining us here at Levi Stadium, it's Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, former NFL and Stanford quarterback, and Larry Krueger. You hear him weeknights on Niners Nightly, 6 to 7 on the Sports Leader. The what's the Saturday show called? I always forget.
49er Forecast.
49er Forecast. Getting ready for a Sunday kickoff. We got a Thursday night till tonight, 6 p.m. kickoff right here on the Sports Leader. Krug, I was joking earlier with Derek. I said, last night I really did start getting excited. I was doing the prep for the show, and I'm like, dude, it's fun. It's like when you get to the first baseball game of the year, you're like, hey, it's your summertime family. Get to see everybody again. Get out to Levi's. You got high hopes for the Niners and a lot of storylines. Said it's like the first day of school anxiousness I get. But then you watch the football, it's preseason. You're like, oh, it's like first day of summer school. It's not quite as exciting, but I'm thrilled to be here, man. I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, I mean, it's a great day. I mean, I was just saying to Todd that, in the joint practice Tuesday, we saw the Niners and the Titans, and the Niners defense just completely overwhelmed the Titans offense. Cam Ward and the Titans offense, there was a ton of fights, lots of energy, lots of aggressiveness, and there's a bunch of guys that aren't playing tonight. Titans are 6-point favorites. It's the Niner 2s and 3s going up against the Titans 1s. So I think, Vegas is onto it. But I'll give it a small % chance that once again we see the same thing tonight, that the Niner defense swarms all over Tennessee's offense. There's just a lot of really young players. And I went and looked at the depth chart before, before I came down today. And the Niners have 23 defensive players that are like in years 1, 2, or 3 and like getting better. Upton Stouts, Jair Browns, Malik Mustafa, C.J. West, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, all these guys. And I just think that you're going to see just a crescendo of energy and you may see guys flying around. I think it could be a very, very entertaining football game. And then offensively, Rourke and Martinez have been in this offense. They're not like most, third and fourth quarterbacks. These guys have been here for over almost a year. In Rourke's case, he's been here for a year. And they might be able to move the team. They might be able to operate. We'll see. I kind of think both defenses are going to dominate tonight because that's kind of what I saw, especially because Brock Purdy is, I think, the difference. He's been incredible on the practice field. He won't play tonight. But I'm really looking forward to seeing which guys shine because the Niners are not just looking for players. They're looking for who are 2 or 3 of their greatest next
generation
era.
players.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and we just talked about Raheem Morris and some of the difference in approach and strategy, where last year it was play a little soft, allow passes underneath, make that sure tackle, force 3rd and long, and get off the field. Where we might see a more aggressive get to the quarterback, get negative plays, disrupt the opposing offense as opposed to let them do their thing. Don't give them seams. And I would expect a little bit more aggression, whether it's blitzing or DBs going and making plays. What have you seen so far in practice in this preseason?
Well, a lot of 5-man fronts, but Chris Kasarik said, hey, there's 2 different kinds of 5-man fronts. There's the 5-man fronts where you just got 3 behemoth defensive tackles and then a couple edge players. And then there's what the 5-man front that we plan on playing, which is going to be more of an attacking 5-man front. And I think what he's saying is you're going to see like, a 4-3 wide 9 kind of look. And then you're going to see a linebacker kind of walk up on the line of scrimmage, whether that be Jaden Duggar. I could see Nick Martin in that role even. He seems like he could attack quarterbacks. And there's going to be a two, maybe Larry Worth if they want to use him. And I think they're going to try to, create that mismatch where they can. But, yeah, I think it's going to be an attacking style, which also means more man coverage. And I think maybe the most interesting quote of the week was Fred Warner, who came out and said he thinks this group of Niner DBs is the best group they've had since he's been here. And that's a great sign.
Larry Krueger with us. Kickoff at 6 o'clock tonight from Levi Stadium. We got it all for you right here on the Sports Leader. Give me a bubble roster guy that you're planting your flag on tonight, Krug.
A bubble guy. Well, I mean, it's hard to say who's on the bubble, but I really love these two defensive tackles the Niners have, Bryson Eason and James Thompson Jr. Thompson Jr. is just the strongest defensive tackle, one of the strongest I've seen in years. I mean, 36 reps at 225. He waltzed Toth into the backfield last week by 7 yards. I asked Kasarik about it. I said, Chris, is this guy like the strongest guy ever? And he's like, you know what? He's got great technique. He keeps his hands in on the chest plate, and he says he just can transition his hand power and gets leverage, and he drives the guy back. So I'm looking for Thompson to bull rush. And then they've got this kid, Bryson Eason, another guy, converted linebacker. He's now 320 pounds. If you see him, you think, two gap, thick, doesn't look like a pass rusher at all, but he's really, really quick. And that guy, if he plays the way I think he can play, could make a lot of money in this league. Those two guys are going to be fun to watch.
A 320-pound converted linebacker.
Yeah, 320 pounds.
That guy's had a
former linebacker.
Heck of an offseason training program.
Yeah, and this guy comes off of blocks and then, can chase down quarterbacks. And to hear Kasarik, describe it, he's like, this guy's got such power that he can come up out of his stance and just kind of, with his strong arm, just kind of waltz the guard back. And then he can separate when he finds the quarterback and kind of, make plays off of it. So that duo, they thought both of them would be drafted. Neither were. I think they both have a real shot to make the roster.
On the offensive side, we talked about the wide receiving core and some of those guys. I think we have a good idea on who the top 3, maybe 4 are. Who are you expecting to see get some opportunities tonight? And then who are you looking for to step up and maybe secure not just a spot on the roster, but contribute?
Yeah, Leonard Hankerson said to us this week that Will Pauling, the rookie receiver from Notre Dame, is like his strongest guy. He doesn't, he sticks on blocks. He was a very polished football player, played a lot of football at Wisconsin, then Notre Dame. Really well coached up in the special teams game. I'd like to see him tonight as a punt returner. Wesley Grimes, though, is the guy for me. NC State wide receiver. He's got size. He's got speed. When you watch him, you say, wow, that guy looks like a second-round pick, and he went undrafted. Now, the Niners were on him early. They had a 30 visit before the draft. They were on him early. They got him to sign, and he just looks like a guy that he looks like what NFL receivers should look like, right? And he's making plays, and Hankerson says he's really improving at a fast rate.
Krug, did they draft Jaden Duggar with this hybrid fever Sam linebacker position or scheme in mind?
I think definitely. There's no question about it because, I talked to KJ Wright. He fell in love with him instantly in the process and just was like, we got to have this guy. The interesting thing is it's like, I really think they hit on something there. It's like that subsection of players that have the athletic traits that are like really pro, but then also have that awesome college production. This guy had 125 tackles at Louisiana, and Guy Haberman did an interview with the Louisiana coach, and he's like, yeah, when you can disguise what you're doing, you can really have an advantage on defense. And he's like, we had this guy at linebacker, and we'd walk him up on the line of scrimmage, and we could basically change our defense without changing the personnel, and it really impacts offenses. So I think you're going to see him do exactly that for the Niners.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. Part of what we talked about is the scheme on defense and how they both disrupt from a pre-snap look, but then have the ability to get into the backfield. And Duggar seems like a guy. Eamon Worry is definitely a smaller guy, but he gave McCarthy McDonald so much more flexibility up in Seattle from a defensive standpoint, where they can create looks, he can play in coverage, he can get to the quarterback. Who else from that defensive side of those young guys? You mentioned all the players that are on their way up, their arrow up. Anybody in the secondary that you're looking to see step up? You mentioned Fred Warner said this is the best young secondary they've had, best secondary period. Anybody from that group that you're looking forward to? Might not see many starters, but a guy that will look to crack that unit.
Well, you're going to see more man-to-man coverage. So the guys who feel comfortable playing man-to-man coverage are going to excel under Raheem, and that's Darrell Luter. So Luter is coming into his own. I know a lot of people feel like, he's always like right there, but doesn't quite make the play. Well, here's a guy that played nothing but press man at South Alabama, comes into the league, goes to a team like the Niners that plays predominantly zone, and then he just doesn't quite look as aggressive or natural playing that zone. Now he's going to play more man. He's more mature. He knows the league. He's got great length. He looked great this week. Jacob Robinson, the BYU kid, who was kind of quiet early in camp, made a diving interception. He really wants it. He's got 4.3 speed. He's really talented. Niners have a lot of good young DBs. And I would say Jair Brown, too, looks to me to have this is a big camp for Jair.
By the way, we're an hour 10 into our first pregame show. We haven't talked about kicker.
We didn't talk about him all off season, Krug. It's the best. It's the best.
I love it. However, punter. We do have to cover punter.
Yeah, that's Tim's area. Tim usually he's going to cover all the punter notes for us this year.
Well, Corliss Waitman is the punter. They cut Boomeister, and Boomeister just had a rough day against the Titans. I mean, and Waitman stepped it up. He had some booming punts. He definitely looked like the better of the two for sure. But if you're Brant Boyer, this is a big night for a number of guys. He's looking for guys who are going to play with their hair on fire, fly around. And show a lot of energy. So, you can definitely win a job tonight.
All right, I got just like sort of a fun one for you, Krug, because we were talking like off-season additions. And we'll talk bigger picture stuff and more specific about some players as we get closer to the start of the regular season. But we were asking Mayoko about, how much we see Stribling tonight, whether or not that would be indicative of the role the Niners anticipate he will play early in the season. But when it's all said and done in 2026, who will have been the bigger addition? Dejon Stribling through the draft or Osa Digizua defensively through trade?
Well, I think they're both going to be incredible. I'll go with the safer route. Rookie receivers typically struggle. Jerry Rice struggled. Yeah. So what? Stribling's not going to?
It's a good point.
Well, he's no A.J. Brown.
Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown, yes, you're right.
Oh, yeah. Shady McCoy, thank you. Thanks for coming, Shady McCoy. No, but I'll say Odigizua, Odigizua was playing for keeps the other day. I would say Odigizua started probably 3 or 4 of the fights by himself, and he's an aggressive, strong, dominant player, and they got him in his prime. Typical Cowboys. Thank you, Dallas.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it, dude. Leverage McLeverage. Hoping we get some of that from him, too.
He is special for sure. He's probably the kind of guy, if the Cowboys had kept him, they would have won the Super Bowl this year. But they won't. They didn't, and they won't.
Larry Krueger, the voice you hear, Niners Nightly weeknights on the Sports Leader, and the 49er Forecast on Saturday. And, of course, the Krug Show any and all hours of the day and night. Krug, we'll see you upstairs, man. Appreciate the time. Guys. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak with you. We're less than an hour away. Actually, less than 2 hours away from kickoff, and about an hour and 45 minutes away. We'll hand it over to Bob Fitzgerald, the broadcast team, take you up to and through kickoff. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, one of our other buddies, John Dickinson, you hear him on The Sports Leader, part of our pre- and post-game coverage for all 49er road games this year, will join us next. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak from Levi Stadium on The Sports Leader.
You know, this is where I got drafted at, and the culture that John and Kyle and those guys has built with the players that they bought in, and the mentality that they have instilled in all the players. It's just a standard. And, you know, you can go back to last year. I was still keeping tabs on the guys, and with all the injuries and this, that, and the third that they was dealt, they still had a great season. And that's just the standard of next man up mentality. Everybody practice the same. Everybody live under one standard.
As a voice of Deebo Samuel returning to the 49ers is, I would say, hopefully a stabilizing piece after the PCL injury to Ricky Pearsall. He had successful PCL surgery and will be out for the remainder of 2026. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak with you from Levi Stadium, the Niners and the Titans at 6 o'clock tonight right here on The Sports Leader. The way the pre- and post-game is going to break down this year, Todd will be with me here at Levi Stadium for pre- and post-game. But, of course, my teammate on the road always, John Dickinson, JD. You hear him all the time on The Sports Leader. You hear him tomorrow from 2 to 6 with Derek filling in on Dirty Work for me. He joins us now on the guest line. JD, great to have you back for another season of Niner coverage, man. What's going on, dude?
What's going on, fellas? Great to be with you both, and it'll be good to see you guys a little bit later on. Getting out to Levi's a little bit late today, but great to chat with you as well.
Yeah, good for you getting out here a bit later, man. Now, week one of the preseason, always weird. And for the 49ers, especially with the injuries and what we view as this window of potential success for them. Just real quick, I'm going to throw one at you. It's a hot potato. I wasn't preparing this. Todd, right as we're coming back, goes, dude, who's starting in running back tonight? And I was like, I don't know, man. Let's ask JT what he thinks. I mean, they've signed 2 more running backs in the last couple of days. Khalil Herbert, a veteran. Zamir White comes in. They've had guys like Sincere McCormick and Patrick Taylor Jr. and whatnot on the roster. But the 3 guys who you need or expect to see throughout the regular season, McCaffrey, Kayvon Black, and Jordan James, 2 of those guys shelved, and McCaffrey dealing with some tightness.
Yeah, I would imagine it's Patrick Taylor, but I really want to see Khalil Herbert. And I know one of the days last week I was out there, he had a fumble, and that's obviously not the thing you want to do when you're trying to maybe make a team. But among those guys, I think Herbert's the one that has had the most success, obviously, at the NFL level, even, going back a few years to his time with Chicago. But you put me on the spot. I got to think probably Patrick Taylor, although it remains to be seen, to be sure.
Yeah, that's where I am too, yeah.
Just some experience at that position. You want a guy who can go in and understand the offense and make some positive plays, as opposed to we're just going to throw it. We're going to give you a toss right.
Yeah. right.
Make something happen. What are you expecting to see from the quarterback position? We've talked about Rourke. Maybe Mac Jones gets a series, but what are you expecting from the quarterback position as Adrian Martinez and Rourke are kind of battling for that third spot?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of Rourke, and I think Rourke to this point probably has the edge over Martinez in the battle for that 3 spot at this point. And yeah, it just depends on, do you want to get Mac Jones in, and for how long do you want to get Mac Jones in? Kind of knowing as a veteran, he's had an up and down camp, I would say. There've been a couple of days I've been out there, he's been pretty solid. And the offense, kind of depending upon the day, has also struggled at times. So it's kind of been a little bit of everything, right? Some days the offense looks really good. Other days the defense has the upper hand there. But if you said, hey, what is the one quarterback that's probably going to get the bulk of the action in this one, I would imagine it's going to be Rourke.
Is there anyone that you've seen on the offensive side, some of the younger guys that we're going to see tonight, anybody that you've seen over the last few weeks stand out to you and you're expecting to see some good things tonight?
I mean, the one guy that I'm the most excited to see is Dejon Stribling. I mean, I want to see what he looks like in game action. And beyond that, I mean, we've already kind of gone through the running back spot, and they're just so depleted there. And when Christian McCaffrey's back and healthy, especially if there aren't other options, that it's going to put Kyle Shanahan maybe in that mode of, even though I wanted to give Christian McCaffrey more rest and more time off, you're going to be forced into continuing to get him into the mix more than I think a lot of people may, other than Christian McCaffrey, are comfortable with. But beyond that, I think it's the other young wide receivers for me. It's Jacob Cowing, what's he got? It's Jordan Watkins, what's he got? Because all of a sudden, when you set Stribling aside, this is a pretty veteran-laden team at the wide receiver spot. And they're expecting big things from Mike Evans. Deebo Samuel's back to do a little bit of everything. Demarcus Robinson has performed pretty well as a veteran at camp so far. We'll see what they can get out of Christian Kirk. But to me, among the wide receivers beyond Stribling, it's all right. Cowing's been on the team a couple years. Watkins last year was his rookie year, mired by injury. I want to see what those two guys specifically, Watkins and Cowing, have in the tank.
JD, I always wonder, and we're talking to John Dickinson here with us on the Uma guest line as the Niners and the Titans kick off at 6 o'clock right here on the Sports Leader. Like preseason for me, it's about two things, right? It's like individual evaluation, and in some facets, it's about scheme. Now, for a guy like Raheem Morris and his defense tonight, will you be able to take away anything schematically from his first game as 49er DC, although it's a preseason game?
I don't know that we would, because I think he's not going to show necessarily everything that he's going to want to do. I know a lot of people have made a big deal about some of the five-man fronts. Like, do we see the 49ers, show some five-man fronts tonight? I mean, that's one thing. I am more generally, Copes, curious to just see the energy by which the secondary plays with, because I think if you've been out at training camp, it kind of makes you wonder, because of the state of the defensive line, both with a lot of youth, but also still the questions with Nick Bosa's injury and questions as to whether or not they have enough outside pass rush. Are the 49ers becoming more of a back seven team as opposed to a front seven team? And for so long it's been about the front seven and it's about the defensive line, and obviously Warner and Dre Greenlaw's back and all of that. But among the guys who play in the secondary, because the secondary has been Raheem Morris's forte through his time in the NFL, I'm interested to see a little bit if there's more of an attitude from that group, I think collectively, than anything maybe scheme specific. We're probably going to have to wait till Melbourne for that one.
And without getting too deep, I'm curious into personnel. I'm curious about your thoughts on the NFC and the NFC West in particular, John. As we talked about it the other night at dinner, are the three best teams in the NFC West? Like, how are you seeing the NFC in general playing out this year?
I think going into it, they are. I mean, you've got the defending champions in Seattle. You've got the team that is everybody's favorite in the Rams. And then you've got the 49ers, who I think you could make the case coming out of last season, the way everything played out, and them being as depleted by injury as they were, still winning that game in Philadelphia to get up to Seattle in the divisional round before the Seahawks beat them, that they were the third team coming out. So I typically rank it, unless there's some major changes, I rank it based on kind of how I had it, at the end of the season, and that's how I would have had it at the end of the season. Now, I do think there's going to be a lot of good teams. Dallas, I think, is improved. I think Philadelphia is still going to be good. I think the Giants are going to be improved, but to what level? Does that mean they're going to be a playoff team this year? Maybe, maybe not, probably not. And then the entire NFC North. All of those teams believe that they're good enough to be playoff teams, and maybe the worst team in that division winds up being a 7-10 type team, just because somebody's going to have to take the losses somewhere. So I think the Lions think they're back in the mix. The Packers always believe they're in the mix, and the Bears think that this season is going to be an extension of last season. So there's all kind. Somebody will win the South. Who knows? I'm kind of liking the Saints in the South at this point, maybe. To win that division, but you look at all those teams, 7 spots, 3 of them surely in the NFC West. There's at least 3 teams in the NFC North that believe they're in it, and then you've got the other 2 division winners. So that's at a minimum 8-9 teams for 7 spots going in, but I would put the 49ers right there at 3 going into it before they actually play on the field.
Another minute here with John Dickinson on the Uma Guest Line, Niners and the Titans at 6 o'clock tonight. We played a cut of Deebo Samuel coming in, returning to the offense. I said I hope he'd be a stabilizing force for them. Dre Greenlaw, the other returner. Now, he left, only played a couple of games off the Achilles tear 2 years ago for the Niners, and then ended up leaving for Denver last year. Started 7 games, played in 8. What reason is there to believe that he can regain at least the healthy form of his game? Because I think that's essential for him to be on the field alongside Fred Warner.
Yeah, the 49ers are putting a lot of hope that he can hold up. I think the talent is still there, and I think sometimes you choose the talent over the injury risk, and he's a known commodity, at least in the 49ers locker room, and by Kyle Shanahan and by John Lynch. So I think there is an immense trust in the fact that if he is at a certain level health-wise, he's going to be an extremely productive player and in many ways the perfect fit next to Fred Warner. So I think there is injury risk to be sure and question, and so he's going to have to hold up. But I think the 49ers are betting that he'll be able to hold up with them, and if he does, they're going to get a better Dre Greenlaw than maybe anybody else would.
The safety position is one that I think there's some talk about this preseason with the new defensive coordinator coming in and Raheem Morris, how he's going to work that. Give me a prediction on who the starting 2 safeties in week 1 from what you've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a battle to be sure. And they like Malik Mustafa. They like Jair Brown. They like Siegel. There's some other young guys that are potentially in the mix there. I think it's probably still at this stage Mustafa and Jair Brown, but I think, again, Siegel provides a different element. And they've just got a lot of bodies, not only at the safety spot, but at the corner spots that are going to have the opportunity, I think, if to get some time if there are struggles. I mean, you look at Renardo Green is battling right now. Obviously, Lenore's going to be out there and Upton Stout's going to be out there. You could make a case Upton Stout. You talk about attitude on defense. I mean, he's somebody that brings it every single day in that form. But yeah, I think it's a battle right now between Mustafa and Jair Brown and Siegel, and I think all of those guys in some form are going to be used.
John Dickinson, the voice you hear, he'll be a part of our pre- and post-game coverage for every Niner road game, and then, of course, a lot of the coverage here at the home games as well. JD, looking forward to seeing you down here, man, for the start of a new season, although just the preseason today, man. We'll see you in a little bit upstairs.
All right, we'll see you guys.
All right, good deal there. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak with you. We are getting close to handing it over to the broadcast team. Bob Fitzgerald is actually going to join us in about 10 minutes or so at 4:40. We'll pick his brain about what he's seen from the Niners throughout training camp and what he thinks about this one and what's going to be important. We'll take a quick break. We got a few minutes when we come on back. They're supposedly, I guess there's video out there. There's only 2 49er quarterbacks that are warming up for this game, not 3. We'll tell you who they are next. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak with you. Countdown to kickoff rolls on. The Niners kick off at 6 o'clock, only here on the Sports Leader. Live from Levi Stadium, Adam Copeland, Todd Husak getting ready for the Niners and the Titans week 1 of the 2026 preseason. We'll catch up with Bob Fitzgerald, who will be on the call tonight in just a few minutes here. But David Lombardi covers the 49ers for the SF Standard, put out a video just a few minutes ago with the Niners getting warmed up on the field. And the only 2 quarterbacks getting loose, at least that he can see on video, that are out there right now doing the warm-up drills at QB are Adrian Martinez and Curtis Rourke. We've talked a lot about Rourke today just because of the potential for him to earn a backup job on this team and potentially be the backup next season, or, depending on what happens with Mac Jones, if there's a team that gets desperate or loses a QB or something, you never know what will happen. But he's a guy who I think probably didn't get a high enough offer this offseason. I think they were open to moving him, but why not? He's a great insurance policy, and you saw how valuable he was for them last season. But as I pointed out earlier, man, they used a draft pick on Curtis Rourke off of an ACL. I'm just intrigued to see him on the field for the first time. He led the NCAA yards per attempt, yards per completion, and air yards per attempt back in 2024, his final year at the NCAA ranks at Indiana. And a guy who played a lot of football, 5 years at Ohio, a year at Indiana, so 6 years in total, 4 years as a starter, 79-21 touchdown to interception ratio. He should get a lot of work tonight, as will Martinez. But you talked earlier about it with Brock Purdy. You pointed out Tom Brady. You pointed out a guy like Kurt Warner. I'm not saying this fits any of that, but you got to seize the opportunity, and here's a first real one for a guy like Curtis Rourke.
Well, if we'll see a lot of him, I think, not just this week, but the next couple weeks. If he established himself as a guy that they can trust and a guy that has command of this offense, a guy that his teammates can get behind, does that give some trade value to Mac Jones as teams look in this offseason? We will see some quarterbacks get hurt or not play up to their ability. All of a sudden, that could be a piece to look at. But Rourke's got to take care of business. This is a great opportunity for him to step up, show what he can do, and earn himself not just 1 year, but potentially a longer career in the NFL.
Is number one decision-making tonight? Is that for him, protect the football, make good decisions, operate the scheme?
100%. Can he?
I said, is that the one thing I named 3? But I think they all kind of fall under that umbrella.
The decision-making, obviously getting the team in and out of the huddle, all of that stuff. Does he make the right decision? Does he throw the ball where it's supposed to be? Is he accurate? It might not all go his way because when you're playing with second and third string receivers, they might not be in the right spot. But coaches can evaluate quarterbacks not just on yards and the result, but is he doing things the right way, or is he developing trust with that coaching staff? And I think that's the big thing. And it comes down to decision making. By the way, let's see if he can. Things are going to break down for him, right? Can he make a play?
Can he be an athlete?
Yes, exactly.
He'll be an athlete.
Be a football player.
Bob Fitzgerald's on the call tonight. We'll catch up with him in about 5 minutes. Before that, we've got our 49er player spotlight, the first one of 2026. We're about an hour 25 from kickoff. The Niners and the Titans, week 1 of the preseason, and it's only here on The Sports Leader. Adam Copeland back with your 49er player spotlight, the first one of 2026. And while he won't play tonight, why don't we go with Fred Warner, the captain of this defense, the heartbeat of this defense. His 2025 season ended with that significant ankle injury that he later described in the immediate aftermath as unusually unsettling of an experience. What did the 49ers lose when Fred Warner disappeared? It wasn't just tackles. They lost the communicator, the traffic cop, the guy who fixes mistakes before the snap, range and coverage, ability to disguise emotional identity. One of the few linebackers offenses genuinely have to account for. The most important thing about Warner's return isn't what Fred Warner, or isn't that he is still Fred Warner. It's what Warner allows everyone else to do, especially in a new Raheem Morris defense. He joined our KNBR morning show with Murph and Marcus, and he was asked if there's an urgency for this 49er team to win based on the age of some of their superstars.
People, they start slapping that old on you once that three touches you in age, that 3-0. But he's exactly right. I mean, you definitely don't know how many more opportunities you're going to have at having a crack at it, with this group of guys, right? Like you've had guys here for a long time. The continuity with the Kyle Juszczyks, the George Kittles, the Dre Greenlaws, Nick Bosa's, like there's only so long that we're going to have these opportunities together as this group, right? So I think that just makes, it increases your sense of urgency that much more to really make the most of it, but it's funny though, because I feel like every year our sense of urgency is through the roof, right? Ever since I've been here, we've had the standard of winning a Super Bowl. It's always been Super Bowl or bust for us. So, I think this year it's exactly the same way.
Well, there were a lot of deficiencies on this 49er defense last year, and one of them was the absence of Fred Warner. Raheem Morris's job becomes all the more easy with the return of the heartbeat and the captain of this defense, and that's why Fred Warner is this week's 49er player spotlight. Live from Levi's Stadium, Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, the former Stanford quarterback and NFL quarterback, joining you. And here with us on the guest line, he'll be on the call tonight, 6 o'clock, for the Niners and the Titans week one of the preseason. Bob Fitzgerald joins us. Fitz, great to talk to you again, man. Happy preseason.
Hey, I heard Pinheiro. I was like, wait, is that Curry with a 3? It's Pinheiro with the 3? That's my favorite time of year. I get to hang out with Keenan Turner, get to go to training camp and see the Niners, and then get ready for what I think is going to be another good 49er season. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, this will be hoping for a fun season. I mean, last year, one of the most fun seasons I can remember just because of the uncertainty of it all and Kyle Shanahan finding a way with the pieces at his disposal to find ways to victory. A lot of those guys won't be out there tonight, Fitz. Where's your focus heading into this one?
Well, I think that I like the way Kyle approaches it is the joint practices are all for the 1s and 2s. And then the game is, okay, let's see what Romello Height is all about. Let's see what Jaden Duggar is all about. Let's see what Larry Worth is all about. Did we find something in Will Pauling? I think the thing that people are sleeping on is we all do this, well, after McCaffrey, they got plenty of guys. Every guy after McCaffrey's injured, okay? So was Patrick Taylor, Sincere McCormick, Khalil Herbert. They just signed Zamir White.
Yep.
Like, they need a backup running back. Now Kalen Black might be that guy. I mean, I'm not saying he won't be, but at some point, I don't want McCaffrey leading the NFL in touches. Let's take 5, 6, 7 carries off of Christian McCaffrey so he's ready to rock and roll for the length of the season. So, backup running back to me, I want to see Stribling live because he's been so amazing in camp. I think that this is kind of a fun. Also, you need a left guard between Robert Jones and Connor Colby and Carver Willis. Like, who's your starting left guard? That is yet to be determined, and that battle will start tonight.
It'll be fun to see some of these things play out as there's some position battles. But we heard from Brock Purdy earlier on a rejoin, and he just seems like a more mature quarterback. We know we're not going to see him tonight, but he's at this point of his career where he can take that next step. And what you've seen from him this preseason and heard from him and at the end of last year, what are your expectations for him in this upcoming season?
Well, you said it earlier when I was driving in. It's so smart is with Kyle banged up with the car accident, you had Brock's voice be louder the first couple weeks, if that makes any sense. And you don't have him with the toe or the elbow, and he's healthy. He's in year 5. He has to feel so good knowing Mike Evans, eventually Kittle, McCaffrey, a very solid O-line. And this is where your prime is, when your physical ability meets your mental acuity, and that intersection gives you 5, 6, 7 years of your absolute best. And you watched him on Tuesday where, okay, they didn't have, Evans wasn't out there, but here's Debo who's back. It didn't matter who was running the routes. Purdy is beating a number 1 defense. The Layer King is now the new nickname. It's over the linebackers, in front of the safeties. Everything's on, right on time, accurate. And Brock's like, I'm good. You should all know I'm good. I'm healthy, and we are going to be good. And it just radiates right now. I'm very excited for Purdy and where he's going to be. And, Matt Mayoko has said it. I'm just stealing from Matt directly. He's like 147 attempts from being the highest-rated passer in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
Like just let that sentence rattle around after a while. The other one for me is 10 more wins for Kyle Shanahan, and he surpasses Bill Walsh. Okay, so there's a lot going on this year for the 49ers.
Bob Fitzgerald, the voice you hear, kickoff coming up at 6 o'clock, and we'll hand it over to Bob and the guys in just a couple of minutes here. Is there anything you can see tonight that you'll say, yeah, that matters, and that will matter when the season starts?
Well, I think what's interesting is Robert Saleh is going to play his 1s and 2s, and the Niners are not, okay? So anything that a younger guy would do against an elite player for Tennessee, I think counts double. Like if you're playing O-line and you've got to deal with Jeffrey Simmons and you show out and you're okay, then that matters to me. If you're Will Pauling and you field punts and you're this undrafted free agent, you're already the most physical wide receiver in camp blocking wise, and you do it against a number 1 defense, then those reps on tape are going to matter a little bit more because you should get your head kicked in, right? I mean, 1s versus 3s and 2s versus 3s, Tennessee should have a huge advantage in a lot of these schematics. But if they don't, that would speak to the 49er depth. That's what would matter to me tonight.
But we talked about Rourke getting a chance to earn a spot, and not just maybe on this Niners team, but maybe for the rest of his career. Anything you've heard or seen from him that you're looking for tonight and expectations for his play?
Well, you set it up perfectly. You think Mac Jones is still going to be here with the Niners beyond this year? Just with the reality of what, we've seen the Sam Darnold movie, right? You know, you come here for Kyle, you get baptized in great coaching, and then you're behind Brock, you have a starter. But then there are so many teams that need quarterbacks. Mac Jones played so well last year and is so well regarded. I think the checkbook is coming for him in the offseason, okay? Now, I'm just being as honest as I can be. So the Niners are going to need a backup quarterback sooner rather than later, which is why they drafted Rourke. They knew he had the ACL, but I think this is where Curtis Rourke shows people what a quality player he was in Indiana under Cignetti, and then can he kind of move and keep improving and get into someone you would trust if Brock, sprained an ankle or something happened a year from now. You got Mac Jones and Purdy. That's as good a 1-2 as a lot of teams would have. But who is the third stringer, because it matters into the future. I think that's the way I would look at it tonight.
Fitz, just last one for you. I'm excited to see Stribling for the first time in action. Question is how much, and I think that'll tell us a lot about how the 49ers view him or plan to deploy him early on.
The flying Hawaiian, baby. I mean, this guy's the real deal. He's absolutely that good. And he actually caught passes from Cam Ward. He had 3 different college stops. One of them was at Washington State. When you see him, you're like, 6'2", 207. And then finished up at the SEC and played with Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss. And they got him with the first pick in the second round. And I see why, because he can play. And so Mike Evans, Demarcus Robinson's at a great camp. Debo is back. And then you got Stribling. I am liking what that would set up, in Melbourne, Australia. But, yeah, Dejon Stribling, I don't think he will play a ton of reps, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it is fun watching him, and if you're a Niner fan, you're going to be real excited about watching 1-5.
Well, Fitz, great to hear your voice, man. Great to have you back on the Leader talking Niner football. Todd's got one more quick one, I think, for you.
Fitz, you talked about Brock Purdy being in his best mental and physical state. It's a nice place to be. Look, me, you, and Copes.
Well, my mental state is fading, and my physical state, they quit on me a long time ago.
Fitz, have a great call, man. Yeah.
All right,
you and Keena, we'll talk to you upstairs, man. There you go. The great Bob Fitzgerald will be on the call. We'll hand it over to Fitz and Keena Turner in about 10 minutes. Always great together on the pregame broadcast or preseason broadcast right here on the Sports Leader. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak with you from Levi Stadium. Niners kick off in about an hour and 10. We'll hand it over to Fitz and Keena at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. When we come on back, your keys to the game, and we'll get you a little X factor for this one as well as we get to the final checklist before the Niners and the Titans kick off the 2026 preseason at 6 o'clock right here on the Sports Leader. Live from Levi Stadium, Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, the former Stanford NFL quarterback, with me all season long here on Niners pre- and post-game as we're getting ready for kickoff for week one of the preseason, the Niners and the Titans. And how about that, Todd, here in the Titans are going to play their ones and twos on defense. So a nice challenge for Curtis Rourke. There's going to be a lot of Patrick Taylor, Khalil Herbert, we just talked about, Sincere McCormick. So you won't see a lot of the regular 49ers out there. Let's get into our final checklist here. And we talked about a brief X factor or key to the game. I mean, first and foremost, Todd, in preseason, it's health, right? You've got enough guys who are banged up. You heard the MASH unit call coming in there.
Let's stay healthy. Stay healthy. We talked Matt Mayoko about his list of all the players that are not playing tonight because of injury. I think that'll be a key for the 49ers this year as we saw it a year ago. Stay healthy, but what a great opportunity for a bunch of young guys. And there is nothing like running out of the tunnel. All these guys, they might have one or two or three opportunities in their life to run out of an NFL tunnel.
You've done it,
in
right?
the uniform. I've done it.
As a starter.
I did it as a starter in Arrowhead Stadium, my second year in the NFL. There's nothing like it. And you talk about guys that work 12, 15, 20 years to put themselves in a position to do that. It's special. And maybe tonight might be it. Who knows? So it's a fortunate thing for these young men, and hopefully the fans get a good show, and hopefully everybody stays healthy. I'm looking for a good showing from the 49ers. Execute, be sharp, no mistakes. I think that's the big thing in the preseason. Don't make mistakes.
Yeah.
Eliminate those, be sharp mentally, and make plays when you get the chance.
I mean, really, we talked about what preseason's about, and I'll be watching a lot of individual performances, but it's tough to tell because it won't be guys who are necessarily playing alongside each other. I'd like to see if someone can create pressure that's not Nick Bosa. I want to see some of the young defensive line and what they're able to do early on. And to your point, clean football, disciplined football, especially on the defensive side with a new D coordinator. I know the starters aren't going to be out there, but you will see some of the young guys in year two, some of the young guys in year one that we want to see potentially be difference makers. I'd say that's the one thing I want to see that may not appear in the box score, but could give you some confidence heading into week one.
Yeah, watching the game from up top where we sit, some guys show up.
Yeah.
Some guys just show the speed or the anticipation or just show that they have the ability. From a receiver standpoint, can you make a play in traffic? Make a catch that is a tough one.
Yeah.
Where you know you're going to get hit. That's what coaches are looking for. That'll show up on film, and there's an opportunity for a lot of these young players to do it against the ones and twos for Tennessee. Let's see what you got.
We got preseason game one coming your way. The Niners and the Tennessee Titans. You'll have Bob Fitzgerald and Keena Turner on the call for this one. I'll be back with you for the halftime show, and then Todd and I will be back with you talking about this one after they finish up the network post-game show following the conclusion of this game. Thanks to our guests today, Matt Mayoko, Larry Krueger, John Dickinson, and, of course, Bob Fitzgerald. It's all back at Levi Stadium. The Niners and the Tennessee Titans is coming your way next with Bob Fitzgerald and Keena Turner on the call. A season renewed, the 80th of Niner football, only here on the Sports Leader.